Chapter 1. The first sequence of Gu Changge, the billionfold return system. In the vast realm of 3,000 domains, within the central heavenly domain, lies the Gu family of longevity. Inside the grand estate of the first sequence, a 16-year-old youth suddenly opened his eyes, as if countless images flashed before him. Am I transmigrated or reborn? At 16, does that mean I've awakened my innate wisdom now? A storm of thoughts surged in Gu Changge's mind, the intertwining of past and present memories leaving him momentarily disoriented. Yet in the next instant, clarity returned. To think I truly have crossed over into a fantastical world at that, becoming the true dragon child of a prominent family of longevity. Alas, awakening my wisdom at 16 means I could have achieved so much more had I awakened earlier. Perhaps I would have already been designated as the divine son. In Gu Changge's memories, merely being in the first sequence does not guarantee one will become the divine son. It signifies that among the 10 sequences, one possesses the most exceptional talent, aptitude, and combat prowess, competing fiercely for 3 years, with the ultimate determination of the divine son occurring at 18. The 10 sequences originate from various branches of the Gu family of longevity. A Gu Changge represents the main lineage. Typically, the true dragon child of the main lineage rises to become the divine son of the Gu family. But this time, an unexpected twist has emerged. Each branch of the Gu family has given birth to unparalleled prodigies. With a sacred body forged from flesh, the ancient sacred body, extraordinary comprehension, the innate Dao body, even possessing the 7 apertures Linglong heart, the Tsang Tian dominating body, and more. As for Gu Changge, he possesses the rare dual pupils, with exceptional roots that rival any sacred body, Dao body, or divine body, the only difference being the absence of a companion divine ability. Nevertheless, the dual pupils alone grant Gu Changge an unparalleled foundation. After processing all this information, a faint smile crept upon Gu Changge's lips. With this identity, this aptitude, and this background, what a formidable start I have. With a blink, Gu Changge confirmed the absence of any peculiar interface, and the prompt sound seemed to mock him. What a pity, as a transmigrator, I find myself without a golden finger. But it matters not. With my current aptitude and foundation, I am confident in my path to invincibility. Just as Gu Changge finished speaking and was about to calm the turmoil within, a prompt sound suddenly made his eyes widen slightly. Ding! Detected host has awakened innate wisdom. Invincibility return system activated. Congratulations! Host has received the beginner's invincibility return gift pack. The prompt resonated in his mind, and an information interface appeared before him, clearly indicating that he indeed possessed a system. No, he merely uttered it casually, but here it was, a genuine system. Regardless, having a system would undoubtedly facilitate Gu Changge's journey to invincibility. Invincibility return system, splendid. Gu Changge reigned in his astonishment and eagerly inquired, System? What are your functions? Ding, this system is named Invincibility Return System. As the name implies, as long as the host gives divine abilities, techniques, divine weapons, or rare treasures to targets bound by this system, various exceptional returns can be obtained, with the return rate determining the value of the items. For example, if the host gives a spirit stone to the bound target, a billionfold return may yield an immortal stone. Note, items gifted by the host can only return items of the same category. Note, this system retains the right to all explanations. Upon reading the system's description, Gu Changge instantly understood. The brief introduction illuminated the extraordinary nature of his invincibility return system. If operated correctly, his strength could surge at an unimaginable pace. While Gu Changge was digesting the system information, another prompt echoed. Ding, detected host holds beginner's invincibility return gift pack. Would you like to open it? A beginner gift pack. Based on the tropes he had encountered in previous novels, this would undoubtedly be valuable, so Gu Changge nodded without hesitation. Open! Instantly, a flurry of information appeared before his eyes. Ding! Host has successfully opened the beginner's invincibility return gift pack. Congratulations! Host has received the reward. The first return is guaranteed to trigger a billionfold critical hit count. Congratulations! Host has received the reward. 1. Tenfold critical hit card. Congratulations! host has received the reward. 1,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host has received the reward. 500-fold critical hit cards. As Gu Changge beheld the series of prompt messages, he felt an exhilarating rush akin to defeating a boss. Just as he was about to revel in the rewards, a glance at the uniform content made his lips twitch slightly. Indeed, this was a return system. The rewards from the beginner gift pack were all return cards. However, if these return cards were utilized wisely, they would undeniably amplify his strength beyond measure. Gu Changge scrutinized each card, with the first return guaranteed to trigger a billionfold. Once the system identifies a suitable binding target, I must carefully consider what to gift first. As Gu Changge pondered, the system continued with its notifications, detected that there is a target within the Gu family of longevity suitable for system binding. Please approach the target within 100 meters to unlock binding target. Information. The host may freely decide whether to bind the return target. Oh, the system has swiftly identified a binding target? I had thought it would take longer. Gu Changge mused, a point of light appearing in his mind. It seemed the system was providing thoughtful guidance. Perfect. It spared him the trouble of searching. Just as he was about to rise and leave the room to approach the location of a light point and unlock the system's binding target, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Young Master Changge, the clan leader requests your presence in the main lineage's council chamber, saying there is good news to share with you, the young female voice called, revealing herself to be a maid. My father seeks me? Understood. Gu Changge nodded, sensing the information of the system's binding target in his mind, deciding to wait a moment longer before heading out, as the target was within the Gu family of longevity, so there was no rush. As Gu Changge arrived at the council chamber, the elders of the main lineage were engaged in heated discussions. I find this matter unacceptable. How can our Gu family of longevity act in such a treacherous and shameless manner? If this were to leak, we would become a laughingstock in the Central Heavenly Domain. Indeed, with Changge's extraordinary talent, there is no need for such measures. Why not? This is the Supreme Bone with the Supreme Bone coupled with his dual pupils. Such talent guarantees that our Gu family will surely produce another emperor. Precisely, and the holder of the Supreme Bone is merely a girl from a minor branch of our main lineage, orphaned at a young age, neglected until she awakened the Supreme Bone and was brought into the main lineage. Now that Changge has just become the first sequence, securing the Divine Son position with the Supreme Bone is undoubtedly assured. Chapter 2. The Supreme Clan Sister Reborn. Enough. As the elders debated within the council chamber, the one seated at the head finally spoke. The head of the Gu family of longevity, Gu Changge, who is also Gu Changge's father in this world. As the patriarch of the Gu family of longevity, Gu Changge's strength had already reached the pinnacle of creation, attaining the 9th level of the King realm, just a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. This world is divided into 12 realms. Opening meridians, cultivating spirit, transforming liquid, rainbow bridge, life wheel, communicating with the divine, comprehending Tao, ascending, king, quasi-saint, saint, emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. In the latter 4 realms, even the first level of the King realm ranks among the top experts in the 3,000 domains, while quasi-saints and saints are considered immortal. Sanctuaries, the foundation of the Gu family of longevity, AS for the Emperor realm. Aside from the founders of immortal sanctuaries and the ancestors of the Gu family, there have been no emperors born for over 100,000 years. As Gu Changge spoke, all the elders in the council chamber turned their gazes toward him. He slightly raised his head and, with a gentle smile, addressed the entrance of the council hall, saying, "As for this matter, let Changge decide for himself. We should refrain from imposing our opinions on him. Moreover, the one possessing the Supreme Bone is also a member of the Gu family. Even if they belong to a branch, they are still part of our lineage. If Changge requires the Supreme Bone, then the main branch must provide the best compensation in other respects." This was the utmost that Gu Changge could offer. If Gu Changge sought to claim the Supreme Bone, he would remain silent, striving instead to compensate the host of the Supreme Bone. Such is the nature of a world governed by the law of the jungle without a background or strength. One is at the mercy of others, a reality that holds true even within families and sacred lands. After finishing his statement, Gu Changge continued to address the entrance of the council hall. "What are your thoughts, Changge?" As Gu Changge concluded his words, the elders within the council hall turned their gazes toward the entrance. There stood a tall youth, resembling a slender bamboo, swaying in the wind. His features strikingly handsome, yet still bearing a youthful innocence. One could only imagine the level of elegance he would attain upon reaching adulthood. However, amidst everyone's attention, Gu Changge felt somewhat bewildered. What had he just heard? His father and the elders seemed prepared to procure a supreme bone for him. Had he not awakened his innate wisdom, he might have selfishly accepted such an offer without hesitation. Yet, after awakening, Gu Changge felt as though he was burdened with an overwhelming advantage. What a predicament! A branch family, lacking background, a supreme bone, and himself still possessing the rare double pupils. If this continued to develop, it might lead to the downfall of his branch or even the entire Changshenggu family. While Gu Changge processed this shocking information, in a side room of the council hall, a young girl, appearing around 14 years of age, with a delicate and exquisite visage, suddenly opened her eyes. As her eyes fluttered open, a terrifying aura flickered momentarily from her petite form, and within her bright, black pearl-like eyes, countless arcane runes and images swirled. After a few moments, as the phenomena in her gaze subsided, her previously serene countenance gradually revealed expressions of astonishment, confusion, and shock. Am I reborn? Gu Changge raised her small hand, surveying the arrangement of the room, finally affirming the reality of her rebirth. She murmured, I have heard of reincarnation and soul possession, but never of rebirth for the purpose of cultivation. I thought everything was predetermined by that time. Gu Changge continued, her eyes sparkling brighter as a smile began to grace her enchanting face. Suppressing her excitement, Gu Changge began to recollect the current timeline. Observing her familiar surroundings, her mind was abuzz with thoughts. This room seems to be where the main branch of the Gu family planned to extract my supreme bone to offer it to Gu Changge. So, I am in the moments just before the extraction? A sardonic smile crossed her face as she recalled her past life, where she had been exiled after having her bone extracted. Yet, Gu Changge could never forget the incredulous expressions of the elders of the Changshenggu family when she ultimately triumphed over Gu Changge. Following her rise, the family recognized their errors and continually sought her forgiveness, paying a heavy price, losing several Quasi-Saints and an elder in the process. However, returning to that initial moment was no longer possible. When Gu Changge learned of her acceptance by the main branch after awakening her supreme bone, no one knew how elated she was or how resolutely she vowed to repay the family, only to be met with betrayal and exile. Taking a deep breath, her eyes filled with a maturity beyond that of an ordinary 14-year-old. This time, the elders of the Changshenggu family will likely still attempt to extract my bone. In my current state, devoid of any cultivation, I cannot resist, and this room is sealed, devoid of spiritual energy. Even with my vast knowledge, it would be difficult to break free. It appears I am to be extracted once again. Gu Changge pursed her lips. Very well. After the extraction, I will be exiled to the ancestral grounds of the Changshenggu family, just as in my previous life, where I can acquire a treasured artifact from within the ancestral grounds, and I can expedite the emergence of my second supreme bone. With her resolve firm, Gu Changge reclined back onto the bed, awaiting the moment of her extraction. Meanwhile, Gu Changge's thoughts churned, his scalp prickling, yet his expression remained calm and undisturbed. Only upon entering the council hall did he reveal a smile. Family head, esteemed elders, regarding this matter at the sound of Gu Changge's voice. Every elder perked up, acutely, aware that he would never relinquish the opportunity presented by the supreme bone, a talent that represented an alternative path to unparalleled strength. Even Gu Changge shared this sentiment, and the elders were already prepared to rise and escort Gu Changge to the room where Gu Changge was confined, should he agree. However, the next words from Gu Changge left Gu Changge and the elders wide-eyed in disbelief. Changge is vehemently opposed to this matter. With a composed yet resolute tone, Gu Changge declared, I refuse. Chapter 3. A billionfold critical return of the celestial bone. As the words fell, an instant silence enveloped the council hall, with each elder displaying expressions of incredulity. Some elders could not help but urge Gu Changge. Do you realize how precious the supreme bone is? Indeed, the supreme bone is inherently supreme. Possessing one grants invincibility among peers, and even the ability to confront prodigies and geniuses of higher realms. Gu Changge was certainly aware of the Supreme Bone's formidable power. In fact, it was common knowledge throughout the 3,000 realms. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that made him all the more reluctant to accept it. This was an unequivocal boon, and given that he already possessed the heavy eyes and the unparalleled return system, there seemed to be no need to pursue such a thing. Gu Changge nodded in acknowledgement. Then you, an elder could not restrain himself from interjecting. However, as soon as he spoke, Gu Changge swiftly silenced him, delivering words that astonished the entire assembly. The heavy eyes are a path of invincibility. Why should I borrow the bone of another, especially that of a girl? With his hands clasped behind his back and a commanding posture, Gu Changge exuded an air of invincibility. The elders were taken aback, their minds reverberating with his declaration, some expressing admiration while others showed regret. Indeed, it is no surprise that Gu Changge of the Chongsheng Gu clan possesses such demeanor. The heavy eyes symbolize an invincible path. Why should one rely on the bones of others? Gu Changge laughed heartily, rising to speak. With such poise, even if Changge possessed no innate talent, he is destined to shine in the Central Dao Domain. With the support of the Chongsheng Gu clan, echoing through the 3,000 realms is but a matter of time. The other elders could only sigh in resignation, as their intentions were for the greater good of the clan. After all, should a prodigy arise, endowed with both the heavy eyes and the supreme bone, their renown alone would resonate throughout the realms, not to mention Gu Changge's innate talents and character. Upon Gu Changge's conclusion, he turned his gaze toward Gu Changge with great satisfaction. Since you have made your decision, let us meet Qingxiu. If we do not seize the supreme bone from her, she will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Chongsheng Gu clan in the future. We must communicate certain matters to her in advance. She is still young, and we cannot conceal our actions from her. Any discord must be resolved in the most minimal manner. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. Judging by his approach to matters, Gu Changge already deserved the title of patriarch of the Chongsheng Gu clan. Moreover, he was a formidable presence, being at the 9th level of the king realm, nearing the pinnacle of sanctity. The group then proceeded to the secluded chamber where Gu Qingxiu resided. As Gu Qingxiu lay upon her bed, the moment she sensed the dissipating barriers and the sound of footsteps outside, her heart raced with anxiety. Have they come? The Chongsheng Gu clan is indeed eager to claim my supreme bone. With a wry smile, Gu Qingxiu, having been reborn, was about to experience the agony of having her bone extracted once more. The door creaked open, and the subtle sound of footsteps filled the air. Gu Qingxiu was aware that, apart from Gu Changge and Gu Changge, numerous elders from the main lineage would accompany them. Thus, the multitude of footsteps was not surprising. Upon the bed lay a delicate maiden of 14 or 15 years, her features exquisitely sculpted, resembling a flawless work of art. Though still youthful, her aura was akin to a blossoming blue lotus, hinting at a beauty that would only intensify with age, suggesting a future of unparalleled allure. Gu Changge and the elders gazed upon Gu Qingxiu, reluctantly acknowledging that she was indeed the host of the supreme bone, a perfect embodiment of nature's finest craftsmanship. Many elders expressed admiration for her beauty at such a tender age. Gu Changge, however, stood in shock, his heart racing. He had realized that he was drawing closer to the target designated by the system for binding returns. Upon reaching the door, he confirmed that the individual within, possessing the supreme bone, was indeed the destined target. If memory served, her name was Gu Qingxiu. Having awakened the supreme bone just a month prior, her existence remained unknown to the wider clan, known only to those of the main lineage. To think the target for the system's binding return would be someone endowed with the supreme bone. Gu Changge was astonished, and, at that moment, a notification from the system appeared. Ding. Detecting host proximity to the binding return target. Would you like to view information? Yes, no, ding. Detecting host proximity to the binding return target. Would you like to bind? Yes, no. Upon seeing the information, Gu Changge turned to gaze at Gu Qingxiu. Directly addressing the system, please view the information first. Scanning the daughter of the Chongsheng Gu clan's branch, Gu Qingxiu. Information generation complete. Nickname, Gu Qingxiu. Identity, daughter of the Chongsheng Gu clan's branch, reborn supreme, daughter of fortune, physique, supreme bone. Cultivation, none at present. Divine abilities, none at present. Recent fortune, viewable post-binding. As Gu Changge examined Gu Changge's information, he anticipated the details regarding her cultivation and physique. However, when he reached her identity, he could no longer contain himself. Reborn Supreme? What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he confirmed he had not misread. He never expected that Gu Changge was indeed reborn, and at that, a top-tier existence with imperial cultivation. How fortunate I am for my decision, Gu Changge thought, commending his ability to evade trouble. Had I agreed, offending a reborn supreme, especially one with the supreme bone and the fate of a fortune girl, would undoubtedly be beyond the Changsheng Gu clan's capacity to handle. Knowing of Gu Changge's remarkable background, Gu Changge felt no reluctance toward his first binding target. To invest in a reborn supreme endowed with the supreme bone and the fortune of a daughter was an opportunity too splendid to dismiss. With a surge of determination, Gu Changge declared, "System, bind Gu Changge as my investment return target." Ding. Binding successful. Binding target. Gu Changge, recent fortune has been unlocked. Having completed the binding, Gu Qing and the elders observed Gu Changge, who had been fixated on Gu Changge since entering. Gu Qing, suspecting a change of heart, playfully inquired, "Changge, have you reconsidered?" "Not at all," Gu Changge denied. Yet, as soon as his words fell, the system's notification caused his pupils to contract slightly, filled with shock and elation. Ding. Host has altered the fated trajectory, rejecting the supreme bone, triggering the return mechanism. Congratulations, Host, on obtaining your first return. Congratulations, Host, for triggering the first return. Guaranteed to be a billionfold critical hit. Host's investment binding target, Gu Changge's supreme bone, receiving a billionfold return, celestial bone. Detecting the uniqueness of the celestial bone. Return rewards are commencing integration. Chapter 4. Gu Changge was taken aback. No, was it that I opened it incorrectly? Shall we begin the fusion? Yes, no. Gazing at the information before him, Gu Changge immediately chose no. It was not the right moment for amalgamating the celestial bone. However, after his refusal, Gu Changge felt an unexpected thrill within, for this was indeed the celestial bone. He had not anticipated that, by rejecting the supreme bone, he could trigger a return mechanism. Furthermore, this destined trajectory was quite intriguing. Could it be that his destined path inevitably leads to the acceptance of the supreme bone? Remarkable. Gu Changge could only marvel at the bountiful benefits he had amassed. Then what was that earlier? Gu Qing, observing Gu Changge fixatedly staring at Gu Changge, assumed he was enamored by her beauty and remarked, "In that case, Changge has no attendants by his side. Changge possesses exceptional talent and wields the supreme bone. She could serve as your aide, perhaps even become your maid to attend to you?" Gu Changge was momentarily stunned. The clan elder beside him was equally taken aback. Gu Changge shook his head in resignation and replied, "The head of the family is jesting. Changge is my cousin. How could she be my maid?" Gu Qing furrowed his brow. "If not maid, do you wish for her to be a wife or concubine?" Gu Changge's lips twitched. What was the matter with his old man? It was either a maid or a wife. It made it seem as though he had taken a liking to her. Not at all. Gu Changge shook his head. Then, why were you just staring at her? Gu Qing inquired, puzzled. Had he misinterpreted Gu Changge's earlier gaze? It should not be so. Such admiration was something a man would understand. He had merely glanced at her before focusing on the system information. Why was it said that he was staring at her? Gu Changge replied, exasperated, "I was merely inspecting the celestial bone's peculiarities." "Father, have you misunderstood my intentions?" Cough. Gu Qing, feeling awkward, cleared his throat. The head of the family was no longer addressed, but rather referred to as father, indicating just how exasperated he felt. Gu Qing, embarrassed, remarked, "Is that so? However, the supreme bone is concealed within flesh and blood, its divinity repressed. Changge, by rejecting the supreme bone, you will find it difficult to truly grasp its essence." While Gu Changge and Gu Qing conversed, Gu Changge was left in a daze, listening to their exchange. What on earth? Gu Changge rejected his own supreme bone? What could this mean? Gu Changge's mind buzzed. Based on her memories from before her rebirth, when Gu Qing brought Gu Changge and the clan elders, they should have directly extracted the bone, right? How could Gu Changge refuse? As Gu Changge's thoughts whirled in disbelief, Gu Changge shook his head. "Father, Our immortal family stands tall through the ages, overlooking all beings, not merely due to bloodline inheritance, but through unity of hearts, which is more potent than steel. You wish for me to extract my cousin's supreme bone for my own gain. How could I possibly agree? Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. Offering a bitter smile, of course I understand. The clan elders felt a wave of awkwardness at this exchange. They were all aware of this principle. Yet, this was the supreme bone. Whether it was the inherently divine double pupil or the supreme bone itself, each held the potential to become an unparalleled talent. The fusion of the two could conceivably forge an invincible prodigy. Thus, they chose to overlook the implications, ignoring the matter entirely. However, now that Gu Changge had declined, they inexplicably felt a sense of relief, free from their internal conflicts. After Gu Changge finished speaking, he turned to Gu Qingxiu. Cousin Qingxiu hails from a branch family, with both parents deceased, lacking support, and possessing the supreme bone. Father, let her be my sister. I shall take good care of her. Gu Changge presented this momentous decision. To have Gu Qingxiu as a sister? Wasn't he the same Gu Changge who was solely focused on cultivation and somewhat aloof toward the clan? It felt as though he had changed significantly since becoming the first in the hierarchy. Yet, his newfound concern for family and loyalty was precisely what they wished to see. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. Very well. If that is the case, let her be your sister. The supreme bone will surely lead to greatness, and establishing a bond early will be beneficial. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded and then addressed Gu Changge and the clan elders. Once Sister Qingxiu awakens, Father, please arrange for her to reside in my estate in the first hierarchy. I shall take my leave now. Go on. Gu Changge smiled. The clan elders promptly followed suit, displaying their smiles. As Gu Changge departed, the quiet room was left with Gu Changge and the elders. Some elders gazed longingly at Gu Qingxiu, who seemed to be peacefully asleep, and spoke. Head of the family, do we truly not allow Changge to fuse with the supreme bone? This is the double pupil combined with the supreme bone. Another elder chimed in. With the double pupil and the supreme bone, our Changge would undoubtedly be invincible across the 3,000 domains, achieving the supreme throne. You are being short-sighted. Gu Changge cast a glance at the elder who spoke, replying calmly. Did not Changge state that the double pupil itself is the path to invincibility? Why should he borrow the bone of another, especially that of a relative? Since Changge has made his intentions clear, our insistence may not yield good outcomes. Alas, the clan elders sighed. Let us depart. Soon, the adult right trial will commence, and the seals in that location have begun to weaken. We must reinforce the seals, or else the consequences of any mishaps will be dire. Gu Changge and the clan elders took their leave. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Qingxiu confirmed the room was empty before finally opening her beautiful eyes, filled with astonishment. What was happening? Events had not unfolded as she remembered. Gu Changge did not desire her supreme bone. Was it possible that I am not reborn, but merely dreaming? Gu Qingxiu murmured, but she quickly shook her head. Impossible. The myriad techniques and opportunities in my mind are exceedingly clear. It cannot be a dream. As Gu Qingxiu spoke, she gazed in confusion at the door. Yet Gu Changge did not seek her supreme bone, even altering the thoughts of Gu Changge and other powerful figures from the main lineage. Was my approach incorrect? Moreover, Gu Changge boldly proclaimed that the double pupil was the path to invincibility, needing no borrowed bones. This already hinted at an initial aura of invincibility. In his past life, he did not possess such audacity. It was only after merging with the supreme bone and pairing it with the double pupil, becoming the divine child, traversing the world, and contending with the prodigies of the 3,000 domains that he gradually cultivated such a demeanor, which was not even profound, indicating his resolve was not so steadfast. Not only that, but he also sought to protect me, wishing for me to be his sister. What on earth is happening? Gu Qingxiu felt overwhelmed. The unfolding events were entirely beyond her expectations. Logically, it should have been about extracting the bone, allowing her to relive the memories. Growing increasingly desperate regarding the longevity of the Gu family, then relying on her past life's recollections to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Yet, a single remark and some actions from Gu Changge left her at a loss. Even though she had once been the unparalleled supreme, she found it difficult to confront the sudden warmth and familial affection that had emerged. Chapter 5. The Celestial Bone Shakes the Dao Domain. The emergence of the sage ancestor as Gu Changge stood in a state of shock. Gu Changge had already returned to his quarters in the first sequence. Sitting upon his bed, he gazed at the information before him, his face alight with anticipation and a hint of excitement. This journey had yielded immense rewards. He had not only bound himself to a reincarnated female sovereign of supreme clan, but had also acquired a celestial bone. Remarkable indeed. Although he was uncertain of the true power of the celestial bone, the mere association with the celestial realm rendered any item extraordinary and awe-inspiring. It was well known that throughout the ages, the emperors of the 3,000 Dao Domains had all pursued the footsteps of the celestial beings. Now, he had obtained a celestial bone. Host, do you wish to begin the fusion of the celestial bone with a 10 billion-fold return? Yes, no. Gu Changge was on the verge of confirming his choice when he paused, casting a glance around him. It was evident that fusing with such a supreme opportunity as the celestial bone would undoubtedly attract immense attention. He had two options before him. The first was to conceal the manifestation of the fusion. With the assistance of his father, Gu Changge, he could undoubtedly obscure any unusual signs and continue to cultivate in seclusion. The origin of the celestial bone could be fabricated easily. After all, in this world, even reincarnation and recultivation were not uncommon. One could simply claim that the celestial bone had been brewing within him all along. The second option was to embrace his current status as a being of great repute, possessing the unique eyes of the heavy pupil. If he were to unleash the power of the celestial bone, he would likely instill greater trepidation in the other sequences and those who stood behind them, potentially making him a target for adversarial forces akin to a thorn in their side. However, Gu Changge hesitated only briefly before opting for the second choice. It would be absurd to hide such extraordinary talent. With his unparalleled lineage and the heavy pupil, to conceal the existence of the celestial bone would be tantamount to renouncing his path of cultivation altogether. By allowing his innate capabilities to flourish, he would not only remain safe from overt threats, but would also earn greater recognition. Resolute in his decision, Gu Changge focused his thoughts and addressed the system. System, I wish to fuse with the celestial bone. The moment Gu Changge's words fell, a profound and transcendent aura emanated from his seated form. A radiant light akin to celestial brilliance began to coalesce within his chest, permeating his flesh and skin, radiating a mesmerizing glow. In an instant, the entire Gu family of eternal life was enveloped by this mysterious energy, as if a divine presence had descended. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this energy, countless terrifying eyes within the vast expanse of the Gu family's territory slowly opened, powerful auras awakening all around, transforming into beams of divine light that soared skyward. These were the esteemed elders of the eternal life Gu family, who had achieved ascension and even the realm of kings. They stood beneath the clear sky, scanning their surroundings, their souls resonating in communication. What is happening? What is this sensation? It feels ominous. Where is this energy emanating from? How strange, there is no visible phenomenon. Could it be that another true dragon among us is about to awaken? The elders exchanged their thoughts, while a number of younger members of the Gu family gazed in astonishment at the sky, for they had never witnessed so many family elders appearing at once. These elders held significant power and exceptional cultivation. Aside from the core talents and high-ranking members of the family, they were seldom seen. The sudden appearance of so many elders today was indeed remarkable. The family head, Gu Changge, also opened his eyes. At the same time, within the ancestral grounds of the eternal life Gu family, decayed earth mounds, exposed coffins, and skeletal remains that had long lost their flesh all began to emit a stunning energy. The aura radiating from the ancestral grounds left countless members of the Gu family deeply shaken. This mysterious energy had even roused the ancestral elders. Hiss! It is known that the ancestors within the ancestral grounds of the eternal life Gu family are all at least at the quasi-saint level, with some having attained the heights of saintly attainment and even half-step emperor status. As the members of the eternal life Gu family were engulfed in astonishment, a magnificent celestial light surged through the heavens, traversing billions of miles. Boom! The vast void of the Central Dao Domain erupted as if it had been detonated. Amidst the sweeping celestial light, myriad phenomena manifested. True dragons and phoenixes roared and soared, while auspicious beasts like the Qinglian raced across the land. Even within a 3 billion-mile radius of the eternal life Gu family, auspicious purple chi emerged from the east, celestial light floated ethereally. and figures resembling celestial maidens danced in the air, unlike anything seen in the mortal realm. Celestial shadows ascended, hinting at the possibility of ascension. The sudden commotion rendered countless beings across the Central Dao Domain dumbfounded and filled with shock. Various powerful sects and the strongest members of the Eternal Life clan stood in the air, gazing towards the direction of the Gu family. Ancient Nest, a true dragon at the 9th level of the King realm, on the verge of reaching quasi-saint status, roared in disbelief. Impossible. How could such phenomena arise from the Eternal Life Gu family? Has the human race produced yet another invincible prodigy? Sacred Spirit Mountain, a being of comparable strength to the true dragon from the Ancient Nest, yet even more formidable, stood atop the mountains. Gazing towards the Gu family, what a terrifying talent to cause such overwhelming phenomena. We must investigate. This individual must be eradicated in the cradle. The balance between humanity and us cannot be disrupted. Additionally, the formidable opposing forces of the Undying Mountain, the primordial ancient mind, the underworld, and others began to probe into the cause of this phenomenon. While the human race was indeed vast, they were not without formidable enemies. The ancient fierce beast clan, the sacred spirit clan, the zombie clan, the primordial clan, and the underworld were all significant threats. They observed with keen eyes, ready to topple the 3,000 Dao Domains and reclaim dominance should humanity show any sign of weakness. Though the human race was powerful, internal strife was rampant. Otherwise, these alien races would not thrive so well or possess the strength to contend with humanity. As the myriad beings and great powers in the Central Dao Domain were engulfed in shock, a hand suddenly tore through the vast void above the first sequence quarters of the Eternal Life Gu family. Following this, an emaciated figure, covered in dirt yet with eyes sparkling like stars, emerged, exuding an aura of countless flowing Dao principles. Oh, the one responsible for this astonishing phenomenon is actually the first sequence of our Eternal Life Gu family. Excellent, excellent. With such extraordinary talent awakened, it appears our family is destined to produce another supreme sage in this generation. The elder's expression was one of delight. His gaze fixated intently on the first sequence quarters below. As he manifested, the family elders drew near, including Gu Changge and others. Upon recognizing the elder, they collectively shuddered, their expressions shifting. This was a sage ancestor. Has this phenomenon truly attracted the attention of a sage ancestor? Chapter 6. The Prodigy? My son possesses the qualities of a great emperor. The elder stood majestically, his robes dancing lightly in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance and extraordinary presence. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that despite his serene demeanor, he radiated a terrifying intensity akin to the blazing sun, embodying the very essence of that scorching celestial body. Witnessing this phenomenon, the gathered elders of the clan were rendered speechless, astonished. Could it be the esteemed ancient Gu Changge? Gasp! Ancient Gu Changge? Was he not the one who, a millennium ago, manifested the power of the sun, instantly incinerating a vast sea of blood and vanquishing the dread blood demon that wreaked havoc upon the heavenly Dao Domain? According to the clan's scriptures, when the ancient Gu Changge emerged to slay the blood demon, the sun blazed across the sky, and the true solar power scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, even manifesting the shadow of the golden crow, shocking the world. Even after a millennium, the heavenly Dao Domain still recalls the might of ancient Gu Changge. The elders were in a state of shock and discussion. However, with Gu Changge's respectful bow, their conjecture was solidified. Salutations to ancient Gu Changge. Gu Changge gently bowed his head towards the towering figure of Gu Changge, who resembled the blazing sun, his tone imbued with utmost respect. The other elders quickly followed suit, bending their bodies in reverence. Salutations to ancient Gu Changge. The voices of the Gu clan elders echoed through the heavens. The younger generation of the Gu family, upon hearing this, were left in stunned silence. Heavens! Is truly an ancestor? Is indeed ancient Gu Changge, a sage-level cultivator who has reached the pinnacle of his powers. I have witnessed the emergence of a sage ancestor. What could have triggered such a phenomenon that summoned a sage ancestor? This time, he shall soar to new heights. Gu Changge gazed down upon Gu Changge and the assembly of elders, nodding with a gentle smile. Indeed, our eternal Gu family has gained another unparalleled prodigy, and he is the first among them. Haha, splendid. As Gu Yang's words fell, The entire eternal Gu family fell into a stunned silence. The descendants of the Gu family, who had just been astonished by the appearance of the sage ancestor, now felt their minds buzzing with disbelief. What? What did they just hear? What? The terrifying phenomenon just now belonged to the first sequence? The first sequence is none other than young Master Changge, right? But young Master Changge was already born with divine attributes and possessed dual pupils, wasn't he? This cannot be true. To possess dual pupils and still awaken such a grand and terrifying phenomenon? The descendants of the eternal Gu family were all aghast. While the various sequences within the family now gazed intently, their expressions filled with astonishment as they looked towards the first sequence's residence. Not only the descendants of the eternal Gu family, but Gu Changge and the elders were equally astonished. They had sensed the phenomenon, but had not confirmed who had triggered it. No wonder the ancestor manifested above the first sequence's residence, tearing through the void. It turns out that the terrifying phenomenon just awakened had originated from Gu Changge. Gasp! But Gu Changge already possesses dual pupils. Now, this phenomenon is no less remarkable than the dual pupil manifestation at his birth. What kind of talent has he awakened to cause such a stir? Unbeknownst to the external world, Gu Changge had just completed the fusion of his immortal bone. As he focused his spiritual awareness on his chest, he beheld a swirling mist of immortal light amidst the chaos, as if a divine being were being nurtured within, emanating an aura of great terror, capable of reshaping the world with a mere flicker of its will. Moreover, during the fusion of the immortal bone, Gu Changge's physical body was tempered by its power, achieving a physical strength surpassing 100,000 pounds, comparable to cultivators of the Rainbow Bridge realm, as his cultivation broke through the Rainbow Bridge, causing the life will to manifest within his dantian. The first four realms of a cultivator are opening meridians, nurturing spirit, transforming liquid, and Rainbow Bridge. These four realms serve as the foundation, refining the Dao foundation. As the foremost of the eternal Gu family's first sequence, Gu Changge's Dao foundation was naturally perfected without flaw. Beyond this lies the true realm of nurturing a great cultivator's power, known as life wheel, communicating with the divine, comprehending the Dao, and ascension. At this moment, Gu Changge had already activated his life wheel. Above his dantian, a 9-pattern life wheel was slowly rotating. As it spun, drops of spiritual power were ground to dust, cascading down from the life wheel, forming the essence of his cultivation. There are 9 patterns on the life wheel. The more patterns there are, the more extraordinary the potential. My 9-pattern life will signifies unparalleled talent. Yet now, with the immortal bone, it can aid in nurturing the life wheel. Not only that, but it is also subtly strengthening my physical body. 9 patterns have not yet reached their limit. Could it be that I can continue to manifest more life patterns, enhancing my foundation? Gasp! If so, this ability alone is truly worthy of the name Immortal Bone. Moreover, my immortal bone is in the process of gestation. I wonder what astonishing divine powers it shall yield. Gu Changge was immensely satisfied with the immortal bone. As for the external commotion, he was aware of it, yet he did not rush to emerge. Instead, waiting until he had fully digested the opportunities brought by the immortal bone before finally opening his eyes to sense himself. With Gu Changge's immortal bone awakening complete, the venerable Gu Yang in the heavens sensed something as well and remarked with a smile. It seems the awakening is complete. As Gu Yang spoke, a streak of light shot forth from the first sequence's residence. The realm of the life wheel allows one to tread upon the void, transforming into a stream of light, traversing thousands of miles in a single day, soaring through the heavens and burrowing through the earth. This is the hallmark of a great cultivator. Gu Changge transformed into a beam of light, dazzling the descendants of the eternal Gu family, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Transcending into a stream of light, young Master Changge has already broken through to the life wheel. How old is young Master Changge? He seems to be only 16, right? A 16-year-old in the life wheel? My heavens! Not only that, but he also possesses dual pupils and has just awakened unparalleled talent. My goodness, our eternal Gu family is truly giving birth to an invincible true dragon. One after another, the descendants of the Gu family gasped in astonishment. Gu Changge, witnessing Gu Changge materialize as a stream of light, standing shoulder to shoulder with them, felt his heart swell with pride, his eyes narrowing with delight. Truly, he is my son, Gu Changge. My son possesses the qualities of a great emperor." Gu Changge bowed respectfully to the ancestor, the family head, and the esteemed elders. With an air of composure, he maintained his poise, offering respectful salutes to Gu Changge and the assembly of elders. Though the young man appeared somewhat youthful, in the face of such grandeur, he displayed remarkable steadiness. His features, while youthful, were strikingly handsome, adorned in a luxurious black and gold robe, standing tall like a pine tree, exuding an aura of nobility that was both subtle and ethereal. Even in his current form, he managed to captivate countless hearts. One can only imagine how splendid he will appear as he matures. Although appearance is not of paramount importance in this world where strength reigns supreme, a pleasing visage undeniably adds to one's appeal. Guiyang gazed fondly at the young Gu Changge before him, nodding in approval, and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, indeed. As the first sequence of our eternal Gu family, you already possess dual pupils, and now you have awakened a second extraordinary talent. Thus, you are undoubtedly the rightful divine son of our eternal Gu family. Are you willing to accept this role?" Chapter 7. Grant them the opportunity to serve as stepping stones. Upon uttering these words, the previously clamorous and astonished members of the Gu family erupted into chaos. Gu Changge and the esteemed elders of the clan turned their astonished gazes towards Guiyang. Was it truly the case that their venerable ancestor had directly appointed Gu Changge as the chosen one? The minds of the onlookers buzzed with confusion. Gu Changge, momentarily taken aback, maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the venerable Guiyang who had just approached him. Guiyang looked at Gu Changge with a warm expression, his eyes filled with admiration. Although he was unaware of the nature of Gu Changge's second awakening, the grandeur of the preceding events made it abundantly clear that his talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. With his dual pupils and this new formidable gift, coupled with Gu Changge's already established position as the first in the hierarchy, it was evident why such a proposal had been made. "What is your opinion?" Guiyang inquired once more of Gu Changge. Just as Gu Changge was about to respond, the other elders from the various branches could no longer remain silent. It was known that the position of the chosen one was still undecided, and any support for other candidates from their branches could still lead to a rightful claim to that title. The immediate designation of Gu Changge as the chosen one by the ancestor was bewildering. If this were to be confirmed, all their prior efforts would be rendered futile. The Gu family of eternal life had long maintained a united front externally, yet internally there existed a necessity for competitive spirit, supporting the talents of their own branches to ascend to the role of the chosen one was a form of competition. However, this competition was meant to be healthy, providing resources to assist the designated talents in their endeavors. Any detrimental actions against their own would result in severe retribution from the others. The enduring Gu family had its own set of principles that had withstood the test of time. In truth, every illustrious family that stood at the pinnacle of the Dao Domain possessed its own governing rules. While there were similarities, each set of rules was uniquely tailored to suit the operational needs of its respective power. Ancestor, this matter requires further deliberation, one elder boldly interjected. Traditionally, the Gu family has relied on its strength to compete. How can one simply be appointed to the position of the chosen one based solely on the display of some talents? I dare to suggest that this is inherently unjust to the other candidates. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge and the main branch elders exchanged glances. And then one elder stepped forward, retorting, "What is there to question? Changge is a natural dual pupil and has now awakened a second unparalleled talent. With such exceptional abilities, who could possibly rival him? Furthermore, Changge is already the first in the hierarchy. Does that not affirm his superiority among the younger generation of the Gu family?" Other elders from the main branch echoed their agreement. "I believe Elder Gu Su is correct. The significance of being first in the hierarchy is self-evident. Moreover, let us not forget that Changge has already reached the Fate Wheel realm at merely 16 years of age. Who else can match that?" The confidence of the main branch elders radiated as they looked smugly at their counterparts from the other branches. The branch elders were infuriated, their faces turning red with indignation. Observing the scene, Guiyang nodded slightly and addressed the dissenting elders with a smile. "Is there anyone in our ranks who has reached the Fate Wheel realm? If so, let them step forward and challenge Gu Changge." The victor shall be appointed by the ancestor as the chosen one of the Gu family. As Gu Yang's words resonated through the hall, silence enveloped the room. The branch elders stammered, their faces contorted, for none could claim such a status. Since there is no one, let us proceed according to my arrangement, Gu Yang remarked, casting a glance at the various branch elders before turning back to Gu Changge with a benevolent smile. Grateful for the ancestor's favor. Since the ancestor has appointed me as the chosen one, how could I possibly decline? Gu Changge bowed respectfully to Gu Yang, readily accepting the designation. Excellent, excellent. Gu Yang laughed heartily. However, the subsequent word from Gu Changge took everyone by surprise. Nevertheless, should I become the chosen one in this manner, I fear that some within our clan may harbor discontent, making it difficult for the Gu family to unite in support of my leadership in the future. Therefore, I propose this. I shall grant my brothers, sisters, and cousins an opportunity. If any one of them can best me before the upcoming selection of the chosen one, I shall willingly relinquish my title and no longer claim the position. Boom! Gu Changge's declaration fell like a stone into the tranquil waters of the Gu family, sending ripples of shock throughout. Everyone understood that this was Gu Changge's challenge to the younger generation, compelling them to submit to him. If they failed to do so, he would not accept the title of chosen one. In a certain courtyard of the Gu family, a robust youth wielding a long spear revealed a fierce determination on his face. Very well, Gu Changge, I shall avenge my past failures at the upcoming selection. In another courtyard, a seemingly ordinary boy with a mysterious aura murmured to himself, "Ah, is this an opportunity for us to serve as stepping stones?" But who will end up being the stepping stone remains to be seen. The sentiments expressed in these courtyards echoed throughout the Gu family, as each individual was a once prominent talent revealed during the previous election. Hearing Gu Changge's words ignited their competitive spirits, filling them with fervor. Truly, this is the progeny chosen by our ancestor, a keen observer of human nature, composed in his dealings, and already possessing the potential to lead the Gu family into a new era. Changge, the future of the Gu family rests upon your shoulders. With the matter concluded, Gu Yang laughed heartily and transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring towards the ancestral grounds of the Gu family. The elders, witnessing this, bowed in unison. Farewell, ancestor. Thus, the appointment of Gu Changge as the chosen one of the Gu family was unexpectedly solidified. However, this chosen one was unlike any before, for any individual who achieved the rank could challenge Gu Changge. Moreover, should they succeed, Gu Changge would relinquish his title, never to reclaim it. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the annals of the Gu family. Consequently, a tide of fervor surged within the Gu family, propelling many young prodigies to intensify their training. Even if they were to be replaced in the future, they yearned to savor the taste of being the chosen one, if only for a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxiu, who was being attended to by maidservants in preparation to visit the first-ranked estate and become Gu Changge's protected sister, found her mind in a whirl, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Just moments ago, she had sensed an otherworldly aura. Moreover, Gu Changge had been designated as the chosen one. This diverged completely from the development in her memories. Chapter 8. Fortune. Farewell, Gu Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu's heart trembled as she gazed towards the direction of the first sequence mansion, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Even as a reborn supreme being, she could hardly believe the ethereal aura of immortality emanating from Gu Changge's residence. Miss Gu, everything is prepared. You may proceed to Master Changge's mansion, a respectful maid, filled with envy, informed Gu Qingxiu amid her state of shock. Very well. Gu Qingxiu suppressed her inner astonishment and responded calmly. She then followed the two assigned maids as they led her to the first sequence mansion to pay her respects. Though Gu Changge acknowledged Gu Qingxiu as a sister, the true nature of their relationship would depend on his attitude. Thus, until Gu Changge's intentions were clarified, no one dared to treat Gu Qingxiu with indifference. At the first sequence mansion, Gu Qing and the clan elders had all gathered, their gazes fixated on a seemingly young youth, already exuding a sense of elegance and grace. With curiosity etched on his face, Gu Qing inquired, "Changge, what is your awakened secondary talent? His question drew the attention of all the elders, who eagerly listened. Given the gravity of the matter, they had refrained from asking about Gu Changge's awakening earlier, but now, in the presence of the clan's high-ranking members, it was deemed appropriate. A slight smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he chose not to respond verbally, instead opting to demonstrate the answer through his actions. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy swept through the area, even causing Gu Changge, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the monarch realm, to feel an overwhelming sense of suppression from a different plane of existence. The other elders, too, turned pale, their faces tinged with disbelief. Their eyes glued to Gu Changge's chest. Beneath the fabric of his black robe, a radiant, ethereal glow burst forth, revealing an undeniable brilliance. As if a divine figure was seated within, poised to unleash its terrifying power. The sight left everyone present gasping in awe. Gu Changge, incredulous, stammered, "Changge, could it be the Supreme Bone?" Gu Changge was taken aback, for this scene mirrored the moment when Gu Changge had awakened her own Supreme Bone. The other elders were equally electrified, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief, confirming they were not mistaken. The Supreme Bone? No. Gu Changge, suppressing his elation, replied with a smile. According to the information passed down to me, this is the legendary Immortal Bone. Boom! His words reverberated in the ears of Gu Changge and the elders. The Immortal Bone? It truly is the Immortal Bone. Gu Changge murmured in disbelief. The elders trembled with excitement, realizing that only the Immortal Bone could produce such a magnificent phenomenon, shaking the heavens upon its first awakening. They recalled that when Qingqiu's Supreme Bone awakened, it merely manifested a mere 100,000 miles of spectacle, a far cry from the grandeur of Changge's Immortal Bone. Indeed, only the Immortal Bone could explain such a prodigious display. Instantly, the way the gathered individuals regarded Gu Changge transformed. The combination of the reincarnated eye and the Immortal Bone represented an extraordinary talent. My heavens! Gu Changge and the clan elders exchanged ecstatic glances, their hearts ablaze with fervor. Gu Changge had not chosen to deprive his sister of the Supreme Bone. Perhaps this was indeed a blessing, as he had awakened an even more formidable Immortal Bone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the elders of the Changsheng Gu family erupted into boisterous laughter, discussing the matter animatedly. Even those supporting other branches felt joy, though it was tinged with bitterness. After all, a reincarnated eye alone had already overshadowed the younger generation of the Changsheng Gu family. Now, with the Immortal Bone, what chance did the other branches have? Of course, they would not share this news with the other sequences, for it would be too demoralizing and could dampen the spirits of the youth. Enough, Gu Changge commanded, restoring silence within the first sequence mansion. With a smile, he looked at Gu Changge with immense satisfaction. Changge, now that you have awakened the Immortal Bone, it is nurturing unparalleled celestial techniques, and the resources required will be beyond imagination. Since ancestor Gu Yang has already conferred upon you the title of Divine Son. Starting this month, the family will allocate resources to you according to the standards of a Divine Son, with an additional 20% on top of that. After speaking, Gu Changge turned to the gathered elders. What are your thoughts? Naturally, it is permissible. The Divine Son is indeed qualified to utilize these resources. I concur. Almost all the primary elders agreed, recognizing Gu Changge's display talent. To refuse would be foolish. While internal competition was healthy, when it came to nurturing an extraordinary prodigy, the Changsheng Gu family stood united in their support. Thank you, clan leader and esteemed elders. Gu Changge expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing sincerely to Gu Changge and the elders present. Seeing Gu Changge's respectful demeanor, the elders were filled with admiration. This grace alone surpassed many of the other sequences. Subsequently, Gu Changge and the elders began to exit. Gu Changge, relieved to see the first sequence mansion quiet once more, took a deep breath and sensed the subtle enhancements to his body bestowed by the Immortal Bone before retreating to his chamber. The next day, Gu Changge sat cross-legged in his room, resounding waves of celestial sounds emanating from within, occasionally illuminated by beams of ethereal light streaming through the window, as if a divine being was cultivating within. After a few moments, these extraordinary phenomena gradually faded away. Gu Changge opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, and clenched his fist, producing a resounding boom. In just a single night, my physical strength surged from 100,000 pounds to an astonishing 110,000 pounds. How fearsome is the immortal bone! Moreover, within my dantian, peering into his dantian, Gu Changge beheld an ocean of spiritual energy rippling, atop which rested a 9-pattern life wheel radiating an immortal glow. As the wheel spun, it emanated an extraordinary resonance. 1,000 zhang spiritual sea. In just one night, I have fully consolidated my first level of the life wheel realm. The life wheel consists of 9 levels, each level representing 1,000 zhang, culminating in a total of 9,000 zhang. Once I condense the 9,000 zhang spiritual sea, I will reach the 9th level of the life wheel realm. Furthermore, given that I have awakened the 9-pattern life wheel, each drop of spiritual energy condensed from my wheel surpasses that of ordinary individuals by 100-fold. In terms of spiritual energy intensity alone, I can easily vanquish foes of the same rank and even surpass them effortlessly. Combined with my physical strength, my foundation now is several times more formidable than before. Having said this, Gu Changge rose from his bed, intending to step outside for some fresh air and practice his divine abilities. For a breakthrough in such a grand realm necessitates familiarization with the transformations in his skills. However, just as Gu Changge opened the door, a beautiful maid awaited him outside. Upon seeing Gu Changge emerge, she respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Divine Son. Miss Qingqiu visited last night to pay her respects. We did not wish to disturb you during your consolidation. Would the Divine Son care to meet with Miss Qingqiu?" Chapter 9. The Dragon Elephant's Skill. Did the esteemed sister of the Supreme Clan, Gu Qingqiu, come to the Sequence Manor last night? It appears this reborn noble lady is quite adept at social niceties, having first come to pay her respects and leaving her maid to wait here the entire night. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, saying, "Has Sister Qingqiu arrived? Please bring her to my courtyard." "Yes, Divine Son." The maid nodded, casting a shy glance at Gu Changge before quietly departing. Recalling Gu Qingqiu's profile from the previous day, Gu Changge felt a stir of excitement and began to inspect it. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed he could view Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. This feature felt like one of the keys to his future ascension. Nickname, Gu Qingqiu. Identity, daughter of the Changshan Gu Clan S branch. Reborn Supreme. Strength, 9th layer of the opening veins realm. Physique, Supreme Bone. Cultivation Method, Void Scripture. Divine Ability, Great Void Hand Seal. Recent Fortune. Upon viewing Gu Qingqiu's profile, Gu Changge's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? One night, what transpired? Gu Qingqiu had merely practiced for a night and had already ascended to the 9th layer of the opening veins realm. This is the miraculous nature of a reborn supreme being. Cultivation akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. As for Gu Qingqiu mastering the Void Scripture, that was entirely reasonable. She was a reborn supreme, after all, and acquiring the Changshan Gu clan's imperial cultivation method ahead of time was hardly surprising. What was outrageous was the disparity in her strength compared to the previous day. It was as if the heavens had turned upside down. Ultimately, Gu Changge's gaze fell upon Gu Qingqiu's recent fortune. Recent fortune, the fallen reborn empress, who should have continued her tumultuous fate from her past life, with her foundations plundered, has encountered unforeseen changes in fate. Her supreme bone remains hidden within her, accompanied by the insights of her past life as a supreme. With the protection and cultivation from the Changshan Gu Clan's Divine Son, her strength will continue to soar. In 1 month, she will participate in the coming-of-age trial alongside the Divine Son within the Void Secret Realm, where she will acquire the Holy Level Dragon Elephant Skill. Upon seeing the words Dragon Elephant Skill, Gu Changge could no longer continue reading. It seemed he could not access the subsequent fortunes. However, even this fragment of information was enough for him to ponder for quite some time. Indeed, the binding target of the system was no ordinary individual. Just this snippet of recent fortune revealed the potential to acquire a holy level body refinement technique. Who knows what astonishing opportunities lay ahead? A holy level body refinement method. of which the Qinglian Gu clan possessed only a handful, and the fact that this dragon elephant skill caught the attention of both Gu Changge, this reborn supreme, and the system, indicated its extraordinary nature. If I were to seize it and then bestow it upon Gu Changge upon her return, how remarkable would that be? With a celestial bone nurturing my physique, Gu Changge's physical prowess already far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. If he were to cultivate this extraordinary body refinement technique, would he not become invincible in physical strength? How delightful! With such thoughts, Gu Changge began to anticipate eagerly. After reviewing Gu Changge's information, he sensed that the maid had brought her to the courtyard. Gu Changge had already taken his seat beside a jade table crafted from exquisite jade. His gaze fixed on the courtyard's entrance as he smiled. "Come in." The maid, having just arrived at the courtyard's entrance, slightly bowed her head and gestured for Gu Changge to enter. Despite having met Gu Changge countless times in her past life, and even having fought, defeated, and ultimately slain him, the events of this life left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Composing herself, Gu Changge stepped into the courtyard. The small courtyard, roughly 100 feet in size, brimmed with spiritual energy. Under the morning sun, it radiated an ethereal mist. Amidst the hazy clouds, a young man sat at a stone table, his gaze fixed upon her with a hint of a smile. As she approached, the young man's features became clearer. Adorned in a luxurious black and gold robe, even seated, he exuded an air of elegance. His strikingly handsome visage, though youthful, hinted at an extraordinary future, embodying the essence of a celestial being. His hair shimmered, and his aura was profound. That transcendent quality suggested he was somehow beyond the mundane world. The moment Gu Changge beheld Gu Changge, she instantly recognized that he was vastly different from the Gu Changge of her memories. Not only was his demeanor exceptional, but she could also sense an overwhelming power within him that even she, a reborn supreme, could not fathom. Of course, her weaker cultivation played a part. Nevertheless, this current Gu Changge was undeniably enigmatic and extraordinary. Having encountered the divine sun, Gu Changge approached Gu Changge, offering a respectful bow. Her voice flowed like clear spring water, tinged with a hint of coolness. She observed him, and Gu Changge, in turn, took in the sight of the young lady before him. After a meticulous grooming, it must be said that Gu Changge appeared even more striking than the previous day in the side chamber. Her dark hair was elegantly styled, cascading in 3,000 strands down her slender waist, with a white jade hairpin nestled among her locks, exuding a touch of innocent elegance. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, coupled with her fair skin and delicate features, hinted at an extraordinary beauty destined to blossom in the future. "You are too courteous, Sister Qingqiu," Gu Changge said, shaking his head and gesturing for her to sit. "I was busy consolidating my cultivation last night and did not have the chance to meet you. Please forgive me." "No, I must thank the Divine Sun for sheltering me and allowing me to return to your side," Gu Changge replied, still standing rather than taking a seat, and bowed once more. "Thank you, Divine Sun." "Wait," Gu Changge interjected, raising his hand to signal her pause. Startled, Gu Changge looked up in confusion, uncertain of Gu Changge's intentions. With a smile gracing his handsome face, Gu Changge said, "Did I not say yesterday? Sister Qingqiu, from now on, you shall be my sister. There is no need for such formality. If you do not mind, I shall call you Sister Qingqiu, and you may call me Brother Changge or Brother Divine Sun, as you wish." Gu Changqiu's innocent and youthful face momentarily froze in surprise. "What, big brother? Are you Gu Changge? The one I remember as selfish and solely pursuing his own path to enlightenment? Why not?" Gu Changge frowned, gazing at Gu Changqiu. Though Gu Changqiu was unsure of what had transpired, she found no reason to reject this sudden display of concern, so she simply shook her head. Seeing her response, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Then I shall call you Sister Qingqiu from now on. You may call me Brother Changge or Brother Divine Sun, as you wish." Chapter 10. The Tenfold Return of the Celestial Weapon. Starfall bow-faced with Gu Changge's sudden enthusiasm. Gu Changqiu found herself at a loss. She had initially thought that the other party's claim of recognizing her as a sister was merely a jest or an attempt to curry favor due to her talent. However, it appeared that she was serious. Having been exiled to the ancestral home of the Qinglian Gu family after enduring unspeakable suffering in her previous life. Gu Changge had long since ceased to address anyone with such an intimate title. To her astonishment, in this new life, she was expected to call the man who had once caused her such pain brother. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, who continued to speak with a carefree demeanor, Gu Changge's thoughts were tumultuous. Sister Changge, since this is our first meeting and I have no suitable gift to offer, I thought I would present you with a high-quality treasure. Since your cultivation is still at a nascent stage, I have a mid-tier treasure, the seven-colored umbrella, which boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, rivaling that of high-quality treasures. It will serve as a perfect protective shield for you in your early endeavors. As Gu Changge spoke, he waved his hand, causing a radiant glow to emanate from the storage ring on his finger. In an instant, an exquisite, shimmering umbrella appeared before them. The umbrella radiated vibrant colors, enveloping them in a luminous aura that formed a cylindrical energy barrier upon activation. Gu Changge demonstrated its functionality, allowing the seven-colored umbrella to hover gracefully before the dazed Gu Changge. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Gu Changge gazed at the umbrella, her eyes flickering with disbelief. Such a unique protective artifact was far more precious than ordinary treasures, and its defensive strength, comparable to that of high-quality artifacts, likely surpassed them in true value. This umbrella was suitable even for the Rainbow Bridge and the Fate Wheel. Don't be modest, accept it, Gu Changge urged, a playful glint in his eyes. How else can I repay you? I still possess a 10-fold return card, a 1,000-fold return card, and 500-fold return cards. And here are some elixirs and divine abilities. See if any of these pique your interest, he added, producing an array of items and placing them on the jade table before them, gesturing for Gu Changge to select. Watching the scene unfold, Gu Changge's heart swelled with conflicting emotions. If only Gu Changge had treated her this way in her past life, the Changxing family would not have been torn apart, and she would not have suffered so greatly, enduring humiliation at the hands of various powerful factions in her external ventures. Thus, she pondered the implications of her rebirth, what had truly transpired. Lost in thought, a veil of mist formed in her beautiful eyes. Gu Changge, ever observant, noticed the glimmer of moisture in her gaze and momentarily faltered. Sister, why do you seem on the verge of tears? Surely, you're not moved to such an extent? How could that be? You possess the supreme bone. You will undoubtedly become the pillar of the Changxing family. It is only natural for me to treat you well. Gu Changge reassured her, laughing lightly. If I were to gift you a sacred weapon or imperial artifact in the future, you might faint from shock. Gu Changge's delicate cheeks flushed at the mention of sacred weapons and imperial artifacts. Sacred weapons alone, should they emerge without a master, could stir chaos across the realms, let alone the imperial artifacts that served as the foundation of the Changxing family. Very well, take it, and also accept these foundational elixirs to expedite your cultivation. You may even accompany me to the Void Secret Realm for an enlightening experience. Gu Changge smiled warmly as he placed the seven-colored umbrella into Gu Changge's arms. Gazing down at the umbrella, Gu Changge's eyes sparkled with appreciation before she nodded slightly. Thank you, Brother Divine Son. Good, Gu Changge said, gently patting her head. I will protect you well, Sister Changge. The unexpected gesture left her breathless, and the warmth of familial affection she had never experienced in her past life caused her heart to race. She could not allow herself to succumb to this feeling. What if Gu Changge was merely feigning kindness? She needed to remain vigilant. As her heart stabilized, Gu Changge took a deep breath, restoring her composure. Thank you, Brother Divine Son. I shall accept these gifts. She looked up, her gaze reflecting the striking features of Gu Changge. Since he had bestowed such treasures upon her, it was only fitting that she repay him promptly, lest circumstances change and hinder her ability to show gratitude. If memory served, within the month during the coming trial in the Void Secret Realm, a technique known as the Dragon Elephant Technique would emerge from the rifts. Previously acquired by a branch member of the Changxing family and causing a stir in the Central Heavenly Domain. This technique was rumored to rival Gu Changge's own prowess at that time, making it a fitting return gift. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, in the eyes of this reborn scion of Supreme Clan, he held an entirely different status than he believed, assuming a bond of mutual respect and loyalty. Thus, when Gu Changge accepted the seven-colored umbrella, a return prompt materialized before him. Host has gifted a mid-tier exotic treasure, the 7-colored umbrella, to the bound return target, Gu Changge. The return mechanism has been triggered. 1 10-fold return card, 1 1,000-fold return card, and 500-fold return cards remain. Would you like to select one for a fixed multiplier return? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Gu Changge replied, use 1 10-fold return card for the return. Ding! Congratulations. The host has successfully utilized the 10-fold return card. Host has gifted the mid-tier exotic treasure, the 7-colored umbrella, triggering a 10-fold return. Congratulations. You have acquired a high-quality sacred weapon, Starfall Bow. Starfall Bow, high-quality sacred weapon, strung with the Milky Way as its bowstring, constellations as its frame, capable of piercing the starry seas and striking down celestial bodies. A high-quality sacred weapon? And it was a bow. Gu Change's heart surged with exhilaration, his pupils widening as joy flooded his senses. This was a monumental exchange, a mid-tier treasure for a rare, high-quality, sacred bow. What a windfall. Chapter 11. Treat me like kin? I did not believe it, though her heart brimmed with surprise. Gu Changge maintained a warm smile, fervently presenting the foundational elixirs to Gu Changge. Sister Changge, here are more elixirs. This opening vein pill can safeguard your meridians, facilitating a smoother awakening. This is the spirit-nurturing pill, suitable for the spirit-nurturing realm. And this is the spirit-gathering pill for the liquid transformation realm. With great enthusiasm, Gu Changge handed a multitude of elixirs to Gu Changge, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself cradling an assortment of them, blinking in bewilderment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. What on earth was happening? Since the moment she encountered Gu Changge, this thought had surfaced countless times in her mind. It was utterly impossible to reconcile the Gu Changge before her with the selfish and self-serving individual from her memories. However, Gu Changge furrowed his brow slightly, for after bestowing the elixirs upon Gu Changge, the invincible return system had not triggered a single return. What was going on? Pondering this, he inquired of the system, what is happening? Why has the return ceased? Ding! The bound target can only return once per day. Ah, understood. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Change's heart settled. He had anticipated the lack of returns. If it were indeed possible to receive infinite returns daily, he could summon Gu Changge to leverage the Longsheng Gu family's resources, achieving invincibility on the spot, soaring through the 3,000 realms. Such an absurdity was unlikely, as the system's operational mechanics likely could not sustain it. After all, returns must consume some form of resource, though he remained oblivious to what that might be. A daily return for a bound target, indeed, requires binding many targets. While this arrangement did not permit infinite returns, receiving a dozen in a day would suffice. 1 return per day was acceptable. If it were weekly, monthly, or yearly, or even per realm, that would be quite troublesome. All right, Sister Changge, do you require anything else? Do not hesitate to let me know, Gu Changge inquired. Nothing else, Gu Changge replied, shaking her head in reverence. Thank you, Divine Son. Brother. The girl's voice was melodious, akin to a clear spring, evoking an indescribable feeling of nostalgia for Gu Changge, as the sister of a supreme clan addressing him as brother. He could only feel an exhilarating chill, his heart soaring. By the way, do you possess any cultivation techniques? Although he already knew about her possession of the Void Sutra, Gu Changge felt compelled to ask. I do. Gu Changge replied serenely. Just as Gu Changge intended to engage in a meaningful exchange to foster their relationship, a communication jade token suddenly soared from his storage ring. Glancing at Gu Changge, who stood up to leave, he paid her no mind and opened the communication in her presence. Changge, come to the family council hall. Gu Changge's voice resonated from the jade token. As the voice faded, the token gently descended. Gu Changge caught it and placed it back into his storage ring, then turned to Gu Changge. My father is calling me. I shall head to the council hall first. Gu Changge nodded. Given that this was their first meeting, Gu Changge sensed Gu Changge's unease and chose not to prolong the conversation, simply nodding as he made his way to the council hall. Exiting the courtyard, he glanced back at Gu Changge, who was watching him leave, intrigued by what impression he left on her during their previous life. Surely, it was akin to his own impression of her, valuing the elderly and cherishing the young, fostering kinship among their clan. Once Gu Changge departed, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Gu Changge stared blankly at the colorful umbrella and the various bottles in her arms, letting out a sigh as she settled down at a nearby jade table. How could Gu Changge actively protect her, bestowing treasures and elixirs upon her? Not only that, but his demeanor resembled that of an elder brother towards a younger sister. No, it was strange from the onset that Gu Changge did not seek her supreme bone. So, what more sinister plot could he be orchestrating? Gu Changge, I cannot believe you have truly transformed into a benevolent individual. Gu Changge murmured, a terrifying aura emanating from her exquisite eyes, as if they could collapse the heavens. The memories of her past life lingered painfully in her mind, indelibly etched in her consciousness. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, his actions had left the Supreme Clan sister in disarray. In just 2 days, he had summoned her to the council hall twice. This was hardly a favorable situation. Logically, after ascending to the first rank, one should focus intently on enhancing their cultivation and solidifying their foundation to secure victory in the Divine Son's competition and truly overshadow their peers. Typically, unless there was a pressing matter, he would not be disturbed. By assessing Gu Changge's recent fortunes, Gu Changge began to suspect that the matter at hand pertained to the coming-of-age ceremony. The Longshan Gu family's coming-of-age ceremony was no trivial affair. Recent trends in Gu Changge's fortunes hinted at this as well. According to his memories, it was likely that the coming-of-age trial would take place within the next few months. The family council hall was the true assembly chamber of the Longshan Gu family, where not only Gu Qing, the family head, was present, but also representatives from various branches of the family would gather to discuss significant matters. This was distinctly different from the earlier council hall, where Gu Qing and other elders had summoned Gu Changge. The Divine Son has arrived. The clear voice of the attendant resonated throughout the council hall. As Gu Qing and the representatives from various branches awaited in the hall, they turned their gazes toward the entrance. A tall figure strode in, youthful yet strikingly handsome, dressed in a luxurious black robe that accentuated his stature. Remarkably, although still young, he exuded an extraordinary aura, his noble presence illuminated by the light outside, rendering him almost ethereal. The elders observed Gu Changge with a sense of awe. Truly, he was the individual appointed by the ancestors as the Divine Son. This mere presence was remarkable in itself. I have met with the family head and esteemed elders. Gu Changge greeted Gu Qing and the surrounding elders. Changge has arrived. Please take a seat. Gu Qing replied with a warm smile, gesturing towards the first seat in the front row on his left. The first seat was vacant, and behind it were 9 additional seats already occupied. Upon seeing Gu Changge, several individuals emanated a terrifying battle intent, shaking the very void, while others gazed at him with sparkling eyes, their attention fixed upon him. Chapter 12. The Rite of Passage Trials. The Battle of the Sequences. Aside from the first seat, the subsequent 9 seats naturally belong to the 9 sequences of the Longshan Gu family. The order of the seats also signifies the ranking of the sequences. Gu Changge, being the foremost, occupies the first seat as the Divine Son. However, Gu Changge does not hasten to take his place. Instead, he offers a slight smile to the other 9 sequences, greeting them with, "It is a pleasure to see you all." Greetings, Divine Son. 2 exceptionally beautiful women among the 9 sequences respond first, their bright eyes sparkling like autumn waves, their every smile and frown enchanting, and their figures slender and graceful. The remaining 7 sequences observe as Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao have already acknowledged Gu Changge, their fierce battle spirit dissipating as they also greet him, "Greetings, Divine Son." While some are willingly enthusiastic, others carry a reluctant demeanor. Yet, Gu Changge remains unfazed, greeting them before settling into his chair. Gu Ziyu, gazing at Gu Changge now seated, leans closer to Gu Xiaoxiao and softly remarks, "Sister Xiaoxiao, do you feel that the Divine Son seems somewhat different than before? Have you noticed as well?" Gu Xiaoxiao inquires. "Yes, indeed. He appears more approachable than in the past, does he not?" Gu Ziyu nods in agreement, her beautiful eyes shimmering. "Moreover, he seems even more handsome and charming than before. Should we not ask the family head to arrange a match between you and the Divine Son?" Gu Xiaoxiao teases. "Oh, Sister Xiaoxiao, you are incorrigible." Their light-hearted banter goes unnoticed by others, until Gu Changge clears his throat, prompting the two to quiet down. The others seem accustomed to such exchanges. After his cough, Gu Changge, wearing a smile, surveys the assembly below and declares, "Today, we gather in the Gu family's council hall with representatives from the major branches, the divine son of the Gu family, and all 9 sequences present. It is clear that some of you have already guessed the purpose of this meeting, to discuss the rite of passage for our Changsheng Gu family, set to take place in a month's time. In accordance with tradition, the rite will lead us into the void secret realm for trials, with rewards based on scores. However, due to recent changes within the void secret realm, the ferocious beasts and spirits have significantly increased in strength. Therefore, we shall have the divine son and the 9 sequences lead the hunt, with rankings determined by this joint effort. The scoring system remains consistent with the past. Opening vein realm beasts and spirits yield 1 point. Spirit nurturing yields 3 points. Liquid transformation yields 5 points. Rainbow bridge yields 10 points. Fate wheel yields 100 points. And divine connection yields 300 points. As for why there are no wisdom realm or ascension realm entities involved, that is simply because the higher-ups of the Changsheng Gu family have deemed it unwise. If there were wisdom realm beasts or spirits within the void secret realm, it would pose an unmistakable danger, and the Changsheng Gu family would be remiss to ignore it. Even the most extraordinary prodigies are merely 16, just coming of age. No matter how formidable their cultivation, it is implausible for them to confront wisdom realm beings at such a young age. Having articulated these points, Gu Changge then looks around and smiles. Does anyone have any further comments or thoughts? One elder speaks up, family head, allowing the younger generation to freely choose between the divine son or the 9 sequences may be inappropriate. After all, this could lead to a scenario where everyone opts for the divine son or the leading sequences, which would be unfair to the others. The other elders nod in agreement, acknowledging the disparity in strength among the Gu family members, some being only marginally stronger than the sequences. If they were to band together, they would indeed be more formidable than the sequences. Should they all join one faction, the outcome would be decidedly one-sided. Gu Changge, considering this, nods thoughtfully, realizing this oversight. If the selection were truly free, it is likely that all would choose Gu Changge. That simply cannot be allowed. An elder steps forward with a smile. I have a proposal, family head. We could issue tokens to the family's younger generation, binding their auras. We could then randomly draw lots, and they would join whichever team they draw. Ah, what a splendid idea. Gu Changge and the other elders exclaim, their eyes lighting up. This indeed introduces an element of randomness. Moreover, with the aura binding of the tokens, there can be no deceit in swapping them, and they can serve as score recorders as well. This approach is feasible. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. Gu Changge consents without hesitation, then turns to Gu Changge and the other 9 sequences, asking, what are your thoughts? All is at the family head's discretion. Gu Changge replies with a nod. The other 9 sequences echo. All is at the family head's discretion. Once the arrangements for the rite of passage trials are finalized and the news spreads, the entire Changsheng Gu family erupts in excitement. No one anticipated that this rite of passage would allow them to team up with the sequences and that there would be 2 types of rankings, one for team performance and another for individual performance. The former emphasizes teamwork while also valuing individual capabilities, while the latter purely reflects personal prowess. This is akin to previous customs. Most importantly, the opportunity to team up with the sequences and the divine son heightens the sense of participation. I wish to be on the same team as the divine son. For if that happens, I shall have nothing to fear. The divine son has already transcended the fate wheel realm, while the other 9 sequences are merely at the pinnacle of the rainbow bridge, incomparable. Indeed, as long as one joins the divine son, victory is assured. Some lament, others anticipate, and many rejoice. Yet, Gu Changge remains indifferent to the specifics, for in his eyes, his only rival is himself and the opportunities mentioned in Gu Changge's fortune from the void secret realm. From a moment he awakened his celestial bones and ascended to the 9-pattern fate wheel. His aspirations have extended far beyond the Changsheng Gu family and into the celestial realms beyond. With a month remaining, Gu Changge resolves to continue his diligent cultivation. striving to expand the spiritual sea of his Dantian to 2,000 zhong and break through to the second layer of the fate wheel. The difference between the first and second layers is already markedly evident with a mere doubling of the spiritual sea. Simultaneously, he aims to seize this opportunity to refine his skills in various aspects. His divine abilities, offensive, defensive, and agility techniques require updating to accommodate the enhancements that come with breaking through to the fate wheel realm. The past few days have been focused solely on consolidation, leaving no time for further cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Changge returns to his residence and, upon entering the courtyard, spots a youthful yet strikingly graceful girl seated there, her demeanor reminiscent of a pure lotus. You are still here, Sister Qingxiu. Gu Changge remarks in surprise upon seeing Gu Qingxiu. Having recently provided her with resources, he expected her to be off enhancing her cultivation, especially after her overnight advancement to the 9th layer of the opening vein realm. Surely that is not her limit? I have something for the divine son brother. Though she has called him brother several times, Gu Qingxiu still feels a sense of awkwardness, causing her to hesitate each time. What is it? Gu Changge inquires, puzzled. Here. Without further explanation, Gu Qingxiu presents him with a jade talisman, emanating a profound essence of the Tao. Chapter 13. Void Barrier Qi, did you wait here for me just to give me this? Yes. Gu Qingxiu nodded, and then, as if recalling something, she continued. This piece of jade was brought over from the branch line. I am unsure of its origins, but I feel it is quite extraordinary. Since my elder brother, the divine son, has given me so much, consider this my humble return gift. Gu Changge was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Gu Qingxiu to seriously prepare a gift for him. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he sensed that Gu Qingxiu's spirit seemed a bit weakened. The items given by the reborn supreme must be remarkable. Gu Changge pondered, and without further hesitation, accepted the jade pendant from Gu Qingxiu's hands. Thank you, little sister Qingxiu. By the way, the coming-of-age trial will commence next month. I encourage you to enhance your strength this month. Breaking into the top 100 of the personal leaderboard can yield considerable resources, and I will assist you. Gu Changge subtly reminded her. Assist? Of course. This meant leaving some swift beasts and monsters for Gu Qingxiu to finish off. Gu Qingxiu blinked her beautiful eyes, utterly surprised that Gu Changge was planning to give her a leg up during that time. However, she nodded and quickly departed. As he watched Gu Qingxiu leave, Gu Changge finally inspected the jade pendant in his hand. Only a fool would believe Gu Qingxiu's earlier words. It was evident that she had intentionally gifted it to him, seemingly unwilling to owe him a favor. Yet, little sister Qingxiu, you are bound by my return system. Escaping is simply impossible. From now on, you shall belong to me. Gu Changge. According to Gu Qingxiu's claims, there was no issue. After all, she had never cultivated before and naturally did not recognize the value of this jade pendant. It appeared she had given away her most precious possession, which was reasonable. Gu Changge mused as his consciousness began to delve into the jade pendant. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Gu Changge's mind, quickly coalescing into the words, Void Barrier Qi. Countless profound principles flowed through his consciousness, and at that moment, Gu Changge comprehended what Void Barrier Qi entailed. It was, in fact, a sacred-level defensive technique derived from the Void Sutra. True to its name, the Void Barrier Qi condenses barrier energy in the void, absorbing it to reside within the wielder. When faced with an attack, it can automatically manifest to protect its master and possesses a certain degree of counter-damage effect. This was indeed astonishing. After all, the ability to automatically protect its master is an exceedingly rare quality in any defensive technique, let alone a sacred-level one. Were it not for the knowledge that the Void Sutra only contained 2 imperial-level accompanying techniques and 1 sacred-level accompanying technique, he might have assumed that the Void Barrier Qi was the 4th sacred-level accompanying technique. The Void Sutra documents 3 techniques, all of which are terrifying offensive abilities. Sacred-level offensive technique, Celestial Finger, Imperial-level offensive techniques, Void Grand Seal, Grand Void Art. However, now there would be an addition. Sacred-level defensive technique, Void Barrier Qi. How intriguing. This must be a technique created by Gu Changge before her rebirth. Not only has the return system profited immensely, but Gu Changge herself is also a tremendous treasure. The Void Barrier Qi supplements my defensive shortcomings. If I could find a movement technique next, I would truly become a versatile warrior. Gu Changge felt quite pleased. Having acquired the Void Barrier Qi, Gu Changge returned to his chambers. Just as he was about to contemplate the technique, an idea suddenly struck him. Since this Void Barrier Qi was a gift from Gu Changge and did not belong to the system, if he were to return to her, could that not trigger the return? If it could trigger the return, then the Void Barrier Qi technique would once again experience a surge. No rush, no rush. Today's return quota had already been used up. He would wait until the next day. He had never looked forward to the arrival of the next day so eagerly. Gu Changge remarked, halting his contemplation of the Void Barrier Qi, and instead began to consolidate his spiritual power to enhance his cultivation. Night passed in the blink of an eye. The following day arrived. Gu Changge, armed with a jade pendant inscribed with Void Barrier Qi, sought out Gu Changge. Upon seeing Gu Changge approach, the maid at the entrance was startled awake, instantly transforming from drowsy to alert. "Greetings, divine son." The two maids at the entrance bowed respectfully. "I wish to see Changge." Gu Changge replied calmly with a nod. "Understood, divine son. We will notify Miss Changge immediately." One of the maids nodded and hurried inside the courtyard. The other maid fidgeted restlessly, nervously rubbing her gauzy skirt, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Changge before quickly averting her gaze in shyness. Gu Changge cast a glance, but paid it no mind. He had grown accustomed to such sights, especially from some cousins within the clan. After a few moments, the maid returned. "Divine son, Miss Changge is already waiting for you in the courtyard," she reported respectfully. "Good." Gu Changge nodded and stepped into the small courtyard. As he entered, a joyful voice rang out from behind. "Oh my, that's the divine son. My heavens, so handsome." "Me too." My heart raced at first sight. How happy I would be to become the divine son's woman. Hearing the voices behind him, Gu Changge remained calm, directing his gaze towards Gu Changge, who was sitting in the courtyard. Gu Changge promptly stood to greet him. "Good morning, brother divine son." "Good morning. No need to be so formal. Didn't I say before, just sit." Gu Changge smiled and took a seat on the opposite side of the stone table. Gu Changge nodded and sat down. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Gu Changge and asked, "I wonder why brother divine son came to find me so early?" "This." Gu Changge raised the jade pendant inscribed with Void Barrier Qi as a sign. "This. Is there a problem?" Gu Changge's heart skipped a beat, thinking Gu Changge had come to inquire about the origins of her jade pendant. However, she had prepared her responses the night before. "Little sister Changge, the jade pendant you gave me is exceedingly precious. Do you know it contains records of something? Moreover, the contents are extraordinarily remarkable." "I do not." Gu Changge feigned ignorance, shaking her head. "I previously only noticed that this pendant occasionally glimmers, and feeling it was quite special, I carried it with me." "Fabricating stories again, are we?" Gu Changge nodded in agreement. "Is that so? Then let me enlighten you, little sister Changge. This pendant holds a sacred-level defensive technique capable of automatically protecting its master." Sacred level, and a defensive technique, automatically protecting its master. You must understand how valuable that is. Chapter 14. A thousandfold return of innate void energy. 100-fold return of the great Tao pill upon hearing the words. Gu Changge's face displayed an expression of astonishment. Of course, this was feigned, as she had inscribed it herself. How could she not know? This was merely an act. Gu Changge, observing the shock on Gu Changge's face, could not help but find it amusing. What a character! Could it be that the supreme being of her past life was also a master of theatrics? Yet, it made sense. Despite having been an empress in her past life, she was now just a cultivator at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, her status within the Chang family of longevity granted solely by herself. This very circumstance presented an excellent opportunity for him to cultivate goodwill. While he was not a sycophant, binding the return system to Gu Changge indicated that her character was undoubtedly commendable, at least in terms of gratitude. For instance, the void energy in her possession. He had only given her an extraordinary artifact and some pills, and in return, he he had acquired a divine-level defensive technique, which perhaps outweighed the benefits of the invincible return system by a myriad of times. Here, take this. I've already mastered it, Gu Changge said, disregarding the astonished look on Gu Qingqiu's face as he handed her the void energy. His words caused Gu Qingqiu to spring to her feet in shock. What? Brother Divine Sun Yu, you have mastered this divine technique? She exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. But how could this be? Even a saint would require considerable time to grasp a divine technique, yet you have done so in merely one night. Such talent. Could it be related to your second endowment? Gu Qingqiu murmured, struggling to comprehend. What is it, Sister Qingqiu? Gu Changge inquired with a teasing smile. Realizing her unusual reaction, Gu Qingqiu quickly composed herself and congratulated him. Congratulations, Brother Divine Son, on acquiring such a formidable technique. This is all thanks to you. Take it. You'll be able to cultivate it in the future. Very well. Gu Qingqiu did not decline, for she too had knowledge of void energy, which she could use as a shield in the future. Ding. The host has granted the bound return target, Gu Qingqiu, a divine-level defensive technique, void energy. Would you like to use the return multiplier card? Yes, no. Seeing this, Gu Changge's heart surged with joy. Indeed, it was possible. He immediately declared in his mind, yes, use the 1,000-fold return card. The host has successfully used the 1,000-fold return card. Fixed return multiplier, 1,000-fold. The host's divine-level defensive technique, void energy, has transformed into the emperor-level defensive technique, innate void energy. Accompanied by the system prompt, a vast ocean of chaotic energy manifested in Gu Changge's mind, where a strand of innate void energy sliced through the chaos, akin to the endowment of the great Tao, exploding within his consciousness. Countless profound insights surged forth. Intrigued, Gu Changge opened his information interface. Character, Gu Changge strength. First layer of Fate Wheel, 5, Physique, Heavy Eye. Celestial Bone Cultivation Method. Void Scripture, 5th layer 1. Techniques, Heaven Intercepting Finger, Mina Mastery 30. Void Great Hand Seal, Mina Mastery 30. Great Void Technique, Entry 1. Innate Void Energy, not mastered, bound target, Gu Qingqiu. This information interface, which Gu Changge had discovered while contemplating, clearly displayed his entire status. He felt that even without the return functionality, the insights provided by this panel would enable him to navigate his cultivation journey effortlessly. After all, this was a panel that could showcase his progress. He could see his advancements clearly, for it was not a lack of progress that troubled him, but rather the inability to discern the efficacy of his efforts. The techniques listed, being the first sequence of the Chang family of longevity, were naturally the authentic techniques passed down from the Void Scripture. Should he cultivate these techniques to fruition, he would be capable of traversing the vast territories of the 3,000 domains with ease. The final entry, innate void energy, was the emperor-level protective technique he had just acquired through the 1,000-fold return. Having gained yet another emperor-level protective technique, Gu Changge felt elated. His gaze towards Gu Qingqiu growing increasingly tender. This reincarnated sovereign was truly his treasure. After returning the void energy technique to Gu Qingqiu, Gu Changge took his leave, inviting her to seek him out if she required anything, and then returned to his own courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Gu Changge contemplated the marvel of the innate void energy in his mind, nodding slightly. Indeed, it was an emperor-level defensive technique, distinct from the void energy that condensed directly from the void. It required the essence of the 5 elements heavenly materials to refine a strand of innate void energy before it could be cultivated from the void. This process would continuously enhance its origin, resulting in an extraordinarily formidable defense. Within the same realm, it was likely that even cultivators of the 3rd or 4th layer would find it nearly impossible to break through, and they might even suffer severe backlash. Truly an emperor-level technique. Furthermore, once mastered, he could use the innate void energy to vanquish foes, rivaling any emperor-level offensive technique in lethality. Gu Changge exhaled lightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As for the heavenly materials required for refining the innate void energy, as the son of the Chang family of longevity, He need not toil in search of them. A simple request to his father would suffice to have them delivered. Taking out Gu Changge's communication jade tablet, Gu Changge conveyed his request to Gu Changge before halting. Once he obtained the 5 elements heavenly materials, he hoped to refine a strand of innate void energy before the adult ceremony trial, enhancing his invincible foundation. Although he might not encounter mortal peril, the recent fortune of Gu Changge indicated that changes in the void secret realm were inevitable. Oh, and he had 500-fold return cards. With 1 return per day over 5 days, he should gift some pills, for who knew what marvelous items the 100-fold return might yield. Ideally, he sought pills devoid of toxic side effects that could rapidly enhance his strength. By afternoon, Gu Changge received the 5 elements heavenly materials necessary for refining innate void energy from Gu Changge. They were golden spirit sand, wood spirit sacred fruit, water spirit pearl, fire cloud essence, and earth spirit jade marrow. Each of these treasures was rare and invaluable in the outside world. Now, with but a word from Gu Changge, the Chang family of longevity provided them without question, illustrating the formidable foundation of the longevity family. Golden spirit sand was a mineral imbued with the utmost golden spiritual energy, radiant as gold and incredibly hard, capable of absorbing the golden spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It was an exceptional material for forging top-tier golden artifacts and weapons. Those crafted with golden spirit sand were exceedingly sharp and indestructible. The spirit sacred fruit grew atop a millennia-old ancient tree, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon along with the spiritual energy of the world. Its exterior was jade green, harboring a rich vitality of wood. The water spirit pearl was formed from millennia of frozen ice and the essence of pure seawater. Each of these materials was extraordinary. Chapter 15. Continuous feeding for 100-fold return. Having spoken, Gu Changge began to cultivate the innate Tai Su vital energy in his mind, nurturing the chaotic spiritual light that enveloped the 5 elemental treasures before him. A flash of chaotic radiance flickered and vanished. Gu Changge opened his mouth and swallowed, consuming all 5 elemental treasures in an instant. Instantly, the terrifying forces of the 5 elements surged within his dantian, stirring the vast spiritual sea into rippling waves. However, with a tremor of the 9-pattern fate wheel, these tumultuous and overwhelming elemental energies were forcefully subdued. Under Gu Changge's control, the elemental energies began to circulate according to the method of innate Tai Su vital energy. Initially, their movement was clumsy as they resisted his influence. Yet, under the guidance of Gu Changge's formidable spiritual power, these elemental energies gradually formed a colossal, colorful vortex within his dantian, with a wisp of gas seemingly brewing at its center. Boom! The dantian's immense spiritual sea surged with powerful tides. At that moment, the 9-pattern fate wheel trembled incessantly, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Gu Changge understood that although the phenomena in his dantian appeared perilous, his solid foundation and perfected cultivation could not be easily shaken. Thus, what transpired was merely a manifestation of the innate Tai Su vital energy nearing completion. Concentrate. Accompanied by Gu Changge's inward command, a wisp of hazy gas coalesced from the colorful vortex. Upon inspecting it, Gu Changge exhaled, his eyes gleaming with mild joy. It seemed this was indeed the essence of innate Tai Su vital energy. As he spoke with a mere thought, the essence transformed into a circular barrier that enveloped him securely. With another thought, he reinforced certain areas, and with yet another, he shaped it at will. However, this essence of innate Tai Su vital energy could only be utilized in desperate circumstances. Once depleted, he would need to recondense it. The innate Tai Su vital energy comprises 4 distinct levels: gathering energy, solidifying energy, refining energy into form, and the harmonization of vitality and essence. These correspond to the stages of entry, proficiency, minor achievement, and major achievement. Each phase naturally offers varying degrees of defense. For instance, Gu Changge, at the initial stage of innate Tai Su vital energy, possesses the weakest defense in the gathering energy phase, though this is relative to the overall realm of innate Tai Su vital energy. Nevertheless, in standard combat, the gathering energy phase, combined with Gu Changge's foundational strength, easily withstands attacks from the third or even fourth layer of the Fate Wheel realm. Having entered the initial stage, it automatically offers protection, although not as potent as when actively invoked, yet it serves as a safeguard in critical moments. Upon realizing this, Gu Changge noticed that the midday brightness had transformed into the darkness of night. It appeared that the next day had arrived, and he decided to seek out Gu Changge in the morning. Gu Changge then resumed his meditative state of cultivation. In this world, while innate talent is undeniably important, there is wisdom in the saying that diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Success is unattainable without dedicated effort. Gu Changge certainly did not harbor the notion that, having become the son of God and condensed the 9-pattern fate wheel, he could afford to neglect his training. On the contrary, he would strive even harder. His aspirations extended beyond merely reaching the Emperor realm. He sought everlasting life. The Emperor realm offers but a few decades of existence. Only through eternal life can one gaze down upon the vastness of the mortal realm. After a night of cultivation, his physical strength surged by an astonishing 100,000 pounds, and his spiritual sea was on the verge of reaching 1,100 feet. This left Gu Changge astonished. Based on his current pace of advancement, did that mean he could ascend from the first to the second layer of the fate wheel in a mere 20 days? After all, if he gained 100 feet every 2 days, then 1,000 feet would indeed take 20 days. Moreover, this was achieved through normal cultivation without the aid of elixirs, establishing a solid foundation. His innate talent was truly extraordinary. With such thoughts, Gu Changge made his way to visit Gu Changge. After his departure, Gu Changge gazed at the retreating figure of Gu Changge, her complex expression shifting as she looked at the bottles of elixirs in her hand. So, was this person genuinely intent on treating her well? After all, it was rumored that Gu Changge was proud, selfish, and only concerned with his own cultivation, cold and indifferent to all else. A day or two was manageable, but now on the third day, he still behaved this way? What else did she possess besides the supreme bone? It seemed there was nothing else left. If he desired the supreme bone, why had he refused it previously? Sighing, Gu Changge's youthful face bore a worry that belied her age. She truly could not comprehend Gu Changge's intentions. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, Gu Changge's worries were far from his mind, for he was reveling in his own fortune. Ding! The host has utilized the fixed multiplier 100-fold return card, bestowing a return to the bound target. Gu Changge receives a bottle of nurturing spirit elixir, resulting in a 100-fold return of an upright Dao pill. After bestowing Gu Changge with a plethora of bottles, he received a bottle of the revered upright Dao pill in return. As a member of the esteemed Changxing family, and now the son of God, Gu Changge was well aware of the significance of the upright Dao pill. This supreme elixir could nourish the physical body and enhance innate potential. Moreover, it was said that some who consumed the upright Dao pill awakened unparalleled physiques. Whether true or not, its significance remained. The upright Dao pill could aid Gu Changge in nurturing the celestial bone within him, hastening the formation of his celestial abilities, while also assisting the supreme bone. However, as he could not use it freely at present, Gu Changge certainly would not entrust such a treasure to Gu Changge. While a return might be acceptable, the system forbade using its items for such purposes. Retrieving the reward from the system's space, Gu Changge held a porcelain vial, pouring out a single upright Dao pill. Instantly, an aura of profound Dao essence radiated from the pill, casting a gentle glow and appearing imbued with sentience, as if it were poised to escape at any moment. Upon witnessing the appearance of the upright Dao pill, Gu Changge's eyes sparkled. Is this truly the upright Dao pill? A 100-fold return from the nurturing spirit elixir has yielded an upright Dao pill. I still have 4 more chances. I should be able to procure 4 more, which should suffice to nurture the celestial bone and its corresponding arts, right? With that, Gu Changge focused on the upright Dao pill. Time to test this upright Dao pill. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The moment it entered, he was enveloped by a sweet aroma. Buzz! As soon as the upright Dao pill was consumed, Gu Changge felt a void in his mind, and a wave of clarity surged toward his spiritual palace, while from the dormant celestial bone in his chest, a sudden pull emerged. In the next instant, the refreshing energy dissipated, returning his awareness to the present. He recognized that the celestial bone was absorbing the Dao essence contained within the upright Dao pill. However, a single upright Dao pill was insufficient to alter the celestial bone, nor did he sense any transformation in it. The supreme bone likely wouldn't change with just one upright Dao pill, let alone the celestial bone. Continuing to consume, Gu Changge's gaze sharpened as he resolved to keep ingesting the upright Dao pill to nurture the celestial bone. Chapter 16. In January. Entering the second layer of the fate wheel. The sternum nurturing the immortal king for the next 4 consecutive days, amid Gu Changge's tangled thoughts and complex emotions. Gu Changge would visit her punctually each day, providing not only elixirs, divine weapons, and spirit stones, but also sending a maid with exquisite pastries. Although Gu Changge could have made such requests herself, she refrained from doing so, as she was aware of her current position within the Gu Changge's household. She did not harbor the illusion that her abilities alone had earned her this status. Thus, aside from her daily needs and diligent cultivation, she had never sought anything from the Qinglian Gu family. Nevertheless, in a mere 3 days, she had ascended from the 9th layer of the opening veins to the 1st layer of the spirit-nurturing realm, nurturing spiritual light within her. Once this light was sufficiently abundant, she could draw in the essence of spiritual energy and break through to the liquid transformation stage. At this moment, Gu Changge was no longer at the first sequence mansion. The reason for the absence of the Divine Sun's mansion was that the Qinglian Gu family was in the process of constructing it, expected to be completed after the upcoming adulthood trial, which was merely a month away. The Divine Sun mansion of the Qinglian clan was naturally extraordinary, requiring an immense expenditure of rare materials, divine gold, and spirit wood, along with various exotic treasures and the shaping of spiritual veins. In short, it was quite a complex affair. However, this also signified a position of great prestige. Gu Changge now sat cross-legged in a secret chamber within the Gu Changge family's main residence. This chamber served as a cultivation space for Gu Changge, with a high-grade underground spiritual vein. The spiritual energy was continuously captured and concentrated by the chamber's gathering array, quickly forming a dense mist. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changge relished the refreshing sensation brought by the rich spiritual power around him, subsequently inquiring about his thoughts to the system. System, if the daily return count is not utilized, can it be accumulated? Ding. If the host does not use the return count on the same day, it will undergo a multiplicative amplification. The longer the binding target does not return, the higher the probability of triggering a high multiplicative return on the next occasion. Is that so? Gu Changge nodded. Although the return counts could not be accumulated, the rule of higher probabilities for greater returns the longer they were left unutilized was indeed advantageous. This inquiry was also for future arrangements, as it was impractical to carry the returns with him every day. It would be a waste if unutilized, and since accumulation was not an option, this sedimentation rule was most suitable. Rest assured, from now on, I shall devote myself entirely to cultivation. In a month, I shall undoubtedly advance to the 2nd layer of the fate wheel, and with the 4 bottles of great Dao elixirs, I hope to cultivate a trace of my immortal bone's power. Taking another deep breath, Gu Changge began to consume the elixirs for his cultivation. On one particular day, after consuming a bottle of great Dao elixir, he felt his spirit reach its limit and commenced practicing the Void Sutra. The radiance of his immortal bone brightened by a fraction, and his Dantian spiritual sea expanded by 50 zhang. On the 2nd day, the radiance of his immortal bone brightened by 3 fractions, and his Dantian's spiritual sea expanded by 60 zhang. On the 3rd day, on the 4th day, a terrifying immortal light surged within the secret chamber. Gu Changge's chest manifested a fearsome figure seated in meditation, surrounded by ethereal images of immortals in reverence. As the great Dao submitted and the sounds of the Dao echoed endlessly. Days passed, and before long, over 20 days had elapsed. At last, the day of the adulthood ceremony was approaching. Inside the secret chamber of the Gu Changge family residence, Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes. A vast, an ethereal radiance flashing momentarily from his dark pupils, before returning to tranquility. At this moment, his aura had increased more than tenfold compared to a month prior. A smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he sensed the rippling spiritual sea within him. Feeling elated, I have reached the second layer of the fate wheel, and my spiritual sea has expanded to 2,200 zhang, thoroughly consolidating my cultivation. Not only that, as he spoke, a misty, immortal light subtly emanated through the precious fabric of his robes, as if a figure was seated within the depths of that radiance. A faint yet chilling aura flickering above the figure. This was a manifestation of the changes that had occurred in his immortal bone after consuming the 4 bottles of great Dao elixirs. Initially, the immortal bone merely contained brewing immortal light, devoid of any form. However, as Gu Changge continuously consumed the elixirs, a silhouette gradually took shape within the immortal light. Upon consuming all 4 bottles, that figure fully materialized, and he discovered the nature of the immortal technique associated with his immortal bone. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Upon activation, it could summon the ethereal form of the immortal king to bestow its power, with every action infused with supreme might. However, since only a trace of the immortal bone's accompanying techniques was activated, the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens would likely only amplify his combat capabilities by 4 to 5 minor levels. Yet, as his realm increased, it would enable him to engage opponents beyond his tier. Overall, it was a versatile enhancement technique. Gu Changge's gaze gleamed with fervor. He was exceedingly pleased with the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens technique, as it indicated a significant augmentation of his combat prowess. If combined with the dual pupil slaughter, he could undoubtedly confront opponents beyond his level. When Gu Changge spoke of beyond level, he did not refer to ordinary practitioners but to prodigies of the same tier, sons of sacred lineages and other esteemed figures. Weaker opponents would be easily vanquished. Rising from a seated position, Gu Changge straightened his robes, exhaling a breath of stale air, his eyes shining with extraordinary brilliance. A month has passed. It is time to seek Gu Changge for the returns. I wonder how many multiples of returns I can trigger after this prolonged wait. Perhaps I should offer her the spirit-nurturing elixirs. But wait, the spirit-nurturing elixirs may not suffice. After a month, she might have already broken through to the liquid transformation stage. Gu Changge was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the reborn Supreme Empress. A day to reach the 9th layer of opening veins, 3 days to enter the spirit-nurturing realm, and a month to achieve the liquid transformation stage. It was hardly surprising for a reborn female sovereign, was it? Yet, if such feats were attributed to anyone else, they would likely be regarded as an unparalleled prodigy, even more extraordinary than Gu Changge himself. Just as he exited the secret chamber, a figure of mature elegance appeared before him, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor. Gu Changge observed Gu Changge's emergence, his eyes narrowing slightly, a broader smile forming on his face. The second layer of the fate wheel, advancing from the first in just a month. Impressive. Moreover, it seems your immortal bone's nurturing progress is remarkable. At this moment, Gu Changge's skin radiated a jade-like luster, exuding a faint immortal glow, akin to the child of the great Tao. This appearance was indicative of his immortal bone's initial awakening. With his innate dual pupils and the extraordinary enhancement from his immortal bone, he now possessed an otherworldly presence. Even Gu Changge had to concede that his son could afford to rely solely on his looks, without the need for cultivation, to lead a worry-free life. Nevertheless, in this world, strength remained paramount. Indeed, with the dual pupils and the immortal bone, it would be strange if his progress were slow. Gu Changge smiled and said, "Father, I shall first return to the sequence mansion to see how Qinglian is faring. I wonder how she has been over this past month." "Very well. But remember to attend the adulthood trial tomorrow." "Understood." With a wave of his hand, Gu Changge made his way toward his sequence mansion. Chapter 17. The 9-pin True Dragon Blood Pill. A colossal force of 10 million gene. In the secluded courtyard of his sequence mansion, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat cross-legged on her bed, exuding an aura that commanded reverence from all beings. This presence was akin to that of a supreme being, causing myriad races to prostrate in worship. Gu Changge slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within. A month has passed, and I have reached the 6th layer of the liquid transformation stage. Not too shabby. Tomorrow marks the adult ceremony trial in the Void Secret Realm. With my current cultivation, I can barely partake in the opportunities of the Dragon Elephant technique. After speaking, Gu Changge's gaze drifted toward the family estate. I wonder if Gu Changge has broken through to the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel. However, the difference between the 1st and 2nd layers is negligible. He has already formed a temporary disconnection in his Fate Wheel. In my previous life, Gu Changge seemed to have broken through to the Fate Wheel shortly after the adult ceremony trial. The changes were monumental. Not only that, but Gu Changge had also awakened a 2nd innate talent, one that was related to the celestial realm. As Gu Changge pondered, she suddenly sensed something. Her liquid transformation aura gradually concealing itself, replaced by the presence of the 5th layer of the nurturing spirit realm. A month prior, Gu Changge had progressed from the opening of her meridians to the nurturing spirit stage, and now, revealing the strength of the 5th layer was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, her true power lay in the 6th layer of the liquid transformation stage. Being reborn as a supreme being was no trifling matter. After completing her reflections, Gu Changge rose and exited her chamber. In the center of the courtyard stood a youthful boy whose features had begun to reveal an ethereal grace. Upon seeing Gu Changge emerge, a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Gu Changge observed Gu Changge, noticing how much she had matured in just a month. Her aura now exuding an even more noble and transcendent quality. Such a transformation in merely a month? Gu Changge felt that Gu Changge had already become extraordinary and, with a flicker of thought, opened her profile. Nickname, Gu Changge. Identity, daughter of the Chongshen Gu Clan S branch, reborn supreme. Strength, liquid transformation stage, 6th layer. Constitution, supreme bone. Cultivation method, void scripture. Divine powers, void great hand seal, void chi, great void technique, void cutting, void solidification, recent fortunes. As Gu Changge scanned through Gu Changge's profile, he was taken aback upon seeing her strength. What? In just a month, she has advanced from the 1st layer of the nurturing spirit realm to the 6th layer of the liquid transformation stage? A major realm and 6 minor realms? Is this the astonishing reversal of a reborn supreme? His heart trembled, yet his expression remained composed as he looked at Gu Changge, smiling, Sister Changge. You become even more beautiful in just a month. Brother Shensi. Gu Changge shook her head. You are the one who has become even more ethereal, resembling a celestial being, and your aura has grown increasingly profound. In truth, she was equally astonished. Not only had she made progress, but Gu Changge's advancements were also unfathomable. Not only had he broken through to the 2nd layer of the Fate Wheel, but she could also sense a faint aura of celestial awakening emanating from him. The ethereal light surrounding him being a sign of his awakened celestial bone. As Gu Changge spoke, her gaze sharpened, as if perceiving a phantom seated in Gu Changge's chest, suppressing all things in the world. Suddenly, this phantom opened its eyes, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that crashed into Gu Changge's consciousness. Despite possessing an imperial-level soul, she staggered back several steps, pale-faced. Gu Changge was shaken to her core. Is everything all right? Gu Changge inquired as he approached her, supporting her gently. I'm fine. Gu Changge suppressed her astonishment, shaking her head, her complexion still pale. That's good. However, with the adult ceremony trial approaching tomorrow, I plan to take you in early to familiarize yourself. You are not in optimal condition. Please take this. Gu Changge nodded, producing a bottle of 7th grade elixir, the Spirit Recovery Pill. This pill could restore the soul, replenish spiritual energy, and effectively heal physical injuries. Seeing Gu Changge casually offer her a 7th grade elixir, Gu Changge repeatedly declined. No need, I just feel a bit uncomfortable. I'll be fine after some rest. Elixirs above the 7th grade were rare, even for the Chongshen Gu Clan Sun, with a monthly allocation of only a few bottles, 2 7th grade, 1 8th grade, and 1 9th grade. Accept it, Gu Changge insisted, not allowing her to refuse as he pressed the elixir into her hands. If you don't accept, how will you trigger the return? As the elixir was placed in Gu Changge's hands, the anticipated return sound resonated. A month had passed without a return. Who knows how many times it would multiply this time, and what rewards it would yield. Ding! The host has gifted the bound return target, Gu Changge, a 7th grade spirit recovery pill, triggering a 600-fold return, obtaining a 9th grade True Dragon Blood Pill. 600-fold return. 1 9th grade True Dragon Blood Pill. The True Dragon Blood Pill, said to be crafted from the blood of a true dragon, could significantly enhance physical strength by 1,000,000 gene per pill. And a bottle contained 10 pills, equating to 10,000,000 gene of strength. Gu Changge gasped, astonished by the immense surprise he had received after just a month. It seemed that he need not trigger returns daily. Allowing some time to settle could also yield tremendous surprises. After a month of cultivation, his physical body, nourished by the celestial bone, had already reached 5,000,000 gene of strength. If he were to refine this true dragon blood pill, he would possess a staggering 15,000,000 gene of colossal power. Such strength could likely obliterate even those of the same realm at the Fate Wheel stage. He longed to return immediately to refine the true dragon blood pill. However, Gu Changge restrained himself, maintaining composure while ensuring Gu Changge took the spirit recovery pill before swiftly returning to his own courtyard, activating a barrier formation. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red elixir emerged, glowing with a faint crimson light even through its container. He poured one into his palm. This pill, resembling a round piece of red agate, seemed to contain a small blood dragon swimming within, utterly enchanting. The mere sight of it evoked a profound sense of desire within Gu Changge. Without hesitation, he swallowed a whole roar. As the pill entered his belly, a dragon's roar erupted, and his vital energy surged like a torrent, beginning to fortify his physical form. Chapter 18. The second layer of the Wheel of Fate. Who can withstand the immense strength of 15 million pounds? The night passed in silence. All 10 true dragon blood pills were completely refined by Gu Changge. At this moment, his vitality surged, and even a slight movement would cause thunderous roars, as if a storm was brewing within him. With a casual wave of his hand, the air itself trembled and distorted, as if it were on the verge of shattering. The overwhelming power gave Gu Changge the sensation that he could effortlessly pierce through the void and shatter the celestial dome. However, he understood that this was merely an illusion of power surging within him. In reality, he could not achieve such exaggerated feats. Nevertheless, with 15 million pounds of strength, he could indeed shatter mountains and fracture the earth. The rite of passage. In the second layer of the Wheel of Fate. With a physical strength of 1,500 pounds, who could possibly rival him? Gu Changge stood proudly, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, a communication jade pendant from Gu Changge flew out from his storage ring, indicating that it was time to gather at the Void Secret Realm. Upon seeing this, Gu Changge retrieved the pendant and promptly exited the courtyard, making his way to Gu Changge's residence. He was fully prepared. Upon arrival, Gu Changge smiled and said, "Let's proceed." "Indeed," Gu Changge replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling like autumn waters. Dressed in a blue inner garment and a flowing white skirt, her exquisite beauty, combined with an air of supreme authority, rendered her impossible to ignore. However, when standing beside Gu Changge, her radiance seemed somewhat diminished. His ethereal presence was akin to a beacon in the darkness, drawing all attention to him. Before the entrance of the Void Secret Realm lay an expansive square, bustling with the younger generation of the Gu family. The Void Secret Realm opened once every 3 years, harboring a myriad of rare and extraordinary beasts exiled by the Gu family. While these treasures were of little use to the elders, they were invaluable to the youth. Even though the rite of passage occurred every 3 years, the essence of the Void Secret Realm only grew richer over time, continuously passing down its legacy. It was not uncommon for even treasures coveted by those of the kingly realm to emerge from within. The time for the 3-year adult trial had finally arrived. This time, the rules had changed, introducing 2 ranking systems, one based on individual points and the other on team rankings. Ah, how I hope to be placed in a team with the Divine Sun. Speaking of which, Gu Changge has truly defied expectations, having recently become the first in the sequence. He has awakened a second innate talent, prompting the appearance of the ancestors to designate him as the Divine Sun. Numerous young members of the Qinglian Gu family engaged in spirited discussions, their focus naturally gravitating towards Gu Changge, who had stirred up quite a commotion a month prior. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The second sequence. Gu Yuan has arrived." Gu Yuan had already reached the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm a month ago. It remained uncertain whether he had ascended to the Wheel of Fate. Possessing 108 pieces of royal bone, Gu Yuan was a born ruler, exuding an aura of dominance that could easily dampen the spirits of others. He had previously been a formidable rival to the Divine Sun, and it was unclear what sparks would fly between them in this trial. Before more could be said, another voice cried out in astonishment. The third sequence, young Master Frostblade, has also arrived. Young Master Frostblade was a natural sword body, a type of sacred physique, and had already displayed his extraordinary sword intent during previous sequence confrontations. Had it not been for the mysterious powers of Gu Changge's dual pupils and Frostblade's current strength being only at the 7th layer of the Rainbow Bridge, it was likely that the first sequence would not have belonged to Gu Changge. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the 4th, 5th, and other sequences made their appearances one after another. As they gathered in the center of the square, the members of the Qinglian Gu family began to line up behind their preferred sequences. Additionally, a significant number remained watchful, their gazes fervently directed towards the entrance of the void secret realm, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a figure whose ethereal grace and unparalleled nobility commanded attention. At last, in the next moment, the entrance of the void secret realm shimmered with swirling clouds, and two silhouettes instantly captivated the attention of all present. The first to step into the square was a youthful boy, his features remarkably youthful and delicate. He was strikingly handsome, with an air of nobility that was ineffable, as if he were a child of the celestial beings, drawing the essence of the world with each movement. Beside him walked a girl of extraordinary beauty, already showing signs of captivating charm at such a young age. This was none other than Gu Changge and Gu Changge. When those present beheld Gu Changge, they were momentarily taken aback. "Is that the Divine Sun?" A gasp echoed through the crowd. What a transformation in just a month! Such demeanor, such radiance, is truly awe-inspiring. The young members of the Qinglian Gu family were utterly shocked. In just 1 month, he must have undergone an incredible transformation. Could it be due to awakening a second divine ability? Without a doubt, Gu Changge's entrance had already informed the assembled sequences that, after a month's absence, this once first in the sequence, now designated Divine Sun by the ancestors, had undergone a monumental change in strength. Gu Frostblade's gaze was fixed on Gu Changge, while the sword at his back emitted an echoing hum, a chilling sword intent enveloping the square and sending shivers down the spines of those present. Gu Yuan exuded a domineering aura, reminiscent of a king surveying his realm, compelling those around him to feel an instinctive urge to kneel in submission. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan and Gu Frostblade with keen interest. In the past, before awakening his celestial bones, innate wisdom, and sovereign abilities, they might have posed some challenge. But now, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Gu Changge too garnered attention. Many marveled at her celestial beauty, while others recognized her as possessing the supreme bone, a talent that could rival that of the dual pupils. Standing beside Gu Changge, it was clear their paths had converged. This elicited admiration and envy from many members of the Qinglian Gu family. Dual pupils coupled with supreme bones, this lineage remained paramount. After Gu Changge entered the square, Gu Qing and 6 other highly esteemed clan elders appeared, standing majestically above the gathering. Gu Qing surveyed the young members of the Qinglian Gu family, pausing briefly on Gu Changge before proclaiming, "The 3-year adult trial has once again commenced. I trust you are all aware of the rule changes. Now, with your tokens in hand, you shall align yourselves in 10 groups according to the guiding light. Subsequently, the Divine Sun and the sequences will draw for team numbers." Chapter 19. Treat others gently. Respect the elderly and cherish the young. Gu Changge was bewildered. Gu Changge waved her sleeve and said, "Let us begin." In the next moment, thousands of tokens began to radiate brilliance in the void secret realm square, as the younger members of the Gu family followed the luminous guidance to their designated areas. Gu Changge, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and other prominent descendants did not need to move. They remained standing still. Gu Qingxiu also did not take action. This time, she merely accompanied Gu Changge to observe the proceedings, her actions not contributing to the team's score, nor did she receive a token. The 6 venerable clan elders beside Gu Changge fixed their gazes on Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. One elder remarked, "Patriarch, is it appropriate for Gu Qingxiu, who possesses the supreme bone, to follow the sun directly into the void secret realm? Indeed, while the void secret realm may not be home to exceedingly powerful beasts or monsters, should an accident occur, we could lose a peerless prodigy with the supreme bone." Another elder added. Gu Changge listened calmly, looking down at Gu Qingxiu standing next to Gu Changge, and replied, "No need for concern. Changge has his own plans. Besides, we are here to observe. What misfortune could befall us? Has the void secret realm experienced turmoil recently? It is better to be safe than sorry," a third elder sighed. "That will not happen. Furthermore, since Qingxiu came with Changge, he must have consulted her, and she has agreed." "Very well," Gu Changge said, and the elders ceased their objections. As for the notion of her age being insufficient to enter, that merely indicated she had not yet reached the level to trample upon rules. Even though the Gu family of longevity is exalted, looking down upon the world, there are still distinctions of nobility within, where in this vast world is there not. Soon, the teams were divided, totaling 10, effectively precluding any attempts by individuals to follow behind the powerful sequences. "Changge, draw your token," Gu Changge instructed. A cluster of spiritual light descended before Gu Changge and the others. Without hesitation, Gu Changge reached out to grasp the luminous orb. In the next moment, the spiritual light transformed into a white jade token, engraved with a prominent number 10. Indicating that Gu Changge would lead the 10th team into the void secret realm for the coming-of-age trial. As Gu Changge drew his token, all members of the Gu family in the 10 teams held their breath, eagerly awaiting the result. Upon seeing Gu Changge in command of the 10th team, the younger members of the Gu family erupted in cheers and laughter. In contrast, those who were not chosen felt a profound sense of disappointment. However, they quickly rallied their spirits. Feeling dejected was futile. Since they could not gain the sun's favor, the 2nd and 3rd ranked members, Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian, were also formidable. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian completed their token draws. By some stroke of coincidence, they drew tokens that corresponded to their ranks, becoming the 2nd and 3rd teams, which ignited fervent excitement among their fellow clan members. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Changge surveyed the 9 prominent figures and the sun standing before the 10 teams, nodding in satisfaction. "Well, you are now free to enter the void secret realm. The tokens possess life-saving properties. Should danger arise, you will be transported out of the realm, and your scores will be locked in for individual rankings after the conclusion of the trial. Now, please proceed." The teams entered the void secret realm in succession. Gu Changge and the other 6 venerable elders also conjured a spiritual mirror to observe the internal conditions of the void secret realm. As Gu Changge led the 10th team into the void secret realm, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped them as soon as they stepped in, invigorating their spirits. The younger members of the Gu family in the 10th team displayed expressions of enjoyment. Their gazes fell upon Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, although Gu Changge was their leader. The vast disparity in status rendered them hesitant to approach him casually. Gu Qingxiu, standing beside Gu Changge, sensed the unease of the younger members of the Gu family behind them. Given Gu Changge's historically selfish nature, she suspected he might abandon the team to vie for individual glory. Now, she wondered how he would act. The pretense of these past few days would soon be unveiled. Gu Qingxiu mused, feeling a slight discomfort at the thought of Gu Changge's previous actions being mere facades. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Soon, she would acquire the dragon-elephant technique and offer it to him, thereby clearing their entanglements, allowing her to proceed to the origin of the Gu family of longevity to obtain that coveted item. Once she secured it, Her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds, better positioning her to seize future opportunities. As Gu Changge contemplated this, Gu Changge's gentle voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Everyone, while I hold the identity of the sun, I am still one of the descendants of the Gu family. There is no need for such formality. Gu Changge spoke first, his soothing tone akin to a refreshing breeze, alleviating the unease that many felt within. Among the 10th team, numerous young women of the Gu family, upon hearing Gu Changge's voice and witnessing his demeanor, looked at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration and joy. "Your Grace, the sun," one bold young woman ventured. "May I inquire about your plans moving forward and how we should proceed?" Others nodded in agreement, their eyes eagerly fixed upon Gu Changge. Although he had previously held the heavy burden of the double pupil, rising to become the first-ranked and the sun, illuminating the path for many. There were those among the Gu family who understood that the newly appointed sun seemed indifferent, unconcerned with anything but his own invincible journey. Yet now, he appeared entirely different. Gu Changge turned his gaze toward the young woman who had spoken, smiling as he nodded. "This is our first time entering the Void Secret Realm. The strongest beasts and monsters here are at the Transcendence Realm. They pose no threat to me. Therefore, I invite you all to hunt the beasts alongside me. I will handle the Transcendence Realm beasts, while you may take on the others." Upon hearing his words, the members of the 10th team displayed expressions of joy and fervor. This was one of the advantages of being under the protection of the sun. There was no risk of elimination. The Life Wheel and Transcendence Realm adversaries were as insignificant as common fowl before their sun, posing no threat whatsoever. They simply needed to focus on scoring points. Moreover, they might even receive guidance from him. Some young women of the Gu family frequently cast shy glances at Gu Changge's exceptionally handsome and transcendent face, their cheeks flushed, likely indulging in various fanciful thoughts. Chapter 20. Is cooperation necessary to slay the beasts of the Fate Wheel realm? Gu Changge gazed in a daze at Gu Changge, blinking in disbelief. Is this real? Who is this gentle, jade-like youth caring for his kin? You cannot be Gu Changge, can you? Have you been impersonated? A torrent of emotions surged within Gu Changge, leading her to doubt the trajectory of her rebirth in this world, which seemed unlikely to unfold as it did in her previous life. Gu Changge had changed too much, which naturally aroused her suspicions. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, she understood the necessity of further verification. With her clear and bright eyes, Gu Changge pondered whether it was solely Gu Changge who had changed. The conclusion would reveal itself once the adult ceremony trial concluded, as there would be an extraordinary opportunity, the dragon-elephant skill, within the trial. Let's proceed. Gu Changge contemplated before adding, however, we must not wander aimlessly. Have the elders of our clan provided you with any treasure locations before entering the Void Secret Realm? Given that the Void Secret Realm had been open for some time, every adult clan member entering would certainly possess some rare treasures that were temporarily inaccessible. Thus, many elders would gather this information to share with their offspring upon entering, allowing them to not only compete against the ferocious beasts, but also to encounter fortuitous events. As his words fell, many in the 10th team exchanged glances, clearly indicating that some did possess such treasures. However, how could they easily divulge their treasure locations? Moreover, if shared, how would they explain it if others claimed them? Yet the next moment, Gu Changge's words sent a shock through the hearts of the Gu clan members who held treasure locations, their gazes fixed on him in disbelief. With a gentle smile, Gu Changge remarked, "I know you surely possess such information. I can assist you in seizing opportunities without any cost. The primary goal of the adult ceremony trial is to cultivate cooperation among kin. Furthermore, where there is a treasure, there will undoubtedly be formidable beasts, which will allow us to earn points more effectively." This was Gu Changge's true intention. As a divine offspring, his words naturally bore credibility. A rather mature-looking youth, wielding a long sword, stepped forward. "Divine offspring, I have information about a treasure location discovered by my elder cousin. It is guarded by a Fate Wheel Realm beast and holds a 6th-tier precious herb." Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's eyes lit up. "Oh, a Fate Wheel Realm beast yields 100 points. If you provide the location and it proves correct, that opportunity shall be yours." I shall handle the Fate Wheel Realm Beast. As the divine offspring of the Qinglian Gu clan, I cannot tarnish my name. I shall undoubtedly claim the top position in the adult ceremony trial. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Gu Jing's heart soared with joy as he quickly replied, "My cousin marked the location. As long as we produce the marking token, it will guide us. I just checked and it's nearby." "Very well. Let us set forth," Gu Changge nodded, directing Gu Jing to lead the way. Meanwhile, in the Void Secret Realm Plaza, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders observed the developments within the secret realm. Upon witnessing Gu Changge's care for his kin and his intent to help them seize their opportunities, they all nodded in smiles. Changge has already begun to exhibit the demeanor of a divine offspring. He shall undoubtedly become the leader of our young generation in the Qinglian Gu clan, one elder remarked, stroking his white beard with a gentle smile. This action serves a dual purpose. Not only does it assist our kin in grasping opportunities, but it also allows him to slay high-level beasts and amass substantial points. To have such foresight at merely 16 years of age is truly commendable, another elder added. Hearing the elder's praises for Gu Changge, Gu Qing felt immense joy swelling within her, a smile gracing her lips. However, she tempered her elation, realizing that the true outcome would only be revealed after the adult ceremony trial. It was prudent not to draw conclusions too early. The 6 elders exchanged knowing glances, chuckling softly, while Gu Qing delighted in their obliviousness to her inner thoughts. Gu Changge led Gu Qingxiu and the other Gu clan youths of the 10th team towards the treasure location guarded by the Fate Wheel Realm Beast protecting the 6th-tier precious herb. Meanwhile, several dozen miles to the right of Gu Changge, a group was progressing in the same direction. Gu Yuan from the 2nd sequence was conversing with a companion. "Are you certain there is a 6th-tier precious herb and a Fate Wheel Realm Beast there?" "Indeed, Gu Yuan." The individual nodded. "This opportunity was provided by my elder sister from the previous generation." "Very well. Once we slay that Fate Wheel Realm Beast and acquire the 6th-tier precious herb, there will be substantial rewards upon our return." "Thank you, Gu Yuan." The Gu clan youth's expression brightened. As for the aspiration to claim the 6th-tier precious herb and the points from the Fate Wheel Realm Beast, he had never even considered it. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, others had also conceived this strategy and were coincidentally seeking the same opportunity. However, due to Gu Changge's proximity to this chance, he arrived there swiftly. The location was a dense forest. Through the gaps in the trees, a massive nest could be seen nestled in the heart of the woods. "This is where the divine offspring will be," Gu Jing remarked reverently, gazing at the nest. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge turned his attention to the nest. Inside, a terrifying great bird radiating an intense heat lay nestled, its size spanning 100 feet, resting with its belly rising and falling. The fire eagle phoenix indeed belongs to the Fate Wheel realm, and it is at the 2nd tier of the Fate Wheel, Gu Changge confirmed, nodding in acknowledgement of the information. Aside from Gu Qingxiu, the other members of the 10th team felt a tightening in their hearts at the mention of the Fate Wheel realm. It was a foe beyond their capability to confront. However, they were fortunate to have the divine offspring among them. They all turned their hopeful gazes towards Gu Changge, realizing that he alone possessed the ability to contend with the 2nd-tier Fate Wheel Realm Beast. Gu Jing inquired, "Divine offspring, how shall we cooperate with you in this endeavor?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, looking at Gu Jing curiously. "Cooperate? For what purpose?" Gu Jing stammered, embarrassed. "Surely it is to assist you in slaying this beast. A mere 2nd-tier Fate Wheel Realm Beast does not require your cooperation." Gu Changge chuckled, stepping forward under the astonished gazes of Gu Jing and the 10th team members. "Slaying this beast is but a matter of raising my hand." Gu Changge spoke nonchalantly, then lifted his hand, pressing down. A terrifying spatial fluctuation formed concentric waves that coalesced above the head of the Fate Wheel Realm's 2nd-tier Fire Eagle Phoenix. With a hum, the void rippled, and in an instant, a semi-transparent, 300-foot giant hand descended to suppress it. As the attack was unleashed, the once-resting Fire Eagle Phoenix was startled awake, raising its head in terror, screeching at the sight of the enormous hand descending upon it. Chirp! The Fire Eagle Phoenix let out a piercing cry. Chapter 21. The Hand That Slays the Beast of the Fate Wheel. Astonishing the crowd. With a thunderous roar, the vast handprint of the void descended, enveloped in a tempestuous fury. The Firehawk Phoenix, having just raised its hand, was immediately met with the overwhelming force of the 300 Zhang handprint. The earth trembled, and clouds of dust erupted, sending forth a wave of terror rippling through the air. The Firehawk Phoenix was instantly subdued beneath the handprint, and in the next moment, it was grasped, blood splattering as feathers rained down. The shockwave generated by the descending handprint swept through the venue, tousling the hair of Gu Jing and the other descendants of the Gu family. Yet they stood entranced, eyes fixed on the direction of the tightening grip. For the second-layer beast of the fate wheel, they witnessed their divine scion, Gu Changge, crush it into a pulp with a mere gesture. Is this the true power of the divine scion? Among their generation, how many possess the strength to slay a second-layer fate wheel beast with such ease? Surely, Gu Changge stands alone at this pinnacle of might. Gu Jing and the other members of the long-lived Gu family felt a shiver run down their spines. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge vanquished the second-layer beast, the ranking plates of the Gu family members, who had not yet accrued points or had only gained a few, suddenly illuminated. Gu Changge's name surged to the top. Simultaneously, the 10th squad he led leaped from 10th to 1st place. Witnessing this spectacle, all the participants of the initiation ceremony were left in shock. Was it truly the divine scion who acted? My goodness! A direct increase of 100 points. Did he really just slay a fateful beast? Truly, the divine scion is formidable. In the 3rd squad, Gu Shuangjian, having slain a 6-layer bridge realm beast with a single strike, glanced at the ranking plate displaying Gu Changge at the pinnacle. His expression indifferent. Did he slay a fateful beast? I shall seek out a fateful beast to slay as well. Having uttered this, Gu Shuangjian turned to his team. Initially intent on departing, he hesitated, sighing internally. He yearned for solitude, yet reality dictated otherwise. Should he leave, the 3rd trial team would disband, and how would the clan perceive him then? Nonetheless, Gu Shuangjian was puzzled. Given Gu Changge's temperament, he would likely share similar thoughts. Yet team points are only calculated when the plates are nearby. This indicated that Gu Changge's 100 points meant the other Gu family members were present. Unable to fathom this, he chose to disregard it, hastening his team to hunt the beasts. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, their thoughts diverging. Meanwhile, in the 2nd squad, Gu Yuan had heard the resounding clash from the direction of Gu Changge's battle against the fate wheel beast. He also noticed the ranking plate where Gu Changge and the 10th squad had ascended to 1st place. Was it Gu Changge who struck? I must catch up. Gu Yuan urged the 2nd trial team behind him. As Gu Changge dispatched the 2nd-layer Firehawk Phoenix beast, he remained emotionally unperturbed. His cultivation was indeed at the 2nd layer of the fate wheel, and as a practitioner of the 9-pattern fate wheel, coupled with the emperor-level legacy of the Void Sutra, his prowess was extraordinary. In terms of mere cultivation, he could easily suppress a beast of the ordinary fate wheel realm at the 5th layer, and with his physical strength, he could likely contend with those at the 8th or 9th layers. Should he employ the powers of his heavy pupils and the celestial techniques from his celestial bones, he would be invincible among his peers, even against those of equal standing. This was the unrivaled foundation bestowed upon Gu Changge by his heavy pupils and celestial bones. To pose a challenge to him, one would need to be a pure-blood beast from the 6th or 7th layer of the fate wheel. Beasts vary in type. Ordinary beasts and pure-blood beasts are among humanity's greatest foes in the 3,000 realms. But that is a tale for another time. Having concluded his task, Gu Changge regarded the now pulverized Firehawk Phoenix and turned to Gu Jing. I have dealt with this fateful beast. You may now pursue your fortune. Gu Jing, momentarily dazed, responded, Oh, thank you, Divine Scion. His expression still bore traces of astonishment as he made his way toward the nest of the Firehawk Phoenix. Shortly thereafter, Gu Jing approached Gu Changge, joy radiating from him as he clutched a vibrant red herb that resembled the tail feathers of the Firehawk Phoenix. The Firehawk treasure herb. This deep red hue is likely nearing the quintessence of a 5th-tier treasure. The other long-lived Gu family members looked on with envy at Gu Jing. A 6th-tier treasure. Such treasures are rare, often only seen by those of the ranking and divine scion. Ordinary disciples like them might scarcely encounter one in their lifetimes. Naturally, treasures are categorized by tiers. akin to medicinal pills, ranging from 1 to 9, above which lie the divine immortals. Gu Jing, sensing the envious gazes of his peers, hesitated for a moment before resolutely presenting the Fire Hawk treasure herb to Gu Changge. Divine Scion, had you not intervened, I would never have obtained this 6th-tier treasure. It rightfully belongs to you. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Gu Changge. Gu Changge waved his hand. Keep it. This is your opportunity, as previously agreed. With a gentle smile, Gu Changge reassured him. Ultimately, upon confirming that Gu Changge had no intention of accepting the treasure, Gu Jing relaxed and joyfully accepted it, his face alight with ecstasy. Seeing Gu Changge's demeanor, some disciples holding opportunities could no longer contain themselves. Divine Scion, I know of a fate wheel opportunity. I have one here as well. Divine Scion, I possess a miraculous chance guarded by a divine realm beast. A dozen or so individuals stepped forward from their ranks, closing in on Gu Changge with fervent admiration. However, among them, Gu Changge discerned the mention of a divine realm opportunity. Raising his hand, Gu Changge commanded silence. The eager disciples of the Gu family fell quiet, gazing with longing at his ethereal countenance. Just as Gu Changge intended to engage the disciple who spoke of the divine realm opportunity, his words faltered, his gaze shifting toward the back of the group. Gu Qingxiu, sensing something amiss, was the second to follow Gu Changge's line of sight. In the next moment, a figure radiating an overwhelming aura, akin to a king among men, approached. Leading the 3rd trial team, Gu Yuan. The Gu Yuan ranking. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan, his expression serene. Whereas Gu Changge remained composed, the others were anything but. The Gu Yuan ranking. My heavens, Gu Yuan has always clashed with the Divine Scion. Could a confrontation be imminent? I, for one, am eager to see this unfold. Given Gu Yuan's temperament, it is impossible he would encounter Gu Changge without a spar. Chapter 22. The second sequence, One Punch. Indeed, it is you. Gu Yuan's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes upon Gu Changge, the divine son of Changge. After speaking, he turned his attention to the ruins of the Fire Eagle Phoenix's nest. Upon seeing the Fire Eagle Phoenix reduced to a mere pulp on the ground, his pupils constricted. It seems the fortuitous opportunities here have already been seized by you, divine son of Changge, Gu Yuan asserted confidently. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. So you possess information regarding the opportunities here as well? Naturally. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my team and leave. Should we engage in combat? It may cause you considerable repercussions. Gu Changge's voice was gentle, devoid of any hint of hostility. The divine son does not wish to contend with Gu Yuan? Is he afraid? Gu Changge has undergone significant changes since ascending to the rank of divine son. Perhaps he is considering the harmony among his kin, for he is destined to lead the Chang family of longevity. There may be some truth to that. But to say he is afraid, are you blind? Did you not see that a formidable beast of the fate cycle realm was slain here? It was clearly a single strike kill. Can we even fathom the might of the divine son? The members of the 2nd team, led by Gu Yuan, murmured among themselves. The members of the 10th team from the Chang family of longevity felt similarly. However, unlike the doubts expressed by the 2nd team, they had unwavering faith in Gu Changge's strength. After all, the sight of a single strike annihilating a beast of the fate cycle realm was profoundly shocking. Fear could not possibly be the motivation here. It can only be said that as the divine son, Gu Changge's vision has broadened significantly. What others thought was of no concern to Gu Yuan, but upon hearing Gu Changge's words directed at him, his fists instinctively tightened. What do you mean by that? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow and coldly inquired. Do you believe that if I were to strike you, I would inevitably be defeated and gravely injured? Gu Changge did not respond, but maintained a faint smile, a gesture that spoke volumes about his thoughts without uttering a single word. Gu Yuan's expression shifted, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Stepping forward, the overwhelming aura of his 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm erupted with ferocity. Gu Changge, do you think that by awakening your 2nd talent and becoming the divine son, having broken through to the fate cycle realm, you can overshadow everyone in the Chang family of longevity? Do not forget that during the contest for the first sequence, I too stood against you. Boom! A terrifying force surged forth, scattering leaves and stirring up dust. The Chang family members felt as if a massive weight pressed upon their chests, their breaths quickening involuntarily. Gu Yuan, possessing 108 royal bones, was a born ruler, though both he and Gu Changge were of the Rainbow Bridge realm. The chasm between them was so vast that it extinguished any thoughts of resistance among the younger generation of the Chang family. He was simply too formidable. Very well, then let us resolve this swiftly, so you may recover sooner. Gu Changge, how dare you look down upon me? Gu Yuan roared in fury, his foot striking the ground as he transformed into a streak of terrifying light, hurtling toward Gu Changge. The space seemed to split apart. In an instant, a flash of light surged before Gu Changge, a fist striking out, shattering the void, akin to a savage tiger charging toward him. It was Gu Yuan's dominant tiger fist. Hiss! Earlier, when Gu Yuan's sequence tested its striking power in the martial arena, the dominant tiger fist could unleash 8 million pounds of force. Now, it was likely to reach 10 million pounds. One must understand that Gu Yuan was a natural-born ruler, and paired with the sacred-level dominant tiger fist. It was akin to adding wings to a tiger, amplifying its might further. 10 million pounds of force was entirely plausible. Gu Yuan's strength had grown, and he was likely not far from the fate cycle realm. Among the younger generation of the Chang family, who could unleash 8 million pounds of force with a single punch. Even the former Gu Changge could not, let alone Gu Yuan, who could now unleash close to 10 million pounds of force with a single strike. No one could match him. However, just as everyone marveled at the terrifying power of Gu Yuan's dominant tiger fist, the once fearsome and imposing tiger was abruptly shattered by a beam of fist light, accompanied by a crisp crack that echoed in the void. The sudden sound of shattering drew the attention of all the Chang family members present, plunging the space into silence. Then came a resounding explosion. In the eyes of the onlookers, a dark figure was sent flying from the cloud of dust, crashing down upon several towering trees. Boom! The giant trees collapsed, their leaves scattering. Those who anticipated a fierce battle were left agape, utterly astonished by this unforeseen spectacle. How is this possible? Blood trickled from Gu Yuan's lips, and disbelief flooded his gaze. His right hand hung limply at his side, shattered beyond repair. Just a shattered hand. A few days of rest will suffice. I shall take my leave now. Gu Changge smiled knowingly at the incredulous Gu Yuan before turning to walk towards the astonished Gu Jing and the others. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Changche's beautiful eyes, her heart shaken to its core. That punch must have exerted at least 15 million pounds of force. To possess such physical strength at the fate cycle realm, this individual has undergone not only a dramatic transformation in character since my previous memories of Gu Changge, but also a staggering enhancement in talent and combat prowess. Gu Changche was acutely aware of the significance of achieving 15 million pounds of force at the second layer of the fate cycle realm. In her past confrontations, even the most extraordinary talents among the 3,000 realms could not boast such overwhelming power unless they possessed extraordinary physical talents. Yet, Gu Changge's talent was merely the dual pupil, coupled with an enigmatic potential within him. One would assume he lacked any extraordinary physical gifts. While Gu Changche was lost in her thoughts, Gu Changge had already approached Gu Jing and the others. Those who were aware of the opportunities within the divine connection realm stepped forward. He declared as he led the way, prompting Gu Jing and the other members of the 10th team from the Chang family to awaken from their stupor, their faces alight with excitement and admiration as they followed in Gu Changge's footsteps. As they watched Gu Changge and the others depart, the members of the second team from the Chang family could not contain their astonishment. My heavens! The divine son Changge defeated Gu Yuan's sequence with a single punch. Hiss! Is the gap between the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and the Fate Cycle realm truly so vast? Even Gu Yuan, who once could contend with the divine son, now could not withstand a single strike. Could it be that the divine son's strength in the Fate Cycle realm is exceptionally formidable, rather than the disparity between the two realms? If Gu Yuan's sequence were to battle an ordinary Fate Cycle realm individual, a single punch would suffice to obliterate them, considering it was a punch of 10 million pounds. Cough, cough. Gu Yuan clutched his right arm, coughing up blood as he rose from the ground. Gazing in the direction of Gu Changge, what on earth is this second talent he awakened? How could he undergo such a transformation? How could he possess such terrifying physical strength? Gu Yuan murmured, feeling a tearing sensation in his chest that made his complexion pale once more. Earlier, Gu Changge had mentioned that engaging him would have significant repercussions for himself. It was not mere disdain. Yet, the more Gu Yuan acknowledged this, the angrier he became, for it only served to highlight his inferiority to Gu Changge. Chapter 23. Divine Light Ascends. The fearsome beasts of the Divine Connection realm emerge outside the Void Secret Realm. Gu Qing and 6 clan elders stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. However, Gu Qing quickly regained his composure, adjusting his expression, though the upward curve of his lips was nearly impossible to suppress. The other elders were equally awestruck. The son of the Long Song had broken through to the Fate Wheel stage, transforming as if reborn. Gu Yuan, possessing the physique of a heavenly king and endowed with 108 royal bones, naturally a born ruler, had unleashed a punch supported by spiritual energy that could easily weigh tens of millions of pounds. Yet, with a single punch, the son of Long Song had defeated Gu Yuan, heralding a future of unimaginable potential. Our Gu family shall soon produce another emperor. Upon finishing their remarks, the elders gazed at Gu Qing with envy. Unable to contain himself, Gu Qing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You elders jest. It is still too early for Long Song to stand alone. The son is invincible. The son is so powerful that he can defeat Gu Yuan, who once competed with you with a mere punch." Walking at the forefront of the group, Gu Changge was followed by a throng of Gu family maidens, their cheeks flushed, gazing at his ethereal figure with immense admiration. Gu Qingxiu walked alongside Gu Changge, silently stealing glances at him. It was inevitable. The current Gu Changge was simply too dazzling. Even she, a reborn sovereign, felt slightly inferior among her peers. With the supreme bone and the fortuitous information in her mind, she could only aspire to reach the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm, comparable to Gu Changge's current level. Having broken through to a higher realm, Gu Changge's power had significantly increased. He turned to the group of maidens behind him, his profile strikingly perfect, causing many hearts to race in admiration. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an extraordinary charm, illuminated by a celestial glow, dressed in luxurious black attire that radiated a deadly allure akin to that of poppies. Imbued with an air of noble elegance, even the male descendants of the Gu family, like Gu Jing, could only feel reverence, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light surged skyward, rippling through the air. This unexpected spectacle captured the attention of all within the Void Secret Realm. Simultaneously, 2 distress signals appeared on the command plate. It was the teams led by Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao that had sent out the calls for help. Besides recording scores and team rankings, the command plate also possessed a rescue function, allowing nearby teams to assist, with successful rescues earning half of the distress team S points. Gu Changge gazed toward the area where the divine light danced, then glanced at the command plate, his mind already formulating guesses. The simultaneous distress signals from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao indicated that the 2 teams were likely acting together and had encountered a problem beyond their capabilities. 2 teams combined, and yet they were still in peril. Beasts of the Fate Wheel realm, at levels 4 to 5, or even 7 to 8, should not be in a position to call for help. Thus, there was only one possibility. They had encountered fearsome beasts at the 9th layer of the Fate Wheel realm, or even those of the Divine Connection realm. Son, that direction seems to lead to the opportunity one know of in the Divine Connection realm. Gu Yi, aware of the opportunity, produced a jade pendant to sense the surroundings and immediately informed Gu Changge. Is that so? Gu Changge's eyes sparkled, and the next moment, he uttered a shocking declaration. From here on, you need not intervene. Leave everything to me. Just keep up with my pace. With that, he soared into the air before the astonished gaze of the crowd. At that moment, everyone realized that their son was now a formidable practitioner of the Fate Wheel realm, capable of traversing the void and flying several miles in the blink of an eye. Keep up, Gu Changge commanded, standing in midair, gesturing to Gu Qingxiu and Gu Jing below as he began to advance ahead of the group. At the center of the Void Secret Realm, a group of individuals was desperately fleeing, glancing back in terror at intervals. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, each wielding a glowing orb, revealed a glimpse of a medicinal herb and a fruit within its light. The two women appeared pale and weak, clearly having sustained severe injuries. Gu Ziyu, looking at the Gu family descendants accompanying her, urged, "The beast is targeting me and Xiao Xiao. Do not follow us any longer. Hurry, you can still hunt beasts within the secret realm. We shall provide you with other compensations after the adult ceremony." Gu Xiaoxiao added, "The beasts of the divine connection realm are beyond our capabilities to contend with. For now, both Ziyu and I must withdraw from the adult ceremony. We apologize for not being able to continue leading everyone. Ziyu's team, this is our fault. If we and T insisted on attempting to deal with that beast, you would T have engaged. Indeed, Ziyu's team and Xiao Xiao's team, it's entirely our mistake. There's no need for apologies." Gu Ziyu cast a stern glance in the direction of the crashing sounds, urging, "You must disperse quickly. If you delay any longer, you will be caught. Xiao Xiao and I will lead that divine connection realm beast away before withdrawing." "Xiao Xiao," Gu Ziyu called out to her companion. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded, and the two immediately quickened their pace. The others, seeing this, could only scatter to the sides. There was no way to confront the beasts of the divine connection realm, even with two teams combined. Meanwhile, as Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao prepared to withdraw from the fight, Gu Jing, Gu Yi, and the other youthful members of the Gu family, following Gu Changge, were left in a state of shock, their eyes glazed as they pursued the path he forged. They were now quite close to the spot where the divine light had erupted. In a mere short time, they had traversed over 100 miles. Along the way, they encountered countless beasts of the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge realms, and even formidable beasts of the fate wheel realm. Initially, the beasts of the liquid transformation and rainbow bridge realms posed little threat. But when faced with two fate wheel realm beasts, one at the 3rd layer and the other at the 5th layer, they became anxious. Just as they expected Gu Changge to regroup with them for a united front, their son, with a mighty gesture, summoned a vast hand from the void, striking down the approaching fate wheel realm beasts, reducing them to a mist of blood. They gasped in astonishment, shivers running down their spines. What followed was an unstoppable advance, with no beast escaping Gu Changge's grasp. This display of invincibility left them in awe, feeling as if they were gazing upon a deity, their hearts in disarray. It was utterly astonishing. It was beyond comprehension. Just then, a rumble echoed as they pressed forward. Gu Changge lifted his gaze toward the distant quaking earth, his eyes glinting with insight. Indeed, beasts of the divine connection realm. No wonder two teams combined sought help. Chapter 24. The Divine Beast of the Divine Realm. Inevitable Defeat. The crowd following Gu Changge behind was taken aback upon hearing his words. Indeed, it was a divine beast of the divine realm. My heavens! Moreover, it seemed to be pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, some other descendants of the Changsheng Gu family, who had separated from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, noticed Gu Changge standing firm in the void. Upon seeing him, their faces lit up with joy. "Is the divine son? How wonderful! It is the divine son. We are saved." Immediately, the Changsheng Gu family members rushed over. Observing this, Gu Changge inquired, "Are you from the teams of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao?" "Yes, divine son." A member of the Gu family at the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge stepped forward. "We're Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. In order to avoid implicating us, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao have drawn the divine beast of the divine realm away themselves," replied the Gu family member hastily. "Very well. You shall stay with my team for the time being. I will step away for a moment." Gu Changge then addressed Gu Qingxiu, Gu Jing, and the others, saying, "You wait here for me and send someone to call the members of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao's team here." "As you wish, divine son." Gu Jing and the others nodded. Standing amidst the crowd, Gu Qingxiu gazed at Gu Changge's figure towering in the sky, her beautiful eyes slightly lowered, her heart shaken. Has his fellow truly changed? He dares to confront a divine beast of the divine realm with merely the 2nd level of the life wheel realm, putting himself in such grave danger. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu's thoughts were racing. He was simply acting according to his heart. As the divine son of the Changsheng family, he naturally had to embody the responsibility of a divine son. Of course, this is predicated on the absence of life-threatening danger. After all, even the most responsible individual must prioritize survival. The divine realm may not necessarily pose a threat to his life. Not to mention, during the trial of adulthood, there were elders from the Qinglian Gu family overseeing the event. Should danger arise, one could simply withdraw. There was no genuine threat to life. However, Gu Changge's actions undeniably garnered immense respect and fervor from Gu Jing and the other members of the Gu family present. I am increasingly satisfied with Changge. In the void secret realm square, an elder of the clan sat in the void, observing Gu Changge in the mirror, and exclaimed in admiration. His talent is unparalleled, his appearance and aura are extraordinary, not to mention his sense of responsibility for his kin. Simply perfect. Another elder spoke up. Gu Qing observed Gu Changge's figure in the mirror. Seeing Changge like this, it appears he intends to confront the divine beast of the divine realm, pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. He seems confident. This is intriguing. Upon hearing this, the other elders suddenly realized, in their focus on Gu Changge's stellar performance, they had forgotten that he was about to engage the very entity that posed a threat. This realization led them to exchange glances, their expressions shifting to astonishment. The life wheel realm against the divine realm. That is a significant leap in realms. The initial 4 realms are manageable, but once one reaches the life wheel realm, each level represents an entirely different sky. The life wheel realm condenses the life wheel, grinding spiritual energy into spiritual liquid. A single drop of spiritual liquid surpasses the combined spiritual power of a 9th-level Rainbow Bridge expert. Thus, the life wheel realm utterly dominates the Rainbow Bridge. The divine realm exerts a similar pressure on the life wheel realm. The divine realm has already nurtured its innate divine abilities, which can be classified into minor and major divine abilities. Major divine abilities draw upon the 3,000 great pathways, while minor divine abilities encompass various elemental powers, thereby wielding the forces of heaven and earth against the life wheel realm with overwhelming ferocity. Now, Gu Changge is poised to confront the divine realm, and he is merely at the initial stage of the life wheel realm. If he were at the 6th or 7th level, there might be a chance, but at the 1st or 2nd level, it is akin to climbing the heavens. The elder who had just praised Gu Changge frowned and remarked, while Changge's courage to challenge is commendable, I fear he may be defeated, which could affect his mental and emotional state. As another elder echoed, with us present, Changge's life is naturally not in jeopardy. It is just that I worry he might encounter setbacks too early, which could impact his resolve. Gu Qing also frowned slightly. No worries. How could Changge's resolve be so easily swayed? He dares to confront a divine beast of the divine realm with merely the initial phase of the life wheel realm. He has already surpassed everyone in the trial of adulthood. The 6 elder stewards held little faith in Gu Changge, believing he would inevitably fail against the divine beast. Even Gu Qing did not perceive a chance of victory for him. However, it was likely that they would soon be proven wrong. Gu Changge, bold enough to engage the divine realm, naturally possessed his own confidence, and that confidence stemmed from his dual pupils and celestial bone. Even at the 2nd level of the life wheel realm, he possessed the power to counterattack against the divine beast of the divine realm. With a thought, Gu Changge transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the divine beast, pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao found themselves in dire peril. The terrifying aura of the divine beast behind them nearly suffocated them. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao produced their point tokens, exchanging a glance and simultaneously sighing. It seems this time we can only go this far, Gu Ziyu remarked. We have also implicated the team we led. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. A fearsome roar erupted behind them, accompanied by a foul breath. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao turned to face the approaching divine beast, their expressions calm as they prepared to shatter their point tokens to summon the overseeing elder when a terrifying streak of light suddenly surged forth, colliding forcefully with the divine beast that was about to strike at them. With a deafening roar, the void erupted in a cacophony. The shockwave visibly expanded. Before Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao's astonished gazes, the divine beast was instantly sent flying, veering over 100 meters away. This sudden turn of events left Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao wide-eyed. What is happening? Gu Ziyu gasped. Gu Xiaoxiao was equally shocked. In the trial of adulthood, which of our Changxing Gu family's younger generation could contend with a divine beast of the divine realm? This is not merely the life-will realm, is it? Suddenly, a transcendent figure resembling an ethereal being appeared in Gu Xiaoxiao's mind. Gu Ziyu instantly understood. Gu Changge. Simultaneously, as Gu Changge collided with the divine beast of the divine realm, the thunderous roar resonated for hundreds of miles. Nearby teams all turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, their expressions shifting as they hurriedly rushed toward the direction of the noise. Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian from the second and third teams were also on their way. As the streak of light dissipated and the spiritual glow faded, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao gradually discerned who had come to their rescue. Just as they had guessed, a figure clad in black adorned with golden trim, exuding an air of nobility, appeared before their eyes. The youth possessed an ethereal aura, mingled with nobility. His features, though slightly youthful, were strikingly handsome, radiating an overwhelming confidence and an indomitable spirit, remaining unperturbed even in the face of a divine beast of the divine realm. It was indeed Gu Changge. The sight of Gu Changge's figure stirred deep emotions within Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 25. The infernal flame spider, although they had anticipated who had come to their rescue. The moment Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao laid eyes on the figure, they could not help but feel a surge of emotion within them. The scene was undeniably striking. After all, Gu Changge had just entered the Fate Wheel realm, yet he was now confronting a fierce beast of the divine connection realm to protect them. An inexplicable sensation filled the hearts of the two women. They had long held a favorable impression of Gu Changge, who had subdued the younger generation of the Gu family. And now, witnessing him stand before them like a savior intensified that feeling. How could their hearts remain untroubled? The infernal flame spider roared in fury, interrupted in its attack. It had been on the verge of devouring the two insignificant beings who dared to steal its guardian opportunity when Gu Changge intervened. Before him stood a colossal beast, newly ascended to the divine connection realm, the infernal flame spider. Its body was adorned with crimson markings reminiscent of blood, towering several meters high, emanating a suffocating aura of black mist, its presence overwhelming. The creature was capable of unleashing flames imbued with terrifying fire poison, and upon breaking through to the divine connection realm, it could potentially awaken a minor fire-based divine ability, though the infernal flame spider was considered ordinary among fierce beasts. Once it awakened its divine ability, it became a nightmare for those below the divine connection realm. Gu Changge scrutinized the infernal flame spider, fully aware of its origins. "Gulme, let me witness the prowess of the divine connection realm," he declared, hands clasped behind his back with an air of calm. The infernal flame spider roared, its massive form transforming into a streak of fiery red light, darting toward Gu Changge. Its razor-sharp legs, akin to long blades, sliced through the air, aimed directly at him. Gu Changge remained composed, delivering a punch infused with the roaring energy of his blood and spirit, enveloped in spiritual power, unleashing a force of 1,500 pounds. The impact of fist against leg generated a terrifying shockwave, reverberating like thunder as it spread through the air. Upon collision, Gu Changge was jolted backward, flying several dozen meters, while the infernal flame spider staggered, retreating nearly 10 meters. Enraged by being pushed back, the infernal flame spider, a dignified beast of the divine connection realm, could hardly accept that it had been repelled by an ant weaker than itself. Gu Changge regarded the creature with intrigue, noting, indeed, it is merely an ordinary beast. Even having stepped into the divine connection realm, it is not insurmountable. Below, Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Jing watched in disbelief, their pupils narrowing in shock. Was it possible for Gu Changge to contend with a beast of the divine connection realm in terms of physical strength? What terrifying might did he possess? It was known that, apart from those with innate physical gifts, few human cultivators could match fierce beasts in raw power. Seeing Gu Changge withstand the infernal flame spider at the Fate Wheel realm left them in awe. However, the infernal flame spider, fueled by rage from Gu Changge's earlier remarks, continued its assault. Fiery flames spewed forth from its maw, distorting the very air with heat. The scorching flames sent waves of heat that left even Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, who were at a distance, feeling dizzy. Beware of its flames, Gu Qingxiu suddenly shouted to Gu Changge. Yet, Gu Changge appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. As the infernal flame spider unleashed its fiery breath, a pair of radiant eyes manifested within his clear gaze, revealing countless mysteries unfolding before him. Double vision, foresight, with a swift motion, Gu Changge deftly evaded the flames imbued with fire poison. As he dodged the infernal flame spider's onslaught, he glanced at Gu Qingxiu and nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Gu Changge nod at her, Gu Qingxiu felt a wave of unease wash over her. Why had she felt the need to warn him? This man possessed double vision, a gift that encompassed numerous extraordinary abilities, including foresight. He was virtually immune to danger. Gu Qingxiu, she reminded herself. In his previous life, he seized your supreme bone. He caused you to suffer in the early stages and now stands as your adversary. That warning was merely a way to repay him for his recent kindness. Yet Gu Changge had no time to ponder Gu Qingxiu's thoughts. As he evaded the infernal flame spider's attack, the creature roared once more, and in an instant, a surge of elemental power enveloped the area for 1,000 meters around. A blazing field of fire erupted, casting an oppressive heat that made Gu Changge furrow his brow as he surveyed the fiery domain. Is this the divine ability awakened by the infernal flame spider? It seems to be a fire domain, but its true capabilities remain unclear. With a triumphant roar, the infernal flame spider unleashed its divine ability upon Gu Changge, exuding an air of assured victory. As it roared, terrifying fireballs, each saturated with toxic flames, began to coalesce in the air. In an instant, dozens of these menacing orbs surrounded Gu Changge. "Be cautious," cried Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao in alarm. Each fireball radiated a suffocating power, distinctly formidable. With a commanding roar, the infernal flame spider issued the order to attack, and the fireballs, laden with lethal poison, hurtled toward Gu Changge. The explosions shook the very ground as fireball struck where Gu Changge stood, generating a cataclysmic blast. Witnessing this, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao turned pale. The sheer number of these devastating fireballs concentrated in one place posed a grave threat, even to a cultivator of the same realm as the infernal flame spider. Gu Changge. Even Gu Qingxiu felt a tightening in her heart, concern flooding her thoughts. As flames roared and poison surged, the infernal flame spider reveled in the belief that it had secured a kill, having witnessed its attack land squarely on Gu Changge. However, as the smoke from the explosions began to clear, disbelief washed over the onlookers, their eyes widening in astonishment. The anticipated scene of Gu Changge lying wounded or in disarray did not materialize. Instead, he remained poised and ethereal, standing as he had before, perhaps even more divine than ever. The sheer terror of it all was palpable. Chapter 26. The Illusory Shadow of the Celestial King. The radiance of the dual pupils strikes the divine. A colossal shadow loomed behind Gu Changge, exuding an aura of profound sanctity. Ethereal celestial light enveloped its form, while mysterious figures knelt in reverence, resembling a descending celestial monarch. Simultaneously, Gu Changge was encased in a soft glow, forming a spherical barrier. Confronted by the formidable powers of the divine realm's infernal flame spider, Gu Changge employed his dual pupils to foresee countless attacks directed at him, swiftly activating the Celestial King's ascendancy to the 9 heavens and harnessing the innate Taisu energy for defense. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The youth stood in the void, akin to an ethereal being adrift in the wind, serene and transcendent. Below, Gu Qingxiu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Ziyu gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Heavens, how did the sun achieve this? They wondered. To withstand an assault from a beast of the divine realm while in the Fate Wheel realm, unscathed? Unthinkable. The infernal flame spider screeched, unable to contain its fury upon witnessing Gu Changge's intact state. A mere insect, it roared, its disbelief palpable. How could its divine attack yield no result? With a ferocious bellow, the infernal flame spider began to coalesce its powers anew, a massive fireball forming above its head. Flames intensifying ominously. Infernal sphere. This represented the apex of its fiery prowess. It refused to believe that this insignificant creature could withstand its might yet again. Gu Changge cast a glance at the infernal sphere, a cold snort escaping his lips as dread brewed within his eyes. Countless mysteries coalesced within his dual pupils. In the next moment, his gaze widened slightly, and an overwhelming, tangible brilliance burst forth, shattering the void. Boom! The radiant force was formidable, distorting the very fabric of space. Rippling waves of destruction that left all present trembling. The light of the dual pupils. Gu Changge's heart quaked. He could wield this power even in the fate wheel realm. Surrounding him, fellow descendants of the Gu family gasped in astonishment. What kind of divine ability was this? So terrifying. Could it be the might of the dual pupils? Such blinding radiance. Could it be that the divine realm beast would be slain at the hands of the sun? As the thought crossed their minds, the infernal flame spider was struck by the light of the dual pupils, unable to unleash its gathered fireball in time. Bang! The void trembled, ripples cascading outward. Almost instantaneously upon impact, the massive form of the infernal flame spider erupted, dissolving into a mist of blood and shattered flesh. The divine realm beast, the infernal flame spider, had perished. Witnessing this spectacle from below, the Gu family's young elites, though prepared for the possibility, were rendered speechless when the event actually transpired. The contrast between mere speculation and reality was staggering. Gu Changge lowered his gaze slightly. The grandeur of the king of talents, and indeed, the king among kings. It was evident that no ordinary king of talents could challenge a being of the divine realm while still in the second layer of the fate wheel realm. Yet, Gu Changge had managed to wield the power of the dual pupils in the fate wheel realm. How had he achieved this? Compared to his previous life, he had ascended an entire tier in speed. Gu Changge's thoughts were tumultuous. However, he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of Gu Changge's prowess, she was the reborn supreme being. As long as she followed the prescribed path, she would eventually stand at the pinnacle of the 3,000 domains. Though Gu Changge's contemplations remained unvoiced, the atmosphere around them had erupted. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, stationed on a nearby hill several miles from the battle, watched in disbelief as the waves of conflict swept across the landscape. Upon witnessing Gu Changge unleash the celestial king's ascendancy and the light of the dual pupils to vanquish the infernal flame spider, his pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? In the fate wheel realm, challenging a being of the divine realm was inconceivable. It was only in the divine realm that true disparities among talents became apparent, with awakened abilities making the differences stark. Yet, Gu Changge could defy the divine realm beast while still in the fate wheel realm. One could only imagine how formidable he would become once he ascended to the divine realm and awakened his powers. Behind Gu Yuan, the younger members of the Gu family also struggled to grasp the reality. By the heavens, the sun has slain a beast of the divine realm while still in the fate wheel realm. They gasped. Incredible. Gu Shuangjian arrived on the scene. Observing Gu Changge's triumph over the infernal flame spider, his sword quivered at his back, and he turned to those around him, stating coolly, "Let us depart." Some supporters of Gu Shuangjian, witnessing the events, could not contain their curiosity. "Shuangjian, did you not say you would challenge the sun? With so many witnesses, it will be the perfect moment for you to make a name for yourself." Gu Shuangjian shook his head coldly. "I am no match. To defy a being of the divine realm from the fate wheel realm is beyond my capabilities." At this moment, a radiant fate wheel, resembling a sword, shone brightly within Gu Shuangjian's dantian, indicating that he too had advanced to the fate wheel realm and formed a sword wheel. The presence of 8 distinct markings on the wheel signified it was an 8-pattern sword wheel, a remarkable feat in its own right. Outside the void secret realm, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders watched the unfolding drama with bated breath. Incredible! Longa has actually slain a beast of the divine realm while still in the fate wheel realm, exclaimed one elder in astonishment. The future is limitless. Another elder chimed in, excitement evident in his tone. Gu Qing nodded in agreement. It seems our Gu family has promising heirs, the king of talents. Longa is destined for greatness. Upon hearing the title King of Talents, the 6 elders' eyes sparkled with ambition. A king of talents was destined to reach at least the saint realm, while the most exceptional among them could even aspire to the emperor realm. After slaying the infernal flame spider, Gu Changge glanced at his personal status. Character: Gu Changge. Strength: 2nd layer of fate wheel physique. Dual pupils: light of dual pupils, future sight. Celestial bone: celestial king's ascendancy to the 9 heavens. Techniques: void scripture, 5th layer 21. Abilities: heavenly finger, minor completion 33. Void great seal, minor completion 50. Great void art, entry 2. Innate Taisu energy, entry 2. Bound entity. Gu Qingxiu. His abilities had witnessed substantial progress. Having engaged in numerous battles, he had adeptly employed various techniques, leading to rapid improvement in his combat proficiency. Typically, understanding divine abilities relied solely on one's innate talent. Yet, Gu Changge's system not only possessed a return capability, but also enhanced proficiency, a truly remarkable advantage. As Gu Changge descended before the crowd, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao stepped forward, their enchanting eyes sparkling with admiration as they instinctively sought to draw closer to him. Gratitude illuminated their faces, and just as they were about to speak, a sudden, terrifying roar echoed through the air. Chapter 27. The Initiation of the Dragon Elephant Technique. The sudden and terrifying sound of an elephant's roar left everyone in the venue momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a fissure unexpectedly appeared in the clear sky. The crack stretched for 100 feet, a menacing blackness that seemed ready to devour all in its path. Is this a void fissure? A disciple from the Gu family exclaimed in shock. A great opportunity. Another Gu family disciple spoke with palpable excitement. We have long heard of the void secret realm encountered during our coming-of-age trial, where occasional void tears would emerge, connecting to unknown places that could yield extraordinary legacies and rare treasures. I never expected it to be true. The elephant's roar just now undoubtedly heralds a formidable inheritance. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Upon hearing the elephant's call, Gu Qingxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled. It has arrived, the dragon elephant technique. Although she did not know the specifics of how the dragon elephant technique manifested, she instinctively recognized the significance of the sound. Gu Changge, too, had heard the resonant roar. The dragon elephant technique? He gazed at the fissure in the void, feeling a flicker of anticipation. If he were to acquire this technique and return it, he wondered what rewards he might receive in return. Simultaneously, it was not just Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu who had heard the sound. Gu Shuangjian, who was preparing to leave, along with Gu Yuan, had also caught the echo of the elephant's call. Opportunity. The 2 words flashed in their minds. In almost an instant, their gazes locked onto the fissure that had appeared in the void. All eyes in the arena were firmly fixated on the 100-foot crack in the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the fissure. In an instant, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and several eager disciples from the Gu family sprang into action. Some used teleportation techniques, others soared into the sky, while a few wielded peculiar treasures. Their sole focus was that beam of light. As the luminescence descended, Gu Yuan, positioned closest to it, felt a rush of joy and leaped into the air. At the same time, others from Gu Yuan's team also took flight. Down! Gu Yuan, stepping onto a formidable blade, channeled his spiritual power into it, propelling himself skyward. A terrifying aura erupted, repelling a few Gu family disciples who sought to seize the light. Gu Shuangjian flew through the void, witnessing Gu Yuan nearing the beam of light. He drew his sword from behind him, unleashing a swift arc of sword light. Just as Gu Yuan had pushed back the approaching Gu family members, he sensed Gu Shuangjian's sword light cutting through the air with a menacing force. A wave of danger surged through him. Gu Shuangjian, break! Gu Yuan shouted, turning to deliver a powerful punch at the incoming sword light. Boom! The void rippled with reverberations. Upon contact, Gu Yuan's face turned pale, and he was blasted backward, a deep gash etched across his fist, blood flowing freely. Life will realm, Gu Yuan bellowed, his body hurtling away. This opportunity is mine, Gu Shuangjian remarked coolly, preparing to grasp the beam of light. However, in the next moment, as the void rippled once more, and a colossal finger extended from the fissure, seemingly imprisoning him in place. Heavenly finger. This time, Gu Shuangjian's expression shifted dramatically. In the wake of his shock, a brilliant light approached the beam of light faster than he could react. Gu Changge, having evaded Gu Shuangjian, smiled. This opportunity belongs to me. With that, the chance that fell from the void was already in his grasp. Fuyo sword light, Gu Shuangjian shouted, his sword radiating a dazzling white glow. The fierce sword intent piercing the heavens as it collided with the descending finger. Boom! Gu Shuangjian managed to sever the finger, but the backlash caused him to spit blood, his vitality waning. A single strike, a minor injury. Gu Shuangjian was shaken, incredulous as he gazed at Gu Changge, who had seized the opportunity. Both in the life-will realm, how could he have been so easily outmatched and injured by a mere finger from Gu Changge? Impossible. The gathered disciples of the Gu family were equally astonished. Did the son of Changge just defeat Shuangjian with a single finger? I can't believe my eyes. Shuangjian had just ascended into the life-wheel realm, and I thought he would claim the opportunity, only to be bested by Changge's finger. Gu Yuan, having regained his composure, turned to see Gu Shuangjian defeated by Gu Changge's singular move, prompting him to burst into laughter. Ha! Gu Shuangjian, did you think you were invincible after your breakthrough? Under Gu Changge, we are all but mere challengers. The sun is supreme. Your defeat is no injustice. Gu Shuangjian wiped the blood from his lips, casting a defiant glance at the laughing Gu Yuan. I have broken through to the life wheel, while you have yet to do so. Who is at a disadvantage is clear. Gu Qingxiu had initially intended to intercept the dragon elephant technique using her powers. But upon witnessing Gu Changge suppressing Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian's attempts, she refrained from intervening. However, she had not anticipated the dragon elephant technique to manifest in such a manner. If the dragon elephant technique could not be claimed and returned to Gu Changge as a gesture of gratitude, it seemed she would need to seek other opportunities to compensate. Gu Changge cradled the dragon elephant technique, paying no heed to the quarrel between Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian. When he captured the beam of light, he had perceived the silhouette of a small dragon elephant, with a scroll at its core, the very scroll now in his possession. The dragon elephant technique is finally in hand. This coming-of-age trial has concluded splendidly. Gu Changge smiled softly, storing the dragon elephant technique within his spatial ring. In the following days, as expected, Gu Changge continued to slay fierce beasts of the life wheel and divine connection realms, firmly securing the top position on both leaderboards. Amidst the awe of many, the coming-of-age trial came to an end. Numerous participants gained substantial resources, and Gu Changge was no exception, receiving a sacred weapon as a reward. He chose a sacred bell, possessing formidable defensive capabilities and the ability to instill fear in the hearts of others. Brother the Sun, Gu Qingxiu approached Gu Changge's courtyard, her voice laced with curiosity. Did you summon me for something? Gu Changge stood by a stone table in the courtyard, hands clasped behind him, gazing at a verdant tree adorned with black and gold garments, exuding an air of nobility. Enveloped in a gentle, celestial radiance, he appeared transcendent. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiu's voice, Gu Changge nodded and turned to her. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. The Supreme Bone is born with sovereignty, capable not only of nurturing unparalleled divine powers, but also of strengthening the host's physical body. The dragon elephant technique I acquired during the coming-of-age trial is a cultivation method for enhancing the physical form, surpassing the family's techniques. After speaking, Gu Changge produced the dragon elephant technique and tossed it to Gu Qingxiu. Instinctively, she caught it. Gu Changge smiled. This is for you. At the moment Gu Changge gifted the dragon elephant technique to Gu Qingxiu, a notification chimed. Ding. Host bestows a fragment of the imperial level technique, dragon elephant technique. To the bound target, Gu Qingxiu. Reward acquired. 10,000-fold return. Celestial level technique. Dragon elephant suppression technique. Chapter 28. The Child of Destiny, Yi Chun, the Holy Maiden of Chicken Legs. 1,000-fold return. The celestial level skill. Dragon elephant suppression technique. The revelation containing two pivotal pieces of information sent a tremor through Gu Changge's heart, swiftly replaced by a surge of joy. Excellent. A celestial level skill. This is a direct pathway to immortality. The return is astonishing. Although his heart brimmed with excitement, Gu Changge maintained a calm and warm demeanor, a smile gracing his face. Observing the dragon elephant skill in his hands, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. She never anticipated that Gu Changge would bestow the dragon elephant upon her, along with an irresistible rationale. What is happening? The dragon elephant skill should also be beneficial for you, right? Gu Changge pondered, then returned the dragon elephant skill. Brother, you should comprehend it thoroughly before passing it on to me for cultivation. The dragon elephant skill. Before her reincarnation, Gu Changge was well aware of the formidable nature of this legacy. In her mind, there existed no superior cultivation method for physical enhancement. However, since Gu Changge had personally acquired it, she felt hesitant to practice it herself. The very fact that Gu Changge had not excavated her bones already felt peculiar, not to mention the notion of him treating her as a sister. Such an unusual sentiment made it increasingly challenging for Gu Changge to maintain her composure, as her heart had previously been filled with thoughts of vengeance. In her past life, she had vanquished Gu Changge and severely weakened the longevity of the Gu clan. Yet, now, with her reincarnation, Gu Changge was not without the desire to subjugate Gu Changge once more, perhaps even more ruthlessly than before. For she too would face the same fate of having her bones excavated. Who could have foreseen that the unfolding of events would diverge so drastically from her memories? I have already comprehended it. Gu Changge pointed to his head. The dragon elephant skill is now ingrained in my mind. So soon, Gu Changge was taken aback. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Gu Changge knew how to cultivate the dragon elephant skill. Realizing her words were flawed, Gu Changge quickly clarified, I meant no offense, brother. It's just that when I obtained this dragon elephant skill in the void secret realm, the phenomenon suggested its extraordinary nature. The outside world is aware that comprehending profound legacies usually requires considerable time. However, brother, you claim to have understood it in such a short span, which is quite surprising. Listening to Gu Changge's explanation, Gu Changge secretly chuckled. It seemed this insufferable sister was still oblivious to the fact that her identity had been completely unveiled by him. Moreover, the dragon elephant skill in his mind was incomparably superior to the one in her hands. Indeed, Gu Changge feigned understanding, nodding. The dragon elephant skill is indeed profound. During comprehension, one must visualize the dragon elephant. You are currently in the spirit nurturing realm, so prepare for the impending challenge. Gu Changge's true strength was at the 6th layer of liquid transformation. Gu Changge chose not to expose this, casually expressing concern. Upon hearing Gu Changge's care, Gu Changge felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. I understand. By the way, if you lack any resources, please let me know. Very well. Having already accepted so much goodwill from Gu Changge, Gu Changge resolved that once she discerned what Gu Changge needed next, she would reciprocate the favor. Watching Gu Changge's departing figure, Gu Changge smiled. The reborn female supreme. My favorability should be quite commendable now. With that, Gu Changge paid no further heed and addressed the system, claimed the dragon elephant suppression technique. As soon as his words fell, he suddenly noticed a transformation in his surroundings. He stood in an endless, desolate wilderness. An ancient, bleak aura enveloped him. In the next moment, accompanied by a terrifying roar, a colossal dragon elephant loomed over the wilderness, bellowing toward the heavens. In an instant, the void shattered, the wilderness trembled, stars fell, and the sky dimmed. This horrifying scene left Gu Changge utterly astounded. Is this the dragon elephant manifested through the dragon elephant suppression technique? Gu Changge exclaimed, astounded. As his words fell, the towering, roaring dragon elephant abruptly transformed into countless tadpole characters, which, before he could react, surged into his body. A torrent of information flooded Gu Changge's mind. In the span of a single breath, he had mastered this celestial-level skill, the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique is an incredible cultivation method that leads directly to the pinnacle of physical enhancement. This technique is divided into 3 parts. First layer, giant elephant particles. Second layer, yuan elephant particles. Third layer, dragon elephant particles. Fourth layer, divine elephant particles. According to the description of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, the human body comprises a total of 840 million particles, all of which can be transformed into the aforementioned 4 types of particles through the technique. Giant elephant particles bestow a force of 100 pounds per particle. Yuan elephant offers 1,000 pounds. Dragon elephant grants 10,000 pounds. Divine elephant, 100 million pounds. By converting all the particles within his body into giant elephant particles, Gu Changge would possess an astounding force of 84 billion pounds. Such power could surely obliterate myriad laws with a single force. Having absorbed the information of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, Gu Changge took a deep breath, truly deserving of being a celestial-level skill. Even the first layer of giant elephant particles is so astonishing, let alone the remaining 3 types. The cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique is remarkably straightforward. The first step is to visualize the dragon elephant to activate the 840 million particles within the body, followed by refining these particles into yuan elephant particles using vast amounts of energy. Gu Changge currently possessed 15 million pounds of force, so the initial conversion to yuan elephant particles should not prove too challenging. Patience is key. Resisting the urge to begin cultivation immediately, Gu Changge's thoughts shifted as he opened Gu Qingqiu's personal information. After binding his target, Gu Changge could access her information at any time. Now, he had acquired insights into Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. Having passed through him, what originally belonged to Gu Qingqiu had returned to her, along with unimaginable rewards for him. Naturally, it was imperative to ascertain what further opportunities awaited his reincarnated female Supreme Sister. Nickname, Gu Qingqiu. Identity, daughter of the Longsheng Gu clan's branch. Reborn Supreme. Strength, 5th layer of spirit nurturing. 6th layer of liquid transformation. Physique, Supreme Bone. Cultivation method, Void Sutra. Divine ability. Recent fortunes. The Dragon Elephant skill has ultimately returned to her hands. Gu Qingqiu is concurrently cultivating the Dragon Elephant skill. However, due to the immense consumption of the Dragon Elephant skill, she feels too embarrassed to ask her brother for resources, thus deciding to seek the opportunities from her memories. In 1 month, she will journey to the origin of the Longsheng Gu clan to acquire the celestial artifact, gathering Spirit Bottle. Moreover, she aims to seize the opportunity of the Child of Destiny, Yichun, the 10,000-year spirit Spring Eye. Additionally, she intends to rescue the hidden identity of the Ji clan's divine maiden, who has been captured by a chicken leg. Chapter 29. Awakening the Colossal Elephant Particles. 300 billion gene of power. Observing Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes, Gu Changge was taken aback. What a remarkable turn of events. Celestial artifact, spirit gathering bottle, and an unexpected name, the Child of Destiny, Yichun. Gu Changge's gaze intensified as he scrutinized the fortunes before him, ultimately fixating on the last line. A hidden identity of the Ji family goddess, captured by a mere chicken leg? Truly, this aligns perfectly with the archetype of the Child of Destiny. Gu Changge couldn't help but scoff internally. However, just as he finished his thought, the system notification reappeared. Ding! Detected binding target. Ji family goddess Ji Ruyu. Location information synchronized. The host can bind the target upon approaching within 100 meters. Oh, a second binding target? Gu Changge regarded the task prompt with keen interest. Yet, he suddenly paused. Ji Ryu. If memory serves, she is my cousin, isn't she? His mother, after all, was the cherished jewel of the previous generation's Ji family patriarch. The Longsheng Gu family and the Longsheng Ji family have always maintained a cordial relationship, and his father, Gu Qing, had married Ji Mingyue, resulting in the birth of Gu Changge. He hadn't seen his mother, Ji Mingyue, recently as she had returned to the Longsheng Ji family to to strengthen familial bonds. To his surprise, the system's binding target turned out to be his own cousin. A stirring sensation arose within him. Gu Changge's mind conjured the location information of Jiruyu, revealing that she was quite distant from the Longshan Gu family, situated in the southwest direction on the vast map of the heavenly domain. It seemed that his cousin Jiruyu had not strayed far from home. However, if she could encounter Yi Chun after a month, it suggested she had sneaked out. 1 month later, this would be the perfect opportunity to cultivate the dragon elephant suppression technique. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Changge began to sense the 840 million particles within him. Following the visualization method of the dragon elephant suppression technique, he felt as though he were seated amidst the boundless cosmos, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. These stars were immensely vast, akin to particles within the human body. In his perception, the stars, each emitting a radiant glow, flickered incessantly, growing more numerous and dense. In the next moment, a surge of divine inspiration struck him, and one star instantaneously transformed into a roaring colossal elephant of the cosmic realm. Roar! The colossal elephant roared, and a wave of power surged within him. Success! The first particle of his body had transformed into a colossal particle. He continued. One after another, the second, third, and fourth particles transformed into colossal elephants, standing tall and roaring in the cosmic expanse. Gu Changge's physical strength increased by 100 gene with each transformation. Simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive funnel above the first sequence mansion, pouring an immense amount of spiritual energy into Gu Changge's location, all of which became his nourishment. The spiritual energy quality of the Longshan Gu family was already comparable to that of a blessed land. Not to mention, the first sequence mansion boasted its own spirit gathering formation, enhancing the density of the spiritual energy even further. In the outside world, cultivating in the first sequence mansion was akin to consuming rare heavenly and earthly treasures. Now, with Gu Changge practicing the dragon elephant suppression technique, combined with his unparalleled talent, the speed of spiritual energy absorption was astonishing. The colossal energy funnel was already a sight to behold, but in the next moment, a giant dragon elephant within it let out a thunderous roar, sending terrifying sound waves rippling out for hundreds of miles. The entire Longshan Gu family heard this mighty roar, and they instinctively turned their gazes toward the first sequence mansion. What divine technique is the young master practicing this time? How fearsome that roar is, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Is this the legacy he obtained within the Void Secret Realm? The young master has grown even stronger. The younger generation of the Longshan Gu family murmured among themselves. They were all aware of the opportunities Gu Changge had gained in the Void Secret Realm. Thus, upon hearing the roar, they couldn't help but recall how he had single-handedly suppressed Gu Shuangjian and Gu Yuashir, which had led to his remarkable fortune. Many elder members of the Longshan Gu family also sensed the commotion. However, after a brief moment of attention, they returned to their own matters. After all, the Longshan Gu family had many prodigies, and extraordinary phenomena occurred frequently, whether from the young prodigies or the elders. If a powerful figure above the king level were to break through, the resulting phenomena would sweep across thousands of miles, observable even to external forces and rogue cultivators, thus not warranting excessive alarm. Gu Changge was quite close to the courtyard where Gu Changge resided, perceiving the dreadful ancient aura permeating the air. She found it hard to believe. She also possessed the dragon elephant technique. From her supreme perspective, such a terrifying commotion should not be possible. This aura is akin to that of an imperial-level legacy. Is this the dragon elephant technique? Gu Changge blinked, staring at the scroll of the dragon elephant technique in her hand, pondering, why did I not feel such a terrifying sensation during my comprehension of the dragon elephant technique? It merely felt slightly more potent than the profound body-refining techniques. Is it due to that celestial light in his chest? Gu Changge speculated. Nonetheless, Gu Changge's rapid progress placed immense pressure on her. She was a reborn sovereign. Currently, her early sovereign bone had not yet been excavated, and with Gu Changge's protection, she should have been breaking through faster than him. Yet, Gu Changge's strength continued to surge while her own progress remained unremarkable. First, She must master the dragon elephant technique and then head to the origin of the Longshan Gu family to acquire that item. At that time, her power would surely soar. Furthermore, Gu Changge has been exceedingly kind to me in this life, and the Longshan Gu family has also been quite accommodating. I shall also assist in rescuing Gu Changge's cousin, Ji Ruyu. Regrettably, in my past life, I allied with the wrong people, leading to the downfall of the entire Longshan Ji family. That Yi Chen merely feigned sorrow for a few days before resuming his flirtations with other women. This time, you should be grateful for having a good cousin. With that, Gu Changge seated herself on the bed, unfurling the dragon elephant technique scroll and beginning to visualize the illustrations within. A month passed. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, an ancient colossal elephant flashed within his gaze, emanating a fierce and primal aura from his jade-like form. The entire room felt as though time had frozen. Sensing the countless roaring colossal particles within him, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. Having expended all the resources he had accumulated, over half of his body particles had awakened, granting him a staggering 300 billion gene of power, making his physical form comparable to that of a pure-blooded fierce beast's offspring, even more terrifying than that. His physical strength alone was sufficient to render Gu Changge invincible within the life wheel realm. Among peers, none could withstand a single punch from him. Coupled with the formidable backing of the rebirth eye and the celestial bone, Gu Changge could easily contend against those in the divine realm. Chapter 30. Moving into the Divine Sun's residence. The Sunset 9 techniques, possessing an astounding strength of 300 billion pounds. Truly capable of shaking mountains and rivers with a single punch and shattering the sun and moon with another. His power had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to a month ago, truly worthy of the celestial-level martial arts, even before fully mastering it. He had already attained such formidable strength. Gu Changge murmured to himself, feeling a tinge of joy in his heart. He then began to plan the path of his future cultivation. In terms of physical prowess, he faced no concerns. Advancing steadily was sufficient to ensure his invincibility. As for spiritual power cultivation, the 9 patterns of the life wheel were already commendable. Yet to truly rival the might of the dragon elephant suppressing hell technique in physical training, he needed to transform the 9 patterns life wheel into the heavenly Dao life wheel. The celestial bone now unleashed mysterious powers, altering Gu Changge's aptitude and that of his life wheel. However, this transformation was gradual. It was uncertain how long it would take to evolve the 9 patterns life wheel into the unified heavenly Dao life wheel. He needed to seek methods to expedite this metamorphosis. Nevertheless, even the Longshan Gu family held no secret techniques for altering the life wheel's aptitude. He would have to rely on himself. Yet, Gu Changge believed that finding some techniques related to altering the life wheel's attributes through the return system to obtain methods for enhancing the life wheel's qualities should not be overly difficult. Upon this thought, Gu Changge calculated the passage of time. Had a month already elapsed? He wondered if Gu Changge had returned. A month without triggering a return. What should he employ this time to prompt it? As it stood, the divine abilities accompanying the Void Sutra were ample for Gu Changge's use, supplemented by his double pupils and celestial bone divine abilities. The only inconvenience was the lack of long-range combat capabilities. Suddenly, Gu Changge recalled that 2 months prior, he had acquired a superior holy weapon, the Falling Star Bow. Why not trigger it with archery techniques to obtain a powerful archery inheritance to complement the Falling Star Bow? Then, he would possess no shortcomings, becoming the quintessential 6-dimensional warrior. However, he lacked a potent archery inheritance. Yet, as he thought further, Gu Changge chuckled and shook his head. Just because he didn't possess it didn't mean the Longshan Gu family lacked it. His esteemed father, as the divine son, could easily procure a formidable archery inheritance. With this in mind, Gu Changge contacted Gu Qing. Through a communication jade talisman, he conveyed his request. Before long, Gu Qing's voice resonated through the courtyard. Has Changge exited his seclusion? Come out and meet me. Gu Qing's gentle voice came forth. Father? Gu Changge rose and stepped outside, spotting Gu Qing standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Gu Changge emerge, Gu Qing, satisfied, nodded warmly at his son, remarking, "Not bad. It seems your strength has greatly improved." "Thank you," Gu Changge smiled, then curiously inquired, "By the way, Father, what brings you here in person?" "I came to inform you that your divine son's residence has been completed. It spans 50 miles, located on one side of the main vein. Furthermore, as for the archery inheritance you mentioned, I possess only one technique. I wonder if you will find it to your liking." As he spoke, Gu Changge produced a small iron piece. "The sun set 9 techniques. However, I only hold one technique." Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's heart stirred slightly. Gu Changge was a formidable presence at the king's realm. Any technique he deemed worthy of his collection was undoubtedly remarkable. One technique would suffice. Gu Changge nodded and accepted it. Even if it was incomplete, the more extraordinary it was, the better. This was intended to trigger a return, not for cultivation. Noticing Gu Changge accepting the Sunset 9 techniques, Gu Changge inquired curiously, "What piqued your interest in archery?" "I'm currently lacking in long-range offensive capabilities, so I developed a bit of interest in archery." "Very well. Just be mindful of your own limits." Gu Changge chuckled, ready to take his leave when he suddenly recalled, "Oh, your maternal grandfather has invited you to visit. Your mother also misses you. Make time to go see them." "Ah, sure." Gu Changge was taken aback, but nodded and headed towards the courtyard where Gu Qingxiu resided. A month had passed. Gu Qingxiu would likely be departing as well. He could conveniently visit the Changsheng family without issue, and encountering Jiruyu again would be delightful. Gu Changge's memories of Jiruyu were quite vague. He only recalled that, during his childhood, she delightedly followed him around, calling him brother in a soft, endearing tone. However, it seemed that prior to awakening his innate wisdom, he had been too engrossed in his cultivation to pay much attention to his little cousin. Yet, he felt a bit of anticipation at the prospect of reuniting with her. Gu Changge murmured to himself as he arrived at Gu Qingxiu's courtyard. 2 maidservants were already standing at the entrance, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Gu Changge approach, their eyes brightened, and they bowed respectfully, saying, "We greet the divine son." "Is Miss Qingxiu in?" Gu Changge inquired with a smile. "Miss Qingxiu is here. I will inform her immediately," one maidservant replied. Before long, Gu Qingxiu emerged alongside the maidservant to welcome Gu Changge. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Qingxiu took the initiative to brew tea for Gu Changge. As she observed the Gu Changge she hadn't seen for a month, she felt a slight apprehension. Gu Changge had grown even stronger. Despite her supreme insights, she sensed an unfathomable depth in him, akin to an abyss. "Brother divine son, what brings you here so suddenly?" Gu Qingxiu asked, puzzled. "Nothing much. I have something good to share with you." Gu Changge cheerfully handed over the iron piece of the first technique from the Sunset 9 techniques, which he had just acquired. "Huh?" Gu Qingxiu was taken aback. Shaking her head decisively, "Brother divine son has already given me the dragon elephant technique. I cannot accept any more." Gu Qingxiu was bewildered as to why Gu Changge treated her with such kindness. Did he genuinely regard her as a sister, or had he discerned something? Even though she possessed the supreme bone and would eventually become a pillar of the Changsheng Gu family, was this generosity not excessive? Now holding the Changsheng Gu family stipend, she was already on par with some of the ranks. Her ordinary resources were no longer a concern, only lacking in top-tier resources. "Take it, just accept it," Gu Changge insisted, ignoring Gu Qingxiu's refusal. In her astonished gaze, he grasped her hand and placed the iron piece into her delicate palm. "How could you trigger a return if you don't accept?" The warmth of his gentle hand was unmistakable to Gu Qingxiu. In her past life, no man had ever touched her hand, nor stood beside her. Yet now, Gu Changge had directly grasped her hand, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through her, causing a faint blush to rise on her fair, delicate face. Unaware of the subtle flush on Gu Qingxiu's cheeks, Gu Changge was captivated by the information regarding the return. Ding! Bestowed to the bound target Gu Changge. Incomplete holy level archery technique, Sunset 9 techniques, receiving 1,000-fold return. Complete holy level archery technique, shooting the sun. Chapter 31. The escape of Jiruyu. Is this a fragmented holy level archery skill? Indeed, it is remarkable. 1,000-fold return has granted me the complete holy level archery technique, shooting the sun, quite impressive. With the superior holy weapon starfall bow, combined with the holy level archery, shooting the sun, it is certainly worthy of use. Excellent, excellent. Gu Changge was thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxiu stared blankly at the iron piece in her hand, increasingly perplexed by Gu Changge's goodwill. Archery? As Gu Qingxiu extended her consciousness to sense the iron piece, she discerned the densely packed, small characters inscribed upon it and immediately comprehended its essence. It contained a fragmented, holy-level archery skill, the 9 styles of the setting sun. It is known that in the Qinglian Dao Domain, archery is one of the supreme paths, yet it is one of the least cultivated forms of attack. The rarity of holy-level archery techniques in Zhongtian is comparable to imperial-level methods. Now, Gu Changge has actually bestowed upon her a fragmented holy-level archery skill. Does he not understand the preciousness of holy-level archery techniques? No. As the divine heir of the Changsheng Gu family, how could he be unaware of their value, even if they are incomplete? Very well. I have just learned it and will share it with you, Gu Changge chuckled. Gu Qingxiu responded softly. In her previous life, to combat the hidden entities dwelling in the abyss, she too had studied archery and possessed several complete holy-level archery techniques in her mind. Gu Qingxiu planned to find a suitable time to present these techniques as a form of gratitude for Gu Changge's gift. However, her heart was somewhat conflicted. It seemed she owed Gu Changge more and more. Moreover, Gu Changge's kindness towards her perpetually left her without the opportunity to decline. By the way, the divine heir's residence has been completed. You shall move in with me in 3 days, Gu Changge suddenly recalled and informed Gu Qingxiu as he prepared to leave. This is the residence of the divine heir. Originally, moving to the first sequence residence had already drawn much gossip. If I were to go to the divine heir's residence, Gu Qingxiu attempted to refuse. However, as she opened her mouth, Gu Changge swiftly turned and stepped back towards her, chuckling. Not all members of the Changsheng Gu family possess discerning eyes. Besides, with your supreme bone, you need not rely on my protection. I do this out of concern for my sister. Is there a problem with that? If anyone dares to speak ill, let them come to me. Upon finishing, Gu Changge patted Gu Qingxiu's head and truly took his leave. Gu Qingxiu was left in a daze, her previously silent heart now racing, even causing ripples in her imperial realm heart. Was he genuinely concerned for me? Never mind. Regardless of the circumstances, his kindness towards me shall be reciprocated when I ascend to the peak once more. Gu Qingxiu exhaled, temporarily setting aside her thoughts. In the days that followed, a stunning revelation spread throughout the Changsheng Gu family. It was declared that Gu Qingxiu was the unparalleled daughter of heaven, possessing supreme bone, and that the divine heir Gu Changge had already recognized her as his sister, treating her as if she were his own sibling. Henceforth, if anyone uttered slander, they would be punished according to family regulations. This announcement sent shockwaves through the entire Changsheng Gu family. After all, only the upper echelons and a few talented individuals within the family were aware of Gu Qingxiu's supreme bone. It had not been widely disseminated. However, with Gu Changge's proactive clarification, countless gasps of astonishment filled the air. Gu Qingxiu, who spends every day alongside the divine heir, actually possesses supreme bone. The realization struck hard. No wonder she caught the divine heiress eye. She is indeed a prodigy. This means that the extraordinary phenomena seen years ago in the branch family was the awakening of supreme bone. Our Changsheng Gu family has given birth to yet another daughter of heaven with supreme bone, combined with the divine heir's unique eyes. Our generation of the Changsheng Gu family is extraordinarily powerful. In the main family residence, Gu Changge smiled gently at Gu Qing. Thank you, father. It is of no consequence. We were the ones who concealed the information, leading to misunderstandings among some individuals. Gu Qing waved his hand and teased Gu Changge. However, such a trivial matter has prompted you to come personally. You do not harbor feelings for that little girl, Gu Qingxiu, do you? If you truly like her, I have no objections. After all, she possesses supreme bone, and if you two were to unite, your offspring would undoubtedly be exceptional. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge shook his head vigorously, offering another explanation. Father, public opinion can be fearsome. Some careless rumors could sow discord in our family's unparalleled daughter of heaven. Moreover, at this moment, I truly consider Qingxiu as my sister. All right. I was merely jesting. If it happens, that would be wonderful. If not, it matters not. She will always remain one of us in the Qinglian Gu family. As long as the father understood, Gu Changge chuckled before taking his leave. Meanwhile, in her small courtyard, Gu Changge sat on a stone bench, attended by two maidservants who gazed at her with admiration and respect. Miss Qingxiu, the divine heir truly treats you exceptionally well. Indeed, when we heard the inner clan disciples discussing you, we yearned to refute them, yet you would not allow it. Now, those individuals can no longer speak carelessly, can they? Gu Changxiu sat quietly, steam rising from the tea before her. Through the whispers of her maidservants, she had become aware of the recent rumors. A warm current flowed through her heart, and a gentle smile graced her already exquisite face. It seems I have troubled the divine heir. Gu Changxiu murmured softly, surprised that he had taken her casual remark to heart. Does he have feelings for me? Truly, Gu Changge's kindness was overwhelming. Even though she possessed supreme bone, placing her status above that of ordinary Qinglian Gu family members, her branch family origins lacked any substantial backing. In contrast, Gu Changge, as the divine heir and the main family scion, held an entirely different status. It is no wonder she thought this way. Gu Changxiu took a deep breath, shaking her head repeatedly to quell her peculiar feelings. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Strengthening her abilities was paramount when a great era unfolds. Entering the world to contend for fortune and once again attain enlightenment is the true priority. On the other side, outside the Changxing family estate, a girl of extraordinary beauty, appearing vibrant and lively like a mountain spirit, gazed at the free-spirited land and sky before her. She could not help but stretch her arms wide and draw in a deep breath of the air of freedom. Ah, finally, I have stealthily slipped away, she exclaimed, reveling in her solitude as she prepared to venture out for some fun. This spirited and lively girl could only be Ji Ruyu. After glancing apprehensively at the Changxing family estate behind her, Ji Ruyu activated her movement technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she dashed into the distance. Reflecting on her emotions could wait. For now, it was best to escape. Chapter 32. The Divine Son Seeks to Collect Bottles? The origin of the Changxing Gu family. The ancestors of the Changxing Gu family hailed from a quaint mountain village, a hidden paradise, where they exhibited remarkable talent in cultivation. They achieved the divine body through innate gifts and ascended to the position of Emperor of the Tao. From that moment forth, this humble village became the true ancestral home of the Changxing Gu family. At this moment, many children and adults from the village gathered at the entrance of Gu family village, their curiosity piqued by a luxurious palanquin drawn by several snow-white, dragon-scaled horses. The palanquin, crafted from an unknown divine wood, glimmered with an extraordinary radiance, exuding an air of opulence. Could it be that our people from the Changxing Gu family have arrived? One child wondered aloud. Who could it be? Snow-white, dragon-scaled horses. I believe I've only seen them when the head of the family came to pay respects to our ancestors. Someone from the main family has come. They will surely bring us plenty of delicious treats. The children exclaimed, their youthful innocence shining through as they imagined who might emerge from the noble palanquin. The villagers, lacking in cultivation talent, were direct descendants or branches of the family known for their significant contributions, yet devoid of any cultivation abilities. The children collectively anticipated that every visit from the main family would bring bountiful delicacies, and they held no airs of superiority over the villagers despite their inability to cultivate. Finally, amidst their eager anticipation, a youth appeared, seemingly 16 or 17 years of age, with an exceptionally youthful yet ethereal countenance, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. He stepped down from the palanquin, surveying the idyllic Gu family village and smiling in admiration. Is this truly the old Gu family? Gu Changge remarked, his gaze falling upon the innocent children with bright, curious eyes, as well as the attentive adults of the village. At that moment, an elder with a head of white hair and a youthful visage stepped forward from the crowd. He respectfully bowed to Gu Changge and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" One of the clan elders, who had driven the palanquin, chuckled and replied, "Village chief. This is our newly appointed divine son from the Changxing Gu family. He has come to visit our ancestral grounds and pay homage to our forebears." What? The divine son? No wonder he appears so extraordinary. I've heard that the divine son possesses dual pupils. The village chief's companions exclaimed in astonishment. The village chief, equally taken aback, responded, "I did not realize it was His Highness the Divine Sun visiting us. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. It is of no consequence. I am but a humble visitor. There is no need for such formality." Village Chief Gu Changge replied with warmth. Although the main family had always been cordial to the old Gu family village, respect was still essential. The village chief, flattered by Gu Changge's gentleness, asked, "May I inquire how long the Divine Sun intends to stay with us?" "I cannot say. It depends on the circumstances," Gu Changge replied. "Very well. The village has a residence prepared for esteemed guests. Would it be acceptable for you to stay there?" The village chief proposed. "Certainly," Gu Changge agreed. His purpose for visiting Gu family village was to seek the spirit artifact, the gathering spirit bottle, which had been hinted at in Gu Changge's recent fortune. If he could locate this artifact, its return, even if multiplied, would be a significant boon, as it was indeed a powerful spirit artifact. Thus, Gu Changge had chosen to arrive ahead of Gu Changge's impending actions. After responding to the village chief, he turned to the elder who had driven the palanquin and expressed, "I extend my gratitude to Elder Ling Yun for accompanying me here. It is nothing. For nearly a century, it has been my duty to protect Gu family village." "It was merely a matter of convenience," Elder Ling Yun replied. "Should you require anything, feel free to communicate directly with the village chief." After Elder Ling Yun concluded his words and observed Gu Changge nodding, he departed with the palanquin. The dragon-scaled horses, rare beasts with the bloodline of true dragons, were gentle and non-aggressive, capable of soaring through the skies, typically cared for only by those of great influence. As Gu Changge watched the palanquin depart, he accompanied the village chief to the residence designated for esteemed guests. The residence was spacious, adorned with opulent and comfortable decorations. After casually selecting a room, Gu Changge turned to the village chief and said, "By the way, village chief, I have come to search for a particular item. If possible, could you request the villagers to bring all the bottles they possess for my inspection?" "Bottles?" The village chief was momentarily taken aback. Having assumed Gu Changge was merely visiting the village for leisure and would leave in a few days, the revelation that he was seeking something, particularly bottles, was unexpected. However, recognizing it was a request from Gu Changge, the village chief nodded and left the residence to inform the villagers to bring all their bottles to the guest house. In no time, the villagers of the old Gu family village exchanged puzzled glances. Collecting all the bottles from the village? Could it be that some treasure has been lost in our old Gu family village? How could that be? If there were any treasures, the previous heads of the family and those elders, who were either kings or quasi-saints, would have discovered them long ago, they speculated among themselves, though they complied and gathered all their bottles for the guest house. Meanwhile, Gu Changge had finally stabilized a recently achieved realm, having broken through to the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. However, as her concealed aura technique operated, her presence gradually diminished, reverting to the first layer of the liquid transformation realm. If Gu Changge were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim how fitting it was for a protagonist to disguise their true prowess. Having reached the Rainbow Bridge realm, she could now briefly traverse the skies and wield the powers of the Void Sutra. Even against the wheel of fate, she felt somewhat secure. Gu Changge exited her room, resolved to retrieve the gathering spirit bottle. In her previous life, the reason for Gu Changge's rapid advancement, enabling her to catch up with the prodigies of the Qinglian Dao Domain and the 3,000 Dao Domains, was largely due to the invaluable contributions of the gathering spirit bottle. As she entered the courtyard, she prepared to seek out Gu Changge, accompanied by 2 maidservants. However, upon reaching Gu Changge's residence, she triggered a restriction, finding it unoccupied. One of the maidservants observed, "Miss Qingqiu, the Divine Sun has already gone out. 3 days ago, when you were breaking through, he mentioned that if you had matters to attend to, you should act independently without informing him. He has left. When did he depart?" Gu Changge inquired. "About 3 days ago," the maidservant replied. "Is that so?" Gu Changge blinked, realizing that with the absence of the dragon ranking and true dragon ranking in the Qinglian Dao Domain, it was likely not yet time for worldly competition. Logically, Gu Changge should be focused on enhancing his cultivation, yet she was surprised to learn he had ventured beyond the Qinglian Gu family. However, after a moment of astonishment, Gu Changge dismissed the thought. It is perhaps for the best. I have the freedom to act as I wish. She decided to head to Gu family village to inform her clan. Chapter 33. The spirit gathering bottle in hand. Gu Changge was already prepared to return to Gu village. At that moment, Gu Changge was meticulously examining the various bottles scattered throughout the village. As he touched each one, he infused it with a pulse of spiritual energy and sensed it through the celestial bone in his chest. If it were indeed a celestial artifact, then with his celestial bone, there should be a reaction upon contact, spurred by the activation of spiritual energy. Over the past few days, Gu Changge had sifted through 4 or 5 batches. Initially, he was met with the commonplace bottles favored by the villagers, who assumed his peculiar interest was merely a whimsical quirk. They had chosen only the aesthetically pleasing ones. However, upon realizing this, Gu Changge instructed the villagers to disregard cleanliness. Any bottle would suffice. This one won't do, and this one neither. Gu Changge continued his assessment, observing the myriad of grimy and tarnished bottles that appeared to have been buried in mud or coated in dust for ages. His brow furrowed in concentration. If this batch yielded nothing, it would imply that the celestial artifact possessed a spirit beyond his reach. As he contemplated this, his hand instinctively reached for a clay bottle with elongated ears. With practiced ease, he infused it with spiritual energy and activated his celestial bone. In the next moment, a mysterious wave emanated from bone. As spiritual energy coursed into the bottle, a faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered across the surface, accompanied by wisps of energy being drawn into the vessel. Feeling this shift, Gu Changge's heart raced with excitement, a smile breaking across his face. This could be it, he said, lifting the clay bottle, the vibrations of his energy cleansing it of all dirt and grime. In that instant, he beheld the true appearance of the bottle. It was adorned with intricate green patterns that seemed alive, pulsating with vitality as spiritual energy was absorbed, and a liquid began to coalesce within. The spirit-gathering bottle. Even if it were not, it was undoubtedly a treasure. Gu Changge mused as he admired the bottle in his hands. Nevertheless, to ensure his findings, he meticulously scrutinized all the bottles once more, confirming that only the one he held was extraordinary. He felt assured. As for the truth, he would leave that for Gu Changge to discern upon her arrival. Meanwhile, Gu Changge had rented a spiritual crane from the Qinglian Gu family and was soaring towards the old Gu village. The village elder awaited her at the entrance. However, compared to the grand reception for Gu Changge, only a handful of influential figures from Gu village were present. "Elder," Gu Changge exclaimed as she descended from the crane, her gaze landing on the familiar figure before her. She couldn't help but call out. In her past life, after having her supreme bone extracted and left to be nurtured in the old Gu village by the Qinglian Gu family, the elder had often encouraged her, reminding her that as long as she could cultivate, there was hope, and she should not end up like them, reduced to mere dust after a century, forgotten and silent. It was during that time that she unexpectedly obtained the spirit-gathering bottle, setting her on a path of resurgence. Their reunion, though marked by time's passage, did not diminish Gu Changge's gratitude for the elder's kindness. Esteemed young lady, the elder regarded Gu Changge, feeling a profound sense of familiarity, yet puzzled, he inquired, "What brings you here, young lady?" Regaining her composure, Gu Changge suppressed her excitement and warmth, articulating her purpose for the visit. "Bottles?" The elder was taken aback, his mind racing. Were all the young scions of the Qinglian Gu family seeking bottles? Or had some treasure indeed slipped from the main family to the old Gu village? Yet that seemed implausible. Apart from rare ancestral rituals, the main family seldom sent anyone to their village. Now, not only had a divine scion arrived, but mere days later, another was seeking bottles. Noticing the elder's astonishment, Gu Changge's heart quickened, prompting her to ask, "What is it, elder?" "Fear not, esteemed young lady. There is no need to address me as elder. I hold no such status. Please do not humble me." The elder replied respectfully before continuing, "I am astonished because, prior to your arrival, someone else had come seeking bottles, specifically Prince Gu Changge." "Prince Gu Changge?" Gu Changge paused, taken aback. Gu Changge had ventured to the old Gu village. Searching for bottles? Did he possess knowledge of the spirit-gathering bottle? It seemed improbable. She recalled that in her past life, Gu Changge had never visited, not even once. Gu Changge? Is that truly the name of the divine scion? The elder smiled contentedly upon hearing the name, replying, "Indeed, esteemed young lady, it is the prince himself. He has spent 3 or 4 days examining every bottle in the village and instructed us half a day ago to retrieve all the bottles we had gathered. Esteemed young lady, would you like to meet Prince Gu Changge?" Yes, indeed. Upon hearing the elder's words, Gu Changge's brow furrowed, a flurry of thoughts swirling within her. Did Gu Changge truly know of the spirit-gathering bottle? At this moment in her past life, she had been gravely injured, lying in bed under the elder's care, unaware of any visitors to the village. Was it possible that in her past life, Gu Changge had come, failed to find it, and subsequently departed, inadvertently paving the way for her? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she followed the elder towards the reception hall. Esteemed young lady, this residence is designated for the main family's temporary stay. I shall not intrude, the elder informed her. Elder, my name is Gu Changge. You may simply call me Changge, she said, gazing at the residence before her, turning to the elder. The elder paused, then regarded the distinguished Gu Changge with newfound respect. Very well, I shall address you as Miss Changge. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable closeness to you. I feel it too, elder. Gu Changge understood that it was unlikely for the elder to address her as Changge, given their past. Yet, she remained committed to treating him with kindness. Extracting various gifts from her spatial ring, she placed them on the ground. These are gifts for you. Elder, please accept them as a token of our meeting. The elder hesitated to refuse, but upon seeing the earnest expression on her face, he sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall accept. Thank you. Gu Changge replied with a smile, then turned towards the residence. Now, I shall go in to pay my respects to Prince Gu Changge. Farewell, elder. Chapter 34. The hundredfold return of the supreme immortal artifact, the spirit-gathering bottle. In reality, when Gu Changge first entered the village, Gu Changge was already aware of her arrival. Therefore, when Gu Changge mentioned her intention to seek him out, Gu Changge took a moment to tidy up his attire and quietly awaited her in the courtyard. The spirit-gathering bottle was undoubtedly of immense significance to Gu Changge. It might even serve as an essential tool for her rapid advancement in the early stages. Now that he had acquired it ahead of time, he was curious about the methods Gu Changge would employ to persuade him to part with the bottle. Gu Changge had contemplated this situation. After all, it was impractical to be unconditionally benevolent to someone. If one grew accustomed to such kindness, the recipient would inevitably take it for granted. The spirit-gathering bottle would still be bestowed upon Gu Changge, but he would require her assistance in return, perhaps in serving tea or sharing some fortuitous encounters beneficial to himself. The notion of having a reborn female supreme attend to him was rather delightful to Gu Changge. As Gu Changge entered the courtyard, she soon spotted a youthful figure standing in a picturesque corner, his hands clasped behind his back. He exuded an ethereal elegance, possessing a composure beyond his years, which emanated a subtle yet palpable pressure. Changge, my sister, has arrived, Gu Changge called out without turning his head. I have met the divine son, brother, Gu Changge replied, somewhat perplexed by his words. Did he already anticipate her visit to the Gu family village? Do not stand on ceremony. Gu Changge turned to face her, his eyes brightening. The young lady wore a flowing, pale green gown, her figure graceful and her demeanor imbued with an air of noble supremacy, exuding a commanding presence, yet retaining a hint of youthful innocence that suggested further maturation was needed. Despite this, Gu Changge appeared utterly regal, evoking an irresistible desire for conquest in those who beheld her. Gu Changge sensed Gu Changge's scrutiny, but paid it no mind. After all, she had experienced far more intense and fiery gazes in her past life when she stood at her peak. She harbored disdain for such stares, yet she felt no aversion to Gu Changge's appreciative gaze. Rather, it filled her with a gentle joy and a sense of pride. Did the divine son already know I would come here? Gu Changge queried directly, curious if he was indeed certain of her arrival. Oh, what prompts such a question? Gu Changge inquired. Because the divine sun appeared entirely unfazed by my presence in the Gu family village, Gu Changge replied candidly. At her words, a smile crept across Gu Changge's face. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, the person he referred to had clearly delineated her future actions and intentions. Although he was tempted to feign astonishment, he felt it unnecessary. I possess a unique insight into the future due to my dual pupils, Gu Changge remarked, his eyes shimmering with a divine light as they momentarily met Gu Changge's, causing an overwhelming sensation to wash over her. Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. His dual pupils could foresee the future. Why had she never witnessed him utilize such abilities in her past life? In that glimpse of the future, I saw you, frail and pitiful, struggling to survive in the Gu family village until your fortunes changed upon obtaining a mysterious bottle. Hence, I ventured here driven by curiosity. Gu Changge fabricated spontaneously. After all, as he possessed the dual pupils, he could weave any tale he desired. His primary aim was to cultivate a favorable impression in Gu Changge, and if she were to develop affection for him, that would be even better. Although he was bound by the system to target her, Gu Changge did not wish to squander his resources on others. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, Gu Changge had inadvertently revealed all the details of her previous life. After he finished speaking, Gu Changge fell silent for a moment before lifting her face. Is that so? I never imagined the divine sun witnessed such a bleak version of me. However, that was merely a glimpse of the future. I had no intention of extracting your supreme bone from you. Gu Changge reassured her with a gentle smile. Having been reborn, Gu Changge found Gu Changge increasingly enigmatic. Throughout her interactions with him, she discovered that he was exceptionally gifted, possessed terrifying combat prowess, and conducted himself with an impeccable demeanor that starkly contrasted with her memories of his past self. While Gu Changge was lost in thought, a small green bottle suddenly flew toward her. Instinctively, she caught it, only to be stunned upon realizing it was the spirit-gathering bottle. Her heart raced as she looked incredulously at Gu Changge. Since he had already obtained the spirit-gathering bottle, he must be aware of its significance as an immortal artifact. This was an immortal artifact. Throughout the vast realms, such artifacts were exceedingly rare, coveted even by those at the imperial level. The fact that Gu Changge casually tossed it to her was beyond belief. This item took considerable effort for me to acquire, and it cannot be given away freely. Henceforth, my dear sister Qingxiu, you must offer me something in return, an extraordinary treasure or a remarkable opportunity. Gu Changge stated calmly, his tone devoid of any coercive undertones. Akin to a brother affectionately caring for his sister, effortlessly glossing over the matter of the small green bottle. Gu Changge's heart raced. The immortal artifact felt incredibly warm in her hands. What could she possibly offer Gu Changge in return? Even offering her very being would seem insufficient. To use another's destined opportunity to win over a reborn female supreme was a feat only Gu Changge could accomplish. Well, your silence indicates consent. From now on, Sister Qingxiu, you shall accompany me, Gu Changge said with a playful smile. All right, I suppose. Gu Changge hesitated for a moment before nodding. The small green bottle was indeed of immense importance to her, and Gu Changge's request felt almost like a gift. From that moment forth, Gu Changge would occupy a uniquely special place in Gu Changge's heart, thanks to the ever-present small green bottle. And, at the instant she accepted the bottle, a notification from the Invincible return system appeared before Gu Changge. Ding! Gifted to the bound target. Immortal artifact spirit gathering bottle. Received 100-fold return. You have obtained a supreme immortal artifact. The condensing Dao divine bottle. Supreme immortal artifact condensing Dao divine bottle. Contains the essence of yin and yang. Exposure to sunlight yields yang liquid, while moonlight produces yin liquid. The fusion of these two liquids creates a drop of condensing Dao divine water, which, when consumed, can substitute for a year of arduous cultivation or comprehension. A remarkably simple introduction, yet the implications were nothing short of extraordinary. With just a day's exposure, the fusion of yang and yin liquids could yield a drop of condensing Dao divine water, equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation or comprehension. effectively allowing one to experience a year of growth in a single day. Incredible. The Invincible return system had truly exceeded his expectations. This condensing Dao divine bottle was utterly unparalleled. It seemed that the small green bottle was indeed the spirit gathering bottle. After Gu Changge responded to Gu Changge, she cradled the spirit gathering bottle. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Brother Divine Son, you must be aware of the significance of this object I now possess, correct? Indeed, he replied. Gu Changge nodded earnestly. Then you should return it to me. This is celestial. Although this item is exceedingly precious, it holds little utility for me, as I am already the scion of the Chongshan Gu clan, with all resources concentrated upon me. In comparison, you would benefit from it far more. Qingxiu, you must hasten your growth. Who knows, in the future, when I find myself outmatched in battle, I may need your assistance. My esteemed sister, Gu Changge jested. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge nodded emphatically. Very well. If Brother Changge is ever at a disadvantage, I shall intervene. Gu Changge replied. I was merely jesting. He took it to heart. With his profound eyes, celestial bones, and the support of a sovereign, if he were unable to defeat his foes, it would be exceedingly challenging for Gu Changge as well. Nonetheless, Gu Changge's resolute attitude pleased Gu Changge immensely. He reached out to ruffle her hair, and as she widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, he smiled, saying, All right, I have faith in you, Qingxiu. Now, let's explore other places. By the way, you rode in on a spirit crane, did you not? This time, let us forego the palanquin. The spirit crane is more convenient. May we share a ride? The sudden intimacy left Gu Changge momentarily flustered. However, she quickly regained her composure. Regarding Gu Changge's unexpected touch, she felt no aversion. Otherwise, her body would have reacted when he reached out. All right, I shall summon it. If those in my past life, who were aware of my identity, knew that this esteemed female sovereign was sharing a spirit crane with another man, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. It is well known that when Gu Changge truly enters the fray, her extraordinary grace as a female sovereign attracts countless sons and signs from the myriad realms, and even saints yearn to bow at her feet. Yet she remains impassive. Now, summon the spirit crane quickly. I have grown weary of lingering here, Gu Changge chuckled, encouraging Gu Changge to call forth the spirit crane. The spirit crane was stored within her beast pouch. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's cheeks flushed. She infused her spiritual energy into the pouch, summoning the spirit crane. The crane, resplendently white, with a wingspan of 5 meters, bore a head adorned with a deep black hue, and its wing tips also glimmered with a hint of darkness, creating an ethereal contrast. As the spirit crane appeared at the estate, the village chief and others approached immediately. Gu Changge leaped onto the back of the spirit crane first and addressed the village chief below. We apologize for the recent disturbances. Now that we have found what we sought, we shall take our leave. Gu Changge followed suit, jumping onto the crane's back, and turned to the village chief, saying, Grandfather Chief, I too shall depart with Brother Changge. Concerning the shift in her address, Gu Changge chose not to comment. Some matters would unfold naturally. There was no need for undue attention. Furthermore, to him, the title of brother was one of kinship, and he felt content. Is that so? Your Highness, the Scion, and Miss Qingxiu, may your journey be smooth. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded, and Gu Changge added, I will return to visit you, Grandfather Chief. Farewell. With that, she commanded the spirit crane to take flight. In an instant, a gentle breeze stirred, and the crane flapped its wings, gradually ascending into the sky. The spirit crane's limit was 2 passengers, and they had to sit closely with barely 2 fist distance between them. However, Gu Changge's focus remained on the village chief and the small green vial in her hand. Thus, as the spirit crane took off unsteadily, she inadvertently tilted backward. Instability in flight was no concern for those of the Hongxiao realm. Just as Gu Changge gathered her spiritual energy to stabilize herself, a hand gently wrapped around her delicate shoulder. Qingxiu, when riding the spirit crane, it is best to maintain your focus. Falling would not be a pretty sight. Gu Changge teased. The warmth of his hand radiated like a searing flame, causing Gu Changge to feel a subtle tremor in her supreme bone, as if it were touched by the blazing sun on the verge of assimilation. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, the progress of her supreme bone's cultivation seemed to hasten ever so slightly. Though imperceptible, even the faintest increment in the cultivation of supreme bone required immense resources. Yet, in an instant, Gu Changge's touch had facilitated this growth. What is happening? Gu Changge's heart raced, her fair face flushing. The thought of a dignified supreme empress losing her balance on a spirit crane would surely elicit laughter from many. This incident must remain a secret. As she contemplated this, she suddenly noticed Gu Changge's hand withdrawing from her shoulder. The once searing warmth dissipated, returning to normalcy, leaving her inexplicably yearning for that touch. It was as if something within Gu Changge, akin to a poppy, drew her in. Could it be the celestial principles nestled within his chest? Yet what was this feeling? Gu Changge felt perplexed, and as she gathered her thoughts, she expressed her gratitude to Gu Changge. Thank you, Brother Changge. By the way, where shall we go next? Do you have a destination in mind? Upon hearing this, Gu Changge glanced towards the direction where the light from Jiruyu appeared. Let's head east. East? Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded. Very well. Her surprise was palpable. East? Isn't that the direction of the Spirit Spring secret realm? That is where Yi Chun and Jiruyu first met. When a millennial spirit spring, I transformed into a dragon of spiritual energy and soared into the sky. Captured by Yi Chun's secret technique. Is it merely a coincidence of fate? Chapter 35. Rebirth of Yi Chun. Celestial couple. Meanwhile, Jiruyu was emerging from a grand city. Her appearance altered and far less ethereal than when she had departed from the Changxingji family. In her hand, she clutched a skewer of candied hawthorn. Is the Spirit Spring secret realm in this direction? This is my first time participating in a secret realm. I must take a look. Perhaps fortune will favor me, and I might acquire the legendary Spirit Spring Eye. She mused with a gleeful chuckle as she soared into the sky, her laughter echoing like silver bells. On another side, a young man dressed in gray, exuding a demeanor of competence and appearing to be around 19 years of age, set forth from a nearby forest, bound for the Spirit Spring secret realm. According to his recollection, the opening of the realm was imminent. He was determined to seize the Spirit Spring Eye. Furthermore, the divine maiden of the Ji family, Jiruyu, was also expected to appear. The rebirth stone had already been activated 3 times, its energy nearly depleted. If he could not attain the status of a great emperor this time, hope would be lost. He had to utilize every opportunity available. In my second life, I cultivated to the saint realm. Achieving the great emperor status this time is not too much to ask, he murmured, hastening towards the Spirit Spring secret realm. Indeed, he was Yi Chun, bearer of the extraordinary rebirth stone. As long as the energy remained, he could reverse the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. However, the rebirth stone had been employed 3 times already, leaving him with one final chance. To replenish its energy, it required the infusion of power surpassing the emperor realm. Even in his second life, having reached the saint realm and traversed the myriad domains, he had only managed to infuse half the energy into the rebirth stone, theoretically allowing him one more accumulation in this life. Above in the heavens, upon the back of a spirit crane, Gu Changge could distinctly perceive a faint fragrance emanating from the young man behind her. She was not surprised, possessing the heavy eye and celestial bone. Gu Changge's physical form was likely transformed into an immaculate entity, his flesh serving as a potent elixir. Gu Changge sat poised upon the spirit crane, gazing down at the lush green forest below. Is this a forest? Changge, do you have any specific destination in mind? No, Gu Changge replied, shaking her head. Continuing forward like this is quite fine. This was precisely where she wished to be, she silently affirmed. Oh, Gu Changge nodded, his expression remaining composed. As they drew nearer to the luminous point, Jiruyu paused for reasons unknown at that location. Just then, a terrifying surge of spiritual light erupted skyward. In the next moment, a colossal mountain appeared in the distance, cloaked in ethereal glow, resembling a celestial mountain. Is this the fabled land of fortune? Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. It must be. Gu Changge feigned surprise. I never expected such good fortune. We simply chose a direction and stumbled upon the opening of the land of fortune. The secret realms are classified into two types: the small space secret realms known as cave heavens and the larger land of fortune. The cave heaven realms are the most mysterious, potentially harboring wondrous opportunities, yet equally capable of leading to certain death. The land of fortune, on the other hand, reveals various resources to the world. For instance, the Spirit Spring secret realm is a coveted land of fortune sought after by many wandering cultivators, rich in spiritual energy and abundant in treasures and divine metals. The greatest danger arises from humanity itself. Naturally, first-rate powers, such as the Qinglian Gu family, show little interest in the smaller lands of fortune, leaving them for the wandering cultivators to exploit. Outside the Spirit Spring secret realm, powerful individuals descended like shooting stars, while some other wandering cultivators had already arrived and were waiting. The highest cultivation level present was merely a 9th layer of the godly realm. The commotion surrounding this small land of fortune was minimal, and due to local power control, it had not spread widely. Hence, only those at the 9th layer of the godly realm had come. The Spirit Spring secret realm has opened. The natural barriers have not yet dissipated. Entering now would result in becoming lost within the land of fortune. We must wait half an hour before it is safe to enter. This was an opportunity for the cultivators of Yunlong City, a land of fortune emerging so close to the city, they exclaimed joyfully. However, they remained vigilant. Once inside the Spirit Spring secret realm, those who converse could easily become adversaries. Ji Ruyu, appearing ordinary, stood amidst the crowd, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at the mountain manifesting from the Spirit Spring secret realm. A land of fortune. This is my first time actively participating. The freedom is exhilarating. On the other side of the crowd, Yichen carefully scrutinized each person's expression, searching for the disguised appearance of Ji Ruyu from his memory. In truth, had it not been for a 9th layer, godly realm individual provoking Ji Ruyu at the last moment, Yichen would not have realized that the cherished jewel of the formidable Changxingji family had stealthily come to join this minor secret realm. This had caused quite a stir in the Zhongtian realm at the time. Many who returned from the Spirit Spring secret realm lamented their missed opportunity. Had they recognized the Ji family's divine maiden then, even a slight connection could have propelled them to great heights. Regarding the rebirth connection, Yichen experiences a conventional rebirth, traversing the experiences of his previous 2 lives to reach the 3rd. In contrast, Gu Changge completes the entire timeline of her 3rd life before returning to the beginning. Yichen scoffed at the thought that an ordinary person could attract the attention of a divine maiden. Only he, a reborn individual across 3 lives, could accurately discern the preferences of the Ji family's divine maiden. From his knowledge of the 2nd life, he understood that Ji Ruyu longed for freedom, embodying the spirit of a breathtakingly beautiful fairy. As long as he provided her with that sense of cherished freedom, he would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression, possibly advancing their relationship further. Regrettably, after scanning the crowd, Yichen did not spot the disguised face of Ji Ruyu from his memories. He exhaled softly, reminding himself, once the Spirit Spring secret realm opens, she will seek a precious herb and will utilize a jade talisman of the King realm. At that moment, I shall encounter her. Just as Yichen was lost in thought, a sudden call of the crane captured everyone's attention. In the next instant, a spirit crane gracefully descended from the sky. Instantly, the expressions of all wandering cultivators shifted, their vigilance heightened as they turned toward the spirit crane. Such a creature was not one that ordinary powers could possess. At the very least, it belonged to a first-rate force or even a Changsheng family. This realization dampened the spirits of the gathered cultivators. Yichen's expression also changed. What is happening? There was no spirit crane in the last life. As the spirit crane descended, the crowd finally glimpsed the 2 figures upon its back. When the onlookers recognized their features, they were momentarily stunned, and the term celestial couple slowly surfaced in their minds. The pair, youthful yet exuding an extraordinary and noble aura, stood with the boy leading the way. Chapter 36. The Yin Yang Divine Body. He possessed an unparalleled beauty. exuding an ethereal charm akin to that of a celestial being. Adorned in black garments embellished with golden borders, he radiated an air of nobility, surrounded by an aura that seemed to shimmer with divine light, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld him. Beside him stood a youthful maiden clad in green, who, despite her tender age, already exhibited a captivating grace. Her cascading black hair resembled a waterfall. Her skin was as pale and smooth as congealed cream, and her exquisite features were untouched by the mundane world, reminiscent of a pristine lotus emerging untainted from the mire. The pair's presence, both in terms of cultivation and stature, unmistakably indicated their noble lineage. Gu Changge and Gu Changge descended gracefully on their spirit crane, seemingly unfazed by the gazes of those around them. They surveyed the crowd, and a gentle smile graced their faces as they nodded amicably at the assembly. In the throng, Yichun's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing Gu Changge and Gu Changge's arrival. His heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze, suppressing his astonishment. What was happening? The signs of the Chongsheng Gu clan had come as well. Such an occurrence had not transpired in his previous life. Moreover, were not Gu Changge and the Chongsheng Gu clan sworn enemies? How could they possibly be seen together with Gu Changge? Yi Chen's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He was all too familiar with Gu Changge and Gu Changge. When the True Dragon and Flood Dragon rankings emerged, the elite powers, along with the divine offspring of the Chongsheng clan, vied for supremacy. Among them, the most illustrious were those few individuals. Gu Changge, with his unique double pupils and supreme bones, dominated the younger generation of the celestial domain. Gu Changge, too, bore supreme bones, even more formidable than those of Gu Changge. By the time Gu Changge attained the status of a sage, Gu Changge had already ascended to the level of an emperor, an existence that was beyond his reach. Yet, as he pondered, a wild idea began to take root in Yi Chun's mind. After all, he was a reincarnator. Having lived 2 lives, he was somewhat familiar with the experiences of Gu Changge, the reincarnated empress, though not entirely aware of her journey. However, he did grasp certain pivotal events. If he could forge a connection with this future empress, perhaps he too could ascend to the throne of an emperor in this life. In his second life, Yi Chun had leveraged knowledge from his first to gain the favor of several divine maidens from top-tier powers, eventually reaching the sage realm. He dared not covet the divine maidens of the Chongsheng clan or the supreme holy lands, for they were beyond his grasp. Even with the knowledge he had acquired from his first life, he had only attained the king level in his second life, making it impossible to contend with such formidable forces. Yet now, the situation was different. With the foundation of a sage, he could rapidly restore his sage-level prowess given adequate resources. Even the prospect of advancing to emperor was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, Yi Chen's ambitions widened, which explained his audacity in pursuing Ji Ruyu and contemplating Gu Changge. Ji Ruyu also noticed the arrival of Gu Changge and Gu Changge. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "What handsome and beautiful individuals! Is that a spirit crane? I wonder which faction they belong to." As her gaze lingered on Gu Changge and Gu Changge, she was oblivious to the fact that Gu Changge had already noticed her too. In his eyes, she radiated a brilliant light. "Ding! The system has detected that the host is near a target eligible for investment return. Would you like to view the information?" "Yes, no." "Ding! The system has detected that the host is near a target eligible for investment return. Would you like to bind?" "Yes, no." The binding notification appeared before Gu Changge. He felt a stir of interest and chose to view Ji Ruyu's information first. Nickname, Ji Ryu. Identity, Divine Maiden of the Chongsheng Ji clan, Daughter of Fortune. Physique, Yin-Yang Divine Body, Dual Cultivation Body. Cultivation Technique, Divine King Scripture. Divine Abilities, Divine King's Eye, Divine King's Finger, Divine King's Sai, Divine King's Shadow. Recent Fortune, viewable upon binding. Upon examining Ji Ruyu's information, Gu Changge's attention lingered on her identity. Indeed, all targets for system binding were women of fortune, and to his astonishment, his cousin possessed the coveted Yin-Yang divine body, a physique that even sages coveted. The dual cultivation was immensely beneficial for both parties. Bind. Gu Changge resolved deciding to make Ji Ruyu his second investment target. Binding successful. Recent fortune of Ji Ruyu unlocked. Hearing the system prompt, Gu Changge once more scrutinized Ji Ruyu's personal information, focusing on her recent fortune. Nickname, Ji Ruyu. Recent fortune, targeted by another child of fortune, Yi Chun, who initially aimed to bolster the Changsheng Ji clan status. In a bid to engage in an immortal battle with another sacred land, he will expend all resources. However, an unknown individual will eliminate the threat. Yet Yi Chun remains undeterred. He plans to select a seemingly worthless stone in the gambling den of Yunlong City in 3 days, hoping to unearth a yin-yang spirit jade to regain Ji Ruyu's favor. Remarkable. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes, acknowledging Yi Chun as a true child of fortune. Yet, he was curious about the nature of this fortune and what extraordinary abilities Yi Chun possessed. It was evident that Yi Chun had discerned Ji Ruyu's true identity, prompting him to employ various schemes to win her favor. Not only was she my binding target, but as my cousin, I cannot allow your plans to succeed. Yi Chun, is it? Let's see how many secrets you truly know. As Gu Changge contemplated, Ji Ruyu, too, caught sight of his gaze, causing her to quickly lower her head. Was he looking at me? Could he see through my disguise? Impossible. My disguise pill is of the highest grade, and I've also donned treasures to obscure my divine sense. How could I be uncovered? However, in the next moment, she realized that the man who had drawn everyone's attention upon his arrival had indeed noticed her. With curiosity, Gu Changge approached her, accompanied by the inquisitive Gu Changge. As Gu Changge scrutinized Ji Ruyu, her keen eye quickly detected the clues: a sage-level disguise pill and treasures to block divine sense probing. Ji Ruyu? Gu Changge deduced the identity of the woman before her, momentarily taken aback by how Gu Changge had discerned her true form. As a reincarnated sovereign, she could not have easily perceived the nuances unless she looked closely. Yet Gu Changge approached Ji Ruyu directly. Could it be due to his double pupils? Gu Changge remained oblivious to the true extent of Gu Changge's prowess. Chapter 37. The eternal family. Ji Ruyu gazed at Gu Changge, who approached her, and as he drew near, his ethereal and strikingly handsome visage became increasingly captivating, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. However, she was perplexed. After disguising herself, she should have appeared unremarkable. Why, then, did he walk directly towards her? I did not expect to see you here, cousin. Did you sneak out? Gu Changge's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Ji Ruyu looked at the celestial youth before her, and as she beheld the faint smile gracing his chiseled face, her mind buzzed. From those deep, black hole-like eyes, it seemed she glimpsed another pair of eyes, mysterious and divine. Double pupils? The words surfaced in Ji Ruyu's mind, and in the next moment, she suddenly remembered that in a distant and prestigious family in the 3,000 realms, there indeed existed a cousin who possessed such innate holiness and the gift of double pupils. During her occasional visits to the Changsheng Gu family, she often enjoyed playing alongside this cousin. However, over time, he had retreated into seclusion, and she ceased her visits to the Changsheng Gu family. This was their first reunion in several years. As she observed Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu felt as if she were gazing upon the brother she had once cherished. Changge? Ji Ruyu instinctively uttered. Indeed, you are not mistaken. Gu Changge nodded, smiling. Though I have grown a little, I remain quite unchanged. At this, Ji Ruyu's heart swelled with joy. It turned out her beloved cousin had always remembered her. She lifted her face, beaming. Changge, how did you end up here? And did you see through my disguise? Of course. My eyes do not deceive. He pointed to his eyes. As for why I am here, I felt a whim to wander about, and upon discovering this blessed land emerging, I decided to take a look. What a coincidence! Ji Ruyu exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Meanwhile, Yi Chun observed Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Ji Ruyu. Upon witnessing Ji Ruyu's transformed appearance, Yi Chun's heart sank. So it was Ji Ruyu. He had not anticipated that she would be acquainted with Gu Changge. Indeed, the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family were bound by marriage, making their connection quite natural. However, with Gu Changge present, it would be challenging for him to win Ji Ruyu's favor. as any contrived encounters would likely be perceived by either Gu Changge or Gu Changge. He needed to devise a long-term strategy. As I Ching pondered, a towering figure of the Li family, a ninth-level being of the divine connection realm, descended from the skies and approached the trio, frowning as he respectfully inquired, "Might I ask where the three of you hail from? What brings you to this modest, blessed land?" "Do not mind us," Gu Changge replied. Turning to the Li family leader, "You may continue to vie for opportunities as you wish. We shall rely on our own abilities." "Very well," the Li family leader conceded. Given the demeanor of Gu Changge and Gu Changge, it was clear they were individuals that those from Yunlong City could not easily provoke. Ji Ryu, despite appearing ordinary, could address Gu Changge as brother, indicating her extraordinary lineage. Her current appearance might even be a fa ade. Other loose cultivators in Yunlong City exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. Gu Changge had not resorted to intimidation, which was fortuitous for them. They still had a chance. After exchanging a few words with the Li family leader, Gu Changge turned back to Ji Ryu, patting her head. "You need not maintain this disguise before me. Quickly return to your original appearance." "All right," Ji Ryu replied, sticking out her little tongue as a radiant glow enveloped her. In the next moment, a stunningly vibrant young girl appeared before everyone. The girl exuded a lively and spirited aura. Her waist-length hair danced in the breeze, her cherubic face held a hint of baby fat, and her bright, clear eyes sparkled with vitality. Her petite figure possessed an alluring fullness in certain areas. She and Gu Changge were each remarkable in their own right. As Ji Ryu transformed back into her original form, the trio, two breathtakingly beautiful women alongside the ethereal Gu Changge, commanded attention, becoming the focal point of the gathering. Many who witnessed this scene felt a tremor within. Indeed, anyone who could attract the attention of Gu Changge and the others was no ordinary individual. They had not anticipated that the seemingly plain girl they had encountered was, in truth, so strikingly beautiful. Some of the loose cultivators who had stood beside Ji Ryu could scarcely believe their eyes, filled with regret for not having engaged her in conversation. They might have garnered an introduction to Gu Changge and Gu Changge. Upon returning to her true form, Ji Ryu stretched lazily. "Ah, how much more comfortable it is to be myself. Quite mischievous. However, you cannot claim to have slipped away unnoticed, given that someone has been tailing you." Gu Changge chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. Ji Ryu paused, but in the next instant, she realized. Pouting, she looked skyward. "Which uncle has been following me? Come out at once." As her words fell, a robust and towering figure materialized before Gu Changge, Gu Changge, and Ji Ryu. "Elder Ji Hao," Ji Ryu exclaimed, her brows knitting together as she glared at Ji Hao, hands on her hips. "Why have you been secretly following me without telling me? If I told you, would you have enjoyed yourself as much?" Ji Hao retorted, casting an indifferent glance at Ji Ryu before turning his attention to Gu Changge, scrutinizing him with admiration and awe. "Young Master Changge, Miss Chiu has informed me that you have been personally bestowed the title of Young Master by the ancestral elder of the Gu family and have awakened a second talent. Indeed, you appear to be extraordinary, and this young lady beside you is remarkable as well. I truly envy the Changsheng Gu family." "Greetings, Senior," Gu Changge smiled, nodding in acknowledgement of Ji Hao. Ji Hao's sudden appearance sent ripples of astonishment throughout the gathering. Not a single person had noticed how he had materialized, not even the ninth-level Li family leader, a ninth-level being of the divine connection realm, just a step away from the Dao enlightenment realm, was already a top-tier powerhouse in Yunlong City. Yet in the Zhongtian Dao realm, he was merely a slightly larger ant. Now, standing before the enigmatic Gu Changge and Ji Hao, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, they observed that Gu Changge and Gu Changge were not ordinary individuals, and thus did not impose upon them. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. Too courteous. Ji Hao waved his hand with a smile. "Miss Chiu, your mother has invited you to visit my Changsheng Ji family, and it would be splendid for you to return to the Ji family with Miss Ryu. When I left, my father mentioned this as well. I had every intention of doing so. The Changsheng Ji family. The Changsheng Ji family." Gasp. What had they just heard? The onlookers, a crowd of curious, loose cultivators suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Gu Changge and his companions were indeed representatives of the Changsheng family. My heavens! Chapter 38. The delicacies of mountain and sea far exceed the taste of chicken legs. When ordinary cultivators encounter members of the long-lived aristocracy, it is akin to mere mortals stumbling upon celestial beings, with the disparity in status rendering them helplessly awestruck. Ah, how fitting. Ji Hao nodded, turning to Ji Ruyu and saying, "Miss, you have been out for a few days now. Once this adventure in the blessed land concludes, you should return to the Ji family with divine Sun Changge." Oh, Ji Hao's appearance signified the end of her leisure time. Nevertheless, the few days of freedom had been delightful. In truth, Ji Ryu had made preparations. Her stealthy escapade could hardly evade the keen eyes of the family's formidable members, suggesting they had tacitly permitted her brief outing. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. There was still some distance to the blessed land. "Let us have something to eat," Gu Changge suddenly proposed. "Wonderful. Brother Changge, what delicacies have you prepared?" Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at him. "I have brought some treats. Consider them specialties. Additionally, we shall indulge in some barbecue," he replied. "Barbecue? What is that?" Ji Ryu asked with intrigue. "It is a unique dish I encountered in a story once. I hunted some divine beasts in the void secret realm and procured the finest meat, perfect for grilling. I also managed to bring back some exquisite seafood." Awakening ancient wisdom, Gu Changge was well versed in the specialties of his past life. Once cultivators reach the destiny wheel realm, they often shun mundane meals, while some spiritual chefs experiment with spiritual vegetables, which are indeed delightful due to their top-tier ingredients and seasonings. None could compare to the flavors he had once known. Knowing Ji Ryu was about to be ensnared by Yi Chan with a chicken leg, he thought it best to let her savor what true camping barbecue should be. Gu Changge, who had been listening, was momentarily taken aback. How had she never known Gu Changge possessed such skills? Previously, he had only focused on cultivation, dominating the world. After reaching the Destiny Wheel realm, he likely had not tasted food at all. Such a transformation. Gu Changge's words left the scattered cultivators and those from Yunlong City drenched in cold sweat. Divine beasts and exquisite seafood. Were these things even within their realm? This illustrated the terrifying nature of the long-lived aristocracy. In their eyes, they could only be reduced to mere ingredients, utterly helpless, unfazed by the thoughts of others. Gu Changge conjured an opulent carpet, upon which glimmering icy boxes landed. The boxes contained translucent chunks of meat and delectable octopus tentacles, the latter presumably being the seafood he mentioned. Witnessing the blood and flesh of divine beasts, the family head of the Li family's eyes widened. Eating that piece could potentially elevate him to the understanding realm. However, even with 100 times his courage, he would not dare approach. As Gu Changge revealed the ingredients, Ji Ryu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then produced a homemade grill and some premium spiritual charcoal. After placing the charcoal in the grill, he waved his hand to ignite it, causing the heat to gradually rise without any smoke, glowing quietly. How peculiar. Are we using the heat from the spiritual charcoal to cook these ingredients? Ji Ryu approached the grill, her curiosity piqued. Indeed. However, that is merely the process. The focus lies in the seasoning. Allow me to demonstrate. Gu Changge smiled slightly, knowing Ji Ryu would find it unforgettable after tasting. Gu Changge blinked in curiosity. This was her first time witnessing such a cooking method, distinct from the preparation of spiritual vegetables. Gu Changge personally showcased his skills, slicing a piece of octopus tentacle and placing it on the grill. As it cooked, a sizzling sound accompanied the release of a delicate fragrance that made many cultivators present swallow hard. The flesh of divine beasts, even when simply cooked, was a top-tier dish. Next, Gu Changge added spices to the octopus tentacle. Instantly, an intense aroma wafted through the air outside the blessed land. Yi Chun, observing from the side, was astonished. Was the long-lived aristocracy so advanced? They had developed such diverse culinary techniques. In his past, he had braved the elements, directly slaying beasts for sustenance. but compared to the enticing aroma wafting before him, that had been akin to chewing wax. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled as she focused on the king-tier octopus tentacle in Gu Changge's hands, filled with curiosity. Ji Ruyu, transformed into a little glutton, asked, "Brother Changge, when can we eat?" "I want to eat now." "Very soon," Gu Changge replied, a smile gracing his lips. Moments later, he picked up the golden, crispy octopus tentacle, wielding his spiritual power like a knife. He sliced a piece and handed it to Ji Ruyu. "Try it. Delicious," Ji Ruyu exclaimed, her cheeks puffed up, her voice stuttering with delight. The golden, crispy octopus tentacle was coated with an unknown spice, its aroma tantalizing, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. She gazed at the steaming octopus tentacle and took a hearty bite. In an instant, an explosion of rich flavors, unlike anything she had ever experienced, erupted in her mouth. Ji Ruyu let out a soft moan, her fair face flushed, her eyes sparkling with moisture as she exclaimed, "MMM's so good." Seeing her expression, Gu Changge's lips curled into a smile. Gu Changge cut a piece for her as well. "You should try it." "Changge." "Okay." Gu Changge, curious if it truly was as delicious, took a bite. Like Ji Ruyu, the moment she tasted it, an exhilarating flavor burst forth, enveloping her in an indescribable sensation. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with wonder. "It's truly delicious." Watching this scene, Ji Hao felt a surge of desire. He longed to partake as well. However, as an elder, he hesitated to join the younger generation. Yet, Gu Changge had not forgotten Ji Hao, offering him a piece as well. After tasting, Ji Hao was utterly captivated by this culinary delight known as barbecue. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. Outside the blessed land, where many cultivators awaited the emergence of a significant figure, a group of individuals stood enviously watching as a few savored the fragrant delicacies, the aroma wafting for miles. Yet none dared to approach or disturb them. Gu Changge took a bite, glancing at Ji Ruyu, who was thoroughly enjoying herself with the barbecue. "Ruyu, don't you think the delicacies of mountain and sea are far superior to chicken legs?" "What chicken legs? The ordinary ones roasted over flames?" "Naturally. They cannot compare to Brother Changge's barbecue," Ji Ruyu replied, her cheeks puffed adorably as she stammered. Gu Changge paused mid-bite, casting an inexplicable look at Gu Changge. Could it be that he had glimpsed something remarkable with his unique vision again? Chapter 39, The Fiery Chicken Leg. A casual remark resolved destiny indeed, she remarked. "Now, take another bite." "Thank you, Brother Changge." As Ji Ruyu beheld Gu Changge offering a piece of meat from a fierce beast of the divine realm, the fragrant spices caused her eyes to narrow in delight as she took a hearty bite. Ji Hao, having just finished his own piece, expressed his surprise. "I never expected you to possess such culinary skills, Changge." "It was merely a pastime during moments of idleness," Gu Changge replied. "That's well and good. One must remember that cultivation is paramount, and one should not disperse their focus on trivial matters." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Gu Changge nodded appreciatively. At that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted as the spirit spring blessed land trembled violently. Ethereal light surged into the heavens, dispelling the hazy veil that had shrouded the area, revealing a magnificent celestial mountain, shrouded in mist and adorned with snow, presenting a dreamlike spectacle. Yet, all present were acutely aware that the spirit spring blessed land had been activated, allowing them to enter and seek their fortunes. Strangely, none of them moved, their gazes fixated on a void amidst the crowd, where Gu Changge and his companions were enjoying their barbecue. Gu Changge surveyed the cultivators around him, saying, "You are all free to seek your fortunes, relying on your own abilities." At his words, the crowd erupted in joy, relieved that Gu Changge was not monopolizing the opportunity. Given 100 chances, they would not dare to oppose him, but his encouragement to rely on their own skills was the most favorable outcome. The leader of the Leaf family, a ninth-layer cultivator of the divine realm, performed a respectful bow to Gu Changge before soaring into the spirit's spring secret realm, followed closely by the others, each eager to enter. Once everyone had entered, Gu Changge and his group finally finished their meal. After washing their hands with the spirit spring water, Gu Changge turned to Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu with a gentle smile. Let's also venture inside. If something piques our interest, we shall take it. Yay! Ji Ruyu clapped with glee, while Gu Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ji Hao quietly vanished from sight. In the spirit spring blessed land, the most coveted treasure was indeed the spirit spring itself. If the earlier visitors were to witness Gu Changge using the very water they desired to wash his hands, their expressions would surely be priceless. On another side, Yi Chun, possessing the soul of a sage and having visited this place in a previous life, swiftly seized all significant resources within the spirit spring blessed land, reaping abundant rewards. However, the ultimate prize, the eye of the spirit spring, would not manifest for another day. Thus, Yi Chun planned to spend the night here, waiting to acquire the eye of the spirit spring before departing. As for Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu, with Gu Changge by their side, approaching the two women would likely prove difficult, compelling him to feign a chance encounter. Previously, it was rumored that Ji Ruyu was the fabled dual cultivation body of Yin and Yang. Yi Chun recalled that in the gambling stone residence of Yunlong City, a Yin and Yang spirit jade had been unearthed. If he could obtain this jade, it would naturally draw Ji Ruyu's attention. If he could attract Ji Ruyu, he was confident that his own merits would earn her favor. Just as Yi Chun was plotting his next move, a familiar, light voice broke through his thoughts. Brother Changge, there are people here. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, following the voice to see three figures approaching. As they neared the campfire, the foremost youth, ethereal and regal, captured his attention. Beside him stood two stunning women, their beauty unforgettable at a mere glance. Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. Upon spotting Yi Chun, Gu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the qualities of a protagonist in him. His features were unremarkable, yet slightly refined, his demeanor resolute and calm, exuding a quiet confidence. As night fell around the fire, Yi Chun was astonished. He had initially thought that Ji Ruyu would not encounter this fated child, yet here they were, a serendipitous meeting, which struck him as an extraordinary stroke of luck. After all, the trio represented a significant force within the realm, and having spent the day in the spirit spring blessed land, they were now seeking a place to rest. Yes, it seems there are indeed people, Gu Changge affirmed. Shall we approach? Ji Ruyu hesitated, glancing at Gu Changge, though her gaze lingered on a tantalizing chicken leg sizzling over the flames. I'm hungry. I want to eat. If it weren't for Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu's presence, Ji Ruyu would have likely dashed over to request the chicken leg without a second thought. Certainly, Gu Changge replied with a smile, as he too was intrigued to engage with Yi Chun and discern the nature of his fortune. As Yi Chun noticed Gu Changge and the others approaching, his heart leapt with joy, though his ordinary face feigned surprise. Upon recognizing their faces, he quickly rose to greet them with respect. Greetings to you three, Yi Chun said reverently. Do not be so formal. We are merely intruding upon your gathering. Gu Changge replied with a warm smile. Gu Qingxiu, raising an eyebrow, thought to herself, so it is Yi Chun. I did not expect to encounter him in such circumstances. That chicken leg. Her eyes were drawn to the delectable chicken leg sizzling before Yi Chun. No need for pleasantries. I am delighted by your presence, Yi Chun insisted, shaking his head, his gaze drifting to Gu Changge before subtly appraising Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu. The two women's extraordinary beauty ignited a fire within him, making him yearn to win the hearts of such captivating ladies. After exchanging greetings and learning each other's names, Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu seated themselves across from Yi Chun, who casually fiddled with the tantalizing chicken leg before him, making Ji Ruyu's eyes widen in longing. Ji Ruyu's desire for the chicken leg intensified, yet she was also inexplicably curious about Yi Chun, wondering why he was alone. He appeared to have considerable experience in adventure. Surely, enjoying a chicken leg while listening to his tales would be quite entertaining. However, just as Ji Ruyu entertained this thought, Gu Changge's melodious voice echoed in her mind. A gourmet feast is far superior to a mere chicken leg, is it not? Recalling this, Ji Ruyu's curiosity about Yi Chun dissipated entirely, and she found herself scrutinizing him with a hint of confusion. Previously, she had thought he appeared rather agreeable, but now, upon closer inspection, he seemed utterly ordinary when compared to her brother Changge. who was like an immortal gazing down upon mortals. The chicken leg, too, appeared rather unremarkable. "Brother Changge, barbecue. I want to eat," Ji Ruyu exclaimed, leaning closer to Gu Changge and shaking his hand eagerly. Chapter 40. Is it truly terrifying? Yichen had noticed that Ji Ruyu had been fixated on the chicken leg he had just grilled. He was about to offer it to her when, unexpectedly, she turned her attention to Gu Changge, asking him to prepare a barbecue for her instead. This was unacceptable. Such an opportunity for conversation should not be missed. "Miss Ji, this chicken leg has just been grilled to perfection. If you're hungry, you might as well have a taste. Although it may not compare to Master Gu's culinary skills, it is at least edible." Yichen lifted the glistening chicken leg and extended it toward Ji Ruyu, wearing a smile he deemed charming and appropriate. However, as Ji Ruyu glanced at the chicken leg he offered, her delicate brows furrowed. Initially, she had felt a flicker of curiosity toward Yichen, but now, upon regaining her composure, she realized that he had been paying attention to her all along. The moment she expressed a desire for food, he had eagerly presented the chicken leg as a means of ingratiating himself. Particularly, Ji Ruyu recalled Gu Changge's earlier words echoing in her mind. Chicken legs could hardly rival the exquisite taste of rare delicacies, let alone the barbecues crafted by her elder brother. "No, thank you." Ji Ruyu waved her hand dismissively, turning to Gu Changge. "I do not fancy chicken legs. My elder brother will prepare barbecue for me." "Very well, I shall prepare it for you," Gu Changge responded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the chicken leg Yichen had offered to Ji Ruyu. He retrieved a piece of meat from a divine beast from his storage ring and began to grill it. Witnessing this, Gu Changge was increasingly convinced that Gu Changge had perceived something unusual. Nonetheless, this development was fortuitous for her. She would not need to intervene. Yichen, in his audacity, was akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Before his rebirth, he had caused considerable misfortune to the Changxingji family. Yet he had managed to cultivate to the saint realm only with the support of a prestigious family, demonstrating a rather dismal talent. It was only a naive girl like Ji Ruyu, freshly emerged from the Changshang family, who would initially be captivated by someone like him. In the world at large, such individuals were plentiful. Now, with Gu Changge as a comparison, Yichen appeared utterly insignificant. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, Gu Changge's thoughts were far from his mind. Upon hearing Ji Ruyu's refusal, Yichen felt an acute embarrassment wash over him, accompanied by a shadow of discontent. "You shall see in due time how much you will relish chicken legs." Before long, a rich and enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the skewered meat in Gu Changge's hand. "Thank you, elder brother Changge," she exclaimed, taking the skewer from him and planting a kiss on his cheek before indulging in her meal. Surprised by the sudden kiss, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. Gu Changge, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. "This is for you," Gu Changge said, handing another skewer to Gu Changge. "Thank you, elder brother Changge," she replied, her gaze lingering on his handsome face. The memory of Ji Ruyu's earlier action caused a faint blush to color her cheeks. Gu Changge pondered whether she should express her own feelings, but the thought quickly dissipated, replaced by a different impulse. She handed her own skewer to Gu Changge, saying, "Elder brother Changge, please have mine." "All right," he replied. Yichen, observing this exchange, felt a deep sense of discomfort. What was happening? Were these three conspiring to flaunt their affection before him? Moreover, Gu Changge seemed to bask in the attention of two stunningly beautiful women. Having acquired a rebirth stone, Yichen felt as if he were destined for greatness. Yet, with Gu Changge shining so brightly, his heart swelled with animosity. Gu Changge was well aware of Yichen's discomfort, noticing the expression on his face as if he had swallowed a fly, along with the faint hostility radiating from him. He had already sentenced Yichen to a metaphorical death. Once he had extracted all of Yichen's opportunities, he would dispose of him without hesitation. With this thought in mind, Gu Changge took a bite of the barbecue that Gu Changge had handed him. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that she was staring at the skewer in his hand, lost in thought. Just moments ago, she had given him the skewer, only to realize that she had already tasted it herself. As the meal progressed, Yichen felt increasingly uncomfortable. He concluded that encountering Gu Changge and his companions was far more distressing than avoiding them altogether. In their presence, he felt like an outsider. Yet, Yi Chun failed to recognize that he indeed was an outsider, utterly outmatched when compared to the esteemed identities of Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. His musings were merely a product of his own delusions. Just as Gu Changge and his companions finished their meal and prepared to enjoy some spirit wine and fruits, a booming dragon roar echoed throughout the spirit spring's blessed land. The four, Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, Ji Ruyu, and Yi Chun, exchanged glances, their eyes alight with anticipation. Has the spirit spring transformed into a dragon? Yi Ruyu exclaimed excitedly. Gu Qingxiu added, the transformation of the spirit spring into a dragon signifies a treasure of at least 10,000 years. If tamed, it would provide an inexhaustible source of spirit water, a boon even the saints might envy. Yi Chun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on a certain direction, already clutching the tools he had prepared to subdue the spirit spring eye. However, at that moment, Gu Changge turned to Ji Ruyu and said, Cousin Ruyu, it has been far too long since we last met, and I have yet to present you with a gift. Allow me to capture this dragon spirit spring eye as a token for you. Ji Ruyu was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, a surge of dragon-shaped spiritual light shot into the sky. Almost as soon as the dragon appeared, powerful auras from the various leaders of Yunlong City surged forth. The spirit spring eye is mine, the head of the Li family declared, extending a colossal spiritual hand toward the dragon-shaped spiritual light. Akimabak, Li Feng. You shall not have it. Another leader from Yunlong City interjected. But suddenly, a colossal figure towering 1,000 feet loomed in the sky, enveloped in celestial light, as if celestial beings were bowing before it. A youth, appearing not much older than a boy, stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings. I shall claim the spirit spring eye, Gu Changge proclaimed, his figure radiating celestial light, a divine king's silhouette manifesting behind him, his eyes resembling those of an immortal. The leaders of the Li family and others present halted, gazing at Gu Changge, whose mere second-level aura of the life wheel realm exuded an extraordinary presence. Shock and disbelief filled their eyes. It was unfathomable that someone with only second-level cultivation could instill such pressure upon those at the 9th level of the divine realm. Is this truly the true dragon son of the Chongqing family? How terrifying! Among the crowd, each leader was astute. Gu Changge spoke, and without hesitation, they all acquiesced, declaring, Since you desire the spirit spring eye, we shall no longer contest it. Indeed, the head of the Li family, his eyes glinting with cunning, respectfully addressed Gu Changge. I am Li Feng, head of the Li family in Yunlong City. I shall dare to assist you in subduing the spirit spring eye. Without waiting for Gu Changge's response, Li Feng raised his hand and lunged toward the dragon-shaped spirit spring eye, ensnaring it with overwhelming might. Chapter 41. A thousandfold return, the eye of the celestial spring. Below, Yi Chun, witnessing the unfolding scene, was immediately filled with anxiety. What nonsense was this? He had initially hoped that the forces in Yunlong City would vie for the eye of the celestial spring, allowing him to benefit from the chaos. Yet, the moment Gu Changge appeared, everyone cowered in fear. To make matters worse, some individuals even volunteered to capture the eye of the celestial spring for Gu Changge. Damn it, was this the advantage of having the backing of the Chongqing forces? Various emotions flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he gazed at the gem, now transformed into a luminous orb after being seized by the head of the Li family. With a heavy sigh, he realized that, under these circumstances, he could not possibly make a move to seize it. Otherwise, without Gu Changge lifting a finger, the others present would be all too eager to kill him to claim credit with Gu Changge. Damn! However, while Yi Chun was deep in thought, Gu Changge remained unfazed. The head of the Li family, holding the eye of the celestial spring, approached Gu Changge with an obsequious expression, offering the precious item while bowing deeply in utmost reverence. A powerful figure at the 9th level of the divine realm, he was considered one of the strongest in Yunlong City. Yet here he was, bowing before a seemingly young boy, creating a bizarre spectacle. Nonetheless, none in attendance found this scene difficult to accept. In fact, many silently cursed Li Feng, realizing they had missed the opportunity to ally with the Chongqing forces. Oh, Gu Changge observed Li Feng's eager offering of the treasure with keen interest. You present me with the eye of the celestial spring. Naturally, there shall be a reward in return. As he spoke, a Dao enlightenment pill materialized from his hand, a coveted item that allowed one to break through to the Dao enlightenment realm upon consumption. Gu Changge's demeanor was calm, as if the pill were mere candy. A single Dao enlightenment pill could cause upheaval throughout Yunlong City, and even in other realms, it was a treasure of great significance. Yet now, Gu Changge casually bestowed such a precious item upon an ordinary person. Li Feng gazed at the Dao enlightenment pill hovering before him, his breath quickening and face flushing red. This was a Dao enlightenment pill. It could elevate someone to the Dao enlightenment realm. Countless individuals languished at the 9th level of the divine realm, unable to comprehend the Dao for a lifetime. The Dao enlightenment pill was a legendary item, and now this individual from the Chongqing Gu family was offering one to him. Li Feng felt an overwhelming desire for it, but ultimately he mustered his willpower and averted his gaze from the pill, saying, "Young master, you are too kind. This is merely a trifling matter. I am sure you have a myriad of ways to acquire it effortlessly. I merely dared to overstep my bounds. Your thoughts are commendable. Keep it. I do not wish to owe favors to others. After all, this is the real world, and we are no fools." Gu Changge could easily discern that Li Feng wished to curry favor with the Chongqing Gu family. However, not just any petty force could claim such a reward. To grant a Dao enlightenment pill was already an immense favor. One must learn to be content. "Thank you, young master." Li Feng sighed internally before finally accepting the Dao enlightenment pill. Those surrounding him were already green with envy. To simply assist in acquiring a secured eye of the celestial spring in exchange for a Dao enlightenment pill was enough to incite jealousy. Beside them, Gu Qingxiu and Ji Ryu were entirely unfazed. As a member of the esteemed Chongqing Gu family, it was no surprise that many would seek to ingratiate themselves, even offering their affections. As for opposing the Chongqing Gu family, one would be wise to consider that they could easily locate and extinguish the lineage of any adversary. After accepting the eye of the celestial spring, Gu Changge descended before Gu Qingxiu and Ji Ryu. He felt a twinge of regret. How delightful it would have been to engage with these ordinary divine realm cultivators. Having just begun to master the dragon elephant suppression technique, he yearned to unleash his newfound strength. As a token of their meeting, Gu Changge handed the eye of the celestial spring to Ji Ryu. She graciously accepted it with a beaming smile. "Thank you, Brother Changge. Now that we have acquired the eye of the celestial spring, let us play for a few more days before returning to your home." "Very well." Ji Ryu's eyes sparkled with delight at his words, and she nodded eagerly. The moment Gu Changge passed the eye of the celestial spring to her, a return message appeared before him. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target Ji Ryu, Eye of the Celestial Spring. You have received 1,000-fold return. You have obtained Eye of the Celestial Spring, Eye of the Celestial Spring, from the celestial springs of the upper realm, imbued with mysterious power. Prolonged use of the spring can subtly enhance one's physique and alter cultivation aptitude. The Eye of the Celestial Spring. Gu Changge's heart surged with excitement as he read the return message. Once again, he had acquired an object of celestial origin. The celestial bone was already extraordinary, and now this Eye of the Celestial Spring not only enhanced the physical body, but also improved one's aptitude. Truly, the 1,000-fold return was astonishing. Drawing his gaze from the return message, Gu Changge smiled at the two ladies. "Let us venture into Yunlong City for a stroll." As Gu Changge departed, the prominent cultivators of Yunlong City exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Li Feng. Without a doubt, this time, Li Feng had reaped the greatest rewards. A Dao enlightenment pill. However, they dared not act in broad daylight, for it was a gift from Gu Changge. Who knew if anything were to happen to Li Feng under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it could provoke Gu Changge's wrath against them. A young master of the Chongqing forces. To incite his anger could lead to the obliteration of Yunlong City. Yichen watched the trio leave, his clenched fists gradually loosening. There was still hope. If he could secure the yin-yang spirit jade, perhaps he could still attract Ji Ruyu's attention. A cold glimmer flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Gu Changge, do not interfere this time, or else. Yi Chen already harbored resentment towards Gu Changge. Had it not been for Gu Changge's presence, Ji Ryu would undoubtedly have been by his side, granting him ample time to woo her. As night fell, Gu Changge settled into the cloudy sky pavilion. He began to assess the day's gains, the condensing Dao Divine bottle and the eye of the celestial spring. In the outside world, even the Changshan clan and the eternal Holy Land would vie for such treasures, yet he had obtained both in a single day. Truly, his prowess was unmatched. Moreover, he had gained another target for returns, which was indeed fortuitous. The condensing Dao judgment contained the essence of yin and yang creation, where sunlight yielded yang liquid and moonlight produced yin liquid. When combined, they could create a drop of condensing Dao water, which, when consumed, could replace a year of arduous cultivation or comprehension. The eye of the celestial spring, derived from the celestial springs of the upper realm, was infused with mysterious powers. Prolonged usage could subtly enhance one's physique and alter cultivation aptitude. With these two treasures, it would be no surprise if his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Additionally, they could enhance his physical constitution and transform his innate abilities. Excellent. Gu Changge utilized the eye of the celestial spring to extract a jar of celestial spring water, subsequently infusing it with spiritual energy and placing it into divine tea, before closing his eyes to savor the exquisite flavor. Chapter 42. Reunion with Yi Chen. As the celestial spring tea flowed into Gu Changge's mouth, he immediately felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Upon introspection, he perceived that his vital energy and physical form seemed to experience a subtle enhancement due to this warmth. Moreover, at this moment, his cultivation felt remarkably efficient, accompanied by a clarity of mind. Goodness, the effects of this tea rival those of enlightenment tea. Indeed, it is truly a celestial spring. Gu Changge gazed down at the teapot steeped with celestial spring water beside him, his eyes brimming with delight. This celestial spring is infinitely more precious than a spiritual spring. Next, he turned his attention to the condensing Dao Divine bottle, a long-necked jade vessel comparable in size to the gathering spirit bottle. A flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Regrettably, it was inconvenient to release the condensing Dao Divine bottle to absorb the sunlight during the day. Otherwise, even though it was night, he would have let it out to absorb the moonlight. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. A night passed without incident. After several days of diligent cultivation, Gu Changge's spiritual power had reached perfection, bringing him close to the third layer of the Fate Wheel realm. It is worth noting that he had only recently broken through to the second layer of the Fate Wheel realm, a remarkably swift pace among the talented. Brother Changge. Ji Ryu had arrived early to knock on the door. Gu Changge opened it to find Ji Ryu's enchanting and lively countenance, resembling that of Sprite. Good morning. Gu Changge greeted her. Good morning. Ji Ryu stepped forward, linking her arm with Gu Changge's, and eagerly suggested, in 2 days, we shall venture out. Let us go for a stroll now. Very well. Where would you like to go? Gu Changge inquired. I asked the innkeeper this morning, and he said the nearby stone gambling is quite entertaining. There's a chance we might uncover ancient treasures, exquisite spiritual stones, or perhaps even celestial stones. The odds you speak of are likely negligible. Gu Changge chuckled in response, but suddenly recalled something and narrowed his eyes slightly. How intriguing. No wonder, 3 days hence, at the stone gambling house in Yunlong City, he would encounter Yi Chen, as they would also return to the Changshan Ji family 3 days later. Shall we go have a look? All right, let us go take a look. Oh, and let us invite Qingxiu as well. All right, I shall fetch Sister Qingxiu now. Brother Changge, please wait for me downstairs. Ji Ryu declared before dashing off to summon Gu Qingxiu. Gu Changge remained at the door, awaiting her return. On the first day at the stone gambling house, Ji Ryu was brimming with enthusiasm. However, with Gu Changge by her side, she restrained herself from participating and merely observed with curiosity. The striking appearance of the three drew the attention of several onlookers. As the second day dawned, Ji Ryu could no longer contain her excitement. Gambling stones, 10 bets, and 10 losses. Gu Changge chuckled as he observed Ji Ruyu's eagerness. I sense you may incur losses. I am unafraid. I possess ample spiritual stones. Ji Ruyu retorted, Brother Changge, would you care to join me? Not at all. Gu Changge shook his head. For over the last 2 days, he had been searching for the stone gambling house's pitifully flawed stones that Ji Ruyu had indicated, yet had found none. He felt it was likely he would only return on the 3rd day. On the 2nd day, Ji Ruyu suffered significant losses, amounting to over 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Finally, the 3rd day arrived. This time, I am certain I shall uncover something remarkable. Ji Ruyu had repeated this sentiment throughout the day. However, as the trio stepped into the stone gambling house on that day, an unexpected figure appeared before Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, Yichun, whom they had encountered in the spiritual springs blessed land. Upon seeing Ji Ruyu there once more, Yichun's eyes sparkled with surprise. The sight of Gu Changge beside her also caught his attention. As for Gu Changge, Yichun had no intention of focusing on him, yet the latter's extraordinary presence made it impossible to ignore. What a coincidence! Good to see you three. Yichun approached them with a friendly demeanor. It is the one we met in the spiritual spring. Ji Ruyu exclaimed, astonished. Are you here to gamble stones as well? Indeed, I have some understanding of it. Yichun nodded slightly. At that moment, the owner of the stone gambling house approached with a smile, having taken note of the trio's remarkable aura over the past 2 days. Recognizing Yichun, who was conversing with them, his eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity to engage. Brother Yichun is not merely knowledgeable. He possesses a lineage of source arts. His expertise in stone gambling is unparalleled. Before you esteemed guests arrived, Yichun had already amassed a fortune here, and he is even a guest elder of our stone gambling house. Wang Qingxia, the proprietor, beamed as he established rapport with Yichun, subsequently introducing him to Gu Changge and the others. Esteemed guests, I am Wang Qing, the owner of the stone gambling house. It is a pleasure to meet you. He is that impressive? Ji Ruyu looked at Yichun in disbelief. Gu Changge, upon hearing this, understood. No wonder he could unveil the Yin-Yang spiritual jade. He indeed possessed source arts. Source arts are akin to geomancers from another realm, endowed with various mystical powers, with stone gambling being but one of their abilities. Yichun noticed Ji Ruyu's attention and endeavored to present his best self. However, no matter how he tried to shine, his ordinary appearance remained unchanged. Even without any overt actions, Gu Changge naturally drew everyone's focus after they had spoken. Ji Ruyu's gaze shifted towards Gu Changge. Having knelt for 2 consecutive days, she pondered whether she should seek the assistance of a source arts master. With the proprietor's introduction, Yichun confidently addressed them, esteemed ones. Wang Qing has exaggerated my abilities. My source arts are quite ordinary, but I can offer some advice. May I have the audacity to assist you in selecting some source stones? As he spoke, Yichun's gaze fell upon Ji Ruyu. He was aware that within the stone gambling house lay a Yin-Yang spiritual jade, and with his source arts, he was certain he could locate it. He intended to find an excuse to present the stone to Ji Ruyu, as he did not doubt she would be grateful. However, as soon as Yichun finished speaking, Gu Changge, who had been quiet until then, suddenly smiled and said, No need to trouble Brother Yichun. I also possess source arts. Upon concluding, Gu Changge produced a jade slip containing the teachings of source art from a storage ring and playfully tapped it against Ji Ruyu's head. Ouch! The sudden pain caused Ji Ruyu to pout, clutching her head and looking at Gu Changge in confusion. Here, this is the source arts inheritance. You cannot keep relying on others. If you like it, practice it, he stated. Source arts inheritance. Oh, how wonderful! Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted it. Gu Changge smiled at her reaction, anticipating the rewards from the system. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target Ji Ruyu a royal-level source arts inheritance. You have received a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations! You have obtained the imperial-level source arts inheritance. Source Heavenly Book. As the system's prompts echoed in his mind, a torrent of information surged into Gu Changge's consciousness. The techniques and divine abilities bestowed by the system could be comprehended instantly, although actual cultivation would require practice. Source arts, however, were different. Once one grasped their intricacies, they could be utilized directly. Thus, Gu Changge found himself capable of wielding the various powers within the Source Heavenly Book, unimpeded except by limitations of cultivation level. In essence, within mere moments, Gu Changge had elevated himself to a being with an imperial-level understanding of source arts. Chapter 43. Are you even worthy to compete with me? In addition, Gu Changge inherited a divine ability from the Source Heavenly Book, the Source Heavenly Perception. This skill allows one to sense the grand trends of the universe and see through source stones. When combined with the power of the dual pupils, it can be deemed flawless and impeccable. Beside him, Yi Chun furrowed his brows upon hearing Gu Changge's words. Does your highness also possess source techniques? Yi Chun had never heard of Gu Changge having such abilities in his previous life. I learned it occasionally, Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. Wang Qing, who was attending nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. It appeared that Yi Chun and Gu Changge were not the friends he had imagined. Instead, Yi Chun was eager to please, only to be outright rejected by Gu Changge, who treated him with indifference. Could it be that he had misjudged their relationship? In reality, Gu Changge was not merely unfamiliar with Yi Chun. They were complete strangers. Your Highness, the source technique I inherited is a king-level technique. It is quite impressive, Yi Chun subtly reminded, simultaneously showcasing his own prowess. Is a king-level source technique truly formidable? Gu Changge cast a faint glance at Yi Chun. Wang Qing, overhearing this, was drenched in sweat. Indeed, it was formidable. The inheritance of a king-level source technique would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among top-tier powers and illustrious families. Isn't the king-level source technique that Brother Changge gifted me rather common? I have several volumes at home, Ji Ryu suddenly interjected, her tone causing Wang Qing to perspire even more. To casually produce a king-level source technique is indeed alarming. Wait, could these three be the young prodigies from the Changsheng Gu family and Changsheng Ji family who appeared at Lingquan Blessed Land a few days ago? Oh my heavens! Gu Qingxiu, witnessing this, couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she noticed Yi Chen's darkening expression. Yi Chen's heart surged with anger. Damn it! So what if they come from illustrious backgrounds? Indeed, the two fairies hail from extraordinary Changsheng families. And a king-level source technique here in the middle heavenly domain could stir up chaos. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Yi Chun proposed. Since you were so confident, why not engage in a friendly competition? Compete with you? Gu Changge's gaze swept over Yi Chun, a hint of indifference flickering in his pitch-black pupils. Unfortunately, Yi Chun failed to notice. Very well, Yi Chun nodded, his eyes blazing with determination. As a reincarnator who had long perfected the king-level source technique in his past life, he felt unafraid to challenge Gu Changge, merely a prodigy from the Changsheng family. However, the next word from Gu Changge nearly provoked Yi Chun to lash out. Were you? Do you think you are worthy to compete with me? Gu Changge spoke calmly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Wang Qing's scalp prickled with alarm. Indeed, the relationship between Yi Chun and the trio was far from the amicable friendship he had envisioned. If the stone gambling pavilion were to be dragged into this, it would spell disaster. Yi Chun glared fiercely at Gu Changge, his chest heaving with rage. The aura of the Fate Wheel realm erupted around him, catching the attention of Ji Ryu and Gu Qingxiu. Seeing Yi Chun dare to unleash his aura, a glimmer sparked in Gu Changge's heavy pupils. In an instant, a voice thundered in Yi Chun's ears like a rolling thunderstorm. A mere ordinary loose cultivator dares to exude aura towards me. With a resounding boom echoing in his mind, Yi Chun's soul trembled, and he coughed up blood. Just a single sentence left him injured. Stunned, Yi Chun staggered back 2 steps, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Under Gu Changge's cold gaze, he gradually lowered his head, clasping his fists in apology. I was presumptuous. I beseech your forgiveness, your highness. Know your place. Gu Changge glanced at the bowed Yi Chun. Had it not been for Yi Chun's residual usefulness, he would have disposed of him just now. A mere child of destiny, even with treasures, could hardly stand before him. I grant you a modicum of grace. Thus, you may serve your purpose. Perhaps it will allow you to live a little longer. Should you dare to act out, I will not hesitate to end you. Meanwhile, Wang Qing felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed Yi Chun anger Gu Changge. He was nearly scared out of his wits. Were it not for Gu Changge's presence, he would have scolded Yi Chun to leave the stone gambling pavilion immediately. Previously, he had admired Yi Chun solely for his profound source techniques. Now he had offended a Chongsheng family prodigy. Was he courting death? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Qing hurried to stand before Gu Changge, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, esteemed ladies, Yi Chun is a guest of my stone gambling pavilion. I sincerely apologize for his offense. Today, we shall present each of you 3 source stones free of charge as a gesture of our apology. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance at the bowing Wang Qing, amusement flickering in his heart. Accepting the offered benefits was only fitting. Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu looked towards Gu Changge, having unconsciously aligned themselves with him. Gu Changge nodded at the 2 ladies. Then we shall graciously accept your offering. Ji Ruyu blinked, her face lighting up with joy. No need for formality. No need for formality. Wang Qing repeatedly waved his hands. Gu Changge addressed Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu. Let us select some unsealed source stones. Gu Changge led Ji Qingxiu and Ji Ruyu into the stone gambling pavilion. The trio's striking appearances and demeanor instantly captured the attention of many onlookers, who gazed at them with awe and curiosity. Having grown accustomed to such attention, Gu Changge and his companions continued unperturbed. Since we can choose 3, Brother Changge, how shall we select? Ji Ryu eagerly surveyed the neatly arranged unsealed source stones, brimming with excitement. Curiously, Gu Qingxiu looked at Gu Changge. Brother Changge, do you truly know source techniques? Of course, Gu Changge replied succinctly, activating his source heavenly perception. A mysterious wave emanated from him, causing the surrounding scenery to dim, revealing the array of source stones before him, some of which emitted golden glimmers of varying intensity. As Gu Changge activated his source heavenly perception, every stone's quality became apparent to him, and a flicker of golden light appeared in his dual pupils. The mysterious aura radiating from him made him appear even more ethereal, noble, and enigmatic. Yi Chun, sensing this aura for a moment, was astonished. The aura of source techniques. Chapter 44. The Source Stone, Unremarkable? From the essence of the source technique, it vastly surpassed Yi Chen's comprehension. The level of this source technique was at least above the saint level. Impossible. This cannot be true. Cultivating source techniques is exceedingly arduous. Even in his previous 2 lives, Yi Chun had spent countless hours to succeed. How could Gu Changge have mastered a saint-level source technique at such a young age? He could not believe it. Even if the Chongsheng clan possessed profound resources, it was utterly inconceivable to achieve such an unfathomable feat. While Yi Chun was astonished and struggling to maintain his composure, Wang Qing, standing nearby, glared at him with a cold expression. Shopkeeper Wang, what is that look in your eyes? Yi Chun furrowed his brow at Wang Qing. Had it not been for Wang Qing's enthusiastic invitation, he would not have joined the stone gambling house, although the terms had been quite generous. Now, the coveted Millennium Spiritual Spring I had been gifted by Gu Changge to Ji Ruyu. The resources had slipped away. Besides, clinging to someone else's favor, Ji Ruyu seemed to have no way out either. No, that is not entirely true. He could still acquire the Yin-Yang Spiritual Jade, assuredly obtaining it with his king-level source technique. However, approaching Ji Ruyu might prove more troublesome than anticipated. Before he could act, Wang Qing's frigid gaze weighed heavily on Yi Chen's heart. Brother Yi Chun, you were too impulsive just now. I thought you were friends with those 3 when I saw you conversing with them, and I came over to lend my support. I never expected you would dare to defy that prince and make such provocative remarks. Wang Qing spoke coldly, his tone thick with disdain. Huh, a sycophant. Yi Chen scoffed inwardly at Wang Qing, though this was hardly surprising. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao Domains, among countless beings, which cultivator did not seek power. Those who did not pursue influence would not get far, perhaps not even leaving a bone behind. What does Shopkeeper Wang mean? Our previous discussions regarding cooperation may need to be reconsidered. Wang Qing replied indifferently, of course, during these days. Your remuneration for presiding over my stone gambling house will be settled, and after that, you shall have no further ties with my establishment. Are you certain? Yi Chen's expression darkened completely. Absolutely. Wang Qing looked unfazed at Yi Chen's gloomy demeanor. Do you know who those three are? Of course. They are merely members of the Changshan clan. Just because there was a minor dispute, you wish to terminate our collaboration? Yi Chen retorted coldly. Wang Qing chuckled disdainfully. They are merely members of the Changshan clan, but they are one of the top forces in the Dao Domain. If they wish to eliminate you, they need not lift a finger. There are plenty of others willing to do so, using you as a stepping stone. In the future, exercise a bit more restraint. I understand you have your own backing, but against the Changshan clan, even that is akin to an ant. That is all I shall say. I kindly ask you to leave the stone gambling house. Very well. Yi Chen was truly enraged. I did not expect shopkeeper Wang to be nothing more than a flatterer. I possess a king-level source technique. Wherever I go, I will not lack for allies. The stone gambling house should take care of itself. With that, Yi Chen stormed off. Having been so humiliated, Yi Chen no longer cared for the yin-yang spiritual jade. He simply wished to leave this disgraceful place at once. He had etched this humiliation into his heart, vowing to repay Gu Changge and the stone gambling house tenfold in the future. Ha! Wang Qing sneered disdainfully. Indeed, possessing a king-level source technique is remarkable, but you're not the only one who knows source techniques. Once word spreads that you have offended the Changshan clan, who would dare to take you in, Yi Chen? Once Yi Chen had vanished, Wang Qing turned his attention to Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. He hurried over to attend to the three. Your Highness, esteemed ladies, may I inquire which source stone has captured your interest? Would you like me to recommend a few? Although I am not well versed in source techniques, I certainly know which source stones are of higher quality. Wang Qing spoke with great eagerness. All that transpired between him and Yi Chen had been observed by Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. They were quite pleased with Wang Qing's actions. Gu Changge was right. Yi Chen was not worth much. How dare a mere ant invite her elder brother to compete? Ji Ruyu had already approached a pile of source stones, her gaze fixated on those with exorbitant prices. The most expensive stones might not necessarily be the best, but they certainly had the most appealing appearance. For instance, there were stones covered in divine patterns, faintly emanating spiritual light, and others that revealed glimpses of high-quality spiritual stones, which commanded the highest prices. Which one is best? It should be the more expensive, right? Ji Ruyu mused. Wang Qing's lips twitched slightly. Yet, to please these three prominent figures, sacrificing a bit was no burden. At that moment, Gu Changge came to Wang Qing's aid. While it is true that more expensive usually suggests better quality, not all costly stones contain valuable materials. The third stone from the front, the first and the second row on the left, and the fourth and the third row are good choices. Really? Ji Ruyu looked at the three stones, finding them rather unremarkable compared to the others that radiated spiritual light. However, since Gu Changge claimed to know source techniques, she decided to take them. No need to pay, what a deal. Next was Gu Qingxiu. Gu Changge smiled at her. To the west, the fourth stone in the first row, the sixth stone, and the 10th in the third row. Soon, Gu Qingxiu also selected the stones that Gu Changge had recommended. Finally, it was Gu Changge's turn. Under the peculiar gazes of Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu, he picked a pockmarked stone, no larger than a palm, from the last corner of the first row on the right and returned. Seeing this, Wang Qing felt grateful, thinking Gu Changge was truly a good person, having spared him from significant losses. Nevertheless, he respectfully asked, Your Highness, would you like to select 2 better stones? No need, 1 is sufficient. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile playing on his lips. After these source stones are opened, I wonder if you will still wish for me to choose more. Gu Changge and her companions were extraordinary, and with Wang Qing personally attending to them, many began to recognize Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. While they were indeed prodigies of the Changshan clan, the casualness with which they selected source stones for gambling seemed rather flippant. They could take them for free. What did it matter? Even if they bought the entire stone gambling house, it would likely be a mere triviality. The prodigies of the Changshan clan were all exceptional, true children of destiny. Observing their beauty, grace, and demeanor, it was as if they belonged to a different species entirely. The disparity was astounding. As the crowd murmured, many felt that the source stones chosen by Gu Changge were merely haphazard selections, likely yielding nothing but a heap of waste. Finally, Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Changge's stone, along with the 6 stones selected by Gu Qingxiu and Jiruyu, were prepared for unveiling. Chapter 45, Treasures Unveiled. Seizing the Yin-Yang spirit jade, open mine first. Please, open mine, Jiruyu exclaimed, raising her delicate hand and directing a beaming gaze towards Gu Changge. Let us commence with her. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. Very well, young master, the stone master replied, taking a deep breath before wielding his spiritual energy to manipulate the stone opening tools, applying them to the first jade stone chosen by Jiruyu. With a swift motion, the blade cut through the stone, revealing a mere ordinary rock devoid of any spiritual essence or treasures. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter at the apparent randomness of the selection. How could anything of value possibly emerge from such a choice? Meanwhile, Wang Qing felt a cold sweat bead upon his brow, secretly wishing for a successful reveal, lest Gu Changge's ire be directed towards the gambling stone pavilion. After all, accompanying a sovereign was akin to accompanying a tiger. Continue to cut, Gu Changge commanded, his voice resolute. The stone master nodded, undeterred. Just because the first cut yielded nothing did not mean that the subsequent stones would not hold treasures within. Jiryu's anticipation remained unshaken until the final moment. The secrets of the stones would remain unknown. With another swift cut, 2 beams of silver light sliced through the air. At the appearance of the second beam, an intense white light erupted from the stone, blinding and startling the gathered crowd. Something has been revealed, a discerning cultivator exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him. As the dazzling white light transformed, wisps of ethereal smoke began to waft from the stone, creating an otherworldly spectacle. Could it be the flowing cloud jade? The stone master resumed his work, and soon, a piece of white jade, resembling a delicate cloud, tumbled forth from the stone, radiating a soft, enchanting glow upon the table. It truly is flowing cloud jade. This exquisite material, essential for forging flying artifacts, measured the size of a palm and was worth at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The crowd gasped in awe. Flowing cloud stone, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, occasionally manifested through the absorption of ample spiritual energy. Jiruyu marveled, utterly astonished that the first stone had yielded such a valuable find. Longa, we struck gold. This is worth a fortune, she exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face. Gu Changge smiled at her exuberance. This is merely the beginning. Greater surprises await. Gu Qingxiu observed the scene, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. What transformation has come over Gu Changge? Not only has his demeanor shifted, but he seems to possess an extraordinary depth of knowledge, even excelling in the art of source techniques. The revelation from the first stone had left those who doubted Gu Changge utterly speechless. Their expressions turned awkward as they exchanged glances, soon replaced by an insatiable curiosity directed towards the remaining stones he had selected. Remarkable. Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Flowing cloud stone was indeed rare, but not entirely unheard of at the gambling stone pavilion. Its appearance could only enhance their reputation and business prospects. Yet the atmosphere shifted once more. The second stone, when cut, erupted in a brilliant crimson light, accompanied by waves of heat that swept over the crowd, igniting further exclamations of astonishment. Upon completion, a crimson orb emerged, a prime material for crafting fire-based divine weapons, undoubtedly valued at no less than 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Then came the third stone, which, as anticipated, also yielded a treasure. Earthly bamboo, a superb material for forging wood-based divine weapons. All 3 stones had revealed their treasures, igniting a fervor among the patrons of the gambling stone pavilion as they turned to gaze at Gu Changge with awe. Wow! Jiruyu exclaimed, clutching her 3 newfound treasures, her admiration for Gu Changge palpable. Longa, we struck it rich. Wang Qing stood flabbergasted, overwhelmed by the sheer improbability of the situation. What if the remaining 4 stones also yield treasures? Could it be that Gu Changge has selected all the rarest items from the pavilion? The implications were daunting. An initial windfall could quickly turn into disaster if subsequent customers failed to strike gold. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded, his expression calm. The stone master, equally astonished, gazed at the three divine items in Ji Ruyu's hands. In my years of stone opening, even renowned source masters do not consistently produce treasures from every stone. This young master is truly extraordinary. He marveled. Let us continue, Gu Changge urged, gesturing for the stone master to proceed. Wang Qing, on the verge of despair, wished he could retract his earlier enthusiastic remarks, longing for at least one stone to yield nothing to relieve his mounting anxiety. Gu Qingxiu stepped forward. Let's open my 3 stones next. Her curiosity piqued regarding what treasures Gu Changge had selected for her. As time passed, 3 beams of spiritual light surged from the gambling stone pavilion, capturing the attention of cultivators throughout Yunlong City. After all, this amounted to 6 beams of light in total. Who is this formidable figure opening stones at the pavilion? Outside the gambling stone pavilion, a throng of spectators had gathered, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The treasures amassed by the 2 women were no less than astounding. Their combined 6 stones had yielded artifacts valued at 7 to 800,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. To put this into perspective, that equated to 7 to 8 million low-grade spiritual stones. Wang Qing, wearing a strained smile, felt on the brink of tears. My turn for the last stone, Gu Changge declared, turning his attention to the stones he had chosen. I shall open it myself. He signaled for the stone master to bring forth the instruments. Having recognized Gu Changge's distinguished status, the stone master promptly produced a pristine set of tools. Young master, these have yet to be used, he informed Gu Changge as he handed them over. Gu Changge paused momentarily, then nodded, thank you, with a deft manipulation of the tools. A silver light coursed through the stone he had selected. Suddenly, a fearsome surge of black and white energy erupted, creating ripples of energy that expanded outward, while black and white spiritual light shot skyward, illuminating the entirety of Yunlong City. The eruption of this black and white energy sent shockwaves through the gambling stone pavilion and the cultivators of Yunlong City, who looked up in astonishment, racing towards the source of the phenomena. A precious treasure had emerged. Chapter 46, Extraordinary. Breaking through the 3rd layer of the life will nighttime. Gu Changge sat cross-legged on his bed, holding the yin-yang spirit jade that had emerged during the day. This jade contained pure yin-yang spiritual energy, which could be directly absorbed by cultivators, accelerating their cultivation progress and shortening the time required for training, allowing the bearer to make remarkable strides on their path to enlightenment. Furthermore, it nourished the soul of the wearer and, most importantly, could unlock the yin-yang divine body. Gu Changge recalled the moment when the yin-yang spirit jade appeared in the world and the faintly surging yin-yang energies around Ji Ruyu, as well as the desire reflected in her gaze. Clearly, Ji Ruyu was also aware of the jade's utility for herself. However, perhaps out of consideration for Gu Changge being the one who had manifested the jade, she refrained from inquiring or asking for it. Under normal circumstances, Ji Ryu would have met Yi Chun outside the Spirit Spring blessed land, their relationship blossoming over a few days. Subsequently, if Yi Chun were to acquire the yin-yang spirit jade through his source technique, Ji Ryu would likely offer something in exchange for it. After all, as a princess of the Longevity Ji family, she possessed many treasures, making it easy to barter. Moreover, since she and Yi Chun were not very familiar with each other, a transaction would be plausible. However, once the trade was successfully completed, it was likely that Yi Chun would genuinely enter Ji Ruyu's consciousness through the yin-yang spirit jade. But now, Gu Changge toyed with the yin-yang spirit jade. This jade will undoubtedly be given to Ji Ryu, but not at this moment, perhaps tomorrow. Since I have already utilized today's opportunity for return, I wonder what treasures the jade will return to me, hopefully with a higher multiplier. Additionally, after a day's fermentation, news of the treasure being unearthed in Yunlong City spread like wildfire to neighboring cities. Simultaneously, the events that transpired within the stone gambling pavilion also leaked out. Upon learning that Gu Changge had selected 7 pieces of raw stone, and astonishingly, all 7 yielded results, many were left in awe. Such terrifying proficiency in source techniques could likely rival that of even the most seasoned experts. Countless individuals marveled, and those who understood the situation were even more astounded, realizing that Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ryu hail from the illustrious longevity family. Truly remarkable offspring. At such a young age, possessing such power in source techniques. Yet, which branch of the longevity family could they belong to? Meanwhile, in another location, Yi Chen listened to the discussion surrounding the events at the stone gambling pavilion. His eyes clouded with shadows. Had Gu Changge truly obtained the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade? Just wait. Once I acquire the opportunities one know of. Regardless of how extraordinary you are as a prodigy of the longevity family, I will eventually catch up and even surpass you, leaving you beneath my heel. I shall see what expression you wear then. In Ji Ryu's chamber, she wore a conflicted expression, her small face buried in her knees, hesitating. The Yin-Yang Spirit Jade. Who would have thought that Brother Changge would manifest such an item? Would it be inappropriate to directly ask him for it? Should I offer something in exchange? But what could Brother Changge possibly lack? It seemed he was not in want of anything. As for Yi Chen's and Ji Ryu's reactions, Gu Changge was oblivious. At that moment, he stood before the window, the condensing Dao divine bottle on the table absorbing the moonlight. Streams of moonlight essence visibly flowed into the bottle's mouth, while the vessel emitted a faint glow, appearing remarkably mystical. After a day of accumulation, the third drop of condensing Dao divine water was on the verge of being produced. Having refined 2 drops of condensing Dao divine water, Gu Changge's cultivation had already approached the 3rd layer of the life wheel. With the refinement of the 3rd drop, the 3rd layer would soon be within reach. Tick-tock, a sound resonated from within the condensing Dao divine bottle. Gu Changge's expression brightened slightly. Had it successfully condensed? The presence of the condensing Dao divine bottle indeed accelerated my cultivation, and with the enhancement of the celestial spring water, my training speed could be described as remarkably swift. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the isolation array flag from his storage ring, arranging it within the room to commence his breakthrough into the 3rd layer of the life wheel. Gazing at the drop of crystal-clear, jade-like condensing Dao divine water, which seemed to encapsulate boundless divine radiance, Gu Changge opened his mouth and swallowed it. The instant the condensing Dao divine water entered his body, a gentle yet immense torrent of pure spiritual power erupted within him. In that moment, the vast spiritual sea beneath his life wheel, spanning 2,999 zhang, surged with tremendous waves. As the spiritual energy transformed from the condensing Dao divine water was continuously crushed by Gu Changge's 9-pattern life wheel, it was transformed into droplets of spiritual liquid that infused the spiritual sea below. The spiritual sea rippled continuously, emanating waves of spiritual light. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within Gu Changge's body. The originally 2,999 zhang spiritual sea expanded once more, rapidly reaching 3,000 zhang, then 3,100 zhang, 3,200 zhang, until it finally halted at 3,300 zhang. Gu Changge's aura surged from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of the life wheel, stabilizing completely. With this elevation in cultivation, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as the particles within his body transformed, resulting in a colossal increase in physical strength by 100 billion, reaching a total of 400 billion. Moreover, his cultivation was now firmly established, devoid of any signs of instability. The power of the condensing Dao divine water was indeed formidable, a treasure worthy of being birthed from a top-grade, celestial artifact. Gu Changge sensed the 3,300 zhang spiritual sea within him, feeling a surge of excitement. In merely half a month since departing from the Longevity Gu family, I have already broken through from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of the life wheel, and I have secured several treasures. Indeed, venturing outside is essential. After thoroughly comprehending the extraordinary nature of the 3rd layer of the life wheel, Gu Changge began to contemplate the divine arts. After all, while cultivation is paramount, divine arts are equally crucial, serving as techniques for confrontation. Gu Changge prepared to delve into the Great Void technique. This technique allows one to manipulate the enemy at will, as well as to flee and preserve one's life. Though I am a scion of the longevity family, who knows if, when the time comes to contend in the world, some old monsters or sworn enemies might not hesitate to act against me. I do not wish to entrust my life and fortune to the hands of others. A night passed without incident. Gu Changge's celestial bones solidified further as he sat cross-legged, the spiritual power within him circulating. An extraordinary phenomena manifested within his room. Morning. Gu Changge opened his eyes, his sacred double pupils shining with an otherworldly brilliance. With celestial light and sound enveloping him, he resembled an ethereal being seated gracefully upon the bed. System, check information. Gu Changge commanded, rising from the bed as he perused his personal status. The return opportunity had refreshed. It was time to present the Yin-Yang Spirit Jade to Ji Ruyu. Role, Gu Changge Strength, third layer of the life will physique, double pupils, light of the double pupils foresight, celestial bones, celestial king descending from the 9 heavens, techniques, void scripture, 30 of the 5th layer, dragon elephant suppression technique, 60. Source heavenly book, source heavenly perception, divine arts, heaven intercepting finger, small accomplishment 30, great void hand seal, small accomplishment 30, great void technique, entry 1, innate Tai Su vital energy, entry 2, sun shooting, entry 1, bound objects, Gu Qingxiu, Jiryu, chapter 47, a fortuitous encounter. A thousandfold return of the 5 elements, Tao, fruit, the personal strength has undeniably undergone a tremendous change compared to before. I have acquired 2 supreme techniques, the divine elephant suppression technique and the source heavenly book, alongside advancements in divine abilities. My combat prowess has experienced a complete metamorphosis. With a colossal strength of 400 billion pounds, enhanced vision, celestial bones, and a 3-layered life wheel, I can contend even against divine beings. This steady progression allows me to further comprehend and master my divine abilities, potentially reaching higher tiers of combat. All of this is attributed to my own diligent efforts. Brother Tongzi. Gu Changge rose and exited the room. After handing the Yin-Yang spiritual jade to Ji Ruyu, he intended to visit his mother at the Changshengji family, while also checking on the recent fortunes of Gu Qingxiu and Ji Ruyu, which he presumed had been refreshed and might hold some opportunities. Upon stepping outside, Gu Changge was greeted by Gu Qingxiu, clad in a blue garment, with cascading black hair and an exquisite visage. Her youthful face already hinted at a beauty that could captivate nations. "Good morning, Brother Changge," Gu Qingxiu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "Where are you headed?" she inquired. "I asked the staff to prepare breakfast. I was hoping to call you after the inn had everything ready." "No need for that. Let us invite Ji Ruyu to join us for breakfast downstairs," Gu Changge replied. He then remembered to ask Gu Qingxiu, "By the way, do you wish to accompany us?" Had it been before, Gu Qingxiu would likely have joined him without hesitation. However, with the spirit-gathering bottle now in her possession, she had reached the threshold of the 1st layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and was preparing to break through. Yet, that was not the primary reason. The main factor was that a certain place was about to open. To have any chance of survival there, she needed to advance to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. "I should not accompany you, Brother Changge. I plan to return to the Changsheng Gu family to focus on my cultivation and strive to keep pace with you," she declared. Oh, Gu Changge felt a stir in his heart and opened Gu Qingxiu's personal information to review. Nickname, Gu Qingxiu, identity, daughter of the Changsheng Gu family branch. Reborn Supreme, strength, 1st layer of liquid transformation, 1st layer of Rainbow Bridge. Physique, supreme bone. Technique, void scripture, divine ability. Recent fortune, smooth sailing, rapid progress, with the spirit-gathering bottle as enhancement, expected to break through to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm in a month, beginning to coalesce the life wheel. Gu Qingxiu recalled one of the fortuitous encounters from her previous life, an unclaimed method for enhancing the life wheel as patterns. She plans to retrieve it from the chaotic rift appearing in the Tianlan sect of the northern heavenly region. After a successful return from serious injury, she will break through the life wheel, coalescing a 9-pattern life wheel from her supreme bone. The method for enhancing the life wheel's patterns will not come into play. She has given it to you. The fated child, Yi Chun, knows that the female supreme, Gu Qingxiu, possesses this extraordinary method, and he must obtain it. Planning to act when Gu Qingxiu goes to the Bronze Immortal Palace to gather the Tao rhythm to nurture her supreme bone. The 1st layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. One glance revealed astonishing progress. Had Gu Changge only been cultivating for a few months? It seemed that her journey had only begun after acquiring the Brother Tongzi. Yet now, she had reached the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm, an unbelievable feat. Is this the cultivation speed of a reborn female supreme? Moreover, Gu Changge paid special attention to Gu Changge's recent fortunes. After carefully examining, he was struck by the first segment. To break through from the first layer to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm in just a month was indeed preposterous. However, within a month, he too might reach the 5th layer of the life wheel. When it comes to the life wheel, its advancement is significantly more challenging than that of the Rainbow Bridge. By that time, Gu Changge's breakthrough speed might slow down. As for the method for enhancing the life wheel's patterns, upon seeing this, a question mark appeared in Gu Changge's mind. Could such a miraculous method truly exist? If it did, the Changshan family and the Undying Holy Land would likely engage in a fierce struggle over it. Finally, upon seeing Gu Changge preparing to gather Dao rhythm to nurture her supreme bone at the Bronze Immortal Palace, Gu Changge furrowed his brow. The main issue was that Yi Chun, the fated child, had set his sights on Gu Changge after he had intercepted his chance to meet Ji Ruyu. He is already on a path to demise. Yet, this fated child is indeed formidable, knowing the same information as Gu Changge. Could he also be a reborn individual? Furthermore, he would enter the Bronze Immortal Palace alongside Gu Changge. The Dao rhythm would greatly benefit him as well, and they would act together. No matter how exceptional this fated child is, with Brother Tongzi's perceptive abilities, none of his actions could escape scrutiny. What's wrong? Gu Changge asked curiously, noticing Gu Changge's contemplative expression. Nothing. Let us go and fetch Ji Ruyu, Gu Changge replied, waving his hand as he led Gu Changge to Ji Ruyu's room. The two arrived at Ji Ruyu's door, where Gu Changge knocked twice but received no response. Observing this, he directly opened the door and stepped inside. The room was serene and elegant, with fragrant smoke curling upward. Nearby, Ji Ruyu was nestled under the covers, her cherubic face adorned with a blissful expression, occasionally pursing her lips, clearly still lost in a pleasant dream. Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She envied Ji Ruyu's carefree demeanor. The more one knows, the harder it becomes to relax. Gu Changge found the scene amusing as well. He approached Ji Ruyu's bedside and gently patted her cheek. Time to wake up. No, I want to eat, Brother Changge. I want roasted meat with extra spices. Ji Ruyu mumbled, turning away. Seeing this, Gu Changge reached out to pinch her cheek. Feeling the touch, Ji Ruyu sleepily opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the exquisitely handsome face of Gu Changge. Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu exclaimed, her voice soft and endearing, evoking an instinctive desire to cherish her. Good morning. Rise and shine, have breakfast. And then we shall return to the Changsheng family, he said. What, we're leaving so soon? Ji Ruyu's eyes widened, and she quickly added, Can we? No, Gu Changge replied, noticing her expression fall. By the way, he continued, producing the yin-yang spiritual jade when this item was revealed yesterday. It seemed as though yin and yang energies surged around you. This treasure must resonate with you, so I'm giving it to you. As he spoke, Gu Changge tossed the yin-yang spiritual jade to Ji Ruyu. Caught off guard, she fumbled to catch it, and upon seeing the jade in her palm, her mouth fell open in astonishment. The yin-yang spiritual jade. Afterward, she turned to Gu Changge with wide eyes. You're really giving this to me, Brother Changge? At that moment, a notification appeared before Gu Changge. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target Ji Ruyu, yin-yang spiritual jade. You have received 1,000-fold return. You have acquired the Dao rhythm treasure. 5 elements Dao fruit. Chapter 48. Ji Ruyu faces another crisis. The Changsheng family 5-element Dao fruit, infused with the essence of the 5 elements. It can be absorbed to enhance one's constitution or used to cultivate items requiring Dao essence. Gu Changge's eyes gleamed as he read the description of the 5-element Dao fruit. It is indeed a treasure imbued with Dao essence, perfect for nourishing my celestial bone. Now that my celestial bone has begun to take shape, continuous nurturing will greatly amplify the benefits bestowed upon me by the Celestial King during the 9 heavens. As Gu Changge spoke, Ji Ruyu stood before him. gazing blankly at the yin-yang spirit jade in her hands. Is this really for me? Brother Changge, are you certain? Such a treasure would be exceedingly precious, even within the Changsheng family. Of course, if you find it useful, then take it, Gu Changge replied, shifting his gaze from the return prompt to Ji Ruyu, nodding affirmatively. Wow, thank you so much, Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu exclaimed, her cherubic face radiating pure delight. In an instant, she bounded towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Moreover, Gu Changge could not help but feel the warmth of Ji Ruyu's generous embrace. Gu Changge, witnessing this, felt a twinge of surprise. She had never imagined that Gu Changge would bestow the yin-yang spirit jade upon Ji Ruyu. After all, in Gu Changge's memory, Gu Changge had always been rather selfish. Or so she thought. It seemed that her impression of him had shifted over time. Gu Changge's recent actions bore no resemblance to the self-serving individual from his previous life. As Gu Changge reflected on how Gu Changge had also entrusted her with celestial artifacts, warmth blossomed in her heart. Indeed, he was no longer the Gu Changge she had once known. This was a positive change. Perhaps it all began when he chose to relinquish his supreme bone. While Gu Changge was lost in thought, Gu Changge only regained his senses when Ji Ruyu released him. He looked intently at her and said, Ruyu, thank you, Brother Changge. Ji Ruyu's brows curved with a smile as she replied, I wouldn't act this way with anyone else. This is solely to express my gratitude to Brother Changge. In her heart, she added, only Brother Changge would receive such treatment from me. From the moment she laid eyes on him, Ji Ruyu had felt a profound fondness, especially since he not only prepared delicious meals, but also displayed such knowledge, particularly now, gifting her the yin-yang spirit jade. This affection, nurtured from childhood, was gradually being revealed. Gu Changge regarded Ji Ruyu with an amused expression. Your gratitude is quite something. Do feel free to express it more often. All right, I have received your thanks, he said, gently patting Ji Ruyu's little head. Now, let's head downstairs for a meal before returning to the Changsheng family. Ji Ruyu replied cheerfully, following closely behind. As they descended, Gu Changge took the opportunity to check Ji Ruyu's recent fortunes. Upon returning to the Changsheng family, the yin-yang divine body will awaken. A month later, the divine body will gain recognition, making Ji Ruyu a coveted figure among countless cultivators in the Qinglian Dao Domain. Suitors will flock to the Changsheng family, yet hidden dangers lurk. Yi Chun, aware of Ji Ruyu's successful divine body awakening, grows increasingly covetous. In the following fortnight, while Ji Ruyu participates in a family trial within a cave, she will be ambushed and captured by the forces of a pure-blooded ferocious beast, becoming separated from her family and inadvertently developing feelings with Yi Chun, who represents another sect. Reading about Ji Ruyu's forthcoming fortunes, Gu Changge's brow furrowed. The awakening of the yin-yang divine body had indeed drawn the attention of numerous forces within the Qinglian Dao Domain. It was understandable. The yin-yang divine body was a dual cultivation physique, and once paired with a Dao partner, their cultivation would soar. Furthermore, the potential alliance with the Changsheng family was immensely appealing, prompting many factions to take interest. And then there was Yi Chun. If he were to succeed, I would immediately transcend. Although my relationship with Ji Ruyu had only just begun, I found her quite likable during our time together. Most importantly, she was my designated partner, who had previously set her sights on Gu Changge and now on Ji Ruyu. This Yi Chun, I must seize an opportunity to eliminate him, perhaps during Ji Ruyu's trial in the cave, or even at the Bronze Immortal Palace. As Gu Changge pondered, the trio arrived downstairs. After breakfast, Gu Changge bid farewell to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, returning to the Changsheng Gu family, while Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu proceeded to the Changsheng family. Observing Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu depart, Gu Changge's beautiful eyes sparkled with emotion. He has rejected my supreme bone and the spirit-gathering vessel, yet treats me with such kindness. Do I still wish to seek revenge against him? In her previous life, Gu Changge had already avenged herself. Upon rebirth, she anticipated reliving the events of her past, which initially led her to harbor a negative impression of Gu Changge. However, his actions had consistently exceeded her expectations. making it increasingly difficult for her to cling to her initial thoughts. Moreover, a sense of unease began to stir within her. As she spent time with Gu Changge, receiving his care, this feeling became ever more pronounced. After all, in her previous life, she was either engaged in fierce competition or embroiled in treachery. Never had anyone treated her with such sincerity. Never mind. He treats me well, and I shall reciprocate. The rest will unfold naturally, she reassured herself, turning to leave. Hee. Brother Changge, are you going to visit Aunt Shui Dan this time? Ji Ryu asked playfully. Yes, Gu Changge nodded. Mother has asked me to visit the Qingglian family whenever I have the opportunity, and since she is there, I thought I would go play. That explains it. Aunt Shui Dan has been at the Qingglian family for over a month now. What has she been up to? Gu Changge inquired curiously. I'm not sure. Father and Aunt Shui Dan haven't mentioned anything to me, but it seems rather mysterious. Ji Ryu replied after some thought. I see. We'll find out once we arrive. Gu Changge remarked, suddenly recalling Ji Ryu's recent fortunes, and added, by the way, when you refine the yin-yang spirit jade, make sure your father provides you with protection. All right, Ji Ryu agreed, albeit puzzled by Gu Changge's insistence. Gu Changge's mother hails from the Qingglian family. Her name is Ji Shui Dan, a cultivator at the 9th level of ascension, just a step away from reaching the realm of kings, a formidable female cultivator. During her time in the outside world, she met Gu Changge, and their mutual affection, coupled with their compatible backgrounds, made for a celebrated tale within the Three Thousand Dao Domain. Ji Hao discreetly provided protection until Gu Changge and Ji Ryu arrived before the grand entrance of the Qingglian family, where he finally made his presence known. I have already informed the family head and Miss Shui Dan. They will be out shortly, Ji Hao said, smiling warmly as he looked at Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. Chapter 49. The infiltration of malevolence. As Ji Hao's voice faded, a cheerful sound emerged. A gentle and graceful young woman stepped out from the gates of the Qingglian residence. Her beauty was exquisite, her demeanor ethereal, and she bore a resemblance to Gu Changge, making her an exceptionally attractive matron. This enchanting figure was none other than Ji Shui Dan, Gu Changge's mother. Gu Changge inherited the striking looks of both Ji Shui Dan and Gu Changge, and it was evident that Ji Shui Dan possessed her own remarkable beauty. Mother. Upon seeing Ji Shui Dan, Gu Changge couldn't help but exclaim with joy. With the awakening of his innate wisdom, he felt no aversion towards his mother-esque appearance. After all, the memories of his past were still intact, and he was well aware of Ji Shui Dan's kindness towards him. Ji Shui Dan took 2 or 3 steps forward to examine her son, who resembled an ethereal immortal, and felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Our Changge has become even more handsome. I heard you shone brilliantly during the adult ceremony trials. You are truly a man now. Not at all. I will forever be your son, Gu Changge replied with a chuckle. At this moment, Ji Ryu approached Ji Shui Dan, taking her hand in a playful manner. Aunt Shui Dan, I'm here too. You can't just focus on Brother Changge. You too. Ji Shui Dan responded, teasing. If I hadn't kept an eye on you, you would have run out again. Thankfully, your brother Han Yuan sensed your departure and had Elder Ji Hao follow you. Otherwise, if the adversaries of the Ji family had discovered it, you would have been in grave danger. Sorry, Ji Ryu pouted playfully, sticking out her little tongue. Just then, a hearty laugh resonated from within the gates. Haha, I heard Changge returned with Ryu. The last time we met was when you were 10. It's been 6 years. As the voice faded, a tall figure stepped gracefully from the void. Ji Hongyuan's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Gu Changge, and he marveled inwardly. What an extraordinarily handsome young man. Moreover, sensing the remarkable aura emanating from Gu Changge, Ji Hongyuan was astonished. Has he broken through to the fate wheel? And it seems he is not merely at the 1st level, but at least the 3rd. Gu Changge, adorned with a treasure that concealed his cultivation, left Ji Hongyuan uncertain of the specifics. Yet he could sense the generality. Indeed, Uncle Hanyuan, Gu Changge nodded. At 16, reaching the 3rd level of the fate wheel, remarkable. Even Hao Yue at this age cannot compare to you, Ji Hanyuan exclaimed in awe. Moreover, you possess the rare dual pupils. I've also heard that you awakened your 2nd talent not long ago. I can foresee that you will lead the Qingglian Gu family to the pinnacle of the Three Thousand Dao Domain. Hao Yue, Ji Haoyue, the scion of the Ji family, was a divine body who had reached the divine connection realm, cultivating the vision of the rising moon over the sea of wonders, rumored to possess substantial potency, truly formidable. Though Ji Haoyue had yet to enter the fray, his reputation already resonated throughout the Zhongtian Dao Domain. However, due to the close ties between the Changxing and Ji families, Gu Changge's future rivalry with Ji Haoyue would not jeopardize their relations. They might even assist one another. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Gu Changge, hearing this, humbly remarked, "Uncle Han Yuan, you jest. Cousin Haoyue has already achieved divine connection. I am far behind. All right, let us go inside and discuss further. Why linger at the entrance?" Ji Shui Dan chuckled, covering her mouth, urging them to enter the mansion. Upon entering Ji Hongyuan's residence, Gu Changge noticed a tall man in a flowing white robe, standing with his hands clasped beneath a verdant pine tree, his brow furrowed in apparent distress. Despite this, his extraordinary demeanor commanded attention, as if the very heavens revolved around him. "Haoyue," Ji Shui Dan called out to Ji Haoyue. "Aunt Shui Dan." Ji Haoyue acknowledged with a nod. His gaze shifted to the trio of Ji Shui Dan, Ji Honyuan, and Ji Ruyu, landing on the somewhat familiar figure of Gu Changge. Beneath Gu Changge's ethereal appearance, Ji Haoyue felt an inkling of recognition. Could this be my cousin Changge? Cousin Haoyue. Gu Changge smiled and nodded. A smile broke through Ji Haoyue's previously troubled expression. "Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. 6 years ago, you were not like this. Now, you are so extraordinary. Once you step into the world, I cannot fathom how many goddesses and holy maidens will be captivated by you. Isn't that the case for you as well, Cousin Haoyue?" Gu Changge teased back, watching the banter between the two cousins. Ji Shui Dan and Ji Honyuan exchanged warm and approving glances. If all went well, it was likely that Ji Haoyue would assume the role of family head for the Changxing Ji family, while Gu Changge would lead the Changxing Gu family. Their camaraderie would bode well for both families in the future. At this moment, Ji Ruyu interjected, linking her arm with Ji Haoyue's. Brother Changge would never be swayed by those superficial women. He would seek someone like me instead. Ji Haoyue cast a playful glare at his sister. "You have some nerve to say that. You snuck out despite my warnings. What if something had happened? Wouldn't that have given our father more to worry about? I'm back now, aren't I?" Ji Ryu puffed her cheeks, feeling that everyone was making too much fuss over her brief absence. Ji Haoyue opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. Upon first seeing Ji Haoyue, Gu Changge sensed a lingering sadness, and Ji Honyuan, though smiling warmly, occasionally revealed a hint of concern in his eyes. Ji Shui Dan appeared somewhat exhausted as well. Noticing this, Gu Changge inquired curiously, "Has something happened? When I saw Cousin Haoyue earlier, he looked troubled, and Uncle Honyuan does as well. Mother seems quite drained." Ji Ryu's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at Ji Haoyue, Ji Honyuan, and Ji Shui Dan, bewildered by their untroubled appearances. Ji Haoyue, Ji Honyuan, and Ji Shui Dan exchanged glances, astonished by Gu Changge's perceptiveness in detecting their unease so swiftly. "What has happened? Why was I not informed?" Ji Ryu hastily asked. "Brother, father, and aunt, why are you keeping secrets from me?" Ji Honyuan sighed. "What good would it do to tell you? You were just a child. It's best to remain carefree." "I'm not a child. I'll be participating in the adult ceremony next year, you know?" Ji Ryu retorted angrily. Ignoring Ji Ryu, Ji Honyuan turned to Gu Changge. "Indeed, there has been a slight issue, but it's nothing serious. It should be resolved shortly. We just need to seek assistance from the Buddhas of the Western regions." Seeking Buddhas? Gu Changge was taken aback. The Zhongtian Dao Domain regarded the Western regions as a hub for Buddhist practitioners, and seeking the Buddhas was no trivial matter. Yes, during a recent training expedition to an ancient cave, Dao Ling was afflicted by ancient malevolence. It has proven somewhat troublesome. Chapter 50. The Ji family's divine prodigy invites battle. The term Buddha refers to one who has attained a level of cultivation equivalent to a quasi-saint or even a saint. This illustrates the formidable nature of the ancient malevolent energy encountered by Ji Daoling. Ji Ryu was taken aback. What? Is Daoling not in the ancient cave heaven, cultivating after a great fortuitous encounter? How could? the ancient malevolent energy invade her body. However, as soon as she spoke, Ji Ryu realized that Ji Hongyuan and Ji Haoyue had concealed the truth from her. Initially, it had indeed been a great opportunity, but during this fortuitous moment, adversarial forces had surreptitiously intervened, leading to an unforeseen mishap for Dowling. Ji Hongyuan spoke in a somber tone. Ji Haoyue nodded. That is why we advise you not to wander out recently, to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Why can't you be honest with me? I promise I won't leave if I know the truth. Ji Ryu exclaimed in frustration. All right, we'll tell you next time. Ji Haoyue replied with a smile and a shake of her head. I'm no longer a child. Father, brother, if you hide things from me again, I shall ignore you. Ji Ryu pouted in displeasure. Meanwhile, Gu Changge understood the situation. So, mother, did you come here to assist Sister Dowling? He inquired, looking towards Ji Shui Dan. Ji Dowling appeared to be a slightly weaker prodigy of the Ji family. Possessing a 7 apertures Linglong heart and demonstrating an extraordinary understanding of divine powers, coupled with a remarkable ability to handle various situations adeptly, it was likely that she would grow to become a pillar of the Changsheng Ji family, potentially achieving unparalleled greatness in the outside world, perhaps even breaking through to the quasi-saint level or beyond. No wonder Ji Hongyuan and Ji Haoyue bore such troubled expressions. Indeed, Changge, your mother cultivates the great purity technique, which is highly effective in suppressing ancient malevolent energy. Our 7th ancestor of the Changsheng Ji family has gone to the western regions to invite the Buddha out of seclusion. He should return in a few days. The Zhongtian Dao Domain is vast and boundless, and even a saint-level expert would require about a month for a round trip, especially considering the time needed to summon the Buddha. Securing the Buddha's assistance is a challenging endeavor, but with the prestige of the Changsheng Ji family, it should be manageable with some resources or even a favor from others. Ji Hongyuan turned his gaze to Ji Shui Dan. Thank you, Shui Dan, for your assistance. Otherwise, Dowling would likely have fallen into the path of evil by now. It has been a month of your daily exertions. Ji Shui Dan shook her head. Gu Changge curiously asked, where is Sister Dowling now? May I see her? She is in the inner room, currently in a state of unconsciousness, Ji Hongyuan affirmed, and the group proceeded to the chamber where Ji Dowling lay in a temporary slumber. Upon entering the room, Gu Changge beheld a young maiden in white. Her delicate brows furrowed as she lay upon the bed. Her complexion was pale, and a sinister energy seemed to swirl around her face, creating a somewhat terrifying sight, as ominous mists emanated from her. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful maiden, with gentle and exquisite features, exuding a calming aura that indicated her gentle nature. Sister Dowling, Ji Ryu exclaimed in shock upon seeing Ji Dowling in such a state. It appeared that the malevolent energy had deeply infiltrated her being. Gu Changge furrowed his brow. With the source of the heavenly book within him, he discerned the perilous condition of Ji Dowling and suspected that the malevolent energy might stem from an imperial corpse. If this continued, she would likely succumb to the path of evil within half a month, fully transforming into a malevolent being. Changge, with your being innately divine, what do you perceive? Ji Hongyuan inquired, astonished by Gu Changge's words. Ji Haoyue, Ji Shui Dan, and the startled Ji Ryu all turned their gaze towards him. Gu Changge shook his head. I can only discern some clues. However, internally, he felt a twinge of confusion. Upon encountering Ji Dowling, he sensed a fear emanating from the malevolent energy that seemed to resonate with something within him. Indeed, it was fear. What could possibly instill such dread in these malevolent energies? Was it his? Or perhaps, the within him? The former seemed improbable, while it was extraordinary. It offered no advantage against malevolent entities. Thus, only one possibility remained, the mysterious and transcendent that surpassed this realm. Yet, whether this was true remained to be seen. What must you try? Yehongyuan inquired hastily. I must attempt something. It may yield results. Gufkangerepiet, prompting Tsuryosti from Yehongyuan Yishridan Yehoyue. And Ji Ryu. He smiled as he explained. I believe you're all aware that I have awakened a second divine anomaly, right? The others nodded. In truth, this second anomaly is I sense that it may be capable of suppressing these malevolent energies. Gu Changge stated candidly. Those present were his blood relatives, and there was no need for concealment. However, the matter concerning his brother remained his greatest secret, one he would never disclose. What? Eh? Ji Hanyuan was taken aback. Ji Haoyue's pupils narrowed sharply, while Ji Shui Dan gasped, covering her mouth. The weight of those two words alone was enough to convey their terrifying significance. Gu Changge already possessed, which, when fully developed, could establish dominance. Adding the into the mix hinted at an unimaginable future for him. Ji Ruyu was equally shaken. Brother Changge has even awakened, eh? My heavens. Indeed, eh? Gu Changge nodded. Thus, I wish to give it a try. I can't believe you've awakened, eh? Yehongyuan exclaimed, astonished. Just the alone would place you among the elite of the true dragon rankings. And now, with the... You likely possess the potential of an emperor. Ji Hanyuan gazed at Gu Changge in awe. Talent is merely an added value. Success cannot rely solely on it. Gu Changge remarked with a gentle smile and a slight shake of his head. Ji Haoyue wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Changge's perspective. Countless prodigies exist across the 3,000 Dao Domains, akin to fish crossing a river, yet only a handful stand atop the multitude. Thus, while talent is undoubtedly vital, the heart towards the Tao is equally essential. Ji Haoyue fixed a fervent gaze upon Gu Changge. Cousin Changge, let us spar when we have a chance. As a divine body, he naturally harbored ambitions to challenge someone as extraordinary as Gu Changge. Very well, Gu Changge replied to Ji Haoyue, then turned to Ji Hanyuan. Ji Hanyuan, observing the scene, urged, then Changge, give it a try. If it does not work, do not force it. The Buddha from the western regions will be able to resolve this matter as well. I understand, Gu Changge responded, turning to the ethereal and breathtaking Ji Daoling, who now appeared so pitiful in her slumber. He approached her and extended his hand towards her brow, seeking to cover the area of her spiritual center. Chapter 51. Exorcising the Evil Spirits of Xiangu Town. Ji Daoling found herself enveloped in an obscure realm, where demonic energy surged violently, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Yet, she could faintly sense a terrifying presence lurking in the shadows, coldly observing her. Where am I? I recall desperately returning to the Changsheng Ji family, only to lose consciousness. Did I inhale a wisp of the black mist that flooded out upon shattering the seal as I fled that celestial cave? As Ji Daoling endeavored to gather her thoughts, a chilling laughter echoed ominously from all directions. Who is there? She demanded, her vigilance peaked as she scanned her surroundings. No reply came. The chilling laughter persisted, sending a shiver down her spine. Ji Daoling furrowed her brow and declared, I am a member of the Changsheng Ji family. Are you not afraid of the repercussions for my clan for your actions against me? The laughter ceased, replaced by a condescending tone that echoed. The likes of a mere descendant of the Changsheng family dares to flaunt before me? Once I devour your soul, this era shall witness my might. With that disdainful proclamation, a chorus of shrill roars erupted around her, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of beasts moving in packs. Pairs of crimson eyes materialized in the darkness, fixating intently on Ji Daoling. In the blink of an eye, one set of those blood-red eyes emerged, revealing a monstrous beast, grotesque in appearance, with foul drool dripping from its maw, a creature reminiscent of a colossal leopard standing before her. A beast! Ji Daoling's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, a long sword materialized in her hand. Despite the confinement of this place, she discovered her powers remained intact, bolstering her resolve to confront the imminent peril. Yet, the onslaught of beasts was overwhelming, too many to count. She lost track of time in this dark abyss, feeling a growing numbness as black mist stealthily infiltrated her body. The chilling laughter around her grew ever more pronounced. In the midst of the battle, Ji Daoling perceived a towering silhouette, godlike in stature, gradually emerging in the shadowy realm. Its eyes appeared to devour everything in their gaze. Surrender your resistance, become my vessel, and you shall gain invincible power. As the demonic voice echoed in her ears, her attacks began to slow. Just then, a blinding light tore through the relentless darkness. In that moment, Ji Daoling's dulled, vacant eyes beheld a figure radiating golden light, ethereal and majestic, as it stepped into her view and extended a hand towards her. Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Daoling was momentarily taken aback. "I have come to take you home," the luminous figure spoke softly to her. Instinctively, she reached out and grasped the hand extended towards her. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of golden light erupted. This radiant essence, pure and untainted, obliterated every beast and shadow it touched. As the golden light made contact with the godlike figure concealed in darkness, a shriek reverberated through the void. "What is this? How can this be? This is neither a Buddhist technique nor an imperial purification method. How could it cleanse my power? I shall remember this presence." With that final defiant cry, the darkness enveloping Ji Daoling was utterly purified. In the outside world, Gu Changge, with his celestial bones, sat in a meditative posture. A blurred figure, strikingly similar to him and radiating celestial light, opened its eyes, seemingly transcending time and space, its gaze landing upon Ji Daoling's brow. As strands of celestial power flowed into Ji Daoling's spirit, the malevolent energy that had invaded her soul and body began to dissolve, restoring her rapidly. Of course, eradicating the imperial corpse's evil energy consumed a tremendous amount of Gu Changge's strength. The vast spiritual sea, once expansive, was now drying up at an alarming rate. As the life well spun swiftly, the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a funnel, incessantly pouring into Gu Changge's being. The sight left the four onlookers in stunned silence. To wield such terrifying spiritual energy, while simultaneously channeling, it was nothing short of miraculous. If he devoted himself to cultivation, the phenomenon he would unleash could be unfathomable. Yet, they felt a surge of joy as the malevolent aura enveloping Ji Daoling's delicate face gradually dissipated, her complexion visibly regaining its rosy hue. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Changge finally exhaled, having thoroughly purified the sinister energy. This malevolence was extraordinary. Its origins were likely formidable. The ancient cave should not be entered again, and it should be sealed off. "Excellent, excellent," Ji Hongyuan exclaimed upon witnessing Ji Daoling's recovery, hurriedly producing various pills to restore spiritual energy. Beside him, Ji Shuidan nodded approvingly at her son's prowess. Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu expressed their heartfelt gratitude with smiles. Gu Changge smiled and nodded, preparing to withdraw his hand when Ji Daoling, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly grasped him. The unexpected gesture felt akin to being enveloped in a soft cloud, leaving Ji Hongyuan and the others momentarily stunned. Gu Changge, too, looked at Ji Daoling in surprise, recalling the words he had spoken to awaken her from her impending slumber. Could it have been due to that very phrase? Slowly, Ji Daoling opened her eyes. Through her hazy vision, she saw the blurred figure that resembled Gu Changge, and her lips parted slightly as she spoke with a voice tinged with joy and gratitude. "It's you." "Is I," Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. At that moment, upon seeing Ji Daoling awaken, Ji Hongyuan and the others approached her eagerly. "Daoling, you have finally awakened," Ji Hongyuan exclaimed with excitement. "How wonderful," Ji Haoyue chimed in. Ji Ryu leaned closer to Ji Daoling, peering at her pale face. "Sister Daoling, thank goodness you are safe. Father and brother said you had been unconscious for over a month." "I was unconscious for over a month?" Ji Daoling gasped, attempting to sit up, only to realize her spiritual sea had dried up, her divine powers waning, and her body felt alarmingly frail, akin to a grievously wounded state. Recalling the events from her dream, she realized it was not merely a dream. Evidently, she had indeed been corrupted by the malevolent energy that infiltrated her from the ancient cave. Fortunately, someone had intervened to rescue her. As Ji Daoling contemplated this, she turned her gaze towards Gu Changge. His eyes, resembling those of a celestial being, seemed to penetrate her very soul, evoking the image of a towering figure embodying strength and righteousness. Chapter 52. The Buddha of Restraint. The 13th ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Zhao, felt an electric shock as soon as he met those captivating eyes. Ji Daoling's heart raced uncontrollably. Upon gazing at Gu Changge's flawlessly handsome face, Ji Daoling's cheeks flushed, only to realize that she was still holding his hand in full view of everyone. She quickly let go, stammering, "I'm sorry. Thank you for your help." "Who are you?" Ji Daoling fought against her shyness and curiously inquired about Gu Changge's identity. "This is cousin Changge," Ji Ryu explained to Ji Daoling. "He is the son of Aunt Shui Dan." The son of Aunt Shui Dan, Gu Changge from the Chongqing Gu family? Even if Gu Changge had not mingled with the world, his name was well known, and Ji Daoling was not surprised. "Indeed," Ji Ryu affirmed. "How do you feel now, Daoling?" "Yi Hong Yuan Askid Yi Daoling." The malevolent energy has been completely dispelled by cousin Changge. Ji Daoling sensed her condition and replied, "But I feel rather weak." By the way, during the ancient cave heavens, Ji Daoling was about to speak, but Ji Hongyuan interrupted, "Let's not discuss that now. Focus on recovering your strength. We, the Chongsheng Ji family, will not let the matter of harming our unparalleled talent go unpunished." Ji Daoling nodded in agreement. She certainly would not let go of those who plotted against her, as she too harbored a desire for retribution. "Rest well, Daoling. We can discuss everything once you have recovered," Ji Haoyue chimed in. Ji Daoling nodded again, realizing her weakness necessitated a period of quiet recuperation. As everyone left the room, Ji Daoling watched them depart, her gaze lingering on Gu Changge's retreating figure before she began to cultivate and restore her energy. In the courtyard, Ji Haoyue turned to Gu Changge, about to speak, when suddenly an ancient voice resonated from the void. "Oh, have guests arrived?" As the voice faded, an ethereal elder emerged from the void, his presence radiating an unfathomable aura. Beside him stood a benevolent-looking old monk clad in monk's robes, holding a string of prayer beads. "13th ancestor, you have returned," Ji Hongyuan exclaimed upon seeing the ethereal elder. "Indeed, I have invited the Buddha of restraint from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. This time, the malevolent energy within Daoling should be thoroughly eradicated," the 13th ancestor Ji Zhao said with a smile. "Amitabha." The Buddha of restraint chanted a Buddhist incantation and nodded at Ji Hongyuan and the others. All present exuded an air of nobility, appearing remarkably extraordinary, particularly Ji Haoyue, Ji Ryu, and Gu Changge, who seemed like dragons and phoenixes among men, surpassing even the disciples of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha of restraint marveled inwardly. Truly, this is a family of longevity. Talents abound. However, if it had been before, Ji Hongyuan would have been ecstatic. But now that Ji Daoling's malevolent energy had unexpectedly been cleansed by Gu Changge, it might turn out that the Supreme Buddha had come for naught. "What is it?" Ji Zhao furrowed his brows. "Has the situation worsened?" "Not all, 13th ancestor. The malevolent energy has been unexpectedly purified," Ji Hongyuan replied honestly. Ji Zhao was taken aback. The Buddha of restraint beside him looked surprised as well, then furrowed his brow toward Ji Daoling's location. The Buddha of restraint's voice was gentle as he addressed them. "When I arrived, I sensed a terrifying malevolent energy emanating from that room, one that could confound even those below the sage level. How did you all manage to dispel it? It is not that I doubt you, but I fear the malevolent energy may still be lurking, and if not confirmed, it could lead to dire consequences." Ji Hongyuan frowned, glancing at Gu Changge. The fact that Gu Changge possessed celestial bones was certainly not information to be disclosed to outsiders. Seeing Ji Hongyuan's dilemma, Gu Changge stepped forward with a smile for the Buddha of restraint. "It was I who dispelled the malevolent energy from my cousin Daoling. As for the method," Gu Changge did not continue, instead activating his celestial bones. The matter of celestial bones would eventually come to light, and given that only the Buddha of restraint was present, who was from the western regions and likely had a close relationship with Ji Zhao, revealing a bit of information would not be detrimental. As Gu Changge's chest shimmered with ethereal celestial light, it appeared as though a celestial figure was seated within, mysterious and extraordinary. Upon witnessing the vision within Gu Changge's celestial light, the Buddha of restraint's pupils contracted sharply, while Ji Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Supreme Bone," they exclaimed in unison, shaken. "No, the overwhelming pressure that subjugates all under heaven is absent, replaced instead by an ethereal and transcendent aura, even more divine than that of Supreme Bone," the Buddha of restraint, contemplated. Ji Zhao shared the same sentiment. I am indeed not of supreme bone, but of celestial bone. Gu Changge replied with a light chuckle. Celestial bone? The words echoed in Ji Zhao and the Buddha of restraint's minds. They turned to Gu Changge and immediately noticed his strikingly unique eyes. You are Gu Changge, Ji Zhao exclaimed in disbelief. So, you are the divine son of the Qinglian Gu family. The Buddha of restraint responded, struggling to contain his excitement. Could it be that this celestial bone is the second innate talent awakened some time ago? Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. Ji Zhao and the Buddha of restraint both inhaled sharply. The combination of heavy pupils and a celestial bone that surpassed the mystique of supreme bone? My heavens! Is such an existence truly possible in this world? Amitabha, the Buddha of restraint marveled. If this truly is celestial bone, then its divine might is unfathomable. It is no surprise that the divine son Changge can purify malevolent energy. It seems I will not need to expend my faith this time. Hearing this, Ji Zhao also breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the Buddha of restraint with a smile. Buddha of restraint, your assistance to our Changxingji family this time will not go unrecognized. The relic of the Buddha we previously discussed will be presented to you. Amitabha, the Buddha of restraint chanted again. Should there be any further need for me in the future, I shall gladly assist the Changxingji family once more. The Buddha of restraint had reached the pinnacle of the sage realm. The relic of the Buddha mentioned by Ji Zhao was crucial for his second breakthrough into the sage level, making it indispensable for him, which is why he had rushed back. The two parties had their own needs. However, now that the malevolent energy had been unexpectedly cleansed by Gu Changge, it would seem the relic was no longer necessary for him. Ji Zhao, recognizing the Buddha of restraint's needs, thus extended a personal favor. Clearly, the Buddha of restraint's response pleased Ji Zhao immensely. The Buddha of restraint was a formidable sage-level figure, a presence capable of shaking the world. Exchanging a relic for a favor from a sage was highly advantageous. Subsequently, the Buddha of restraint glanced at Ji Daoling. Chapter 53, The Sound of the Abacus. After confirming that there were no issues, Ji Zhao received the Buddha of restraint. After all, since the other party had just arrived, it would be inappropriate to let them leave without any concerns. Such behavior does not befit a host. In the courtyard, the Buddha of restraint gazed at Ji Zhao with admiration, saying, Your Changxingji family possesses a divine king body, while the Changxinggu family is even more extraordinary, not only showcasing the dual pupils, but also the celestial bones within the remarkable Changge. And I have heard there is even a hidden supreme bone. He continued, with the talents that Changge has displayed, one could already declare him the foremost among the 3,000 domains. Indeed, yet strength does not solely rely on talent. The heart of the Tao is equally significant, the Buddha of restraint acknowledged, expressing another viewpoint. Ji Zhao smiled and replied, I sense that Changge possesses a calm and steady heart, quite unlike those who are overly proud. Indeed, the potential for Changge to achieve greatness in the future is immeasurable. The Buddha of restraint concurred wholeheartedly. At that moment, Ji Zhao remarked, the 10,000 Buddha's kingdom is remarkable as well, with arhats reincarnating and even a naturally born Buddha child, rivaling our Changxingji family and Changxinggu family. The Buddha of restraint chanted, Amitabha, and mused, It seems we are on the verge of witnessing another golden age. Indeed, Ji Zhao nodded. The two exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Was the divine king body of the Ji family preparing to contend with the dual pupils and celestial bones? The Buddha of restraint chuckled. Who do you think will prevail? Ji Zhao inquired. Even I cannot say, the Buddha of restraint replied. The divine king body is the mightiest in ordinary times. One such body could dominate an era. However, in this instance, facing the dual pupils and celestial bones of the Changge, the outcome is uncertain. After saying this, Ji Zhao waved his hand. When it comes to the extraordinary, you already believe that Hao Yue will inevitably lose, don't you? Amitabha, the Buddha of restraint said with a smile. In the same realm, it is likely that no one can match the Changge. Oh, then let us wait and see. In the martial arts arena of the family estate, Ji Hongyuan set up a restraining formation to safeguard the entire arena and then curiously observed the scene. Beside him, Ji Ryu glanced between Ji Haoyue and Gu Changge, uncertain of whom to cheer for. Ji Shuiyin looked at Gu Changge and sighed in the blink of an eye. Changge has grown into an adult, possessing dual pupils and celestial bones. It seems that the Changsheng Gu family will advance under his leadership. Isn't that a good thing? Ji Hanyuan remarked as he glanced at Ji Haoyue. Haoyue is in the same era as Changge. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse for him. All prodigies possess ambition, let alone those who are peerless prodigies. If they suffer a setback, it could hinder Ji Haoyue's growth. Ji Shuiyin rolled her eyes at Ji Hongyuan's words. They are merely sparring. As long as it is not a fight to the death, how could they be easily affected? Haha, true. Haoyue and Changge will definitely not engage in a fight to the death. Ji Ryu interjected with a roll of her eyes. Father, you are setting the stage for something. Ji Hongyuan's expression darkened, urging Ji Ryu to be quiet. In the martial arts arena, Ji Haoyue's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Gu Changge, declaring, Cousin Changge, I will suppress my cultivation to the third layer of the life wheel. No need to hold back. Let us spar until we reach a conclusion. Very well, Gu Changge nodded, his own fighting spirit also igniting. This marked the first time he would compete against a peerless prodigy of the same level since awakening his innate wisdom and enhancing his strength with his elder brother's support. He was filled with anticipation. Then I shall not be polite, Ji Haoyue proclaimed, his fighting spirit surging forth as if he were an unparalleled being. He formed a seal, sealing his divine realm cultivation to the third layer of the life wheel. In the next moment, a majestic light shone from his eyes, as if a divine king were seated within, and upon opening his eyes, a beam of divine light erupted forth, enveloping profound spiritual patterns and sending terrifying ripples toward Gu Changge. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow at this strike. His cousin was indeed not holding back. He unleashed the Ji family's guardian technique, the Divine King's Eye. The power of this attack could potentially injure or even kill someone at the 6th or 7th layer of the life wheel. However, despite its ferocity, it posed no threat to Gu Changge, who could withstand it with sheer physical strength. With a roar, a terrifying vitality erupted within Gu Changge, akin to an ancient behemoth roaring. Nearly 400 billion particles of colossal energy within him trembled, unleashing unparalleled might as he faced Ji Haoyue's divine light. He casually struck back. Upon sensing Gu Changge's surging vitality, Ji Haoyue was taken aback. This vitality, before he could finish speaking, the explosion of spiritual energy erupted, crashing against the restraining formation set by Ji Hongyuan with a resounding boom. As the explosive spiritual energy detonated, Ji Haoyue's expression sharpened. In the next moment, a towering divine king phantom, 100 feet tall, loomed behind him, its presence dominating the martial arts arena. And the aura of the divine king was immediately sensed by the elders of the Changsheng Ji family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A flurry of lights pierced through the air, drawing the immediate attention of the elders to the battle between Ji Haoyue and Gu Changge. Ji Hongyuan addressed the elders. Haoyue and Changge are merely sparring. You need not interfere. If you wish to observe, feel free to stay. The elders of the Changsheng Ji family were momentarily stunned. Changge? Is that the Gu Changge of the Changsheng Gu family? Gasp! How did Gu Changge come to our Changsheng Ji family? And now he is competing with the divine son Haoyue, possessing dual pupils and a divine king body? How thrilling! Upon realizing Gu Changge's identity, the elders were no longer inclined to leave, choosing instead to remain and watch. Beside Ji Hongyuan, Ji Ryu noticed her brother's earnestness and frowned. Brother is being too oppressive. Even though he is suppressing his cultivation, his spiritual energy quality is far superior to that of the true third layer of the life wheel. And he is so serious. Ji Hongyuan rolled his eyes at her remark. He had witnessed Gu Changge's casual display of power earlier. If Ji Haoyue did not take this seriously, he would likely suffer a crushing defeat. Ji Shuiyin turned to Ji Ryu, her gentle eyes sparkling. Ryu, how about you join Aunt Shuiyin and your cousin Changge for a visit to the Changsheng Gu family in a few days? Oh, that sounds wonderful. Ji Ruyu's eyes lit up with excitement as she readily agreed. Ji Hongyuan, hearing this, rolled his eyes again, gazing at Ji Shuiyan in disbelief. Sister, your plans are all too transparent to me. In the arena, Gu Changge emerged from the explosion of spiritual energy. Even in the face of Ji Haoyue's towering divine king phantom, he did not employ any spiritual techniques, but instead unleashed his immense physical strength, charging toward Ji Haoyue like a ferocious beast. Chapter 54. The physical body crushes the same realm's divine king body. Ji Haoyue felt a shiver run down his spine. Cousin Changge, your physical prowess is truly monstrous. As he spoke, the towering phantom of a divine king raised a fist, reminiscent of a small mountain, poised to suppress Gu Changge. Not bad. Gu Changge gazed at the descending divine king fist, a smile gracing his lips as his hair fluttered in the wind. He unleashed a powerful blow, colliding with the fist of the divine king phantom. To the astonishment of the onlooking Ji family elders, Gu Changge, with sheer physical strength, withstood the impact of Ji Haoyue's divine king manifestation. Boom! The training ground crumbled instantly, forming a vast pit of about 100 feet. Had it not been for Ji Hongyuan's previously established barriers, the battle might have spilled beyond the confines of the arena. In the eyes of the spectators, Gu Changge's petite fist met Ji Haoyue's mountain-like fist, seemingly an uneven match. Yet, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Gu Changge's youthful frame stood firm against the fist of the divine king phantom. Excellent. Upon witnessing this, Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit surged, without even using the heavy pupil immortal bone, to confront me head-on with just his physical strength. Cousin Changge is far more terrifying than I had imagined. Talent indeed holds terrifying potential. However, the true extent of terror unfolds only in combat. Ji Hongyuan, observing Gu Changge withstand the divine king phantom with sheer physical might, found it hard to believe. He envisioned a peerless prodigy rising, capable of suppressing myriad realms and celestial prodigies. Ji Haoyue's expression hardened. Cousin Changge, be careful now. Buzz. A profound energy emanated from Ji Haoyue. In the next moment, the divine king phantom stood still, and with a mere flick of Ji Haoyue's finger, it mirrored his action. Rumble. The very fabric of the void trembled, appearing almost distorted. A terrifying divine light radiated from the descending finger of the divine king phantom, as if it were about to rend the void itself, descending with the might of the heavens. Even Gu Changge felt the pressure of this technique. Yet, it was merely pressure, not danger. The Ji family elders gasped, surprised that the divine son of Haoyue had resorted to the divine king's finger technique. Surely, even Gu Changge, no matter how formidable, would have to take it seriously against this attack. As they speculated, Gu Changge's eyes shimmered with endless mysterious principles. Heavy pupil, future sight. In his vision of the future, Gu Changge envisioned himself using the divine elephant suppression technique to withstand the divine king's finger, only to find the ground beneath him shattering. A trickle of blood escaping his lips, sustaining minor injuries from the shockwave. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge outright dismissed the notion of solely relying on physical strength, for he, confident in his invincibility, would not allow the battle to inflict harm upon him. Since mere physical might proved insufficient, he resolved to employ other divine abilities. Heaven-defying divine abilities were not exclusive to Ji Haoyue. With profound comprehension of the divine king's techniques, Ji Haoyue's finger strike would likely defeat even a typical ninth-layer fate wheel expert. Gu Changge dared not underestimate it. Thus, a subtle ripple surged before Gu Changge, and at the moment the divine king's finger descended, his figure transformed into a flash of light, vanishing. In an instant, Gu Changge materialized beside Ji Haoyue. Cousin Haoyue, perhaps you should take a look at the void techniques of the Chang family. Within him, billions of resounding particles roared. Gu Changge unleashed a punch, akin to a primordial mountain barreling forward. Ji Haoyue, already on guard against Gu Changge's void techniques, reacted swiftly, executing his own divine king punch as Gu Changge appeared at his side. Boom! The void erupted like thunder, almost instantaneously upon their fists colliding. Ji Haoyue was sent flying like a streak of light. Crash! Ji Haoyue slammed against the barriers set by Ji Hongyuan, his fist falling as he stared in astonishment at Gu Changge. The onlookers, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Ruyu, and the elders, were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated the battle concluding so abruptly. Wait! The elders felt their scalps tingle. Just how terrifying was Gu Changge's physical prowess? Merely employing the Great Void technique to traverse space and arriving next to Ji Haoyue, he ended the battle with a single punch. He hadn't even utilized the myriad of heaven-defying techniques from Void techniques, such as the Void Grand Handprint or the Celestial Finger. Unbelievable. I concede, Cousin Haoyue. Gu Changge approached Ji Haoyue, extending a hand to straighten his disheveled attire, smiling. Cousin Changge, your physical form, could it truly be that of a divine body or a sacred body? I must admit, that punch was likely your genuine physical strength at least. 300 billion pounds of force. After speaking, Ji Haoyue regarded Gu Changge with a peculiar expression. Moreover, even without employing the Great Void technique, merely relying on physical strength should suffice. How could you sustain only minor injuries from the shockwave? Gu Changge's response nearly caused Ji Haoyue to choke. As a divine king body, to unleash the heaven-defying technique of the divine king's finger against you, and for you to claim it was merely a shockwave, a trickle of blood. How disheartening. Ji Haoyue felt a wave of nausea wash over him, an acute pang of discomfort in his heart. Brother has lost. Ji Ryu was bewildered. Ji Haoyue was the unrivaled divine son of the Chang family. How could he so swiftly succumb to Gu Changge? Ji Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Ji Shuidan's face radiated with joy, her eyes brimming with pride for Gu Changge. Look, that is my son. Invincible. Gu Changge and Ji Shuidan departed from the Chang family. At the entrance, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu watched as the Chang family's warship ascended into the sky, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Ultimately, Ji Ryu did not accompany Gu Changge and Ji Shuidan to the Chang family, choosing instead to stay with Ji Daoling, who had sustained injuries. After all, Ji Daoling had always been the most affectionate towards her since childhood. Haoyue, did you truly hold back against him? Ye Hongyuan inquired, gazing at the departing warship. Ji Ryu, hearing this, turned her curious gaze towards Ji Haoyue. No, Ji Haoyue replied, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a deity among mortals. Cousin Changge is genuinely formidable. His physical form may surpass even some sacred or divine bodies. If coupled with the Chang family's void techniques and the heavy pupil, I cannot fathom who could rival him when he enters the world to compete. With the foresight of the heavy pupil and the instantaneous traversal of the void techniques, it was clear Gu Changge also bore the immortal bone, enhancing his already unparalleled physical form. He was undoubtedly a monstrous being. Chapter 55. The January Wheel of Fate, 5 layers. An enormous strength of 500 billion pounds, is that so? Yehongyuan nodded thoughtfully. According to Haoyue, Gu Changge would likely become a prominent figure in the world, especially as the son of his sister and the future head of the family. This was akin to kinship. Moreover, it was evident from earlier that Ji Ryu harbored a fondness for Gu Changge. With this in mind, Ji Hongyuan smiled and said, Ryu seems to be quite fond of Changge. Let her visit the Gu family more often, and you should also cultivate a close relationship with him. Naturally, I will befriend Cousin Changge, Ji Haoyue replied, but father, if Ryu joins us, it can't be that. I said nothing, Ji Hongyuan replied nonchalantly. Seeing this, Ji Haoyue couldn't help but chuckle. However, if Ji Ryu could win Gu Changge's affection, he would not be averse to it. After all, Aunt Shuidan was his father's sister, and if Gu Changge considered himself a brother-in-law, he would welcome it, while let the good fortune flow to outsiders. Upon returning to the Changsheng Gu family, Ji Shuidan recounted everything that had transpired at the Changsheng Ji family to Gu Qing. At first, there was little of note, but when Gu Qing heard that Gu Changge had actually clashed with the God King body using sheer physical strength, and subsequently defeated the same rank God King body with a Void Sutra and a single punch, he couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Truly, he was his son. The future was promising. His son possessed the potential of an emperor. Ha ha ha. Gu Changge, however, felt indifferent, as it was not a life-or-death battle, and Ji Haoyue had not employed his full strength, choosing to seal his power. It could be said that this exchange was merely a casual display. The outcome did not signify much. The next event on the horizon was a month later, when Gu Changge would venture to the chaotic rift that appeared at Tianlan sect to acquire the method for enhancing the Wheel of Fate. Who knew what he would return with after handing it over to Gu Qing? All one could say was that using another's fortune for oneself was indeed a clever tactic. Gu Changge. Based on previous experiences, the items returned were likely of the same category. If there were techniques capable of accelerating the transformation of the 9-pattern Wheel of Fate, that would be even better. Even if it required a hefty price, it would be worth it. The Heavenly Dao Wheel of Fate. Gu Changge's eyes gleamed with depth. He then sought out Gu Changge and, as expected, upon his return, she had entered seclusion to cultivate. With the aid of the spirit-gathering bottle, her progress was likely swift, and Gu Changge was determined not to lag behind. After all, in his eyes, Gu Changge was akin to his sister. It would not do for her cultivation to surpass his own, especially with the support of the spirit-gathering bottle. Yet, he believed it unlikely that she would surpass him. He possessed the even more formidable Dao condensing divine bottle. Furthermore, he also had the eye of the celestial spring and a bountiful supply of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thus, a month later, Gu Changge stood above the sea of spirits, as the boundless brilliance of the 9-pattern Wheel of Fate slowly revolved. Accompanied by the final divine radiance of the crushed Dao condensing divine water, it transformed into spiritual energy that dripped into the sea of spirits. In an instant, the sea of spirits, which had already expanded to 5,999 zhong, erupted with a resounding roar. The sea of spirits expanded once more, reaching a new height. The Wheel of Fate had attained its 6th layer. The sea of spirits now measured 6,000 zhong. In just 1 month, he had advanced from the 3rd layer of the Wheel of Fate to the 6th, a remarkable breakthrough of 3 realms in a mere month. Such speed of cultivation would surely leave other prodigies astounded and speechless. Before reaching the Rainbow Bridge realm, a 3-realm advancement in a month was not particularly surprising. However, beyond the Wheel of Fate, expanding the sea of spirits required boundless resources. Not only that, once the sea of spirits reached a layer's limit, it would require extensive refinement before further expansion could occur. Failure in this endeavor would result in severe repercussions. Yet Gu Changge disregarded this principle, as his cultivation soared with absurdity. After a month of seclusion, Gu Changge sensed the 6,000 zhong sea of spirits within him and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, he had reached the 6th layer of the Wheel of Fate. When the time came to enter the world and compete, his cultivation would allow him to catch up with the foremost echelon. As for figures like Ji Haoyue and other exceptional prodigies from the Changshan clan and the Undying Sacred Land, many had begun their cultivation a year or 2 prior. Presently, most were at the Divine Revelation realm. Gu Changge's immediate goal was to close the gap and catch up to the likes of Ji Haoyue. This should not prove too difficult. Moreover, Gu Changge clenched his fist, feeling the roar of 500 billion giant particles within him, his blood almost bursting forth from his divine body. 500 billion pounds of strength. Indeed, in this month, Gu Changge had not only improved his cultivation, but also his physical prowess. After all, while cultivation was vital, a robust physique was equally indispensable. After sparring with Ji Haoyue, Gu Changge had come to deeply understand the significance of a formidable body. He was merely 300 billion particles away from completing the foundational training of the divine elephant suppression technique. Following that, he could convert the giant particles into primordial elephant particles, at which point his strength would experience another terrifying surge. It had been a month since he last saw Gu Changge. It was time to pay her a visit and perhaps seize an opportunity. Gu Changge stepped out of his room and made his way to the courtyard where Gu Changge resided. Previously, upon his return, Gu Changge had taken residence in the Son of Heaven's manor, while Gu Changge remained at the first sequence manor, as she had entered seclusion before his return. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon reaching the entrance of Gu Changge's courtyard, 2 maids' eyes brightened, and they hurriedly bowed in respect. As they lowered themselves, the four white, jade-like peaks were utterly captivating. Gu Changge nodded and inquired, "Has Qingqiu exited seclusion?" Miss Qingqiu has just emerged from her retreat, but it seems she is tidying up to prepare for an outing. An outing? I shall go find her directly. Gu Changge smiled knowingly, having an inkling of Gu Qingqiu's intentions for leaving, and he stepped past the two maids into the courtyard, observing Gu Changge's tall figure entering. The maids exchanged glances before lowering their heads to glance at their own chests. "Ding Xiang, it appears His Highness has no interest in us whatsoever. What's so surprising about that? The only one worthy of accompanying His Highness is a stunning woman like Miss Qingqiu. If His Highness deigns to cast his gaze upon us, we should count ourselves fortunate." In response, the other maid, Yu Shui, felt no disappointment. Ding Xiang nodded in agreement. Gu Changge stepped into the courtyard, and his gaze fell upon Gu Qingqiu, who was seated at a stone table enjoying tea. Upon seeing Gu Changge's arrival, Gu Qingqiu appeared surprised, setting down her cup. "Brother Changge, what brings you here?" After speaking, Gu Qingqiu rose and performed a respectful bow. "I came to see how your month of seclusion has treated you." Gu Changge approached her, and he noted how her noble and cold demeanor had become even more pronounced, with a hint of regal authority gracing her exquisite face. He sensed that the formidable presence of the supreme woman from her past life was gradually re-emerging. It must be said that Gu Qingqiu increasingly ignited Gu Changge's desire to conquer. Indeed, she possessed an alluring charm. "I have gained some insights," Gu Qingqiu replied, a serene smile gracing her lips. Yet, in the face of Gu Changge, she found herself at a loss, unable to maintain her supreme aura, feeling a touch of trepidation toward the current Gu Changge. Chapter 56. Arrival at Tianlan Sect. Some gains? I believe there are more than just a few. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Prior to this, he had already perused Gu Qingqiu's information. The Fate Wheel Realm. Indeed, Gu Qingqiu had successfully broken through to the Fate Wheel Realm as she wished. The speed at which the female supreme cultivates can only be described as terrifying. Gu Qingqiu smiled sweetly, refraining from responding to Gu Changge's words. "By the way, you have just broken through to the Fate Wheel. You should make use of this elixir." Gu Changge produced several vials of pills, each inscribed with the characters 1 Yuan Dan. The 1 Yuan Dan is a 4th-grade elixir, and among the finest of its kind. Only first-rate powers and top-tier families can utilize 1 Yuan Dan to assist in their cultivation. As a divine offspring, Gu Changge has unlimited access to such elixirs. The 1 Yuan Dan accelerates cultivation and stabilizes one's realm, proving to be immensely beneficial for those who have just broken through to the first layer of the Fate Wheel realm, as well as those advancing to the 2nd and 3rd layers. Observing Gu Changge bestowing resources upon her once more, Gu Qingqiu pursed her lips, reluctantly accepting. "Brother Changge, with you continuously providing me with resources, I have no idea when I can repay your kindness." "I never said you had to repay me." Gu Changge chuckled. "Your success in cultivation is the greatest reward for me." "That won't do." Gu Qingqiu shook her head. Noticing this, Gu Changge reached out to smooth her hair. "What do you mean it won't do?" "You are my sister, Gu Changge, and it is only natural for a brother to care for his sister." The female supreme seemed destined to be unable to escape from Gu Changge's grasp this time. From initially coaxing her to call him brother, to now having her yield without resistance, even allowing him to affectionately smooth her hair. This transformation was likely something Gu Qingqiu herself had not even realized. "All right, you've just broken through. Take the 1 Yuan Dan and continue to solidify your foundation. By the way, I heard you're going out? Where to?" "I just finished my secluded meditation, so we can go together." Gu Changge inquired of Gu Qingqiu. Gu Qingqiu was taken aback. She intended to venture into the chaotic rift, a perilous place that required immense caution, even during her previous life. Bringing Gu Changge along would be a risk. However, before she could voice her refusal, Gu Changge departed. Gu Qingqiu sighed. "All right then." After all, Gu Changge's demeanor towards her truly felt akin to that of family. Since he wished to accompany her, she might as well let him join. Perhaps with Gu Changge's current strength, they could achieve even greater results together. Having exited Gu Qingqiu's courtyard, Gu Changge could not help but smile at her hesitant expression. "You thought you could leave me behind for an adventure?" "Absolutely not." Shortly after, Gu Changge received a notification regarding the 1 yuan dan he had just given to Gu Qingxiu, indicating a return that had not triggered for a month. Ding. The host has gifted the bound target Gu Qingxiu 1 vial of 4th grade 1 yuan dan. You have received a 500-fold return. You have acquired 1 vial of 4th grade supreme elixir, Dao Yun Dan, Dao Yun Dan. Could it possibly be a supreme elixir imbued with the essence of Dao Yun? Alas, it is only of the 4th grade. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled, though he felt a tinge of regret. At present, with his celestial bones awakened, he was in dire need of abundant Dao Yun nourishment. The celestial shadows within his celestial bones were on the verge of solidifying, and at that time, the manifestation of the celestial technique would be even more formidable. He looked forward to this vial of Dao Yun Dan. Upon returning to the Divine Sun's residence, Gu Changge refined a Dao Yun Dan, and after experiencing the feedback from his celestial bones, his gaze became fervent. Refining this vial of Dao Yun Dan would indeed solidify the celestial shadows within his celestial bones. When the time comes, he would unleash the power of the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens. The amplification would likely increase several-fold. Suddenly, Gu Changge recalled that he had forgotten to invite Gu Qingxiu to move to the Divine Sun's residence when he visited her the day prior. Subsequently, he instructed someone to notify Gu Qingxiu to relocate, and continued his seclusion. Days later, boom, within Gu Changge's secret chamber, surging celestial light expanded from his chest into the void like a tidal wave. A radiant burst of celestial light erupted from his chest, as if a deity were being nurtured within. When the celestial light reached its zenith, a figure of extraordinary beauty and ethereal grace, seated amidst the celestial light, emerged. Previously, the celestial figure had been indistinct, but now was capable of revealing Gu Changge's features, though the figure remained ephemeral. Yet, the mere manifestation of his features represented a tremendous advancement. Celestial King descending from the 9 heavens. Gu Changge invoked the celestial technique accompanied by his celestial bones. And in an instant, a spectral image identical to himself sat behind him, majestic and ethereal, akin to an immortal deity. Boom! As he unleashed the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens, Gu Changge felt his spiritual sea enveloped by celestial light, each strand of spiritual power enhanced by mysterious forces, enabling an even more terrifying strength to be unleashed. This enhancement, Gu Changge clenched his fist, his heart exhilarated. Now that I am at the 5th layer of the fate wheel, activating the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens could unleash power at least on par with the 9th layer of the fate wheel. With additional means, I could even contend with beings of the divine realm. The 9th layer of the fate wheel, or the divine realm, is no ordinary cultivator, but rather a peerless prodigy like himself. If he were to engage in combat with an ordinary cultivator, even one at the 9th layer of the divine realm, Gu Changge could still contend fiercely. A prodigy of his caliber is beyond the measure of ordinary cultivators. Upon completing his seclusion, a jade talisman flew from his storage ring. Gu Qingxiu's voice resonated from within the talisman. Brother Changge, I am ready to set off for Tianlan sect. If you emerge from your seclusion, you can come find me directly. The secret realm of Tianlan sect will open in 7 days. If you have not emerged by then, I shall go on my own. Is it time to depart? Gu Changge calculated the time with his fingers and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had only been in seclusion for 3 days. There were still 4 days until the appearance of the chaotic rift at Tianlan sect, so there was no need for haste. Rising from the secret chamber, Gu Changge set off to find Gu Qingxiu. After 3 days without seeing Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu was momentarily stunned upon seeing him again. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, Brother Changge, it seems you have undergone another transformation. I too have had some gains, Gu Changge teased with a grin. Gu Qingxiu was taken aback, not expecting Gu Changge to use her previous words against her. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Shall we head to Tianlan sect? Let's set off. Gu Changge chuckled upon seeing Gu Qingxiu in a daze, gesturing for her to follow him. Gu Qingxiu snapped back to reality and hesitantly asked Gu Changge once more, Brother Changge, are you truly going with me? That secret realm is an opportunity one inherited from the predecessors of my branch. It is unknown, and there may be dangers. Gu Changge turned his face toward Gu Changge, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Do you think I am the kind of person who would shy away from danger? Of course not. Then why the hesitation? Let's go. However, we must not attract too much attention, as it may provoke unforeseen circumstances. We should find an elder from the clan to accompany us, allowing them to facilitate our passage with Tianlan sect. Understood. Chapter 57. The Saintess of Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua in the northern region. The Tianlan sect stands as a premier force, commanding an extensive domain, influencing countless trillions of beings under its dominion. Today, however, the sect welcomes an esteemed guest. Within the confines of Tianlan sect, revered elders, who usually bask in their lofty positions, now bow reverently before the sect's illustrious leader, a figure of unparalleled strength. A king among warriors. If this scene were to be witnessed by those both inside and outside the sect, it would surely send shivers down their spines. What could possibly compel such a dominant entity to bow in deference? Astonishingly, the one they honor is a youth, seemingly not of great age. His stature is upright, exuding an ethereal nobility, clad in black robes edged with gold, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. His presence resonates with an otherworldly aura, captivating all who gaze upon him. Indeed, standing before the esteemed elders of Tianlan sect is none other than Gu Changge. Flanking him are Gu Changge and an elder of the Gu family, a king of the realm, who stand attentively by his sides. My apologies for the trouble caused during my stay at Tianlan sect. Gu Changge addresses the sect leader. The sect leader, upon hearing this, hastily bows his head, responding with utmost politeness. It is an honor for our Tianlan sect to host the divine son of the eternal Gu family. We are truly fortunate. Please keep my visit confidential. I shall depart in a few days, Gu Changge states. Of course, of course. The sect leader nods vigorously, understanding the gravity of the situation. After all, before him stands the divine son of the eternal Gu family, a lineage of unparalleled prestige. How could Tianlan sect afford to offend him? Please arrange suitable accommodations for me, Gu Changge requests, observing the sect leader's demeanor and feeling the weight of the influential background he represents. It becomes clear why those from top-tier forces often seek to showcase themselves. Qinghua, please escort the divine son to the Mysterious Peak, commands the sect leader. Mysterious Peak is renowned as the most breathtaking site within Tianlan sect, typically accessible only to the sect leader or the esteemed elders. And now, the beautiful Mu Qinghua, the sect saintess, is granted entry as well. Mu Qinghua, upon hearing this, nods and turns to Gu Changge with a graceful smile. She is strikingly beautiful, her ice blue eyes sparkling with clarity reminiscent of the sky, her hair a similar shade, radiating an aura of frostiness akin to a snow lotus. The very sight of her evokes an intense desire for conquest within the observer. Gu Changge glances at Mu Qinghua, nodding in acknowledgement. Lead the way, divine son. Please follow me, she replies, her voice cool yet imbued with a respectful formality. It is evident that she understands the underlying intentions of the sect leader in assigning her to guide Gu Changge. As they depart, the sect leader and the elders watch the four figures until they vanish from sight, wiping the sweat from their brows. Why has the divine son of the eternal Gu family come to our Tianlan sect? One elder inquires. The sect leader shoots him a glare. If you ask me, who should I ask? I'm equally perplexed. However, his gaze sharpens with determination. Regardless of his purpose, we must seize this opportunity to curry favor. Ensure that our disciples do not offend the divine son. The elders nod solemnly, understanding the gravity of their leader's words. Soon, the sect leader dismisses them, murmuring to himself as he gazes in the direction Mu Qinghua and Gu Changge departed. Qinghua, the opportunity has been presented to you. Seize it wisely. At the summit of Mysterious Peak, Gu Changge stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing contentedly at the boundless sea of clouds before him. Truly, this peak lives up to its name, offering exquisite scenery. Gu Changge, however, remains largely unfazed, having beheld countless breathtaking sights during her previous life as a supreme being of the imperial realm. Mu Qinghua stands behind Gu Changge, observing the divine son of the eternal Gu family with fascination. To her, tales of such divine figures have always been mere legends, expected to be encountered only during the emergence of the dragon ranking or the true dragon ranking. Never did she anticipate meeting one in person. Yet here stands a figure who embodies the essence of those legends, noble, resplendent, and radiating an aura reminiscent of a primordial beast. Even without exerting any pressure, his mere presence leaves her feeling as though she is suffocating beneath an insurmountable mountain. Suppressing her astonishment, Mu Qinghua bends slightly, stating, "Should the divine son require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me. I shall attend to your needs promptly." She presents him with a communication jade pendant. Gu Changge accepts it with a nod. "Thank you. Then I shall take my leave," Mu Qinghua says, lowering her head before turning away. Gu Qingxiu observes the interaction quietly, and once Mu Qinghua has departed, she turns to Gu Changge with a playful glint in her eyes. "Brother Changge, the saintess of Tianlan sect, is quite beautiful. Do you not have any thoughts on her?" "What thoughts?" Gu Changge responds with a puzzled look. Gu Qingxiu chuckles softly. "Surely, with your charm, it would be easy to have her serve you." "I have no interest," he replies nonchalantly. "A mere sect saintess?" If Gu Changge desired companionship, even the divine maidens of the eternal Gu family or the holy maidens of the undying sacred land would one day bow before him. Once he achieves his goals, even celestial beings would yield. Unsurprisingly, Gu Qingxiu is not taken aback by his response. The northern region lies in close proximity to the eternal Gu family in Central Continent. Utilizing the interdomain array, they arrive within 2 days, leaving just 2 days until the opening of the chaotic rift. In these days, whispers abound within Tianlan sect. As the presence of a distinguished guest stirs the atmosphere, disciples of the law enforcement hall patrol diligently, and even the slightest conflict is met with stern reprimands from the elders. Chapter 58. A slap in the face. This situation had never occurred before. After the gathering of the sect master and the elders, some of them divulged a fragment of information that was speculated upon by those with ulterior motives. Beneath the mysterious peak, a man of striking appearance and a divine demeanor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the peak, then furrowing his brow as he looked at the 2 individuals blocking his path. "What is the meaning of this? I, the Daozi, wish to ascend to the cloud sea to seek enlightenment. Do you dare stand in my way? Are you courting death? Daozi, we are here on the sect master's orders to guard the mysterious peak. Without the sect master's direct command or the consent of those atop the peak, we cannot allow even the Daozi or the saintess to pass. If you wish to ascend the mysterious peak, allow us to inform the esteemed ones first." Upon hearing this, the Daozi of Tianlan sect was so enraged that he almost laughed. Since when did Tianlan sect become someone else's territory? Do you not realize that I shall one day be the sect master? Step aside. I shall ascend first, and I will take full responsibility for any consequences. The Daozi had been feeling despondent due to his inability to break through to the divine communication realm. He sought to ease his mind amidst the beautiful scenery of the mysterious peak. Yet here he was, a dignified Daozi, obstructed at the foot of the sect's mountain. This was utterly absurd. Consumed by anger, the Daozi strode towards the mysterious peak without further thought. The disciples on guard exchanged glances, realizing that the Daozi's current mood could lead to trouble. They immediately rushed to inform the sect master, hoping it wasn't too late. As the Daozi advanced, he quickly ascended several zhang. Soon, he reached the summit of the mysterious peak, where the scenery remained breathtaking, shrouded in mist, with the wind whispering through the clouds. Resembling a celestial realm, under normal circumstances, the Daozi would find solace in such beauty, but at this moment, his mood was far from pleasant. In his line of sight, he noticed 2 figures seated beneath the mysterious pavilion, engaged in laughter and discourse over tea. These 2 individuals were esteemed guests at Tianlan sect, of such status that the sect had lowered its pride to allow them temporary residence at the mysterious peak. Suppressing his rising fury, the Daozi approached the mysterious pavilion. This pavilion was situated at the peak, a place for temporary respite. For the past few days, Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu had been resting there. After reaching the realms of the Rainbow Bridge and the Fate Wheel, staying awake for a month had become trivial. A brief respite was hardly a concern. I can sense the fluctuations in the surrounding space growing more distinct. It seems that changes may occur in a couple of hours. Gu Changge remarked with a smile to Gu Qingxiu. Indeed, when the time comes, Brother Changge, you must act alongside me, she replied. Certainly. Gu Changge understood that Gu Qingxiu, as a reborn female sovereign, sought opportunities in this old place. Wandering alone could indeed be perilous. Thus, it was imperative to stay close to her. Just as Gu Qingxiu was about to speak, her brows furrowed suddenly. Gu Changge glanced up in surprise at the man approaching the mysterious pavilion. What is the matter? Sect Master? Gu Changge inquired calmly, having assumed that the sect master had sent a high-ranking disciple to convey an important message. The Daozi of Tianlan sect, Lin Xingjian, scrutinized Gu Changge. Noticing his extraordinary aura, Lin's frown deepened. In the northern region, there should not be anyone as youthful and exceptional as Gu Changge. Could it be that he possessed a significant background? With this thought, Lin Xingjian's previously boiling anger gradually subsided. As a saintly son, he was not one to lack discernment. His earlier actions were merely an expression of pent-up frustration. Had Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu been inconspicuous, he might have sought to reprimand them, but now he reconsidered. It would be unwise to provoke them. I am Lin Xingjian, the Daozi of Tianlan sect. May I know your name? He inquired, offering a courteous bow. A mere passerby, here for a matter of business, staying for a couple of days, Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. Ah, so you are the Daozi of Tianlan sect. Such demeanor is to be expected. Gu Changge mused inwardly, although he grew curious about the purpose of Lin's visit. Do you have any business here? None. Merely curious to see what sort of esteemed guests reside at the mysterious peak, Lin Xingjian smiled. At this moment, Gu Qingxiu turned her gaze towards Lin Xingjian. She recalled him somewhat, having encountered him during her tumultuous arrival at Tianlan sect amidst the chaos of the chaotic rift. However, she remembered that he had met a tragic end due to the actions of the sect's saintess, instigated by Yichun. As Gu Qingxiu reflected on Lin Xingjian's past, Lin Xingjian, too, was taken aback by Gu Qingxiu's beauty. He had not anticipated that the woman before Gu Changge would be so enchanting. With eyebrows like delicate willows, eyes like stars, a perfectly sculpted nose and almond-shaped eyes, her features were exquisitely crafted, exuding a commanding presence that could subdue all nations. This beauty rivaled even Mu Qinghua, effortlessly igniting the desire to conquer. Who is this lady? Lin Xingjian inquired, intrigued. Such a woman must be a paragon of beauty. Forging a good relationship with her could potentially aid him on his path to enlightenment. This is my sister, Gu Changge replied, casting a glance at Lin Xingjian, who was visibly taken with admiration, and then privately transmitted to Gu Qingxiu. A beauty can be a source of trouble. It seems I've captivated the saintess of Tianlan sect, while you have ensnared the Daozi. Gu Qingxiu felt a hint of embarrassment at Gu Changge's words. Ah, so she is your sister. May I ask where you hail from, and what brings you to Tianlan sect? If you require assistance, I have some influence within the sect, and can offer my help, Lin Xingjian said, sitting beside them before they could respond. His handsome face wore a smile, exuding charm. If only he did not keep staring at Gu Qingxiu. Meanwhile, the sect master of Tianlan sect had just received a message from the disciple stationed at the mysterious peak. Upon learning that Lin Xingjian had stormed up the peak in a fit of rage, he hurriedly made his way from the sect master's peak. The sect master wore a pained expression, his heart racing with trepidation. Xingjian, please do not act recklessly. Whatever you do not anger those esteemed guests. Chapter 59. A single finger shatters the Tao heart of the Daozi regardless of the circumstances. Gu Qingxiu's exquisite beauty had already captivated Lin Xingjian's heart. If possible, he would not hesitate to invite her into his abode, cherishing the opportunity to savor the presence of such a stunning woman. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, it was evident that both possessed extraordinary qualities. Lin Xingjian not only desired to win the affections of the beautiful maiden, but also sought the assistance of the formidable powers that lay behind Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. However, after Lin Xingjian finished speaking, Both Gu Changge and Gu Changge remained silent, creating an abrupt chill in the atmosphere. Gu Changge maintained a tranquil expression, showing no inclination to respond to Lin Xingzhan's inquiries. Meanwhile, Gu Changge, nonchalantly sipping tea, splendidly disregarded him. Seeing their reactions, Lin Xingzhan's previously warm smile faltered slightly. Who was he? He was the Daozi of Tianlan's sect, ostensibly second only to the sect master, above thousands of elders and disciples. Yet, these two individuals, emerging from nowhere, dare to treat him with such blatant disregard. From the outset, their lack of reaction had even instilled in Lin Xingzhan a sense of being belittled. Suppressing his discontent, he resolved that if he could not unveil their identities, he might as well test their strength. It should not be difficult to discern the forces backing them. If they were mere impostors, he would not hesitate to act. Rising from his stone seat, Lin Xingzhan coldly addressed Gu Changge. Esteemed guest, along with this enchanting maiden, the Daozi, am genuinely willing to assist you. However, your attitude is rather unbecoming. While I'm still in good spirits, I suggest you depart. In response to Lin Xingzhan's remarks, Gu Changge merely rolled his eyes. He had no intention of engaging with someone so eager to embarrass themselves. How bold! Lin Xingzhan could no longer contain his anger. He glared at Gu Changge and declared, "What if I refuse to leave? Do you truly believe you can expel me from my own territory? If that is your wish, then let it be so." With a resigned sigh, Gu Changge set down his teacup and pointed a finger at Lin Xingzhan. In an instant, intricate Dao patterns emerged, and a colossal hand materialized from the patterns, forcefully reaching toward Lin Xingzhan. The finger pointed forth, creating an overwhelming sensation of severing space and sealing all. As the sky-cutting finger was unleashed, the void rippled with shockwaves, radiating divine brilliance. However, upon witnessing Gu Changge's audacity to strike, Lin Xingzhan could no longer consider his opponent's status, erupting into laughter. "Huh! You truly dare to attack me? I am a prodigy of the Northern Domain. At merely 18 years of age, I have already attained the 9th layer of the Fate Wheel, just a step away from transcending. You appear younger than I. How could your cultivation possibly rival mine? Kneel before me." Lin Xingzhan laughed heartily, unleashing a palm strike as spiritual power coalesced into a gigantic hand, crashing toward the terrifying finger. He was convinced that Gu Changge's cultivation was inferior, believing that even a genius from a major sect could not compete with his 9th layer of the Fate Wheel. Yet, as the two forces collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sending debris flying and shattering trees. However, this situation lasted only an instant. After their attacks collided, Lin Xingzhan's expression changed dramatically. The finger effortlessly shattered his attack and surged forward with unmatched might. "What?" Lin Xingzhan barely had time to exclaim before the finger struck him fiercely. Boom! Lin Xingzhan's protective treasure manifested, encasing him within a spherical energy shield. While it preserved his life, the rebound force was insurmountable. Instantly, he coughed up blood, his figure hurtling backward like a shooting star, crashing into a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered, burying Lin Xingzhan beneath the rubble. As tranquility returned to the mysterious peak, Gu Changge looked at the defeated Lin Xingzhan, chuckling as he shook his head. Then resumed sipping his tea. 9th layer of the Fate Wheel? A Daozi of a first-rate sect. He must possess extraordinary qualities, indeed. A figure to be revered compared to ordinary individuals. Yet before him he was nothing. Gu Changge, endowed with an unparalleled physique and celestial scriptures, could unleash a staggering force of 400 billion pounds with ease, not to mention his own 6th layer of the Fate Wheel cultivation, coupled with profound abilities. What could Lin Xingzhan possibly compare? Gu Changge, witnessing the scene, felt no surprise. It was entirely expected for Gu Changge to defeat Lin Xingzhan. Boom! The debris scattered as Lin Xingzhan, disheveled and covered in dust, struggled to rise from the rubble. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Changge, exclaiming, "This is impossible. You even shattered my protective treasure. How could you possess such strength? Who are you?" Gu Changge glanced at the disheveled Lin Xingzhan and replied indifferently, "Perhaps you should inquire with your sect master." Lin Xingzhan was momentarily stunned. following Gu Changge's gaze to see a figure he recognized all too well, the sect master of Tianlan's sect, accompanied by the sect's holy maiden, Mu Qinghua. The sect master's face darkened as he approached Lin Xingjian, bowing slightly to Gu Changge before taking a few steps toward Lin Xingjian. Sect master Lin Xingjian attempted to speak, but before he could finish, a sharp slap resonated across his face, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. When he regained his senses, he stared incredulously at the sect master. Sect master, how dare you strike a precious guest of Tianlan's sect? Has no one warned you? Why did you recklessly intrude upon the mysterious peak? It seems you no longer wish to retain your position as Daozi. Leave, follow me to meet the elders. We shall revoke your title as Daozi, the sect master fumed. Lin Xingjian's mind buzzed with confusion. He had acted defensively and was thoroughly humiliated, yet now faced the revocation of his title before he could even retaliate. Gu Changge observed the furious sect master with amusement, understanding that such threats were mere bluster. There was no way they would so readily dismiss a cultivated Daozi. This was merely a fade to save face. Sect master, please escort him away and handle the matter as you see fit, Gu Changge suggested with a smile. Very well. Let us not allow him to obstruct the sight of the son of Changge, the sect master replied, nodding at Gu Changge. With a wave of his sleeve, he enveloped Lin Xingjian and shot into the sky, leaving behind the words, Qinghua, be sure to convey my apologies to the son of Changge on behalf of the sect. I shall properly discipline this unworthy Daozi. Chapter 60. The Chaotic Rift Opens. At this moment, Mu Qinghua's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Changge within the ethereal pavilion, her heart quaking. Is this the terrifying power of the scion of the Chongsheng family? Their Daozi of Tianlan's sect, at the 9th layer of the Fate Wheel realm, was on the brink of entering the Divine Connection realm, yet he could not even withstand a single move from his opponent and was sent flying. Even though Lin Xingjian had not exerted his full strength, how much difference could there truly be? On the contrary, Lin Xingjian acted with nonchalance. Was Gu Changge not equally formidable? The sensation of a mere finger suppressing a prodigy of a great power was indeed hard to fathom, evoking profound admiration. Mu Qinghua noticed her heart racing and recalled the instructions given by the sect leader before her departure. She gracefully approached the ethereal pavilion and offered a slight bow to Gu Changge, saying, I apologize, esteemed scion, for the unintentional disturbance caused by our Daozi. It's of no consequence. A trivial matter, Gu Changge replied, his indifference evident. He appreciated the courtesy shown to him and had no reason to take offense. He was not the type to harbor grudges over minor slights. Mu Qinghua, however, did not take his response at face value and maintain her posture, explaining, the Xingjian Daozi forcefully ascended the misty peak. We had disciples stationed below to prevent any intrusions, but he disregarded the warnings, prompting the immediate arrival of both the sect leader and myself. I've already stated that it's nothing. Gu Changge chuckled. I don't regard him as a threat. Mu Qinghua was momentarily taken aback by his words, then deeply bowed again. Such demeanor, such tone, within a world where strength reigned supreme, it was profoundly unsettling. Especially with Gu Changge's extraordinary background and unparalleled grace, Mu Qinghua could not help but acknowledge that she might entertain a notion or two regarding such an exceptional man. May I prepare tea for you? As a gesture of apology from the Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua said softly, her voice gentle as flowing water. Beside her, Gu Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. Gu Changge, upon hearing her, smirked. If that is your desire, then proceed. Thank you, Gu Changge, she replied with gratitude. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Tianlan brought Lin Xingjian into the grand hall of the sect, only to subsequently send him flying across the room. Lin Xingjian, rising from the ground, wore an incredulous expression. Sect leader, has our Tianlan sect fallen to such a pitiful state, bowing before other powers? Did I hear you refer to that individual as a scion? Which family does he belong to? I shall settle the score for today. His chest heaved with rage, his voice seething with fury. The sect leader, incensed, retorted, do you not realize that I brought you here to offer you a chance at survival? Do you not understand what it signifies that Gu Changge could suppress you with a mere finger? The sect leader's words carried immense authority, and Lin Xingjian, upon hearing them, felt as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over him, freezing him in place. How could he not comprehend the implications of Gu Changge's dominance? It was disbelief that clouded his mind. He was a Daozi of the Tianlan sect, a prodigy. Yet, he could not even withstand a single finger from his opponent. How could he reconcile that? Noticing Lin Xingjian's silence, the sect leader coldly continued, I have heard you have been in seclusion for a month without making any breakthroughs in the divine connection realm, resulting in your pent-up frustrations. Therefore, I will not hold this incident against you. Go to the tranquil pool for 3 months of reflection or break through to the divine connection realm, and you may then be released. I understand. Lin Xingjian stood in place for a long moment before reluctantly nodding. Soon after, the news reached Gu Changge. At that moment, Mu Qinghua stood respectfully beside Gu Changge, serving tea. Her slender figure, accentuated by her elegant attire, exuded a subtle fragrance that wafted before him. If the disciples of Tianlan sect were to witness their dream goddess serving someone with such deference, one could only imagine the shock it would evoke. Taking a sip of the warm tea, Gu Changge chuckled. The sect leader has indeed made a mountain out of a molehill. I truly do not mind. The sect leader is wise. Even if Gu Changge is unconcerned, the necessary consequences cannot be overlooked. It seems that the Xinjiang Daozi has retained his position due to the sect leader's understanding of Gu Changge's lack of intent to pursue further actions. Mu Qinghua replied softly, her tone devoid of the aloofness she had initially exhibited. Gu Qingqiu observed the scene of Mu Qinghua attending to Gu Changge and felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if she wished to keep others at a distance from him. This feeling unsettled her. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of Tianlan sect, akin to an explosion erupting from the void. This startling sound roused the entire sect. With numerous elders and accomplished disciples launching into the sky, their gazes fixed on a particular point in the air, wide-eyed in shock. Above Tianlan sect, a colossal spatial rift yawned open, resembling a terrifying beast poised to devour everything in its path. Activate the mountain defense formation. The sect leader, astonished by the sudden appearance of the rift, swiftly commanded the elders and disciples. A spatial rift, a phenomenon only manageable by those beyond the holy realm, while the semi-holy can only utilize it for short-range teleportation. The emergence of such a terrifying rift signifies either great peril or incredible opportunity. The sect leader contemplated, suddenly recalling Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu, his heart stirring. Could it be that the scion of the Changshang family and that woman have come here precisely for this? The sect leader's conjecture was correct. Boom! A powerful aura of the king's realm enveloped the surroundings as Gu Changge's elder appeared before them. Gu Shangyun looked down upon the multitude of Tianlan sect disciples, declaring, this spatial rift has been deliberately opened by the scion of the Changsheng family. I kindly request that your sect refrains from interference. Once the scion emerges, we shall take our leave. Gu Shangyun's voice echoed throughout Tianlan sect, leaving countless disciples momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar of astonishment. At this moment, the disciples finally recognized the identity of the distinguished guest who had visited their sect days prior. The Changsheng family? The renowned Changsheng family from Central Continent? The scion? Could it be that the scion of the Changsheng family has come to our Tianlan sect? Gasp! No wonder the sect had sealed off information. Had this news leaked, our Tianlan sect would have surely been besieged by other factions. My heavens, the scion of the Changsheng family? Had I known, I would have stealthily ventured to Misty Peak, even if I were not favored by the scion. Witnessing the presence of such a figure would have been enough to boast about. Chapter 61. The Chaotic Void Beast. The rootless river. The disciples of the Tianlan sect gasped in astonishment. Within the sect master and the elders displayed expressions of surprise and understanding upon hearing the news. The sect master addressed the elder of the Gu family, a figure of the kingly realm, reassuringly. Rest assured, we shall not interfere with the Son of God. That is excellent. The elder of the Gu family replied with a smile and a nod. On the ethereal peak, it was time to set forth. Gu Changge stood and spoke to Gu Qingqiu beside him. Gu Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Mu Qinghua gazed at the terrifying rift in the sky, realizing that Gu Changge had come with the intention of confronting this spatial tear. Son of God Changge, please be cautious, she implored softly as he prepared to enter the dark chasm that seemed to devour all in its path. To her surprise, Gu Changge glanced at her with a look of astonishment and then nodded. Thank you for your concern, Saintess. Having said that, Gu Changge turned to Gu Qingxiu before stepping forward and soaring into the air, followed closely by Gu Qingxiu. In truth, Gu Qingxiu had been somewhat puzzled, for she had not disclosed her recent breakthrough to the Fate Wheel, yet just days prior, Gu Changge had offered her and claimed that she had just transcended the Fate Wheel. How'd he know? Nevertheless, neither of them questioned it further, and thus, it remained unspoken. Two streaks of light shot into the sky. The disciples of the Tianlan sect, witnessing the luminous trails ascending from the direction of the ethereal peak, strained their eyes to catch a glimpse. However, the light vanished so swiftly that many were left feeling regretful for not having seen the figures within. The elder of the Gu family, summoned by Gu Changge, observed as Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu entered the spatial rift without an ounce of concern. He sat in the void, ensuring that no one else dared to intrude. Once Gu Changge ventured into the rift, he believed that even if danger lurked, there was no need for him to intervene. For, unbeknownst to many, there existed a formidable guardian whose very presence made the realms tremble. Traversing the inky blackness of the rift, Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu soon regained their footing, feeling as though they had landed on solid ground. The silence here was unnerving, as if the very sound of their blood coursing through their veins and the rhythm of their hearts could be distinctly heard. Strangely, in this void devoid of any substance, there should have been no light. Yet beneath their feet, the earth emanated a faint luminescence, exuding an air of the extraordinary and the uncanny, suggesting that this place was indeed remarkable. Is this a fragmented continent? Gu Changge inquired, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, Gu Qingxiu confirmed with a nod. This land is said to have descended from the higher realms. I cannot ascertain its authenticity, but Brother Changge, you must stay close to me. This place harbors dangers. Chaotic void beasts may appear, and the prowess of those at the Fate Wheel level is not formidable here. Gu Qingxiu cautioned him, just in case. Fear not, for you are well acquainted with this place of opportunity. You possess greater knowledge, so lead me in the quest for treasures, Gu Changge replied with a smile. Gu Qingxiu could hardly contain her excitement. She spoke the truth. This continent indeed housed chaotic void beasts, creatures adorned with chaotic patterns, possessing immense physical strength, yet lacking sight. In her past life, upon stumbling upon such a beast, even her resurrected and enhanced body struggled to contend with it. Let us proceed in this direction, Gu Qingxiu suggested, recalling the path she had taken in her previous life to find the technique for enhancing the Fate Wheel. Very well, Gu Changge agreed, and thus they commenced their journey. The luminescent land appeared vast yet lifeless, and amidst the darkness, the terrain was marked by steep mountains and jagged rocks, evoking a sense of the uncanny. The mountains seemed like slumbering fiends merging with the earth. As Gu Qingxiu led the way, she recounted her memories. The elder who informed me of this opportunity said to walk in this direction until we encounter a lifeless willow tree. Beside it flows the rootless river. From the willow's wood, we may craft a boat to cross the river, where we shall find dilapidated structures and the treasures that await. However, the journey is fraught with peril. Many chaotic void beasts will lurk along the way. Gu Qingxiu relayed all her experiences from her prior visit to Gu Changge. Such detail, Gu Changge remarked with amusement. Ah, Gu Qingxiu's beautiful eyes flickered as she averted her gaze. That elder must have visited here as well, hence the thorough knowledge. Then let us hasten our pace, Gu Changge urged. We may soon encounter the chaotic void beasts, so let us tread carefully. Agreed, they drew closer, their arms almost brushing against each other. Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters. Indeed, after merely a few breaths, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the nearby mountains. In the next instant, a colossal creature, resembling a small hill, leaped forth from the void, landing before Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. It was a ferocious beast, cloaked in black with bizarre white patterns adorning its body. Its limbs as slender as withered branches and devoid of eyes, bellowing a roar directed at them. The terrifying roar rippled through the air, sending tremors through the ground beneath. Is this the chaotic void beast? Gu Changge marveled at the creature before him. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that within this beast there existed no trace of energy. Yet its form emanated in eerie strength, as if the patterns upon its body resonated with the surrounding darkness, granting it formidable power. This chaotic void beast possessed a physical strength equivalent to at least the fifth layer of the fate wheel. Indeed, it is a chaotic void beast. Gu Changge recalled her past encounter with such a creature, her fists tightening in determination. Its strength is likely at the fifth layer of the fate wheel. Allow me, Gu Changge declared, taking a step forward. Let us swiftly secure the opportunity you seek. As he spoke, the chaotic void beast, sensing the approach, struck with its claw, transforming into a streak of silver as it lunged at Gu Changge. The claw, immense and razor-sharp, descended like a colossal blade. However, Gu Changge remained unfazed, merely lifting a finger to counter the attack. With a hum, mystical patterns materialized in the void. A colossal finger, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression, descended towards the towering, chaotic void beast. The beast, sensing a threat, altered the trajectory of its claw mid-attack, aiming for the massive finger. But upon contact, a resounding crack echoed through the void. In the next moment, with a deafening roar, the colossal finger descended, creating a tumultuous explosion of dust and debris. Chapter 62. The Eternal Leaf Family. In an instant, the chaotic phantom beast of the fifth layer of the life wheel, Lai Tianyang, was reduced to a mere puddle of snow and mud. Let us proceed, Gu Changge remarked, effortlessly subduing the chaotic beast with a mere gesture, addressing Gu Changge beside him. Gu Changge, watching the chaotic void suppressed by Gu Changge, felt a slight tremor within, yet managed to maintain a composed facade, nodding in acknowledgement. The chaotic beasts within this rift were akin to pure-blooded ferocious beasts in the outside world, yet they could not withstand even a single finger from Gu Changge. This was also true for the Daozi of Tianlan sect. Now, Gu Changge perceived Gu Changge as a vastly more formidable figure compared to the one she had known before her rebirth. His demeanor, character, and combat prowess were on an entirely different level, rendering it hard to believe. At times, Gu Changge wished to ask Gu Changge if he truly was the same Gu Changge she once knew. As they advanced, Gu Changge had anticipated a fierce battle ahead, only to discover that chaotic beasts of the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and even 9th layers of the life will could barely endure a second strike from Gu Changge before being vanquished, demonstrating his mastery of their craft. Gu Changge had not even invoked the techniques from the Void Scripture, yet they had already arrived at the river of no roots, standing before the lifeless willow tree that Gu Changge had mentioned. It doesn't seem too difficult, Gu Changge mused, gazing at the dark willow before him, reflecting on the chaotic beasts they had encountered along the way. It's not that it's easy. Rather, Brother Changge is simply too powerful, Gu Changge replied weakly. Upon hearing her subdued tone, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Was this truly the same aloof and regal sister of the Supreme Clan he had known? This appearance, coupled with her meek demeanor, was quite delightful. This was precisely the effect he desired. Is everything all right? What shall we do next? Gu Changge inquired, seeking Gu Changge's opinion. Chop down the willow, and we can use the wood to cross the river, she responded. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge and Gu Changge prepared to fell the willow tree to traverse the river of no roots, the vast black rift in the outside world, despite Tianlan sect's attempts to obstruct, had attracted numerous powerful figures from his surroundings. How could such a spatial rift manifest above Tianlan sect? Surely, they would not allow a void rift to appear over their own domain. If one were to be inadvertently drawn into the void, it was likely that the disciples within the sect would face certain doom. Look, there seems to be someone meditating in front of the spatial rift. Is this a form of protection? Remarked a powerful figure from a loose cultivator faction or a minor force, gazing up at the elder of the eternal Gu family guarding the rift. Suddenly, a powerful aura from the 9th layer of the Ascension realm descended from the sky. Following this, a colossal warship emerged from the clouds, with an entity emanating the ninth layer aura at its forefront. The ship was immense, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Observing this spectacle, the remaining loose cultivators and minor force experts hastily distanced themselves from the warship. At the zenith of the battlefield, a banner fluttered in the wind, boldly inscribed with the characters Nine Heavens, exuding a sense of grandeur. The Nine Heavens sect had arrived. Naturally, it was not surprising that the Nine Heavens sect, being among the foremost powers in the north and situated near Tianlan sect, would be the first to respond. Upon receiving word of the spatial rift above Tianlan sect, they swiftly gathered their forces and set sail in their warship, for it could very well be an unparalleled opportunity. Haha, a rift of opportunity has appeared above Tianlan sect. I wonder if the friends from Tianlan sect would be willing to explore its depths? The sect master of Nine Heavens erupted with an aura, addressing the Tianlan sect that had activated its protective array. Hearing that familiar voice, the Tianlan sect master furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze toward the figure seated before the spatial rift, his expression shifting from one of concern to a sly, conspiratorial smirk. The Tianlan sect master did not respond immediately to the sect master of Nine Heavens. Instead, he approached the elder brought by Gu Changge. Senior, the Nine Heavens sect has always been at odds with my Tianlan sect. Their arrival is likely a covetous move toward the potential opportunities within the spatial rift. I fear my attempts at persuasion may be counterproductive. It may require your intervention. Not a problem. Elder Gu Hui waved his hand, rising from his meditative stance, gazing down at the colossal warship, and addressed the sect master of Nine Heavens with indifference. I am Gu Hui, elder of the eternal Gu family. Nine Heavens sect begone. As he uttered the final word, a surge of spiritual power enveloped his voice, sending terrifying sound waves rippling across thousands of miles. Upon his declaration, silence enveloped the area within a 1,000-mile radius. Everyone was left to process the gravity of Elder Gu Hui's words. The eternal Gu family? Is it the same eternal Gu family from the central continent? How did they come to grace Tianlan's sect with their presence? Is this sect truly riding on their coattails? Is it because of the spatial rift above? Many minds ignited with a storm of speculation, yet none dared to doubt Elder Gu Hui's assertion. After all, the name of the eternal Gu family was not one to be trifled with. In the past, numerous individuals and factions across the 3,000 realms had sought to leverage the name of the eternal Gu family and the unfading sacred land for their own gain, only to meet grim fates, death, or the disintegration of their powers overnight. These were lessons steeped in blood. The top-tier powers of the eternal Gu family and the unfading sacred land could not be insulted. Otherwise, they would face retribution, and thereafter, none would dare to invoke the names of the eternal or unfading powers recklessly. Upon hearing this, the previously jovial expression on the face of the Nine Heavens sect master froze, replaced by a pallid hue. To think there would be members of the eternal Gu family present. He gasped in disbelief. Damn it! Just as the sect master of Nine Heavens thought this, a realization struck him, and he glanced inside the ship, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. If Tianlan sect had the honor of hosting a distinguished guest from the eternal Gu family, could it be that the Nine Heavens sect did not have one as well? Though he had arrived unexpectedly, the individual accompanying him was also from the eternal Gu family. Eternal Gu family? Why would they leave the central continent to come to my northern region? Before the Nine Heavens sect master could speak, a youthful voice rang out loudly from the Nine Heavens warship, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. In the next moment, a tall figure emerged from the warship, ascending into the sky step by step. This striking figure exuded an extraordinary aura, with striking features and flowing crimson hair that danced in the wind. He emanated an air of rebellious charm. A fiery divine pattern manifested between his brows, marking him as someone of exceptional caliber. Who are you? Elder Gu Changge. Frowning at the figure before him. In the northern region, I am Lai Tianyang of the Eternal Lai family, he replied coolly, showing no hint of fear in the presence of Gu Hui, a formidable figure of the fifth layer of the King realm. Chapter 63. The fiery Tianyang seeks a duel. the true dragon buried in the river in the Central State, there exist illustrious families and immortal sanctuaries. But this does not imply that all such families and sanctuaries are congregated there. Some immortal families and sanctuaries remain in the four cardinal directions for various reasons. Among them, the Lai family stands as one of the two prominent immortal families in the northern region. This region is renowned for its abundance of source stones, and the ancestral lineage of the Lai family has deep roots in the north, establishing their residence there. It turned out that a member of the Lai family had arrived. Upon hearing this, the elder Gu Hui of the Gu family softened his icy demeanor, yet he still stroked his beard and said nonchalantly, "Our Gu family possesses a prodigy who has long awaited an opportunity here and has already entered to explore." I kindly asked the young master of the Lai family not to disturb him. The surrounding onlookers were left in shock. They had not anticipated that after the appearance of the immortal Gu family, another young master from an immortal family would follow suit. Moreover, Gu Hui held the esteemed title of elder in the Gu family, suggesting that the prodigy capable of summoning such an elder must hold a significant status within the Gu family. This was indeed intriguing. Could it be that they would witness the prodigies competing before the dragon ranking and true dragon ranking were unveiled? "Your Gu family prodigy? Who is it?" Lai Tianyang inquired with keen interest, countering elder Gu Hui's statement. "I can offer no information, but I can assure you, young Master Tianyang, that this individual is of high standing, beyond your inquiry," elder Gu Hui replied, a subtle smile gracing his features, as if to imply that Lai Tianyang was unworthy of such knowledge. "Oh," Lai Tianyang chuckled in response, "had you not mentioned it, I might have turned a blind eye to your presence in my northern region. However, since you have stated this, I'm all the more curious about the prodigy of the Gu family who has entered the rift. According to the rules of the Central Heaven Dao Domain, peers are permitted to spar. I hope elder Gu Hui will not obstruct this." Upon hearing this, Gu Hui cast a glance at Lai Tianyang, nodded slightly, and replied, "Then I hope you do not come to regret it." "Regret?" Lai Tianyang laughed again. Among the Central Heaven Dao Domain, where prodigies had yet to emerge and compete, Lai Tianyang, was already one of the most renowned prodigies in the northern region. In previous times, those who gained fame before entering the world could at least rank within the top 80 of the true dragon ranking. He was destined to be one of the extraordinary prodigies to make it onto that list. Meanwhile, the external circumstances were unknown to Gu Changge. Harnessing his spiritual energy, he raised his hand to grasp the freshly felled willow tree and tossed it into the rootless river. With a splash, the willow floated atop the water, appearing remarkably stable. The willow, measuring merely half a zhang in diameter, would typically protrude a third from the water, but this particular piece floated effortlessly, remaining completely above the surface, which was quite extraordinary. However, in a fantastical world where beings could soar through the skies and pluck the sun and moon, such a floating piece of wood was not overly surprising. "Let us proceed," Gu Changge said as he leaped onto the willow, beckoning to Gu Qingqiu on the opposite bank. "All right." Gu Qingqiu nodded and followed suit, though she seemed unprepared for the slight instability of the floating willow, causing her to wobble slightly. Observing this, Gu Changge reached out to steady her delicate arm. "Thank you, Brother Changge." The sudden contact caused Gu Qingqiu's cheeks to flush slightly as she whispered her gratitude. "It's nothing. Let us head to the other side," Gu Changge replied. Releasing her once she regained her balance. With a flick of his spiritual energy, the willow began to glide toward the opposite bank. Standing at the forefront, Gu Changge surveyed the rootless river before him, which spanned approximately 30 zhang in width, an insignificant size for a river in a fantastical realm. Yet, what struck Gu Changge as remarkable was that, despite possessing the innate divine twin pupils, he could see only a pitch-black void when gazing into the rootless river, the dark waters exuding an ominous aura. "This river likely harbors great secrets," Gu Changge murmured. "Indeed it does," Gu Qingqiu replied, observing the rootless river and recounting. "The senior who granted me this opportunity spoke of the rootless river being devoid of roots and reeds, encompassing all realms. Thus, it is not surprising to witness anything within its waters." In her previous life, Gu Qingqiu had longed to explore this rootless river after breaking through to the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, Ever since acquiring that unparalleled enhancement technique, the spatial rift had ceased to appear. In her past, while being pursued, she had no choice but to enter this spatial rift, unable to discern anything due to her low cultivation at the time. Even now, with the perspective of an emperor, she could only perceive the river's extraordinary nature. Upon hearing Gu Changge's words, Gu Changge shot her a sidelong glance, amused. It seems you refer to yourself as senior. Of course, Gu Changge would not expose her. However, her comment sparked his curiosity further. Activating his divine pupils, Gu Changge's eyes underwent a transformation, manifesting chaos and the interplay of yin and yang, revealing profound truths of the universe and the mysteries of creation before him. As he activated his twin pupils, he peered into the depths of the rootless river. In an instant, blinding light erupted, accompanied by a dragon's roar that shook the heavens. The overwhelming force caused Gu Changge's twin pupils to tremble, prompting him to shut his eyes and look toward the inky sky. Gu Changge, noticing Gu Changge's attempt to delve deeper with his twin pupils, rushed to intervene, but was too late. Fortunately, Gu Changge emerged unscathed. "Brother Changge, are you all right?" Gu Changge inquired with concern. Gu Changge shook his head, concealing his twin pupils, and gazed at the placid surface of the rootless river. Without turning back, he asked Gu Changge, "Do you know what I saw?" "What did you see?" Gu Changge inquired, her curiosity piqued. "A dragon, although I only glimpsed a fragment. It was undoubtedly the legendary true dragon," Gu Changge asserted, his heart racing with astonishment. It was said that before the fragmentation of the 3,000 Dao Domains, it was an era of celestial beings soaring through the skies, true dragons riding the clouds, and phoenixes soaring high. Yet since then, only the descendants of true dragons had remained, with no true dragons manifesting in the world. Gu Changge had never anticipated that he would witness a true dragon within this rootless river. A true dragon? Gu Changge gasped in surprise. The river concealed a true dragon? Initially, Gu Changge assumed she was aware of this, but upon seeing her reaction, he realized she was equally in the dark. That is indeed terrifying. "We should hasten our departure with what we have," Gu Changge urged, quickening the pace of the willow's glide. "Agreed," Gu Changge nodded. The terrifying secrets connected to true dragons were beyond their current capabilities. It was imperative to leave promptly. Indeed, if one refrained from seeking the truth, no danger would arise. Fortunately, the rootless river presented no further anomalies, allowing Gu Changge and Gu Changge to safely reach the opposite bank. After retrieving the willow, Gu Changge instructed Gu Changge to lead the way. Compared to their previous passage, the rootless river now resembled a protective moat. Chapter 64. The Enhancement Technique Obtained. The return of the Destiny Transformation Method now. They could see the ruins around them, filled with the decay of time and a sense of desolation. Was this truly their final destination? Gu Changge surveyed the surroundings with a hint of vigilance, having encountered the treacherous river of no roots. "Let us head this way." "Brother Changge," Gu Changge said, nodding as if familiar with this place, glancing around before choosing a direction to proceed. Gu Changge pretended not to notice and followed closely by her side, perhaps due to the protection of the river of no roots. Once they reached the opposite shore, they found themselves in a surprisingly safe environment. As they advanced, a solitary, towering mountain soon came into Gu Changge's view, appearing majestic and steep. Everywhere they had passed was marked by destruction, yet this lone peak stood out, exuding an extraordinary presence, especially in the surrounding darkness. With the sky dim and devoid of light, the mountain seemed to emit a faint halo, hinting at the possibility of hidden treasures within. At the foot of the mountain, a towering stone tablet caught Gu Changge's attention. Upon approaching, he observed that the tablet was riddled with cracks, with the tip of a broken sword embedded within it. The fissures were clearly caused by the sword's point. This must be the name of the mountain. It had once contained a formidable aura, inscribed with profound meanings, but it had been obliterated by the sword's sharpness, leaving the words unreadable. With her discerning eyes, Gu Changge immediately recognized the tablet's significance. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, contemplating that, by her account, the tablet appeared to lack any extraordinary qualities, given that its profound essence had been erased. However, Recalling tales of protagonists who discovered astonishing treasures in what others deemed worthless, he pondered the implications of this sword tip, which could erase the sacred inscriptions. With this thought, Gu Changge reached out to touch the edge of the embedded sword tip. The moment his fingers made contact, a subtle sting brought him unexpected joy. Indeed, there was treasure. With his body refined by the divine elephant's hell-subduing strength, possessing immense power, his physical defenses were unrivaled among his peers. Although he was merely at the life cycle stage, he wondered if this sword tip could pierce his defenses, for its sharpness would be lethal even to those in the life cycle realm. Gu Changge extracted the sword tip, discovering it retained a brilliant silver sheen, undiminished despite the era it had endured. This alone spoke volumes of its formidable nature. It appeared this sword tip was indeed a treasure. He held it with interest, contemplating its significance. Gu Changge watched in astonishment. In her previous life, she had also encountered this sword tip, but had paid it no heed, proceeding directly to the mountain's peak. Now, it was clear that this broken sword tip was extraordinary. Even with her current knowledge, she could not discern its material, leaving her utterly amazed. Truly, fortune favors the destined. Though she witnessed Gu Changge acquiring the treasure, Gu Changge remained unfazed and congratulated him. Congratulations, Brother Changge, on being the first to obtain a treasure. A mere trinket. Let us move on to seek the true opportunity. He replied, Indeed. The two continued onward without encountering any further anomalies. Upon reaching the summit of the mountain, where an ancient temple shielded by formations awaited, Gu Change's interest was piqued once more. Is the enhancement technique for the life cycle truly derived from here? Upon arriving on this land, he sensed the profound essence of time, indicating its ancient origins. Yet, despite the passage of countless years, this temple remained protected by formations, a testament to its incredible legacy. How fascinating! I wonder what formidable force once resided here, capable of safeguarding such a method that alters destiny. This is merely a dust-clearing barrier, not a protective formation. We can enter directly, Gu Changge explained to Gu Changge. Very well. He nodded, and together they entered the ancient temple. The temple was silent, untouched by the passage of time, appearing remarkably pristine. Within, everything was visible at a glance. The most striking feature was a pedestal at the center, upon which lay an ancient scroll, exuding an aura of incense and age. Aside from the scroll, the pedestal held several offerings, though the items had long since vanished, likely lost to time. Yet, any discerning eye would recognize its significance. Gu Changge gazed at the scroll atop the pedestal, her eyes momentarily lost in reverie. This artifact remained here, but this time she was not alone nor fleeing for her life. Instead, it felt mundane and devoid of danger, a stark contrast to her previous harrowing encounters with chaotic beasts. Noticing her distraction, Gu Changge approached the pedestal, retrieved the scroll, and tossed it to Gu Changge. Isn't this what we came for? Take it. She instinctively caught it, but as she grasped the scroll detailing the enhancement technique, she realized and shook her head. This time, Brother Changge, you should keep it. This opportunity suits you better. Aren't you curious about what the scroll contains? Not particularly, Gu Changge replied, stepping closer to her, gently smoothing her hair, a smile gracing his lips. As long as you find it useful, that's enough for me. At his words, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotions she had never experienced as a female supreme. After handing the scroll back to Gu Changge, Gu Change's anticipated return prompt finally appeared. Ding! Host has gifted the bound target Gu Changge enhancement technique for the life cycle. You have triggered a 1,000-fold return critical hit. You have obtained Destiny Transformation Method. As he beheld the return information before him, Gu Changge felt a tremor in his heart. The Destiny Transformation Method. Could this truly be the legendary name of the Heavenly Dao's life cycle? The rewards from the system were typically treasures so extraordinary that even top-tier factions like the Longevity Clan could not possess them. This journey with Gu Changge to acquire the enhancement technique had truly been worthwhile. The Destiny Transformation Method, the 9-pattern life cycle, was already considered invincible. How extraordinarily powerful must the Destiny Transformation Method be? Would you like to claim your reward? The system's prompt brought Gu Changge back to reality. He thought, I will refrain from claiming it for now. Sensing an eerie atmosphere, he decided to wait until they exited before claiming the Destiny Transformation Method. From a description of the Destiny Transformation Method, it was evident that it was immensely powerful. The path to transcending the life cycle would not be easy. However, it mattered not. The true foundation of invincibility must be forged through challenges, and that was only natural. Chapter 65. The Clash of Prodigies. No, you are not a prodigy. In the end, Gu Changge handed over the wheel of Destiny Enhancement Technique to Gu Changge for inspection. Gu Changge merely feigned interest before returning the technique to Gu Changge. The reason for this was obvious. It was of no use to him. Not only was the technique limited to enhancing wheels of destiny with 9 markings or fewer, but each enhancement required top-tier heavenly materials and rare treasures. Even the Longsheng clan might struggle to gather the resources needed for a single enhancement. In simple terms, this technique seemed tailor-made for the children of destiny. Without such fortune, one could not hope to collect the necessary materials. Gu Changge's deductions were indeed sound. In her previous life, Gu Changge had her supreme bone extracted, resulting in insufficient foundation, which led to her only being able to condense an 8-mark wheel of destiny. This technique had aided her in forming a 9-mark wheel of destiny. However, in this life, Gu Changge had no need for it, as her wheel of destiny had already achieved 9 markings. The purpose of retrieving this technique was merely to assess its utility for Gu Changge, and it was evident that it held no value for him. Furthermore, Gu Changge felt it would be a shame for such a miraculous technique to fall into the hands of another. Before the entrance to the chaotic rift, Gu Changge turned to Gu Changge with a smile, suggesting, since we both have no use for it, let us submit it to the family. This will surely enhance your standing within the clan. Gu Changge was about to refuse, thinking it would be better for Gu Changge to submit it as a token of gratitude, but before she could utter a second word, Gu Changge decisively stated, It's settled. With that, he stepped out of the chaotic rift. Observing this, Gu Changge bit her cherry lips in frustration, stamping her foot slightly before following in Gu Changge's footsteps. Unbeknownst to her, she was revealing an unexpectedly feminine side before him. In the outside world, after Lai Tianyong boldly proclaimed his desire to spar with the prodigies of the Longsheng Gu family, news spread rapidly, attracting various powers and independent cultivators. After all, the prodigies had yet to emerge, and everyone was patiently waiting for the appearance of the True Dragon List and the Flood Dragon List. The notion that a prodigy from the Longsheng family wished to engage in combat piqued their curiosity. It must be noted that the Longsheng family was renowned for its lofty status and mystery, and the prodigies nurtured within were beyond the imagination of average cultivators. Such a sparring session was an irresistible invitation for them. A subtle ripple in space instantly drew the attention of all present. A tall figure clad in a black robe with golden edges stepped forth from the rift. His long, lustrous hair cascaded down his back, and his flawless skin radiated an ethereal glow, exuding an aura of nobility and grace. As he appeared, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth centered around him, captivated by his presence. Following him was a young woman of breathtaking beauty, her features still youthful, yet hinting at an enchanting allure. Her pure aura resembled a flower poised to bloom, reminiscent of a pristine lotus emerging unsullied from the mud, utterly captivating. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, each remarkable in their own right, yet their combined presence was even more astonishing. The prodigies of the Longsheng Gu family had arrived. Indeed, they are prodigies of the Longsheng family, their beauty and demeanor akin to that of deities. Upon witnessing Gu Changge and Gu Changge, the crowd erupted in exclamations. As Gu Changge stepped out of the rift, he quickly sensed the unusual intensity of the gazes fixated upon him. Below, Lai Tianyong's eyes blazed with fervor upon seeing Gu Changge, a slight smile gracing his lips, filled with unmistakable battle intent. At that moment, Lai Tianyong recognized that he had indeed made the right gamble. The first Longsheng prodigy to emerge, with such poise and beauty, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Capable of affirming his own worth, rather than being just another contender to be easily suppressed. Such a presence would surely create a stir. However, when Lai Tianyang beheld Gu Changge, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes, though he quickly dismissed any deeper thoughts. After all, no matter how beautiful she was still a mere flower among thorns. Once she achieved cultivation, countless beauties would be at his disposal. But concerning the heart of the path, Lai Tianyang still held some reservations. He wondered if she could withstand the impending blows without her spirit being shattered by Gu Changge. Son of Changge. Elder Gu Hui approached Gu Changge with a greeting. What transpired, Elder Gu Hui? Gu Changge inquired with curiosity, while Gu Changge cast a puzzled glance. In response, Elder Gu Hui gestured toward the nearby warship of the Jiutian sect, indicating Lai Tianyang. Son, the Longsheng Lai family of the Northern Domain, Lai Tianyang, has issued a challenge to you. The Northern Domain's Longsheng Lai family? Gu Changge followed Elder Gu Hui's gesture and looked in that direction. Lai Tianyang, noticing Gu Changge's gaze, swiftly stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light before him, hands clasped behind his back as he smiled. You are the prodigy of a Longsheng Gu family who has come to our Northern Domain? Lai Tianyang. Gu Changge appraised him with interest before asking, what relation do you bear to Lai Xianhua? Oh, you know my brother? Lai Tianyang replied, intrigued. It seems you hold a significant position within the Longsheng Gu family. Upon hearing Gu Changge mention Lai Xianhua, Lai Tianyang was taken aback, but he quickly responded, Lai Xianhua is my brother. He is the son of our Lai family. So he is the younger brother. Gu Changge nodded. The reason he was aware of Lai Xianhua was due to the tales of his formidable sun-god physique, which had once caused a celestial phenomenon during his breakthrough, enveloping the skies in a radiance akin to his second sun. However, without having entered the fray, Gu Changge remained uncertain of Lai Xianhua's true capabilities. And who might you be? Lai Tianyang inquired of Gu Changge. If you can defeat me, I shall reveal that to you, Gu Changge replied with a smile. Huh, excellent. Your demeanor indicates you are indeed one of the strongest prodigies of the Longsheng Gu family. This duel will help elevate my reputation and solidify my path. Lai Tianyang laughed heartily, and in the next moment, a terrifying heat emanated from him, generating a sizzling sound in the void, even in the absence of visible flames. A clash of prodigies? Gu Changge scrutinized Lai Tianyang before shaking his head. At this, Lai Tianyang's smile faltered. What do you mean by shaking your head? However, Gu Changge slowly uttered words that turned Lai Tianyang's expression grim. No, you are not a prodigy. Arrogant. Great sunstrike. Lai Tianyang bellowed, his face flushed with rage as he unleashed a thunderous attack. Though he may not match his brother Lai Xianhua, he was still a prominent contender within the Longsheng Lai family, well known throughout the Northern Domain. To have Gu Changge declare him unworthy of being called a prodigy was an insult he had never endured. Chapter 66. The Upsurge of Power. The true dragon of the Longsheng Gu family, the onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, held their breaths in astonishment. What had the prodigy of the Gu family uttered that incited such fury in Lai Tianyang? The Sun Hand, a formidable technique of the Lai family from the northern region, was indeed wielded by Lai Tianyang. Rumor has it that Lai Tianyang's brother, Lai Xianyang, is the divine son of the Lai family. With his sun-divine body capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, manifesting a celestial phenomenon that spanned 1,000 miles upon breaking the life wheel. Truly terrifying. Lai Tianyang was no less remarkable. Judging by his aura, even an ordinary deity would find themselves perilously close to death facing his strike. As Lai Tianyang unleashed his attack, a terrifying crimson radiance enveloped him. Fiery runes materialized above his head, and soon after, a colossal hand of flame, stretching over 10 zhong, emerged from the runes and reached toward Gu Changge below. Sizzle. The might of the sun hand was overwhelming, and the stillness of the void was shattered as if a searing iron had been cast into cold water, producing a series of hissing sounds. Having attained the 9th level of the life wheel realm, Lai Tianyang was on the brink of breaking into the divine realm. Were it not for his desire to nurture the best possible divine phenomenon, he would likely have already achieved that breakthrough. If we were to assess true combat prowess, Lai Tianyang might even surpass Lin Xingzhan, the the Daozi of the Tianlan sect. Any ordinary cultivator at the divine realm would be utterly helpless before him. Yet, alas, he now faced Gu Changge. This is impressive, Gu Changge remarked, lifting his gaze toward the approaching sun hand and stepping forward. In the next moment, boom, the sun hand struck the spot where Gu Changge had just stood, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion of flames, resembling a blazing sun in the sky. However, Lai Tianyang was not pleased, for the surrounding crowd had begun to exclaim in shock. Is that the Great Void Technique of the Qinglian Gu family? Indeed, the Great Void Technique was fearsome. Even someone at the Insight Realm could not discern how he had moved. Gu Changge had already positioned himself to Lai Tianyang's other side, radiant with divine light in his hand. You've made your move. Now it is time to witness my attack. Lai Tianyang was indeed formidable. A half-step into the divine realm, Gu Changge grasped with one hand, summoning a vast hand of violet starlight that emanated terrifying spatial waves, descending upon Lai Tianyang like a mountain. The Void Hand Seal. Lai Tianyang's expression shifted as he beheld Gu Changge's technique. In an instant, he condensed the Void Hand Seal, omitting the need for any incantation. This required at least a mastery of the Void Hand Seal. Despite Gu Changge's youthful appearance, he had already perfected the Void Hand Seal, radiating an aura indicative of at least the 5th level of the Life Wheel realm. All these factors converged. Lai Tianyang instantly realized that Gu Changge was undoubtedly a seed of talent within the Qinglian Gu family. However, just as he began to speculate on Gu Changge's remarkable identity, his countenance paled in horror, for the Void Hand Seal, in a flash, traversed a violet spatial wormhole, and the violet hand seal materialized right before him. This is bad. Lai Tianyang's face turned ashen. He could no longer afford to defend himself. The Qinglian Gu family had established itself as a leading force in the central region, relying on the terrifying prowess of the Void Scriptures. The combination of the Void Hand Seal and the Great Void Technique enabled them to effortlessly slay enemies of higher ranks, supported by divine bodies and treasured artifacts, allowing their kin to stand among the elite. Boom! The Void Hand Seal forcefully suppressed Lai Tianyang into the ground. A violet flash descended, producing a deafening roar. On the earth below, the violet Void Hand Seal gradually dissipated, leaving behind a deep impression of 100 zhang in the ground. The spectators gasped collectively at this scene. Lai Tianyang, the younger brother of the divine son Lai Xianyang, renowned in the northern region, had been subdued by a single Void Hand Seal from the Qinglian Gu family as prodigy. Many turned their gazes from the earth to the calm figure of Gu Changge hovering above. Who is this individual? He appears to be around 18 years old and has single-handedly subdued Lai Tianyang, who stand at the 9th level of the Life Wheel realm, just a step away from the divine realm. Even ordinary cultivators at the divine realm would falter before him. The Qinglian Gu family possesses a true dragon. Even if this person is not a divine son in the future, he will surely rank among the elite of the Qinglian family. The surrounding cultivators buzzed in astonishment. Beside them, the elder Gu Hui observed the scene, nodding with satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at the now embarrassed Lai Tianyang. I said you wouldn't want to regret this. At this moment, one could only wonder whether Lai Tianyang felt any remorse for his actions. The divine son is not someone of your ilk who can provoke. Above the Tianlan sect, the sect leader watched Gu Changge effortlessly subdue Lai Tianyang, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What a prodigy! The divine son of the Qinglian Gu family seems barely of age, yet possesses such combat prowess, truly terrifying. Atop the misty peak, Mu Qinghua stood upon a surge of lightning, her snow-white hair billowing in the wind. A trace of admiration and reverence flickered across her flawless visage. Is this the elegance of the divine son of the Qinglian family? Is captivating and commanding. While the Tianlan sect may hold its ground in the northern region, in the grand scheme of the Central Dao Domain, it might not even be worth mentioning. As the holy maiden of the Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua knew that when the True Dragon ranking and the Jiao Dragon ranking were unveiled, she too would step into the world to compete. For a woman of her beauty, it is best to find a reliable follower to accompany her. Choosing the right companion not only paves a smoother path, but also offers protection. After all, The competition will not just involve the prodigies of the human race. Ferocious beasts and other races will also join the fray. Yet, at this moment, I fear I do not even possess the qualifications to follow the divine son Gu Changge. I must grow stronger. Before entering the world, I must break through to the divine realm and awaken my divine body. Then I shall seek out the divine son, hoping to follow in his footsteps. Mu Qinglian's resolve solidified. Through these recent interactions, she had come to realize that Gu Changge represented her greatest opportunity in life. Such an extraordinary prodigy, missing out on him would surely lead to profound regret. As events drew to a close, Gu Changge addressed his companions. Let us take a day to recuperate at the Tianlan sect before returning home. He glanced once more at the beleaguered Lai Tianyang, then withdrew his gaze and called to Gu Hui and Gu Qingxiu. It had been over a month since he had last seen Jiruyu. She had likely awakened her yin-yang divine body by now. He only hoped she had heeded his earlier counsel to conceal the phenomenon from the clan's powerful members. Furthermore, after awakening her yin-yang divine body, Jiruyu would participate in the clan's cave trial, and Yi Chun remained a lurking threat. As for why they needed a day to rest at the Tianlan sect, it was naturally because Gu Changge wished to claim the rewards for the heavenly mandate transformation. A day later, a shocking piece of news reverberated throughout the northern region. It was reported that a prodigy from the Chongqing Gu family had taken residence within the Tianlan sect, and that Lai Tianyang of the Chongqing Lai family had challenged this prodigy, only to be defeated and subdued with a mere flip of the hand. This news spread like wildfire, leaving countless individuals in shock. Lai Tianyang had already made a name for himself in the northern region before the prodigies had even emerged. He certainly possessed means. As a scion of the Chongqing family, even the most ordinary amongst them could rival the seed talents of first-rate powers. Yet, despite all this, he was still effortlessly subdued. The Chongqing Gu family may very well have a true dragon among them. Chapter 67. The Supreme Treasure of Transformation, Gu Changge, successfully imparted the law of life wheel enhancement to Gu Qingxiu, returning the even more extraordinary law of destiny transformation. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having faced setbacks since his defeat in the Spirit Spring Blessed Land, found himself beset by a series of misfortunes. Whatever he undertook seemed thwarted by an unseen force, leading to persistent failures, opportunities snatched away, or events occurring prematurely. Particularly after offending Gu Changge in Yunlong City. News of his disgrace spread by the stone gambling shopkeeper, causing all in Yunlong City to shun him. He found himself without a refuge and was compelled to seek residence in another city. Yi Chun harbored a tumult of anger and frustration over this outcome. The Chongqing family. One day, even the Chongqing family would bow and tremble beneath his feet. Gu Changge, he would remember. Tiannan City. After departing Yunlong City, Yi Chun arrived at this new city, situated near the Gu family stronghold. His primary objective was to engage with the sect to obtain a chance at the Gu family's cave. Moreover, he vividly recalled that this time, Jiruyu would also attend this opportunity and would likely face an attack from the Gu family's hostile forces, resulting in her temporary disconnection from the Chongqing Gu family. Yi Chun intended to seize this moment to deepen his bond with Jiruyu. This time he had to succeed. Shui West sect. After joining this sect, he aimed to ascend to the inner circle within half a month to seize the opportunity for the cave, thus enabling him to accompany the Gu family. Surely, Gu Changge would not appear this time. As long as he was absent, success was assured. Yi Chun exhaled. The experiences in Yunlong City had left him resentful towards Gu Changge. His gaze sharpened as he made his way towards the Shui West sect. Just as Yi Chun set out, the once clear heavens suddenly dimmed, and in the next moment, the dual phenomena of the yin and yang appeared in the sky, illuminating a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. Witnessing this spectacle, countless eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, this phenomenon lasted merely seconds before a terrifying aura obscured it. What was this phenomenon? My goodness, the yin and yang are actually coexisting in the void. Could it be that an unparalleled treasure has emerged? Who knows? This phenomenon appeared only for a brief moment. There was no way to investigate. It must be a treasure of unimaginable power. Countless discussions ensued. Yet Yi Chun, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, only to be overcome with ecstatic realization. Could it be that Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body has awakened? The yin-yang divine body. Yichen licked his lips. This was a dual cultivation body. Each instance of dual cultivation would significantly enhance both parties' cultivation, establishing a solid foundation devoid of any superficiality. If only he could cultivate alongside Ji Ruyu. Ye chance beat it quick in it. With Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body and the resources of the Qinglian Gu family, he could scarcely fathom how rapidly his strength would grow. Initially, Yi Chun sought only to obtain the cave opportunity from the Gu family, but now, with Ji Ryu awakening her yin-yang divine body, and knowing she would certainly participate, his desire for this opportunity had intensified manifold. However, Ji Ryu had summoned formidable protectors from her family. Otherwise, this phenomenon would have resonated far beyond its immediate vicinity, akin to shockwaves caused by Gu Changge awakening his celestial bone. At that point, several forces would have conducted inquiries and uncovered the truth. Consequently, it would be needless to say that Ji Ryu would encounter incessant troubles, mirroring Gu Changge's recent fortunes. Yet, the situation had been deftly managed, despite the widespread commotion. The Qinglian Gu family could suppress the news, allowing it to fade silently. The Qinglian Gu family, the yin-yang divine body. Ji Zhao gazed intently at the courtyard where Ji Ryu resided. Was that yin-yang spirit jade, given by Changge? Yes, Ji Hanyuan nodded. Ji Zhao stroked his beard and chuckled. Changge was indeed generous to give the yin-yang spirit jade to Ryu. It seems he has a fondness for her. Now that Ryu has awakened her yin-yang divine body, coupled with Changge's remarkable talents, I believe our Qinglian Gu family can renew ties with the Qinglian Gu family. Ji Hanyuan expressed his agreement. I was thinking the same. Why let the benefits flow to outsiders? With Changge's unique celestial bone and another supreme bone prodigy, they are bound to ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial domain in the near future. We must cultivate this relationship swiftly. Ryu is the perfect candidate. Before her divine body awakened, we couldn't see present conditions, but now that she has awakened her yin-yang divine body, this alone will attract countless suitors. Ji Zhao nodded slightly. In that case, you should reach out to Shui Dan. Changge's mother is still a gem of our Qinglian Gu family. Huh? Ji Hanyuan laughed heartily. Ji Zhao joined in the laughter, both reveling in their plans. Meanwhile, Gu Changge remained oblivious to the external upheavals. At this moment, he was immersed in his consciousness, comprehending the law of destiny transformation. Almost instantaneously upon engaging with the law of destiny transformation, a deafening resonance of profound truths echoed in his ears, as if innumerable celestial principles were inscribed within his soul. Were it not for the system's divine returns, which allowed him to master the techniques instantaneously. With Gu Changge's current cultivation level, comprehending such a transcendent law would undoubtedly require painstaking diligence and a considerable investment of time. However, that was no longer necessary. As Gu Changge grasped the essence of the law of destiny transformation, countless golden tadpole-like characters materialized and danced in his consciousness, converging upon his soul and integrating within him. Uncertain how long had passed, when Gu Changge reopened his eyes, they sparkled with myriad golden characters, and his dual pupils radiated a soft glow. He had finally comprehended it. He had not anticipated the law of destiny transformation to be so formidable. The 9 patterns required to transform the life wheel into the destiny wheel necessitated the 5 element treasures, supplemented by the dual energies of yin and yang, to evolve the life wheel into a brand new celestial wheel of destiny. 5 element treasures. Reflecting on this, it dawned on him that when he had previously bestowed the yin-yang spirit jade upon Ji Ryu, the system had rewarded him with the 5-element Dao fruit. Thankfully, he had not utilized it. Otherwise, gathering the 5-element treasures would have consumed a great deal of time. As for the dual energies of yin and yang, with the current developments, his sister Ryu should have awakened her yin-yang divine body. There was no treasure of yin and yang energy that could rival the essence born from her divine body. How fortuitous! Gu Changge smiled. Things were progressing beyond his expectations. Everything unfolded so naturally. Chapter 68. The saintess heart is tied to the divine sun. You are all my wings, having acquired the fateful wheel of transformation, while others find it exceedingly arduous to locate the treasures of the 5 elements. He has fortuitously attained the 5 elemental Tao fruit, and remarkably, he has yet to utilize it. The dual forces of yin and yang surround him, as those nearby embody the yin-yang divine body. It is now time to seek Ji Ruyu. He can immediately condense the wheel of heavenly mandate. However, he is still in the north region and must first return to the Qinglian Gu family to discuss the events that transpired there with Gu Changge, primarily to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from arising. After all, he has just embarrassed the Qinglian Lai family. He swiftly suppressed a prodigious seed of the Qinglian Lai family. Although Lai Tianyang may not be considered a prodigy in Gu Changge's eyes, he is undeniably regarded as one in the north region. Rising to his feet, Gu Changge exited the secluded chamber prepared by the Tianlan sect. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by Gu Qingxiu, Elder Gu Hui, and the sect master of Tianlan, the saintess Mu Qinghua, who awaited him. Congratulations, divine son Changge, on your remarkable advancement in strength. Upon seeing Gu Changge emerge, the sect master of Tianlan immediately donned a radiant smile and extended his congratulations. Typically, a period of seclusion is either for comprehending arcane laws or for gaining substantial insights, which would elevate one's power. Gu Changge had just finished battling Lai Tianyang, and upon returning to the Tianlan sect, he promptly entered seclusion, undoubtedly gaining fortuitous insights from his confrontation with Lai Tianyang. Although the sect master felt that the encounter between Gu Changge and Lai Tianyang hardly qualified as a true battle, prodigies are not measured by conventional standards. Nonetheless, congratulations were in order. Mu Qinghua also regarded Gu Changge, her beautiful eyes blinking as she slightly lowered her gaze. Congratulations. Divine son Shang. No need for excessive formality, Gu Changge replied with a smile, and then addressed the sect master. I have troubled the Tianlan sect these past few days. Now that matters have concluded, we are prepared to return to the Qinglian Gu family. In the future, you are most welcome to visit. Certainly, certainly. The sect master of Tianlan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he replied repeatedly. He understood that he had caught Gu Changge's favor and had essentially secured a connection with the Qinglian Gu family. Moreover, during Gu Changge's stay at the Tianlan sect, both he and the sect had reaped considerable benefits. Gu Changge's presence was a boon for them, aside from the unfortunate incident with Lin Xingjian, who foolishly sought his own demise and suffered the consequences. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. Upon hearing that Gu Changge intended to depart the Tianlan sect for the Qinglian Gu family, Mu Qinghua's bright eyes dimmed slightly, but she could express nothing and was uncertain of her position. After bidding farewell to the sect master, Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu boarded the carriage driven by Elder Gu Hui, heading towards the inter-realm teleportation array. At the entrance of the Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua stood gracefully, her beauty a striking contrast to the world around her, resembling a transcendent lotus. Her long, snow-white hair danced in the wind, and her flowing white dress made her appear ethereal and otherworldly. This scene captivated countless male disciples of the Tianlan sect, reviving their spirits. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their dream goddess had already departed with a man. The sect master of Tianlan watched the carriage disappear, and upon retracting his gaze, he beheld Mu Qinghua's expression. He sighed. Qinghua, to have the opportunity to interact with such an extraordinary prodigy as divine son Changge is a fortune beyond measure. Now, receiving an invitation to visit the Qinglian Gu family is an even greater boon. We should not entertain unrealistic fantasies. I understand. Mu Qinghua responded softly. I see you understand. Yet you remain oblivious to reality. Turning away, Mu Qinghua said faintly to the sect master, I shall return to my cultivation, sect master. Once I break through to the divine realm, I intend to awaken my divine body in the sect's forbidden grounds. When I awaken my divine body. She did not finish her sentence, but the sect master likely comprehended her intent. Foolish child. He sighed deeply, lamenting that Gu Changge's brief visit had already captivated the heart of the Tianlan sect's saintess. Upon returning to the Qinglian Gu family, Gu Changge sought out Gu Qing to discuss the affairs of the Tianlan sect. Upon learning that Gu Changge had effortlessly subdued Lai Tianyang, Gu Qing nodded with a smile. No matter. Our Changsheng family does not concern itself with trifles. Moreover, you have not acted unfairly. It was merely the young ones of the Changsheng Lai family seeking trouble. By the way, what did you do while at the Changsheng family? After just a month of your return, the family contacted your mother, urging her to take you around more often. And that child, Ryu, has awakened her yin-yang divine body, which is related to you, isn't it? Gu Changge smiled slightly. I bestowed upon cousin Ryu a yin-yang spirit jade, which perfectly aligns with her constitution. Ah, the yin-yang spirit jade, a supreme treasure. Gu Qing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized Gu Changge. Noticing his father's scrutiny, Gu Changge inquired, "What is it, father?" "Nothing much, just that I hadn't realized how much you've grown, Changge. You exhibit such composure, grace, and exceptional talent. Your romantic prospects may well blossom into an entire grove of peach blossoms." Gu Changge's lips twitched, and he promptly shook his head. "My aspirations lie with the pursuit of longevity. Matters of romance should be left to fate." "Very well. Let fate take its course," Gu Qing chuckled. "What do you think of Ryu? She has awakened her yin-yang divine body. If you are unaware of its merits, I can enlighten you. The Changsheng Ji family has proactively reached out to your mother, encouraging you to visit often. They likely have an eye on you. After all, good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders." Thus, Gu Changge found himself listening to Gu Qing prattle on like a mother hen about the myriad benefits of the yin-yang divine body, praising them profusely. Gu Changge began to understand that Gu Qing and Ji Shui Dan likely had intentions of matchmaking him with Ji Ruyu. Indeed, Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body was quite alluring. However, he had no such intentions. In this life, he was devoted to the pursuit of longevity. Wait, does pursuing romance even interfere with that? Now that the targets bound by the system included Gu Qingxiu, a reborn female supreme with unmatched beauty and grace, as well as Ji Ruyu, a daughter of the Changsheng family with a divine body, it seemed he had become entangled with them from the moment they were bound by the system. "You are all my wings, are you not?" With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Changge could not help but chuckle softly before shaking his head. Letting fate take its course meant just that. If he truly desired something, he would not hesitate. Moreover, since the binding began, it seemed he had already subconsciously designated them as his destined partners. Chapter 69. The Ancient Yin-Yang Sect. The Yin-Yang cave heaven on the following day. Before an extraordinary golden palanquin, Gu Changge and Ji Shuidan bid farewell to Gu Qing and Gu Qingxiu. Ji Shuidan winked at Gu Qing, smiling as she reassured, "Rest assured, this time it will likely be just a casual chat, nothing more. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return." Gu Qing acknowledged her words. Yet the subtle exchanges between the two were not lost on Gu Changge, who, while not observing Ji Shuidan and Gu Qing, turned to Gu Qingxiu and said, "When I return, should you encounter any opportunities, let us act together. Each adventure with Sister Qingxiu has yielded remarkable rewards." "All right," Gu Qingxiu replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Indeed, their previous encounters with Gu Changge had brought unexpected gains. Currently, Gu Qingxiu found herself perplexed by her feelings towards Gu Changge. A strange sense of closeness enveloped her, yet she hesitated to draw too near. It was likely that she had not entirely moved on from the events of her past life. "Then I shall take my leave." Gu Changge waved as he ascended the palanquin. Ji Shuidan, noticing the exchange with Gu Qing, remarked, "Whether it comes to fruition depends on Changge himself. As parents, we respect his wishes. After all, a forced union bears no sweetness." "Indeed, we shall do our utmost." Gu Qing nodded, casting a glance at Gu Changge's departing figure. Should Changge and Ryu truly unite, the ties between the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family would elevate to new heights. With the presence of the divine body Jihaoyue on the Ji family's side, such a union would undoubtedly bolster Changge's standing in this life as competition. In terms of aptitude, Gu Changge now surpassed even the top prodigies of the 3,000 Dao Domains, such as Jihaoyue. As a result, the expectations of the Changsheng Gu family for Gu Changge had soared higher than ever. His future achievements would assuredly reach the threshold of a quasi-emperor, and perhaps even an invincible one, truly a contender for the title of emperor in this era. I'm leaving now. I will contact you should any issues arise. All right. In the Chongsheng Ji family, Ji Ruyu and Ji Haoyue stood within a picturesque courtyard, gazing at the sky, each lost in thought. Ruyu, with your awakening of the yin-yang divine body, the divine king sutra of our family may no longer suit you. Is it not said that there exists an ancient yin-yang sect's cave heaven within our clan? I've heard that its legacy remains untapped. It should be fitting for you. Ji Haoyue suggested with a smile. The ancient yin-yang sect, known in ancient times as a formidable and illustrious longevity power, mysteriously crumbled overnight, scattering its legacy. Legends tell of their greed for the secrets of immortality, leading to a forbidden reckoning. Others say they angered celestial beings and were thus annihilated. Regardless, the ancient yin-yang sect was a terrifying force, powerful enough to touch upon the mysteries of longevity, and its heritage was undoubtedly exceptional. The Chongsheng Ji family controlled one such cave heaven of the ancient yin-yang sect. Were Gu Changge present, he would instantly recognize that this was precisely the family cave heaven Ji Ruyu had mentioned, where she would participate. Ancient yin-yang sect, Ji Ruyu murmuret. The name itself evoked thoughts of a dual-path legacy, and with Ji Haoyue's recommendation, its merits were evident. She had heard of this name before, and thus did not decline. When does the yin-yang cave heaven open? Ji Ruyu inquired curiously. It should be in a few days. However, the discovery of the cave heaven was initially reported by a few affiliated powers of our Chongsheng Ji family, so they also hold quotas. We shall go together then. This cave heaven permits only those above the divine will stage, making it ideal for those at the life will stage, Ji Haoyue explained, then shifted the topic, asking, by the way, Ruyu, what are your thoughts on our cousin Changge? Huh? Ji Ruyu blinked, taken aback by Ji Haoyue's sudden question. Since her recent retreat, both Ji Hongyuan and Ji Zhao, along with other close clan elders, had frequently extolled Gu Changge's virtues. They mentioned that if a member of the Chongsheng Ji family were to bond with Gu Changge, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous blessing for both the individual and the family. Ji Ruyu pondered. If others were present, they might discern the underlying implications of such praise. But as a youthful yet mature young lady, Ji Ruyu remained oblivious. What did she think of Brother Changge? She gently bit her lip, her bright eyes seemingly reflecting Gu Changge's ethereal presence. She recalled her initial encounter with him, the feelings he evoked, and how he had gifted her the yin-yang spirit jade. His concern for her awakening the divine body lingered in her mind. Suddenly, it seemed as though Ji Ruyu's thoughts crystallized. Her fair face flushed as she shyly exclaimed, Brother Changge is wonderful. I doubt there is anyone as remarkable as him in the 3,000 Dao Domains. Ji Haoyue was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Excellent, excellent. He felt that as long as there were no issues on Changge's side, his and his father's hopes might very well be realized. In Ji Haoyue's eyes, Gu Changge was undoubtedly the best match for Ji Ruyu. During their last encounter, Ji Haoyue had deeply realized the extent of Gu Changge's potential. Just then, Gu Changge's voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Haoyue, Ruyu. Huh? Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu both turned in surprise, focusing on Gu Changge's figure. Upon seeing him, Ji Haoyue exclaimed joyfully, We were just discussing you, Changge. What a surprise to see you appear out of nowhere. Discussing me? Gu Changge approached, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed, Ji Haoyue nodded. We were just talking about how Ruyu perceives you. She thinks highly of you. Speaking of which, how do you feel about Ruyu? Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyu inexplicably felt a wave of nervousness. She cast a shy glance at Gu Changge, her small hands fidgeting with her dress. What do I think of Ruyu? She is also quite wonderful. Also wonderful? That's great, haha. Ji Haoyue exclaimed, delight radiating from him as he stepped forward to pat Gu Changge's shoulder. However, upon touching Gu Changge's shoulder, he sensed an overwhelming vitality emanating from beneath his garments, momentarily stiffening his joyful expression. Ji Haoyue withdrew his hand. Taking a step back to appraise Gu Changge, Goodness, Changge, It has only been a little over a month since we last met. Yet you seem like a completely different person. This aura, it is truly astonishing. Upon closer inspection, Ji Hao Yue realized that Gu Changge's cultivation had reached remarkable depths, likely progressing significantly along the life will path, and, primarily, his physical vitality had intensified manifold compared to before. Chapter 70. Confrontation with Ji Hao Yue again. This individual is nothing short of a monster. Sensing the rapid transformation in Gu Changge within such a brief span, Ji Hao Yue's fighting spirit surged dramatically. During their previous encounter, he had sealed his own cultivation. Initially believing the battle to be evenly matched, he was taken aback by Gu Changge's terrifying physical prowess, which led to his unexpected defeat. Yet, defeat is defeat. Ji Hao Yue would not voice his discontent. However, he was far from willing to concede. Now, upon seeing Gu Changge again, and witnessing his strength escalate to unimaginable heights, the embers of Ji Hao Yue's previous dissatisfaction were reignited. His fighting spirit soared. Ji Hao Yue gazed intently at Gu Changge and proclaimed, "Changge, it has been a month and a half since our last duel. Our previous encounter was too hasty, and I did not get to enjoy it fully. Shall we spar once more? Are you certain, Cousin Hao Yue?" Gu Changge replied, casting a curious glance at him. The last time, Ji Hao Yue's sealed power had instilled a sense of formidable threat in him. Yet now, standing before him, that feeling had dissipated, replaced only by a faint sense of danger. "Of course, let us proceed to the training grounds," Ji Hao Yue replied, casually placing one hand behind his back and striding towards the arena. "Brother," Ji Ryu exclaimed, momentarily speechless. Observing this, Gu Changge chuckled. "No worries. Since Cousin Hua wishes to spar, I shall indulge him in some exercise." With that, he beckoned Ji Ryu to follow Ji Hao Yue's pace. Unbeknownst to Ji Hao Yue, his swift strides caused him to vanish from view in the blink of an eye. Gu Changge, bemused, thought to himself, "This is rather blatant, brother." Nevertheless, he shrugged it off and chose to go with the flow. "Ryu, has your yin-yang divine body awakened?" Gu Changge inquired, turning his gaze towards Ji Ryu. Compared to their first encounter, she now radiated an ethereal beauty, her complexion fair and flawless, her features youthful and clear, exuding an aura of purity, especially with her unexpectedly voluptuous figure. She was truly a walking embodiment of temptation. "Yes," Ji Ryu nodded, then expressed her gratitude. "I owe much to Brother Changge for providing me with the yin-yang spirit jade, and for predicting that my awakening would manifest in extraordinary phenomena, allowing our family to arrange for our ancestor to shield me. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament now." "I'm glad everything went smoothly," Gu Changge replied. "Your successful awakening of the yin-yang divine body will prove beneficial for me." "Huh?" Ji Ryu looked at him in surprise, her cheeks flushing as she pondered the implications of the yin-yang divine body. Her initial astonishment turned to embarrassment, and she waved her hands shyly. Brother Changge, I'm happy if I can be of use to you, but isn't this a bit too quick? I mean, it feels like such matters should be approached with more subtlety." Gu Changge rolled his eyes. He was no child and understood that Ji Ryu had misunderstood his intentions. "You are overthinking it. What I meant is that your awakening of the yin-yang divine body and the resulting yin-yang divine power within you will aid me. I have acquired a remarkable technique that necessitates the circulation of yin and yang energies." "Oh, I see," Ji Ryu stammered, nearly wishing to bury herself in embarrassment upon realizing her misunderstanding. Once you finish your exchange with Cousin Hao Yue, could you assist me?" "Of course," he replied. After Gu Changge and Ji Ryu concluded their conversation, they arrived at the training grounds, the same arena where they had previously battled. However, it had been meticulously restored and reinforced with arrays to envelop the surrounding structures. Upon seeing Gu Changge and the still slightly flushed Ji Ryu approach, Ji Hao Yue's smile broadened. As Gu Changge stepped onto the arena, Ji Hao Yue inquired, "Cousin Changge, may I be so bold as to ask your current cultivation level?" "I am at the 6th layer of the life wheel," Gu Changge casually disclosed. "What? The 6th layer of the life wheel? Last time, I recall you were the 3rd layer, correct?" "Indeed, I have made some progress over the past month and a half." Ji Hao Yue gasped. "You are barely 16. Yet you have reached the 6th layer? Such talent. He could hardly believe it, feeling as though the initial awe he had felt upon meeting Gu Changge had dissipated. Standing before Gu Changge, Ji Haoyue felt utterly outclassed, both in appearance and talent. He had never imagined experiencing the sensation of being completely overshadowed by another. After all, he was renowned as the most exceptional prodigy of the Ji family in millennia, born with the awakened divine king body, and had made remarkable strides in cultivation. Yet, in the presence of Gu Changge, he felt like an underachiever. Given Gu Changge's current status at the 6th layer of the life wheel, it was likely he would soon reach the divine realm, potentially by 17. Moreover, Gu Changge's physical strength was astonishing, akin to that of a pure-blood beast, and perhaps even more formidable. But the most significant aspect was Gu Changge's true foundation, which lay in the ancient divine heavy pupil and the awakening of a second innate talent, celestial bones. The cumulative effects of these factors left Ji Haoyue at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the monstrous presence before him. Noticing Ji Haoyue lost in thought, Gu Changge kindly interjected, "Cousin Haoyue, I believe you need not suppress your cultivation. Let us engage as we are. After all, it is merely an exchange. If we do not fight with our full strength, it lacks meaning." Upon hearing this, Ji Haoyue snapped back to reality and shook his head. "That will not do. A spar must be fair and just. Since you are the 6th layer, I too shall suppress my cultivation to the 6th layer." With that, Ji Haoyue's aura shifted, matching the 6th layer of the life wheel. Seeing his determination, Gu Changge acquiesced, though he pondered how much power he should exert this time. Mindful of preserving Ji Haoyue's dignity, especially considering the strong alliance between the Chang family and the Ji family. Chapter 71. The rising moon over the sea. Ji Haoyue suppressed his cultivation to the 6th level of the fate wheel and turned to Gu Changge, speaking earnestly. "Changge, let us spar under the same realm. Do not hold back, for it would be unfulfilling otherwise." "All right," Gu Changge replied, not holding back. He feared that a single punch might send Ji Haoyue flying. Nevertheless, since his cousin had expressed such intent, he decided to take it a bit more seriously. In the same realm, Gu Changge dared to say that if anyone could claim the 2nd position, none could claim the 1st. Gulme. Upon hearing Gu Changge's consent, Ji Haoyue immediately focused his energy, signaling Gu Changge to make his move. Without hesitation, Gu Changge stepped forward. Great Void Technique. In an instant, it was as if he had teleported, appearing before Ji Haoyue. With a fist clenched, an overwhelming force gathered within him, as if ready to shatter the void itself. Ji Haoyue was utterly astonished to realize that Gu Changge had mastered the Great Void Technique to such an extraordinary degree at this young age, executing it without the need for seals or guidance, simply traversing the void to stand before him. Ji Haoyue's heart raced, and he barely managed to channel his spiritual energy to cross his arms defensively. Boom! A wave of terrifying energy erupted in the arena. In the next moment, a figure resembling a cannonball was launched from the arena, crashing into a nearby structure. Bang! Array patterns appeared. Ji Haoyue tumbled from the array, kneeling on one knee, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Gazing at his shaking hands, he looked up incredulously at Gu Changge, who stood in the arena with an awkward expression, exclaiming, "Changge, your Great Void Technique. This level must be at least minor mastery." "Indeed, my Great Void Technique reached minor mastery some time ago," Gu Changge replied, contemplating Ji Haoyue's astonishment. Ji Haoyue was left speechless. "And your physical strength has seen a tremendous increase compared to a month and a half ago, perhaps even several times over. Changge, how have you cultivated?" Rising to his feet, Ji Haoyue realized that their sparring had already established a clear hierarchy. As a member of the Ji family, bearing the divine king physique, he found himself without a chance to resist against Gu Changge. Although Gu Changge's sudden application of the Great Void Technique had caught him off guard, the strength he felt in that punch made it clear that even if he activated his divine king physique and fought seriously, he would still be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this was merely a display of his void scripture and physical prowess. Gu Changge had yet to utilize his heavy pupil and celestial bones. If he were to fight with all his might, in this realm, Ji Haoyue knew he would scarcely withstand 10 blows. Ji Haoyue felt a chill as he reflected on Gu Changge's power. Let us just continue normal cultivation. Gu Changge pondered, realizing that indeed he had been cultivating normally, albeit with extraordinary opportunities at every turn. Through their spar, Gu Changge comprehended that his current strength was sufficient to contend directly with Ji Haoyue and other exceptional talents of his generation who were a year or two ahead of him. Should he attain the same realm, he would be invincible. While there might be some extraordinary talents potentially stronger than Ji Haoyue, they would at most surpass him by a fractional degree. However, in this realm, he could easily match 10, even 20 Ji Haoyues, for by then, his fate wheel would certainly have transformed into the heavenly Dao fate wheel, and the transcendent phenomena of the divine connection realm would be formidable indeed. I sense that your so-called normal cultivation is anything but, Ji Haoyue retorted, yet his heart brimmed with joy and satisfaction as he looked at Gu Changge. The more he saw, the more he felt that having Gu Changge as a brother-in-law was indeed a splendid idea. Let us go again. I should have listened to you earlier and given it my all in our spar. Ji Haoyue leaped back onto the arena. As he released the seal on his spiritual energy, a formidable aura enveloped the entire area. With the unsealing of his cultivation, he radiated an aura akin to a divine king, exuding an overwhelming presence. As his black hair flowed like a cascade, he stood before Gu Changge like an immortal deity. Simultaneously, Gu Changge felt a palpable sense of threat emanating from Ji Haoyue. Narrowing his eyes, he nodded solemnly. I too shall give it my all. Do not worry, cousin. We all have our life-saving trump cards, and we can end things at any moment. Then I shall not hold back. Ji Haoyue, having suffered defeat at Gu Changge's hands multiple times, felt a sense of urgency, especially now that he was prepared to utilize his divine connection realm against Gu Changge's 6th level of the fate wheel. Boom! A terrifying phenomenon engulfed the entire arena. In an instant, the arena was shrouded in the image of a vast sea, its surface shimmering, surrounded by towering mountains. Most alarming of all, accompanied by the roar of crashing waves, a massive full moon, hundreds of feet in size, slowly ascended from the sea, standing majestically behind Ji Haoyue. Divine connection realm. Divine king physique phenomenon. The rising moon over the sea. Before the moon, Ji Haoyue appeared as an immortal, radiating immense pressure. Below, Ji Ryu watched anxiously, exclaiming, Brother Haoyue, you are being utterly shameless. Battling Brother Changge at the divine connection realm is one thing, but to summon a phenomenon as well? Cough. The once divine-seeming Ji Haoyue awkwardly cleared his throat, momentarily breaking his composure. Ryu, I truly do not wish to, but Changge is simply too strong. If I do not go all out, he won't find satisfaction either. Regardless, it's still cheating. Go for it, Brother Changge. Ji Ryu, once conflicted about whom to cheer for, had made her choice. Very well. Gu Changge smiled at Ji Ryu, then turned his serious gaze back to the rising moon phenomenon. At that moment, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, each of his movements tinged with intense pressure. Ji Haoyue hovered in the air, looking down at Gu Changge. Cousin Changge, be cautious. With that, the moon behind him trembled slightly, unleashing waves of silver light that formed an invisible force of annihilation directed at Gu Changge. Seeing this, Gu Changge swiftly activated the Great Void technique to evade the deadly assault, positioning himself opposite Ji Haoyue. Divine King Physique Phenomenon. The rising moon over the sea, renowned across the 3,000 realms. I have long been curious. Cousin Haoyue, I shall not hold back either. Gu Changge declared, his eyes slightly widening as intricate patterns of profound mystery appeared within his pupils, as if they contained boundless secrets waiting to unfold. Chapter 72. I have determined this son-in-law. After a brief moment, a divine radiance erupted from his eyes, piercing through the void. This divine light coalesced into two formidable weapons, imbued with terrifying lethality, aimed directly at Ji Haoyue. The moon shifted 9 times, and the chaos of the universe unfolded. Ji Haoyue, observing the intricate patterns manifesting in Gu Changge's eyes, felt a sudden seriousness wash over him. He responded with a resounding voice that reverberated through the air, while the massive moon behind him began to rotate in awe-inspiring fashion. With a resounding crash, two beams of moonlight shot forth from the luminous moon, colliding with Gu Changge's radiant gaze. The arena above erupted with a deafening roar, as though an explosion had occurred deep within the cosmos. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, creating ripples that spread outward, accompanied by fragments of divine weapons forged from moonlight and divine light cascading down. Truly, the divine king physique is remarkable. With a mere shift, it shattered my radiant gaze. Gu Changge seemed to have entirely forgotten that Ji Haoyue was, after all, at the divine connection realm, a level far surpassing his own. Gu Changge's foresight through his radiant gaze had already shown him the preceding scene. It was as if he stood in an invincible position, effortlessly launching an attack at the vulnerable spot of Ji Haoyue. Yet, even the most formidable phenomena have their weaknesses. My radiant gaze possesses the unparalleled ability to see through illusions and discern vulnerabilities, allowing me to glimpse into the future. A colossal handprint manifested in the void, its terrifying patterns materializing beside Ji Haoyue. A large purple hand emerged from the patterns, striking down upon Ji Haoyue with tremendous force. Gazing up at the oppressive purple hand that seemed to blot out the sky, Ji Haoyue chuckled lightly. The moonlight behind him surged, coalescing into a silvery barrier before him in an instant. The purple hand slammed into the silvery barrier, producing a thunderous roar as the immense force pressed against it, causing it to tremble, yet not a single crack appeared, as it steadfastly resisted the purple hand's onslaught. No matter how gifted one may be, without formidable cultivation to support it, it remains but an illusion. With the moon's second transformation, Gu Changge and Ji Haoyue engaged in a battle that felt akin to a philosophical discourse. Amidst their banter, fearsome divine powers manifested and struck at one another. The entire arena had been reduced to ruins under the immense power unleashed by both combatants. Despite the protective formations surrounding the structures, many had crumbled. At this moment, Ji Haoyue had reached the sixth transformation of the moon, while Gu Changge had employed all his strength except for his celestial bones. His physical prowess, radiant gaze, and void techniques were all in play. To this point, neither side had emerged victorious. Ji Haoyue was utterly astonished. The tangible silver brilliance radiated from the moon behind him, casting an ethereal glow upon him, making him appear like a celestial being, with the moon behind him resembling a true moon in the sky. Changge, how many more trump cards do you possess? Ji Haoyue inquired, half amused and half exasperated. He had already reached the sixth transformation of the moon. Exceeding this would unleash powers beyond his control. Such powers were reserved for life and death struggles. That should suffice. Or perhaps not. Ji Haoyue nearly spat blood in frustration. He had exhausted all his trump cards and was now relying solely on his remaining strength for the final push. Yet, judging by Gu Changge's tone, it seemed he still had more up his sleeve. Upon reflection, Ji Haoyue suddenly realized that Gu Changge had not utilized his celestial bones in battle thus far. He had relied solely on his void techniques and formidable physique, augmented by his radiant gaze. Thinking this through, Ji Haoyue felt a pang of regret. Enough is enough. There's no need to continue this. I fear I may not be able to accept the outcome. The manifestations behind him slowly dissipated, and he abandoned any notions of testing Gu Changge further. There was no alternative. The cost of continuing was too high. If he were to damage his Dao heart before fully entering the world, it would likely lead to his own downfall. How could that be? If this continues, victory will undoubtedly belong to Cousin Haoyue. Gu Changge shook his head, his own aura gradually dissipating. The two descended from the air. Beside them, Ji Ryu approached Gu Changge, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she teased Ji Haoyue. Brother Changge, you need not show my brother any mercy. After all, a divine connection realm cultivator holds a significant advantage over someone at the destiny wheel realm. Given the current balance of power, one could argue that Brother Changge has already emerged victorious. Without further explanation, Ji Haoyue rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge playfully flicked Ji Ryu's smooth forehead. He is your brother. Why do you side with me? Who told him to be shameless first? Ji Ruyu retorted, covering her forehead and playfully sticking out her tongue at Ji Haoyue. You're the one talking, Ji Haoyue shot back, giving her a pointed look before waving his hand dismissively. I'm leaving. This spar with Changge has been immensely fruitful for me. I need to consolidate my gains and may even push toward the second layer of the divine connection realm. I shall take my leave to solidify my progress. Ryu, please entertain Changge. Leave it to me, Ji Ruyu exclaimed, patting her chest, causing ripples that were breathtaking to behold. Seeing this, Gu Changge cast a glance and quietly withdrew his gaze. A gentleman observes the game in silence. Thus, Ji Ruyu began to entertain Gu Changge, while unbeknownst to the three, Ji Zhao, Ji Hongyuan, and Ji Shuidan stood in the void, gazing down upon the scene below. Only after Gu Changge and Ji Haoyue concluded their battle did the three reluctantly withdraw their gazes. Yi Zhou sight. The sixth layer of the Destiny Wheel realm is already comparable to Haoyue's Divine Connection realm. The Changxinggu clan is likely to produce an unparalleled prodigy. Sister Shuidan, you have truly given birth to a marvel for the Changxinggu clan, Ji Honyuan remarked with a hint of envy. Ji Shuidan's gentle and beautiful face radiated joy as she listened to Ji Hongyuan's teasing, smiling as she looked at her brother. Isn't Changge also a member of the Ji family? With this statement, Ji Hongyuan's expression brightened immediately. Indeed, this time, bringing Gu Changge to the Changxingji clan was to foster connections. Ji Hongyuan's demeanor grew serious as he declared, "All right," with Sister Shuidan's words. I have firmly recognized Changge as my choice. At this moment, Ji Ryu brought Gu Changge to the small courtyard they had just occupied. Brother Changge, I have just awakened my divine body, and it is quite challenging to mobilize the primordial yin and yang divine powers within me. If you wish to extract the yin and yang energies, Ji Ryu hesitated, her words stumbling. What trouble? Gu Changge inquired, furrowing his brows. He added, if it poses any harm to you, there is no rush. We can wait until you have fully mastered your divine body. There is no danger. But the extraction process is indeed cumbersome. Ji Ryu blushed as she spoke. Yin and yang energies are supreme. Once they manifest, they will transform into chaotic nothingness. To extract them, there are two methods. One is through dual cultivation, and the other is to transfer them through the mouth. Chapter 73. The Cycle of Heavenly Mandate. Upon hearing Ji Ryu's words, Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Ji Ryu possessed a yin-yang divine body. Activated by the yin-yang spirit jade he had bestowed upon her. Logically, extracting the yin and yang energies should have been a straightforward endeavor. Yet, he never anticipated that the final step would unfold in such an unexpected manner. Clearing his throat, Gu Changge began to articulate his thoughts, but hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. The notion of dual cultivation was certainly out of the question. How could he even approach such a topic? Just as he grappled with his dilemma, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted into his senses. He turned to see Ji Ryu standing before him, having approached unnoticed. The young maiden's skin was flawless, radiant as jade, and her alluring curves became even more evident as she drew closer. Brother Changge, this is my own volition. I am truly delighted to assist you, Ji Ryu said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. With that, she reached out, wrapping her arms around Gu Changge's neck, and leaned in to kiss him. In a flurry of embarrassment, Ji Ryu darted away, leaving Gu Changge alone in the courtyard. As he sensed the dual energies of yin and yang floating within his dantian, memories of the earlier encounter caused his face to redden. He had never experienced such boldness from a woman before. How mortifying. Next time such an opportunity arose, he vowed to take the initiative. Soon enough, Gu Changge's whimsical thoughts dissipated, replaced by a focus on the task at hand. With the yin-yang energies and the 5 elements treasures now in his possession, he summoned forth a glimmering white jade fruit that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. The rich essence of the 5 elements emanated from it, intoxicatingly fragrant and unmistakably a treasure of great worth. This was the 5 elements Dao fruit returned to him by the system when he had gifted the yin-yang spirit jade to Ji Ryu. Originally intended for nurturing his celestial bones, he had refrained from using it due to the lengthy refinement process, leaving it now to serve a crucial purpose. Thus, it seemed, all was destined by fate. Having gathered all necessary treasures for the cycle of heavenly mandate, there was no time to waste. Gu Changge stowed the 5 elements Dao fruit and made his way to a secluded room within the courtyard, simultaneously informing Ji Shui Dan and Ji Hanyuan via a communication spirit jade that he would be entering seclusion for a while. Once inside, he set up protective barriers and settled onto the bed to meditate. When his spiritual energy stabilized and his mental clarity reached its peak, the principles of the cycle of heavenly mandate began to manifest in his mind. All things in heaven and earth are governed by the cycle of destiny. Every being possesses a cycle. Some are innate, while others are acquired through cultivation. The method of manifesting destiny through the cycle was inspired by Gu Changge's insights into the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. As Gu Changge perused the overarching principles of the cycle of heavenly mandate, he was taken aback by the profound knowledge contained within. It was astonishing where the system had sourced such techniques, even referencing the primordial chaos of creation. With renewed determination, Gu Changge continued his study, confirming his understanding of the cycle of heavenly mandate. He then turned his focus inward, examining his dantian. The process of condensing the cycle of heavenly mandate was deceptively simple yet profoundly complex, hinging primarily on the collection of insightful treasures and the yin-yang energies. The next step involved incorporating these treasures into his dantian, with the cycle as the core, supported by the 5 elements treasures and the yin-yang energies evolving from primordial chaos. He sought to cultivate a mysterious force known as the purple qi of creation. The very thought of the purple qi sent his heart racing. To think that such a force could be summoned through the cycle of heavenly mandate was nothing short of extraordinary. It was no wonder that only one exceptional being could emerge with each era to wield the cycle of heavenly mandate. Surely, the purple qi was not merely a means of nourishing the cycle for ascension. However, this was not the time for speculation. Suddenly, Gu Changge's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elements Dao fruit floated before him. He opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. In an instant, the fruit vanished into his mouth, seamlessly entering his dantian. Upon entering, the 5 elements Dao fruit resonated with the surrounding yin-yang energies, causing ripples to surge through the entire spiritual sea within his dantian. The sound of crashing waves echoed through the room as Gu Changge commenced the cycle of heavenly mandate. The atmosphere transformed into a sea of resonant sounds, a cacophony of murmuring reverberating around him, soon isolated by the formation he had set. Cycle of heavenly mandate. Turn. Gu Changge commanded inwardly, fully aware that the moment to condense the cycle of heavenly mandate had arrived. As he channeled his soul power, the 9-pattern mandate wheel suspended above the spiritual sea began to rotate slowly. In that moment, waves of dizziness and pain washed over him. Yet, Gu Changge remained steadfast, his expression unyielding. The cycle of heavenly mandate was not easily condensed. It was a trial of life and death. The mandate wheel represented the foundation of one's being. Feeling these sensations was not unexpected. With unwavering resolve, he continued to rotate the wheel. Once the wheel transformed into the Taiji diagram, the yin-yang energies could enter, unlocking the gates of chaos and flooding the spiritual sea with primordial energy. At that point, the 5 elements treasures would play their part in nurturing the myriad forms of existence. The 9-pattern mandate will spun faster and faster, causing Gu Changge's soul to ache and contort. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After nearly 15 minutes of relentless motion, the wheel finally morphed into the yin-yang Taiji diagram. Yin-yang energies now, he commanded. From his position on the bed, Gu Changge produced a drop of condensed Dao water and swallowed it. In the next heartbeat, his consciousness plunged back into the spiritual sea, ready to reshape the mandate wheel once more. Within the spiritual sea, the black and white yin-yang energies, enveloped by Gu Changge's soul power, collided fiercely with the corresponding yin-yang eyes of the Taiji diagram. A thunderous roar echoed within Gu Changge's body. The rapidly spinning Taiji diagram, upon receiving the yin-yang energies, abruptly stabilized, no longer in a state of flux. A sharp crack resonated from the Taiji diagram, prompting Gu Changge's expression to shift in surprise. Fearing an unexpected mishap, he soon relaxed, for the yin-yang eyes on the diagram were now blinking rhythmically, radiating white and black light. In the next moment, the S-shaped line at the center of the Taiji diagram burst open. Rich primordial energy surged forth like a gushing spring. Standing amidst the spiritual sea, Gu Changge's soul was enveloped in this primordial energy, akin to being caressed by a refreshing breeze. His soul power surged at an astonishing rate. Chapter 74. The Thunder Tribulation shocks the G family. In addition, Gu Changge's spiritual sea was undergoing an unimaginable transformation under the baptism of chaotic energy. Boom! In the outside world, at the small courtyard where Gu Changge resided, the heavens suddenly erupted with thunder. Following this, dense dark clouds began to gather, gradually expanding to 10, 100, and then several hundred zhang. The sudden commotion attracted the attention of many elders and descendants of the Ji family, who gazed at the ominous clouds gathering in the sky with expressions of astonishment. "Is this the Thunder Tribulation?" An elder of the Ji family exclaimed in surprise. Thunder Tribulation does not occur casually. It is either birthed by a treasured artifact gaining sentience or arises when an ancestor breaks through the Saint realm to challenge the Emperor realm. However, I have never heard of an ancestor being in a critical situation and risking everything. Another elder of the Ji family added. This direction seems to be the courtyard where the Son of the Moon and Miss Ryu often visit. Could it be that the Son of the Moon has made a significant breakthrough, thus provoking the Thunder Tribulation? As the elders speculated, some felt they had uncovered the truth and excitedly proclaimed that there would be successors in the Ji family. Above the courtyard where Gu Changge was located, Ji Zhao, Ji Hanyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu had all arrived. Thunder, tribulation. Ji Zhao's eyes flickered as he gazed at the dark clouds, his tone laced with astonishment. Changge just finished sparring with Haoyue. What could he have achieved to summon the Thunder Tribulation? Ji Hanyuan inhaled sharply, glancing at Ji Haoyue with surprise. Ji Haoyue shook his head, staring at the gathering thunderclouds with confusion. "I don't know. We just finished a normal spar, and father. Don't tell me you weren't watching." Although Ji Haoyue could not sense Ji Hanyuan and the others at that moment, he was aware they were certainly observing. Upon hearing this, Ji Hanyuan and the others exchanged glances. Ji Shuidan looked worriedly at the courtyard below. What is Changge doing? He has drawn out the Thunder Tribulation. He said he was in seclusion, yet this is quite alarming. Beside her, Ji Ryu recalled the events that transpired with Gu Changge before his seclusion, her cheeks flushing, and she felt an inexplicable shyness when looking at Ji Shuidan. However, seeing Ji Shuidan so worried about Gu Changge, Ji Ryu stepped forward to offer reassurance. "Brother Changge actually came to me during his seclusion to take a strand of yin-yang qi. It should be a great opportunity. I feel we need not worry." As soon as Ji Ryu spoke, she captured the attention of Ji Zhao, Ji Hanyuan, Ji Shuidan, and Ji Haoyue. "Changge sought you for yin-yang qi?" Ji Zhao, the elder, confirmed with a question. Yes. Ji Ryu nodded. Ji Zhao's gaze intensified, stroking his white beard. Those who can utilize yin-yang qi are typically either refining treasured artifacts or practicing extraordinary techniques. Yin-yang qi possesses immense spiritual resonance, and when infused into a treasured artifact, it is likely to give birth to sentience. It is very possible that the Thunder Tribulation was provoked by the awakening of a treasured artifact, or perhaps Changge is undergoing a remarkable transformation, thus invoking the test of the Thunder Tribulation. Ji Zhao, having seen much, deduced various possibilities from the yin-yang qi. Ji Hanyuan found the reasoning compelling. Hearing this, Ji Shuidan felt slightly relieved. If Elder Ji Zhao spoke so credibly, there was a 70 to 80% chance it was true. This Thunder Tribulation would indeed be a tremendous boon for Gu Changge. Practicing extraordinary techniques, refining treasured artifacts, either option is highly coveted. He is already so powerful. If he succeeds in cultivating an extraordinary technique or refining a treasured artifact that requires yin-yang qi, I cannot fathom to what extent Changge will transcend by the time the True Dragon List and the Flood Dragon List are unveiled. Ji Haoyue exhaled deeply, a profound sense of urgency enveloping his heart. He had initially resolved not to compete with Gu Changge. However, witnessing his rapid progress, his own resolve urged him to advance as well. Ji Haoyue was about to express his intention to return and consolidate his gains from the recent spar, so as not to be quickly surpassed by Gu Changge when suddenly several beams of light soared over. As the light dissipated, several elders of the Ji family appeared before Ji Zhao and the others. We greet Elder Ji Zhao and the Patriarch. The elders of the clan bowed to Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan, then turned to Ji Shuidan and Ji Ruyu. We greet Miss Shuidan and Miss Ruyu. What brings you here? Ji Honyuan looked puzzled at the elders. The leading elder, appearing powerful and clearly holding the highest position among the elders, stepped forward and said, Patriarch, upon witnessing the thunder tribulation, we came to ascertain the situation. It must be the son of the moon. Oh, just as this elder, a pinnacle expert of the Ji family, was about to conjecture that it was Ji Haoyue who had summoned the thunder tribulation. He suddenly noticed Ji Haoyue standing slightly behind Ji Honyuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why is the son of the moon here? Ji Haoyue looked at the elder in confusion. Elder Ji Dao, if I am not here, where else would I be? The elder Ji Dao was indeed one of the top experts among the Ji family elders, mastering the art of swordsmanship and previously renowned in the heavenly Dao domain of Gaia. The other elders accompanying him were equally bewildered. So this thunder tribulation was not summoned by the son of the moon? Then who could it be? Indeed, if it is not the son of the moon, who else in our Ji family possesses such capability? The elders began to discuss among themselves, their gazes converging on Ji Honyuan. Seeing this, Ji Honyuan sighed. I would have preferred if Haoyue could invoke the thunder tribulation to break through. Unfortunately, the one who has drawn the thunder tribulation this time is Gu Changge, the son of the Changsheng Gu family, who is visiting our Ji family. What? It's actually the son of Changge? The elders gasped in astonishment. Now, the thunder tribulation is about to commence. Everyone quiet down and observe closely. This thunder tribulation is the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. When it descends, it is also the best time for enlightenment. If one gains insight, it could save decades of effort and propel them further. Elder Ji Zhao timely interjected, emphasizing the significance of witnessing the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation not only tests extraordinary prodigies, but also presents a considerable opportunity for those observing. Upon hearing this, Elder Ji Dao and the others immediately straightened their expressions, then silently focused on the courtyard below. Boom! The sound of thunder roared above Gu Changge's head. Meanwhile, within the small courtyard, Gu Changge's spiritual sea had transformed into a miniature chaotic space, with his entire dantian filled with dense chaotic energy. The first step, the second step, had all succeeded. Next was to open the chaos and summon forth the purple energy of creation, the essence of the 5 elements. Gu Changge's voice resonated within his dantian, akin to the incantations of deities. Accompanied by his chant, the essence of the 5 elements was instantly shattered by the overwhelming chaotic energy, transforming into 5 streams of colorful essence. Commence creation. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated the creation technique from the Wheel of Destiny method, cleaving the chaos within his dantian. Boom! Like a thunderclap erupting within Gu Changge's dantian, the chaos was instantaneously reopened. The heavens cleared, the earth darkened, pure energy ascended, and turbid energy descended. As the chaos clarified, a vast, magnificent wheel of destiny, adorned with mysterious patterns, appeared before Gu Changge, evoking a sense of awe as if he were facing an immense celestial body. Gu Changge stared in shock at the wheel of destiny before him. Is this the wheel of fate of the heavenly Tao? Chapter 75. Yi Chun, inner sect disciple of the Shui West sect. When the wheel of fate of the heavenly Tao appeared before Gu Changge, a sudden aura of destruction locked onto him. Gu Changge had no time to examine the wheel in detail. He withdrew his consciousness from his dantian. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and gazed at the sky, enlightenment washing over him. It was the heavenly tribulation. Gu Changge had not anticipated that the condensation of the Wheel of Fate would summon the heavenly tribulation. Legend spoke of the tribulation as a harbinger of prodigies and the emergence of treasured artifacts. Have I also ascended to the level of a prodigy? Gu Changge found the thought amusing. Whether he was a prodigy or not was inconsequential to him. With his brother, the unifier, and his own current foundation, he was already equipped with unmatched prowess. Stepping forth, Gu Changge soared into the void. Upon his emergence, the gazes of Ji Shuaidan, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Zhao, Ji Haiyue, and others were entirely fixed upon him. Has he succeeded in cultivating the forbidden technique? Ji Zhao stared at Gu Changge with intense scrutiny. It must be so. I have not seen any treasures. Ji Hongyuan nodded in agreement. Boom! As Gu Changge emerged, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to have found their target, unleashing a chorus of thunderous roars, with terrifying bolts of lightning flickering within the dark clouds. The Wheel of Fate within Gu Changge radiated an immortal, sacred aura. At this moment, his will had grown in size, hovering above the sea of spirits, nearly enveloping the entire expanse. Furthermore, the spiritual energy that had once been clear and white had transformed into a pale golden hue, appearing far more extraordinary. The wheel spun, intricate and profound patterns covering its surface, manifesting the rules of heaven and earth. Boom! The thunderclouds trembled. In the next instant, they spiraled into a vortex, and a massive silver lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, tore through the clouds and plummeted towards Gu Changge. Observing this, Gu Changge raised a fist, unleashing a roar from the colossal particles within him, an overwhelming force surging forth. Boom! As his fist collided with the lightning, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled outwards. Ji Zhao and Ji Hongyuan watched Gu Changge's display of physical strength, finding nothing extraordinary, having witnessed his battle against Ji Haiyue earlier. However, the elders of the Ji family were not privy to this knowledge. As they beheld Gu Changge resisting the lightning with sheer physical strength, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Hiss! Despite it merely being the aura of the Wheel of Fate, the power of that punch would likely injure even an ordinary deity realm practitioner. To withstand the heavenly tribulation with mere flesh, indeed, the son of Changge possesses truly extraordinary talent. To invoke the heavenly tribulation is a clear sign of being an unparalleled prodigy. Upon entering the world, the son of Changge will undoubtedly astound countless people. Indeed, even before stepping into the world, he has already displayed such prowess. It is hard to imagine what kind of brilliance he will exhibit when the true dragon ranking is revealed. The elders of the Ji family gazed at Gu Changge, then at Ji Haiyue, secretly speculating the outcome if Gu Changge were to face their own son. Under equal circumstances, it would certainly be perilous. Yet, they were entirely unaware of the circumstances of the earlier sparring. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have crossed their minds. Boom! The heavenly tribulation grew fiercer. Strikes of silver lightning, imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, relentlessly assaulted Gu Changge. At first, he could endure the onslaught with his physical body, but as the power of the thunder intensified, he had to unleash the powers of the void technique. It was at this moment that the elders of the Ji family gained a renewed understanding of Gu Changge's strength. At such a tender age, having just come of age, his mastery of the great void technique and the great hand of the void was nearing perfection, demonstrating an unparalleled capacity for instinctive application. Finally, as Gu Changge shattered a purplish bolt of lightning with a single palm strike, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, upon breaking the last bolt of lightning, the Wheel of Fate within Gu Changge underwent a profound transformation, its patterns growing even more ancient, as if he were witnessing the very rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, the function of the Wheel of Fate revealed itself within Gu Changge's mind. Now fully condensed, the wheel was akin to the heavy pupil and celestial bone, becoming the innate foundation of Gu Changge's abilities. In comparison to the heavy pupil and supreme bone, it was not a shade weaker. Devouring spirit, golden spiritual energy, enhanced comprehension. This wheel of fate has bestowed upon me enhancements equivalent to nearly 3 innate talents. Coupled with my heavy pupil and celestial bone, my current foundation instills a sense of trepidation within me. Truly, it is a wheel of fate that only one can achieve in a lifetime. Gu Changge's heart brimmed with joy, while Ji Zhao and the others marveled at his successful passage through the heavenly tribulation. Although they were eager to inquire about Gu Changge's current state, they refrained from approaching as he was still in the midst of recuperation. As Gu Changge's foundation and strength advanced, Yi Chun, as anticipated, revealed a modicum of his prowess, successfully becoming an inner disciple of the Shui West sect. From here on, he merely needed to secure a spot in the Yin Cave through the competition, marking a significant step toward the success of his plan. Have you heard? It seems that the Changsheng family also has prodigies accompanying us to the Yin Cave. I heard, and the elders have specifically instructed us to cooperate with that Ji family prodigy to obtain the cave's legacy. I wonder if the Changsheng family member is male or female. If it's a female, then that would be splendid. Perhaps I could win her over with my looks. Haha, junior brother, why not take a moment to look at yourself first? If she is indeed a woman, the females of the Changsheng family are surely of the caliber of celestial beauties. As Yi Chun listened to the surrounding disciples' discussions in the martial arena, a faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a gesture of disdain. These practitioners, devoid of any exceptional qualifications, so utterly ordinary, dare to covet Ji Ruyu? It is truly laughable. The greatest victor within the Shui West sect will undoubtedly be me, Yi Chun. Once I secure my spot and venture into the Yin Cave alongside Ji Ruyu, I shall naturally meander for 10 days or half a month. Even if Gu Changge has left an impression on her heart, my past adventures and experiences will certainly enable me to win her over. The resources of the Changsheng family. How I long to obtain them swiftly to enhance my cultivation. Next, Yi Chun faced off against Ma Xiao. A disciple of the Shui West sect at the Wheel of Fate stage leaped onto the competition platform and called out with a hearty laugh. Which one of you is Yi Chun? Come up quickly. Let us settle this swiftly. Yi Chun is doomed. Indeed, he has drawn Ma Xiao as his opponent. Ma Xiao is the 10th-ranked genius of our Shui West sect's inner disciples. The disciples below the platform murmured among themselves. Hearing this, Yi Chun smiled with an alluring charm. A genius? That is precisely who he intends to defeat. Chapter 76. The brother is the protagonist. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, Yi Chun was currently undergoing the classic narrative of a hidden prodigy, soon to reveal his astonishing prowess. At this moment, he was consolidating the heavenly Dao Fate wheel, enduring the tribulation, and was quite elated upon comprehending the function of the Fate wheel. With the assistance of the heavenly Dao Fate wheel, it was likely that his cultivation speed would escalate exponentially. Furthermore, due to the unique properties of the Fate wheel, he could absorb spiritual energy and transform it into golden spiritual energy, which surpassed the quality of Gu Changge's previous spiritual energy by several folds. In simpler terms, this equated to a direct enhancement in combat strength. Had it not been for the heavenly Dao Fate wheel, Gu Changge would have had to rely on the immortal bone to contend with the peak Ji Haoyue. However, now, without the immortal bone, he could resolve matters solely with his dual pupils and Void Sutra. The elevation in his capabilities was indeed formidable. It is worth noting that Gu Changge was still merely at the 6th level of the Fate Wheel realm, while Ji Haoyue had already manifested divine phenomena in the divine transformation realm and was an exceptional talent. Changge, are you all right? Ji Shuidan, upon seeing Gu Changge reopen his eyes, hurried over with concern. He was her pride and joy, a piece of her own flesh. I am fine. Thank you, mother. For your protection, Gu Changge replied with a smile. Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan also approached, surveying Gu Changge with expressions filled with admiration and regret. They admired his extraordinary talent, which was indeed more terrifying than Ji Haoyue's, but lamented that Gu Changge was not of their true bloodline. What kind of extraordinary cultivation method have you practiced to invoke a tribulation? Ji Haoyue inquired curiously. A lineage that fundamentally enhances one's foundation, Gu Changge replied with a smile. It can augment the foundation of the Fate Wheel, making it stronger. He spoke vaguely, as such trump card were not meant to be divulged casually, especially considering the potential for a terrifying existence to emerge in the future and manipulate time. Although Gu Changge felt this was unlikely, it was prudent to be cautious. Augmenting the foundation of the fate wheel. The words shocked Ji Zhao, Ji Hongyuan, and the others present. The fate wheel represented innate talent, and many were predestined. Only those from long-lived families might elevate the quality of their fate wheel, and that required a significant sacrifice. Individuals like Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu had nearly reached the pinnacle of 9 markings on their fate wheels. Gu Changge, without a doubt, also possessed 9 markings. Yet, the fact that 9 markings could still be enhanced was indeed evidence of a miraculous methodology. Ji Zhao, Ji Hongyuan, and even Ji Haoyue gazed at Gu Changge with intrigue, pondering what would occur if he were willing to share this knowledge. Gu Changge, fully aware of their thoughts, chuckled. This method can only be cultivated by one person in a lifetime. Sharing it would be futile, and you would not comprehend it. The technique is not to be lightly transmitted. All of them wore expressions of regret upon hearing this. Such extraordinary techniques indeed bore various restrictions, and it was clear they had encountered one of the most vexing types. However, it was precisely this that highlighted the terrifying nature of such a lineage. After conversing with Gu Changge for a while, Ji Zhao and Ji Hongyuan departed with Ji Shui Dan. As they left, Ji Shui Dan winked at Su Zhe, implying, "We are aware of your dealings with Ruyu regarding the yin-yang energies. You must express your gratitude to her. By the way, Ruyu will soon venture to the yin-yang cave to acquire the penetrating legacy. You should accompany her as a gesture of gratitude." Without allowing Gu Changge a chance to respond, Ji Shui Dan slipped away. Ji Ryu looked expectantly at Gu Changge. He found it amusing, as he would have accompanied her regardless of Ji Shui Dan's words. After all, whether for Yi Chun or to rescue Ji Ryu, he would embark on the journey. Most importantly, the yin-yang cave was tied to the ancient yin-yang sect, a force of ancient dominance. Gu Changge felt that if he could obtain this legacy and later return it to Ji Ryu, it might fully develop her yin-yang divine body, which would be beneficial for him in the future as well. However, he suspected that exploiting the system's loopholes would be impossible, as the system had explicitly stated that rewards derived from it could not be used to farm additional rewards. "All right, I will accompany you, Ryu. Just as a means to relax after your cultivation breakthrough," Gu Changge said, stroking Ji Ryu's silky hair with a smile. "Great. The yin-yang cave will open in about 3 days, and we shall go together," Ji Ryu responded, her gaze shifting towards Ji Haoyue. Originally intending to join them, Ji Haoyue, upon witnessing Gu Changge's improved strength after their spar, lost all desire to venture out. "With Changge accompanying you, I feel assured. I shall not intrude on your time together. I will retreat to cultivate," Ji Haoyue stated solemnly, waving her hand without taking a single cloud with her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Gu Changge explored the enhancements brought by the golden spiritual energy, and, as expected, its strength was at least 3-fold greater than before. He also experimented with the devouring function of the heavenly Dao Fate Wheel, forming a spiritual energy funnel over 10,000 meters in height. This commotion startled the entire Changsheng Ji family. Ji Hongyuan even mistakenly believed that a saintly ancestor had emerged to break through to a higher realm. Upon learning it was Gu Changge, he was both amused and bewildered, regarding Gu Changge as if he were a monster. Moreover, the tranquility of the Shui West sect was disrupted. The primary reason was the emergence of an extraordinarily terrifying genius within the inner sect. Since the competition for the yin-yang cave quota began, this individual seemed to have activated a cheat code, swiftly ascending from the 10th rank of the inner sect to the 1st. This even caught the attention of the sect master, who personally accepted Yi Chun as a closed-door disciple. In the eyes of the Shui West sect disciples, Yi Chun had become almost legendary, having rapidly transcended levels and reached their pinnacle in a short span of time. Yi Chun was left with little choice but to reveal more of himself. His only opportunity to get closer to Ji Ryu was to ascend the ranks in the Shui West sect. Otherwise, he would only have the chance to glance at the beginning of the journey, and later it would be a matter of being behind her, unable to engage with her. "Yi Chun, I had not anticipated your comprehension to be so terrifying, having already mastered the king-level source technique. Excellent, excellent. Your source technique alone is sufficient to elevate our Shui sect further. You have already entered the Shui Heart Sutra. Now, you merely need to progress step by step in your cultivation. In the future, you may very well ascend the dragon list, astonishing the world. If you perform well, the position of the young master of our Shui sect may very well be yours. Chapter 77. Yi Chun, do not approach. Upon hearing those words, Yi Chun chuckled. The master of Shui assumed that his remarks had elicited a response from Yi Chun, causing his smile to deepen. Little did he know, Yi Chun's laughter was one of disdain. How could the mere position of a young master in Shui sect compare to that of a son-in-law from the Changsheng family? Moreover, Yi Chun's aspirations transcended merely ranking on the Jiaolong list. His true objective was the true dragon list, and he aimed for the very pinnacle. As long as he adhered to his plans and seized the opportunities that fate presented, no matter how formidable Gu Changge might be, he could never stand as a rival. As for the others, they scarcely bore mentioning. The Shui sect master was indeed delusional if he thought Yi Chun would deign to lower himself to their level. The time passed in silence as they awaited the arrival of the day. Day 4. Today marked the opening of the Shui cave heaven. Gu Changge and Jiruyu made their way to the Shui cave heaven, while the Shui sect and other factions submitted their Yin-Yang cave heaven to the Changsheng family, simultaneously arranging for their disciples to gather at the designated point. At the gathering point, disciples led by Shui sect were abuzz with speculation, frequently casting curious glances toward the heavens. The Yin-Yang cave heaven was finally set to open, and there was much anticipation regarding whether the Changsheng family would send male or female heirs. Rumor had it that they were direct descendants of the Changsheng family, and to catch their attention would ensure a meteoric rise within the sect. Alas, what a fanciful dream! Would the illustrious heirs of the Changsheng family ever notice individuals such as themselves? While some were lost in daydreams, others remained grounded in reality. Regardless, all present were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Changsheng family. 15 minutes passed. As the quarter hour waned, not a single elder or disciple from any sect displayed any sign of agitation. Rather, it felt as though it was simply to be expected. Suddenly, the white clouds in the sky appeared to part as if pushed aside by a colossal force. Amidst the clouds, a magnificent ancient ship unfurled its terrifying sails, descending slowly before the awestruck gazes of those from Shui sect and other factions. It was the warship of the Changsheng family. What level of direct descendant could command such a vessel? Such warships were only summoned during times of conflict for the Changsheng family. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and the higher-ups from various sects who understood the implications wore expressions of excitement as they gazed toward the ship. At long last, were they about to lay eyes on the legendary goddess of the Changsheng family? Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement as he beheld Jiruyu descending. Her youthful beauty and voluptuous form reminiscent of a pure lotus ignited a fervor within him, especially knowing that her yin-yang divine body had already awakened. He could hardly contain his eagerness to win her over. With a gust of wind, the warship finally steadied in midair. A formidable aura, reminiscent of a king, surged forth from the ship, as if a true dragon had awakened, pressing heavily upon the chests of the gathered disciples. Are all present? A commanding voice resonated through the void, as a towering phantom materialized before the assembly of factions, coalescing through spiritual energy. Leading the group was none other than the elder from the Ji-Dao clan. Indeed, we are all assembled. The master of Shui sect respectfully bowed to the apparition, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Very well, then board the ship. The voice of the elder remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes. The disciples of Shui sect and the other sects responded in unison, turning to call their brethren. Quickly, board the Ji family warship. Indeed, prepare to set sail for the Yin-Yang cave heaven. Hearing their elders' summons, the disciples were momentarily taken aback before a wave of excitement washed over them. They were to board the warship alongside their elders? They had assumed they would be trailing behind. In quick succession, beams of light surged into the Ji family warship. Upon landing, They were immediately captivated by two ethereal figures. At the forefront stood a youth who appeared youthful, yet possessed an extraordinary stature, exuding an air of nobility. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, his long hair was bound by a golden ribbon, and his eyes sparkled as though imbued with divine essence, embodying an exquisite poise. Beside him stood a stunning maiden with a youthful visage and a voluptuous figure, her beauty enchanting and her demeanor lively, akin to that of a sprite. Upon sighting these two, all the disciples from the various sects were rendered speechless. "How beautiful!" A disciple from Shui West sect murmured in awe, captivated by Ji Ruyu. "And that youth is extraordinarily handsome." Several female disciples gazed at Gu Changge with starry eyes. Yi Chun ascended the worship alongside the master of Shui West sect. Upon catching his first glimpse of Ji Ruyu, his smile blossomed. Yet it quickly faded to a grimace upon seeing Gu Changge standing beside her. "Gu Changge." Yi Chun's voice barely escaped his lips, sounding like a whisper carried by a chilling wind. Yi Chun stared incredulously at Gu Changge beside Ji Ruyu. This was not right. Why was Gu Changge here? Was he not supposed to be in the Changshenggu family? As Yi Chun's disbelief deepened, Gu Changge, too, noticed him. Without making any overt gestures, Gu Changge cast a meaningful glance in Yi Chun's direction, causing Yi Chun's heart to skip a beat as he lowered his gaze to conceal his astonishment. Yi Chun's heart raced. Ever since encountering Gu Changge, he had felt as though he were constantly thwarted, with nothing going as planned. Now, Gu Changge was present for this expedition to the Yin-Yang cave heaven. Curse it, if he were to fail again this time, he would pay any price to eliminate this adversary. What were those mystical eyes but a mere gift yet to be fully realized? As long as he acquired that item, any explosion below the king's realm would surely result in death. Gu Changge remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of Yi Chun's resolve to eliminate him. Even if Gu Changge were to learn of it, he would likely scoff at the notion. A mere loose cultivator. How could he compare to his revered lineage and his own extraordinary talents? The master of Shui West sect, noticing his disciples' eagerness, quickly cautioned, "Do not disturb or offend those two. They are esteemed individuals from the Changsheng family. The young woman is Ji Hongyuan's daughter, Ji Ruyu, and the man beside her is likely Ji Haoyue, the son of the Ji family. Do not court death." The same situation unfolded among the other sects, their gazes toward Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu burning with fervor. Though they had recognized the pair's extraordinary stature from the outset, the confirmation from their leaders intensified their intrigue. Chapter 78, Assassin Strike. As the crowd engaged in their own schemes, Ji Ruyu felt the intense gaze of those around her, causing her brow to furrow. In a fleeting moment, a familiar gaze caught her attention, revealing Yi Chun. "Look, Brother Changge, that seems to be the person we saw at Lingquan Blessed Land." Ji Ruyu pointed out to Gu Changge. Gu Changge had already noticed him and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is he. What could he possibly be doing here? It appears he is affiliated with the Shui West sect." Recalling the events in Yunlong City, Ji Ruyu was convinced that Yi Chun was not a virtuous individual. His provocation towards Gu Changge and the unsettling look he cast her way made her suspect that he harbored ulterior motives. What was this persistent, eerie feeling? Who knew? It was best to ignore it. Gu Changge merely glanced at Yi Chun before returning his gaze elsewhere, fully aware of the latter's intentions. He thought dismissively, what a futile endeavor. As time passed, Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu walked alongside disciples from other sections. Numerous peculiar incidents unfolded along the way. The disciples would occasionally engage in sparring to showcase their abilities, while some female disciples intentionally positioned themselves close to Gu Changge, striving to captivate his attention. Regrettably for them, both Ji Ruyu and Gu Changge remained oblivious to their advances, engaged in light-hearted conversation that left the female disciples envious of Ji Ruyu and the male disciples admiring Gu Changge. Meanwhile, Yi Chun seethed with frustration. During the duels, he brazenly confronted and defeated several top talents from various sects, all in an attempt to draw Ji Ruyu's attention. Yet, despite his newfound notoriety, Ji Ruyu did not spare him a single glance. It was a fruitless effort. Yi Chun's heart darkened with resentment. So, she only has eyes for Gu Changge? What sets me apart from him? Is it merely his advantageous background? Though initially troubled, he soon adopted a chilling smile. No matter. Soon enough, the enemies of the Changsheng family will make their move. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a series of terrifying pillars of light erupted from the Ji family's warship, piercing the heavens. The sky darkened ominously as a formidable force enveloped the surroundings, solidifying the very fabric of space, rendering common escape treasures ineffective. This was dire. Ji Dao, seated atop the warship, suddenly opened his eyes as the pillars ascended. A fierce glint flashed within them as he let out a low growl. In an instant, Ji Dao, the elder of the Ji clan, surged into the sky, his overwhelming aura merging with that of a king, filling the atmosphere with a resounding clangor of blades. He was poised to cleave the heavens asunder and rend the earth itself. However, as Ji Dao assessed the formation, a sense of foreboding gripped him. The intricacies of the formation were exceedingly profound, leaving even a king like him at a loss. It appeared that their adversaries had come well prepared. Who dares? Ji Dao's voice rang out, laced with authority. I am Ji Dao of the Changsheng family. Do you not fear retribution for your actions against us? While he spoke loudly, he discreetly transmitted words to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu. Young Master Changge, Miss Ruyu, I will tear a rift in this formation soon. You must escape at once. The rest will have to fend for themselves. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyu's expression turned anxious as she gazed at Ji Dao. Elder Yidao. Gu Changge simply nodded, scrutinizing the formation around them. With the knowledge inherited from the source heavenly book, he easily discerned the formation's weaknesses. Employing source heavenly perception and reincarnation eyes, he sought to dismantle the formation. However, Gu Changge was reluctant to reveal his capabilities too soon. He desired to uncover the identity of those lurking behind the assault on the Changsheng family. Panic ensued among the other sect leaders and elders, who were unprepared for such an audacious attack on the Changsheng family. How could this happen? Yi Chun, however, felt a surge of excitement as he stealthily approached Ji Ruyu and Gu Changge. If he could find the right moment to escape with Ji Ruyu, the ensuing chaos would play to his advantage. Alas, the presence of Gu Changge was a complication. Just as Ji Dao's words faded, three powerful auras emerged nearby, shrouded in divine light that obscured their features. Yet, their overwhelming presence was unmistakably on par with Ji Dao's. Clearly, they were top-tier experts among the kings, comparable to the family heads of the Changsheng clan. Haha, we are here to eliminate your Changsheng family. One of them laughed maliciously. Once we deal with you, we shall claim the divine maiden of your clan for our young master. Kill. The oppressive might shattered the surrounding space, sending waves of despair through the air. Ji Dao's countenance darkened, and a chilling killing intent radiated from him. You seek death by coveting the maiden of my Ji family. With an explosive surge of sword intent, Ji Dao momentarily disrupted the formation's operation. In that instant, a breathtaking beam of sword light cleaved through the void, striking a corner of the formation near Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu. The earth trembled, and the sky fractured as the formation was forcefully breached by Ji Dao's overwhelming swordsmanship. At that moment, he shouted to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, "Hurry, go!" The three king-level assassins targeting the Changsheng family sneered at the unfolding scene. Trying to escape? Not a chance. As they prepared to strike, Ji Dao unleashed three devastating sword beams, slicing through the air with a resonating hum. The prowess of Ji Dao, a prodigy of Gaia, was evident. Even though the three adversaries seemed comparably strong, they were left trembling and forced to abandon their assault on Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu. Go! Gu Changge urged Ji Ruyu, who nodded in agreement. The pair swiftly made their way toward the breach in the formation created by Ji Dao. Yichen quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the master of the Shui sect and others observed the evolving situation, rejoicing as Ji Dao successfully opened a gap in the formation. Quickly, everyone, let us escape this trap. Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu, and Yichen managed to evade the formation, but those who lagged behind, including the Shui sect leader, were not so fortunate. In that brief moment, the three king-level opponents engaged with Ji Dao had the opportunity to turn their attention towards them. Chapter 79. The Pure-Blood Offspring of Yazi. A surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted, and in an instant, a colossal hand, 100 feet in size, descended upon a group of disciples and elders from various sects attempting to follow Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu in their escape from the Grand Array. The next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as if something in the void had detonated, accompanied by the chilling cries of agony. Sensing the commotion behind them, Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu quickened their pace, with Yi Chun hastening his flight. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu had already exited the formation. Observing this, the formidable king-level expert expressed his displeasure, stating, Ji Ruyu and that individual have escaped, along with a disciple from a minor sect. Another king-level expert, having been repelled after a fierce clash with Ji Dao, remarked, the young master is outside. Those few will not escape. Ji Dao, having subdued the last king-level adversary, seethed with fury upon hearing their conversation, demanding, what forces are you? How dare you attack the divine maiden of the Changxing family? You seek death. The two conversing king-level experts snorted coldly, their expressions mocking. First, you must pass through us, one sneered. It is well known that Ji Dao of the Changxing family is a legendary sword cultivator from a millennium ago. Let us see if you truly possess such strength. You shall pay for this. Within the Grand Array, a cataclysmic battle erupted. The terrifying fluctuations nearly caused the formation to falter, leaving various factions within it to suffer the most grievous fates. Sect leaders, elders, and disciples either perished or were grievously wounded, all lamenting their plight. In the face of such unparalleled power, they were no more than ants, their fates entirely beyond their control. In the realm of the extraordinary, levels such as life wheel, divine connection, enlightenment, and ascendance might signify strength in the outside world. However, before king-level experts, particularly those from the Changxing family and the undying Holy Land, they were as insignificant as insects, easily extinguished with a mere wave. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu had successfully escaped the Grand Array. In truth, there was no need for flight. Should Gu Changge encounter mortal peril, the guardian behind him could effortlessly annihilate their pursuers. Yet the guardian was not a trump card. It served merely as a precaution. If every danger necessitated the guardian's intervention, no matter how formidable the prodigy, they would never truly grow. Even if they ultimately achieved profound cultivation, they would remain nothing more than a decorative vase. Brother Changge, that fellow we mentioned earlier has been tailing us. Ji Ruyu indicated towards the rear, remaining close to Gu Changge. Indeed, I have noticed, Gu Changge replied, nodding before halting his steps, prompting Ji Ruyu to do the same. Yi Chun, having already followed them out of the Grand Array, could not possibly evade their detection. Thus, upon observing Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu's pause, he approached them, smiling and greeting, Son of Changge, Fairy Ruyu, it is a pleasure to see you both again. You possess keen insight to have followed us out of the Grand Array. Gu Changge regarded Yi Chun with an inscrutable expression, sensing an odd familiarity in his demeanor. This sensation was reminiscent of his interactions with Gu Qingxiu. Thus, Gu Changge began to form a tentative understanding of Yi Chun, the child of destiny. However, he felt the need for further verification. If Yi Chun were indeed a reincarnator, he could be of immense utility, unlike Gu Qingxiu, who was his bound companion and kin. Yi Chun, the child of fate, was a figure whose current alignment appeared misaligned with Gu Changge's interests. In regard to such a potential asset, Gu Changge intended to extract every ounce of value before ultimately eliminating him. Simply killing him would be a waste. If Yi Chun truly possessed the secrets of a reincarnator, he would undoubtedly harbor extraordinary treasures. Such artifacts would serve as Yi Chun's ultimate trump card, wielding unfathomable powers. Should it come to a deadly confrontation, meticulous preparation would be necessary to ensure Yi Chun had no escape. Feeling the weight of Gu Changge's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Chun became uneasy, as though all his secrets were laid bare before him. He understood this was no mere illusion. Gu Changge was likely employing his heavy pupil observation technique. Suppressing his anxiety, he forced a smile, saying, I have long sensed the extraordinary nature of Son of Changge and Fairy Ruyu. In perilous times, it is only prudent to follow you for survival. Now that you are out, should we not part ways? Gu Changge showed no mercy, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. Yi Chen's smile faltered, his expression stiffening. Meanwhile, Jiryu remained impassive, fully supporting Gu Changge's decisions, particularly the expulsion of Yi Chen, who clearly harbored ulterior motives. Yi Chen's mind raced. Without Jiryu's presence, how would he navigate this situation? Cursing his luck for the unexpected emergence of Gu Changge, he finally formulated a retort, a semblance of desperation crossing his face. Son of Changge, we are all fugitives here. Those attackers clearly targeted Fairy Ryu. They may have set their sights on you as well. Keeping me around could bolster our strength, possibly aiding in our defense. Apologies, but that won't be necessary. Gu Changge replied, shaking his head, his eyes narrowed as he appraised Yi Chen. Moreover, those who can assist me are unlikely to be mere adversaries like you. Yi Chen felt a sting from Gu Changge's words, questioning his own worth. What the Chongqing family? Were they truly invincible? He was a reincarnator, endowed with a resurrection stone, and given time, he would prove himself. Yi Chen's heart raced, blood rushing to his eyes as he contemplated confronting Gu Changge, ready to reveal some hidden power, eager to vent his frustrations. However, just as he was poised to act, a mocking voice interjected from the side, accompanied by an overpowering aura. Oh, I heard from the elder that the divine maiden of the Ji family had escaped. I assumed you had fled, yet here you are, merely chatting. A slender figure emerged, adorned with black horns and crimson eyes, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. He appeared as a dragon man with red eyes, the offspring of Yazi Xian. As Yazi Xian stepped forward, his gaze fixated hungrily on Jiryu, his eyes brimming with avarice. Chapter 80. The astonishing confrontation with Yixian. Under the penetrating gaze of Yixian, Jiryu felt an overwhelming discomfort, ultimately seeking refuge behind Gu Changge, revealing a pair of disdainful eyes directed at him. Upon witnessing Yixian's emergence, Yi Chen was struck with a mixture of surprise and anger. The surprise stemmed from Yixian's appearance in his previous life. Jiryu should have been fleeing at this moment. The anger arose from the presence of Gu Changge, whose aura, as previously displayed, was not necessarily inferior to that of Yixian. Moreover, the way Yixian looked at Jiryu filled him with displeasure. In Yi Chen's heart, she was his designated companion. Are you the young master mentioned by the assailants? Gu Changge inquired, arching an eyebrow as she scrutinized Yixian. Indeed, who are you? Why are you by Jiryu's side? Yixian responded, momentarily diverting his gaze from Jiryu to Gu Changge, his brow slightly raised. From Gu Changge's demeanor, it was evident that she, like Jiryu, was an extraordinary individual, perhaps even a prodigy of the Ji family. Curiosity piqued, Yixian asked, could it be that you are Ji Haoyu? No. Gu Changge shook her head, smiling as she introduced herself. I am Gu Changge. Gu Changge. Yixian echoed, the name ringing a bell. In the next moment, his eyes gleamed with a terrifying battle intent as he exclaimed, you are the prodigious dual-eyed one of the celestial Gu family. Gu Changge. Gu Changge nodded affirmatively. Upon confirming her identity, a wicked grin spread across Yixian's face. Excellent. I have long heard of the ancient power of the dual-eyed ones, yet I have never had the chance to witness it. I never expected to not only capture the goddess of the Ji family's yin-yang divine body, but also to defeat a prodigy of the dual eyes. Ha ha! Once this news spreads, my name will surely resonate throughout the myriad clans. Gu Changge observed Yixian, filled with a whimsical air, and her lips twitched slightly. This individual certainly exuded confidence. Yet, she was also curious about Yixian. Jiryu had recently mentioned that Yixian's clan was a pure-blooded beast force, leaving her wondering about their origins. What manner of person are you? Gu Hangyi contraried. Yixian refrained from disclosing his name outright, despite his bravado. He remained cautious of Gu Changge, given that she was the scion of the celestial Gu family. There was a possibility she possessed some extraordinary life-saving treasures, and should she relay this information back to her clan, it would spell trouble for him. With a cold smirk, Yixian replied, I shall reveal it to you when you are on the brink of death. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yixian, engulfing the surroundings. He held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. This act was not only a means of revenge against the celestial Ji family, but also an attempt to abduct Ji, who had just awakened her yin-yang divine body. With such a divine body aiding in dual cultivation, his cultivation would soar rapidly. But such an act would inevitably incur the wrath of the celestial Ji family. Thus, he intended to eradicate all witnesses. In this blood-soaked sea, Gu Changge, Ji and Yi Chun felt like mere leaves on a turbulent ocean, at risk of being submerged at any moment. The roar of the waves reverberated like thunder. Suddenly, Yixian stood atop a blood sea towering dozens of feet high, surrounded by mountains of corpses, the dense killing intent almost solidifying the void around him. Kill! Yixian summoned a massive blood hand from the sea of corpses, directing it towards Gu Changge. Seeing this, Ji moved to assist Gu Changge. But Gu Changge held her back, stepping forward and confidently declaring, "You need not intervene. This fellow is even inferior to your cousin, Hao Yu." A resounding roar echoed as Gu Changge unleashed a punch. The terrifying power of his physique erupted, sending shockwaves into the sky. In that moment, Gu Changge resembled an ancient giant, striking forth with a force that shattered the blood hand conjured by Yixian. Yixian's eyes widened in disbelief, his arrogant demeanor instantly faltering. What? He bellowed incredulously. How could his full-strength attack be so easily dismantled by Gu Changge? It was unfathomable. Impressive strength, Gu Changge remarked, gazing at Yixian standing amidst the blood sea. You need not inform me of your lineage. Your actions reveal your identity. You are indeed of the Yi clan, known for their fierce retribution. It appears the tales are true, and the animosity between the celestial Ji family and your clan runs deep. Yet I never anticipated you would attempt to abduct a goddess of the Ji family. Snapping out of his astonishment, Yixian glared at Gu Changge, his face darkening. Aren't you a dual-eyed one? How do you possess such formidable physical strength? Who said a dual-eyed one cannot cultivate their physique? Gu Changge retorted, casting a glance at Yixian. His dual eyes glimmered with an ancient depth, exuding an ethereal radiance as he stepped forward onto the blood sea, confronting Yixian. However, since you claim that I cannot keep you, I must ensure that you cannot leave either. Given your murderous intent, I shall not hold back. In fact, I have no intention of allowing you to leave alive. An alien prodigy is not worth sparing. Ha ha! Your physical prowess is indeed surprising. But do you truly believe that mere brute strength combined with dual eyes is enough to detain me? Yixian scoffed, attempting to belittle Gu Changge. Yet Gu Changge did not grant him the opportunity to continue his taunts. Utilizing the Great Void technique, he appeared beside Yixian in an instant. The sudden appearance startled Yixian, prompting him to retreat, only to find his throat gripped tightly by a massive purple hand. Why do you find this impossible? Who instilled such courage in you? Gu Changge's dual eyes, reminiscent of an ancient, serene abyss, caused a chill to run down Yixian's spine. However, regaining his composure, Yixian roared, Gu Changge, how dare you insult me? Release me. Chapter 81. Suppression of Yixian. Yixian struck at the violet hand, gripping his neck. A transparent wave of energy erupted, revealing the immense power contained within. In an instant, the violet handprint shattered into countless fragments, allowing Yixian to seize the opportunity and leap away from Gu Changge. Gu Changge did not pursue. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing indifferently at the distance between himself and Yixian. Behind them, Ji watched Gu Changge's imposing demeanor with admiration shining in her large eyes. To Ji Yixian was no less formidable than her brother, Ji Haoyu. Yet, in the face of Gu Changge, he was instantly subdued. In terms of speed, presence, and authority, Yixian crumbled before him. How magnificent! Ji thought joyfully, while Yi Chen's expression darkened, observing Gu Changge basking in the limelight and Ji Ryu's delight. Yi Chen clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why flaunt your prowess? If you have the ability to defeat him, why not simply eliminate him? Surely you are not afraid of repercussions from the clan? Yi Chen desperately wished for Gu Changge to vanquish Yixian. If that were to happen, the clan would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Chongqing Ji family and the Chongqing Gu family. That would establish a formidable enemy for the Gu family. An enemy of an enemy can indeed become a friend. However, Yichen noticed that Gu Changge was currently locked in confrontation with Yixian, and Ji Ruyu stood alone. He felt this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. His eyes lit up as he turned to Ji Ruyu and whispered, "Fairy Ruyu, Gu Changge is engaged in battle, and there may be other foes lurking nearby. I possess a natural sensitivity to danger and can sense hidden threats. If you were to encounter peril, it might distract Gu Changge. Perhaps you should inform him, and we could retreat while he follows." Ji Ruyu was intently watching Gu Changge confront his adversary when she heard a voice beside her. She frowned and glanced at Yichen. As she listened to his words, she added him to her mental blacklist. Her brother, Gu Changge, was fighting to protect her against a formidable foe, and this person suggested abandoning him to flee first? How treacherous and cowardly. She would not stoop to the level of such a person. Yichen, upon noticing Ji Ruyu's attention shift towards him, felt a flicker of hope. If Ji Ruyu were to ally with him. Yet, before he could entertain further thoughts, Ji Ruyu's gaze returned to the battle, and he sensed a hint of murderous intent within her eyes, as if he were already a ghost. "Fairy Ruyu, did you hear me?" Yichen suppressed his unsettling feelings and continued to inquire. Unfortunately, the energy imbued with his words was repelled as it neared Ji Ruyu. Seeing this, Yichen's face turned ashen. Damn it, didn't she claim to be naive? Why would she refuse such a clearly advantageous suggestion? She outright rejected my transmission. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Gu Changge, whose mastery over spiritual energy had reached a terrifying zenith, subtly curled the corners of his lips and glanced at Yichen before redirecting his focus. Across from him, Yixian, recalling the moment he faltered under Gu Changge's pressure, felt rage burning fiercely within him. So, this is the power of the innate double pupils and the void technique of the Changsheng Gu family. To think I would be humiliated so easily. Fueled by anger, Yixian resolved to seek vengeance immediately, aware that this moment of weakness could fester into a psychological demon. A year or two older than me, and with some talent. He thinks he can dominate the younger generation across the realms? Vengeance? That depends on whether you possess the capability. With his double pupils activated, Gu Changge's aura surged with intense void energy. With a mere gesture, a violet handprint emerged from the void, reaching out to grasp Yixian. As Yixian observed the descending handprint, he roared defiantly, summoning a sea of blood to form a protective barrier above him. The handprint collided with the blood barrier, sending forth a cacophony of tumultuous waves and a terrifying surge of crimson energy. Some talent, huh? You dare say that? I see your cultivation is merely at the 6th level of the life will realm. What do you think you could do against me in the godly realm? Blood Sea Avatar. With a resounding crash, Yixian unleashed the power of his Blood Sea, shattering Gu Changge's descending handprint. He formed intricate seals, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal blood-colored giant rose behind him. Yixian summoned his innate divine ability, shaping his blood figure into a force of astonishing power. The 100-foot giant stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its weight. With a punch, the giant leaned forward, exuding an oppressive force that was nearly suffocating. In the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Gu Changge merely raised his gaze and stepped forward, arriving before Yixian in an instant. Get lost. Yixian, anticipating Gu Changge's approach, gathered the Blood Sea's power into a blood fist, aiming to thrust Gu Changge away into the giant's attack range. Ha! Gu Changge scoffed, raising his own fist as the colossal particles roared forth, colliding with Yixian's blood fist. Boom! The overwhelming blood energy enveloped both Gu Changge and Yixian in an instant. At that moment, the blood-colored giant Yixian had summoned transformed into a torrent of crimson that surged toward them, creating an area engulfed in what seemed like liquid blood. Brother Changge. Ji Ruyu gasped in shock at this sight. Yichen, on the other hand, was filled with elation. Yes, in that space, eliminate Gu Changge. Des 1. In your past life, you were among the top 30 of the True Dragon rankings, the 29th True Dragon Prodigy. Though Gu Changge ranks 5th, he has yet to fully realize his potential. You can definitely defeat him. However, before Jiryu's exclamation could fade, and before Yi Chun could revel in his thoughts. A resounding explosion erupted from the blood sea. In the next moment, a figure plummeted from the blood sea, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ji Ruyu's heart tightened, but when she discerned the identity of the fallen figure, she was stunned. For it was none other than Yixin himself. Chapter 82. The guardian of a Yazi clan beside him. Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the descent of Yixin from the heavens. Could it be? So swiftly had the victor emerged, and yet he was cast down by another. Is Yixin truly so inept? What transpired above moments ago? Lying on the ground, Yixin spat forth a mouthful of blood, his crimson eyes widening in horror as he gazed at Gu Changge, stammering incredulously. You. How is this possible? What did you do? Yi Chun was taken aback by Yixin's words. Even the principal party was oblivious to how Gu Changge had bested him. Was this a jest? Ji Ryu, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts. Observing Yixin's astonished expression directed upwards, she lifted her gaze to the sky and found Gu Changge standing there, serene and unyielding, like an ethereal being untouched by earthly woes. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. In her heart, as long as Gu Changge was unharmed, all was well. The sight of Gu Changge ensnared within a snowball by Yixin had nearly compelled her to intervene. Reflecting on her earlier panic, Ji Ryu chided herself for her impulsiveness whenever Gu Changge faced peril. Gu Changge remained poised in the void, surveying the astonished Yixin below. With a single step, he traversed the distance between them in an instant. The art of great void, characterized by its elusive nature, was employed flawlessly by Gu Changge. He now stood before the disheveled Yixin, who exuded a faint aura of defeat. With a gentle smile, Gu Changge remarked, "If you wish to know, you may inquire below with those I have vanquished." As he spoke, he extended a finger, unleashing a terrifying violet radiance that flickered at his fingertips. Yixin's pupils constricted as he beheld this sight, enveloped in an aura of death. Fear washed over him, for he sensed the lethal intent emanating from Gu Changge. "You, Gu Changge, let's speak amicably," Yixin hastily implored. Yet Gu Changge's finger did not waver. As Gu Changge's finger drew nearer, Yixin's bravado faltered, revealing a quivering voice. "You cannot. I am a pure blood of the Yazi clan, a noble beast of pure lineage. Do you comprehend the esteem in which we are held among the other clans? Should you slay me, you would incur the wrath of my clan, much like the Changxingji family. Do you wish to create enmity with the Yazi clan?" At this juncture, Gu Changge's finger halted just a mere centimeter from Yixin's brow. Perceiving the murderous intent that lingered, Yixin swallowed hard, a flicker of hope illuminating his features. "Yes, rest assured, after this battle, I shall no longer be your foe. I shall abide by my principles. Yet considering your guardian's presence, I shall reluctantly spare your life. Would it suffice if I extend you this courtesy?" Gu Changge's words rendered Yixin momentarily speechless. Ji Ryu and Yi Chun were equally astonished. However, Yi Chun quickly shifted his gaze to Gu Changge's side. Indeed, there stood an elderly figure with flowing white hair, yet possessing a youthful visage. An individual of saintly prowess who had somehow appeared beside Gu Changge. His keen perception immediately identified the presence of a quasi-saint. The figure standing next to Gu Changge was a quasi-saint, not a full saint. In this context, a quasi-saint was a figure to be revered, as full saints were the forebears of the Changshang families. To think that Yixin had the protection of a quasi-saint. It was no wonder he had once ranked 29th on the True Dragon list. Yet, following this battle, it was likely that his resolve would be compromised, limiting his future potential. Contemplating this, Yi Chun turned his gaze to Gu Changge, pondering the identity of his own protector. Was it a quasi-saint, a saint, or perhaps even an emperor? The thought filled him with envy. Though he harbored disdain for the powerful factions, he could not deny the allure of such advantageous backgrounds. They were born into privilege, spared the toil of acquiring resources, focused solely on cultivation, and shielded by formidable guardians, free from the fear of mortal peril. How could one not envy such a fate? Ji Ryu also recognized the quasi-saint of the Yazi clan standing beside Gu Changge. Yi Yu regarded Gu Changge with profound admiration, exclaiming, the human race frequently gives birth to extraordinary talents and prodigies. Now, the son of Changge stands among them. Ordinary talents would surely struggle against you. For though the human race is inherently frail, their potential is nonetheless formidable, even instilling fear in the myriad beast clans. Your praise is unwarranted. This battle concludes with Yixian's defeat. Quasi-Saint Yu observed the defeated Yixian slumped beside Gu Changge, shaking his head in disappointment. His brilliance was dimmed before he even entered the world, and his future achievements were likely to be limited. Nonetheless, even so, Yixian's innate gifts were still worthy of cultivation, though he may never reach the pinnacle. However, I fear I cannot simply allow him to depart, Gu Changge asserted, unwavering before the quasi-saint. Dadu Fronith, does the son of Changge have more to say? His expression soured. As a quasi-saint, he had already shown considerable leniency in praising Gu Changge and personally intervening to safeguard him. Was this not sufficient? You of the Yazi clan plotted to abduct the Ji family-esque goddess, Ji Ruyu, and even intended to take my life. Now that he has been defeated by me, how can you simply take him away? Would others not assume that the Chongqing Gu family and the Chongqing Ji family fear your Yazi clan? Yi Yu's face darkened at Gu Changge's words, yet he was compelled to concede the validity of his argument. What are your conditions? Speak freely. Yi Yu begrudgingly acknowledged the reality, for he sensed the presence of a force surrounding him that instilled a sense of danger, even to him. Let him swear an oath to the heavens, bowing his head and yielding to me in the future, and never again to act against the goddess of the Ji family. And your Yazi clan shall refrain from any further hostilities against the Chongqing Ji family. Gu Changge's words were delivered with an air of calmness, yet the implications were explosive. Beside him, Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically. To compel a pure-blooded son of the Yazi clan to yield? Such audacity was astonishing. The Yazi clan was inherently bloodthirsty, and their pride knew no bounds. Gu Changge would likely face retribution from this quasi-saint guardian. Ji Ruyu, too, was taken aback, though her heart swelled with gratitude. This was not merely a defense of herself, but also a safeguard for the Chongqing Ji family. Dadu is knitted. Son of Changge, do you truly believe your demands are feasible? Who among the 3,000 realms does not know that the Yazi clan is irreverent? Should we clash, it would simply be a matter of course. We are irreverent because we have yet to encounter an existence that instills fear. He glared at Gu Changge. Gu Changge met Yixian's defiant gaze. The latter's blood boiled with indignation, yet Gu Changge's next words froze the fervor within his mind. If you refuse to submit, I shall slay you on the spot, regardless of your quasi-saint guardian's presence. Chapter 83. Who said to let Yixian go? Yixian fell silent, while the expression of Yu, the quasi-saint, darkened immediately. This Gu Changge dared to threaten his protective target right in front of him. Was that not exceedingly audacious? Just as Yu was about to speak, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him, instilling a sense of dread akin to divine retribution, a colossal mountain pressing down upon him. Even as a quasi-saint, he felt as if he were gazing up at an incomprehensible figure towering above the heavens. Such a situation could only arise from one of two possibilities, either a saint above the quasi-saint level or an emperor. Yet, regardless of which it was an existence far beyond his capacity to contend with. This operation was already lacking in justification, and even if he were to be killed, he could only succumb to impotent rage. Cold sweat beaded on Yu's forehead as he felt a painful twist in his heart. Damn it! How'd I encounter Gu Changge? What do you mean? Gu Changge regarded Yu with a calm demeanor. Beside him, Yixian seethed with anger, unsure of how to express it, as there was an intimidating presence lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. Meanwhile, Yu could only hope that Yixian would exhibit some semblance of humility, allowing him to vent his frustrations and flee. However, before that thought could fully form, Gu Changge's next action left him wide-eyed. You seem quite defiant. If that is the case, do not blame me. It is only fitting that I eliminate you. Gu Changge waved his hand, conjuring a colossal hand from the void that grasped Yixian's head. No, Yixian attempted to protest, but his head exploded in an instant. This abrupt turn of events left Yu in a state of shock, while Yi Chun and Ji Ruyu stood astonished. unable to fathom how swiftly Gu Changge had dealt the fatal blow. In truth, Gu Changge had never intended to spare him. What a joke. Having made such a lethal move, would he allow the other party to merely swear an oath and escape? His previous actions were merely to lower the guard of this quasi-saint protector, as it was exceedingly difficult for Gu Changge, with his 6th-level fate wheel cultivation, to slay someone under the watchful gaze of a quasi-saint. Well done. Haha, the Changxing Gu clan will surely suffer the consequences from the clan. Yi Chun exclaimed with delight at the scene, especially hoping that Yu, in his fury, would execute Gu Changge on the spot, denying him any chance of a proper burial. Yu was momentarily stunned, but the next instant, an overwhelming rage filled his chest. You seek death. Boom. The terrifying aura of the quasi-saints surged forth like a dragon awakening, causing the very void to tremble and the skies to darken. Even Gu Changge, Ji Yu, and Yi Chun felt as if a primordial divine mountain pressed upon them, suffocating their breath. Just as Yi was about to strike in his fury, he suddenly froze, his complexion draining of color as the aura of the quasi-saint vanished entirely from him. How dare the insignificant Yi clan lay hands on the scion of the Changxing Gu clan? A voice resonated through the heavens. Sweat trickled down Yu's forehead as he looked up in fear. Gu Changge killed my pure-blooded genius first. Is it wrong for me to be enraged? Indeed it is. The chilling voice echoed. The 3,000 domains have privately agreed that the younger generation should contend amongst themselves, and the older generation shall not intervene. Moreover, your Yi clan initiated the ambush. What is wrong with slaying a pure-blooded Yi offspring? Not only shall I kill him, but I shall also sever one of your limbs. The cold voice reverberated through the skies. Yu, overwhelmed with rage and terror, retorted, You dare? Do you wish to provoke a war between the Yi clan and the Changxing Gu clan? Ha! If you have the ability, then summon your Yi clan. The voice in the sky sneered, and before Yu could react, half of his body suddenly exploded. Boom! Ah! Yi Xian screamed, his complexion turning ashen. Yi Chun, witnessing the scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the Changxing Gu clan was not to be trifled with. Was this what you meant by severing a limb? You nearly obliterated half of his body. All right, if you dare utter another word, you may very well remain here. The indifferent voice seemed to understand the temperament of the Yi clan, and before Yi Xian could respond, the murderous tone silenced Yu. Without a word, Yu stepped into the void and vanished. In an instant, a quasi-saint had been reduced to half a body. Yi Chen understood that Gu Changge as protector must be of a cultivation level exceeding 5 layers of sainthood, even at his peak in a previous life. He had only achieved this level of cultivation. Gu Changge possessed a high-ranking saint as his protector. It was truly enviable. These top-tier forces elicited both admiration and resentment. Once Yu departed, Gu Changge turned his gaze to the heavens, offering a slight bow with a smile. I did not expect the esteemed ancestor Gu Yang to protect me. I am deeply grateful for your guardianship. Haha, Changge. If I do not protect my own kin of the Changxing Gu clan, who else would I defend? Ancestor Gu Yang laughed heartily, stepping forth from the void. Unlike the supreme presence that Yi Xian had exuded earlier, Ancestor Gu Yang had returned to simplicity, appearing almost like a mortal. Even saints are but mortals, as once articulated by the most supreme of beings. However, only those who have truly traversed the realm of saints comprehend the depth of this statement, a truth that Gu Changge remained unaware of. I pay my respects to Ancestor Gu Yang. Ji Yu approached Gu Changge, having witnessed the battle's conclusion, and respectfully bowed to Ancestor Gu Yang. Well, this is our first meeting. Allow me to present you with a small gift. I hope you do not find it lacking in preparation. Ancestor Gu Yang gazed at Ji Yu as though he beheld the future bride of the Changxing Gu clan and produced a jade pendant depicting yin and yang fish swimming. This yin-yang swimming fish jade pendant is a trinket I discovered during my travels. It perfectly suits you. It can autonomously convert spiritual energy into yin-yang energy, accelerating your refining speed. It can also store yin-yang energy, enhancing your endurance in battle. Furthermore, it has calming and protective properties. Here, take it. Ancestor Gu Yang handed the jade pendant to Ji Yu. Seeing this, Ji Yu glanced at Gu Changge, who nodded with a smile. If Ancestor offers it to you, then accept it. All right, Ji Ruyu replied, bowing deeply to Ancestor Gu Yang as she accepted the pendant. Thank you, Ancestor. Upon receiving the Yin-Yang swimming fish jade pendant, Ji Ruyu felt an immediate sense of affinity and satisfaction. After gifting Ji Ruyu, Ancestor Gu Yang turned his attention back to Gu Changge, narrowing his eyes with a smile. I presumed you would let that Yuxian go. I did not expect you to act so decisively. If I were to spare Yuxian, I am certain that Ancestor would be greatly disappointed. Gu Changge replied with a nonchalant smile. Chapter 84. The Unashamed Yi Chun. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang nodded in agreement. Naturally, the Changsheng Gu family has never shied away from challenges, nor do we fear any power. If you choose to spare that pure-blood Yazi this time, I would begin to doubt my judgment. However, your final intervention was quite unexpected. Surely, you must have taken such seemingly lenient measures to ensure absolute certainty? Gu Yang concluded, his expression one of unwavering confidence. Indeed, Gu Yang's speculation was not misplaced. After all, the level of a quasi-saint is something Changge cannot currently approach. I am aware that I undoubtedly have protectors standing behind me. Should the adversary strike, the elder would not remain idle. My unexpected strike would catch their protector off guard, just as the elder was taken aback. Gu Changge's words elicited hearty laughter from Gu Yang. You possess remarkable talent. You remain unflappable in the face of challenges. Moreover, you treat your kin with such grace and harmony. You truly are the best candidate to steer the Changsheng Gu family, and it seems I have not misjudged your potential. It is not merely your astounding talent that has designated you as the scion of the Changsheng Gu family. Enough. I shall not intrude upon your youthful endeavors any longer. You should prioritize the affairs of the Yin-Yang cave. Gu Yang Chuklet, turning his gaze toward the grand formation behind him. Within the grand formation, outside, the aura of the quasi-saint was overwhelming. Ji Dao and others had long ceased their skirmishes, focusing instead on the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Yeyu quasi-saint's protector, Ji Dao's expression shifted, preparing to summon an elder through a jade talisman. However, when Gu Yang revealed his aura and targeted the Yeyu quasi-saint, Ji Dao's apprehensions were alleviated. At that moment, Gu Yang's gaze seemed to pierce through the grand formation, landing squarely on the three king-level powers of the Yazi clan surrounding Ji Dao. Alarm bells rang in the minds of the three Yazi kings as they felt a chilling dread, akin to being marked by death itself. In a state of panic, they transformed into streaks of light and attempted to flee. Alas, it was futile. Gu Yang observed them, and with a mere flicker of profound runes in his eyes, the three figures exploded on the spot, without even a moment to utter a sound. Witnessing Gu Yang effortlessly eliminate the three king-level powers, Gu Changge's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Truly, the power of a saint is fearsome. I earnestly wish to reach that level soon. With the three king-level powers dealt with, Gu Yang's figure melded into the void, disappearing from sight. It was only then that Ji Dao approached. I must extend my gratitude to you, Changge, he expressed sincerely. It is no trouble. The credit belongs to the elder, Gu Changge replied, shaking his head. Ji Dao marveled. I did not anticipate that Changge would possess a saintly protector. It is indeed formidable, even including. At this juncture, Ji Dao fell silent, recognizing the elite status of figures like Ji Haoyue and Yayu, who were merely quasi-saint protectors themselves. After all, among the many Changsheng families, quasi-saints are still somewhat abundant. Yet true saints are exceedingly rare, often comprising less than a third of the quasi-saints. Each one represents the profound heritage of their clan. Deploying a saint for 24-hour protection is extraordinarily rare throughout the annals of the 3,000 realms. Only those who are young emperors or peerless prodigies attract such attention from saints. Clearly, Gu Changge is among such illustrious company. The Changsheng Gu family has invested heavily in Gu Changge. This decision was made by the family. I did not foresee it. Gu Changge smiled lightly. The conversation drew to a close. This battle had resulted in devastating losses for various sects accompanying the Changsheng Ji family. The Lord of Shueiyue nearly fell victim to the turmoil, almost departing this world in the process. Ji Dao gathered the disciples from various sects, stating, This incident is an unforeseen calamity for you. After our expedition to the Qinglian Cave concludes, the Changxingji family will make every effort to compensate you, be it elixirs, divine weapons, or the inheritance of techniques. We shall provide it all. You need not accompany us further. You may depart at your discretion. The disciples of Shuai nodded fervently. Receiving compensation was most welcome, especially without further obligations. Although they had suffered considerable losses when weighed against the potential recompense from the Changxing family, losing a few members was entirely acceptable. Those affected by the battle could only lament their misfortune. However, while the leaders, elders, and disciples of various sects were pleased, Yichan's countenance was far from joyful. Was this truly the end of his journey? Where was the excitement he had envisioned? Traveling alongside the goddess and igniting sparks of connection? What about showcasing his masculinity and broadening his horizons? All had vanished. Gu Changge, always Gu Changge. Yichan felt a sense of numbness as his emotions shifted from anger and embarrassment to a simmering resentment. He clearly understood that Gu Changge was like a nightmare. Wherever he went, misfortunes would invariably follow. Yet, even with this realization, Yichan had no choice but to endure. Should he provoke Gu Changge, he might meet a dire fate. Changge, like the Jade Fairy, I possess the extraordinary ability to uncover treasures, which could aid you both in locating the inheritance within the Qinglian Cave. Yichan boldly offered his assistance, initially urging Ji Ruyu to escape with him. He now shamelessly sought to present himself as invaluable. Gu Changge could not help but regard Yichan with newfound respect. How audacious! Meanwhile, the Lord of Shuai was taken aback by Yichan's audacity in recommending himself before Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, especially with such an exceedingly rare treasure-seeking ability. He was truly remarkable. No need, Gu Changge replied with a sidelong glance at Yichan, his tone indifferent. Yichan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an abrupt rejection. Nonsense. It would be foolish to allow you to accompany us with ulterior motives towards my woman. Ruyu. Yichan turned to Ji Ruyu, his eyes brimming with hope, desperate for her agreement. I shall heed my brother Changji's counsel, Ji Ruyu replied, casting Yichan a dismissive glance. Yichan was frantic, feeling as if all doors had closed on him. I truly possess an unparalleled treasure-seeking technique. I can help. Observing Yichan's increasingly desperate attempts, the Lord of Shui's expression darkened. How brazen! The esteemed figures had already made their refusal clear. Yet he persisted in his unwelcome advances, oblivious to the potential consequences of his actions. The presence of these two giants meant that if one were to become incensed, summoning a quasi-saint to obliterate their sect would be a trivial matter. Unbeknownst to Yichan, the Lord of Shuai and the disciples around him were growing visibly displeased. As he prepared to display his abilities, the elders and disciples from other sects could no longer contain their disdain. Where did this bumpkin come from? Daring to offend these esteemed figures? Has he lost his senses? Quickly, someone take him away. We cannot afford to be embarrassed by this fool. Chapter 85. I shall slay you, Gu Changge. Upon hearing the surrounding voices, the Lord of Shuai wore an increasingly dark expression. However, considering Yichan's talents, which were not inferior to those of some prominent sect disciples, and his proficiency in source arts, he decided to intervene. Rebellious disciple, since this young master and Miss Ji do not wish to take you along, why do you not retreat gracefully? He approached Yichan and chastised him sternly, then turned to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, his expression instantly transforming into a smile. My apologies, esteemed guests. My rebellious disciple may be overly eager to showcase himself, thus losing his senses. Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance at Yichan and chuckled lightly. No need for concern. I am indifferent to him. Of course. How could someone of such stature as the young master bother with an ordinary person? The Lord of Shuai nodded repeatedly. This display nearly incited Yichan's fury to the heavens. How dare this old man make decisions on his behalf? Yet, recalling that his current cultivation was still beneath that of the Lord of Shuai and feeling the hostile gazes of the crowd fixed upon him, he ultimately swallowed his indignation, lowering his head and remaining silent. Just take him back, then, Gu Changge said nonchalantly. Very well, We shan't intrude upon the young master any longer." The Lord of Shueihua nodded and promptly grasped Yi Chen's shoulder, urging, "Come, return with me." Yi Chen nodded with lowered brows. Ji Dao did not intervene. He had encountered many seeking to climb the social ladder. If one were to become displeased, it would be simple to eliminate them later. With the Lord of Shueihua taking Yi Chen away, he chose to give the former face, as Shueihua sect was also unwaveringly loyal to the Changshengji family. Each sect returned to their respective domains with their disciples. Although there were casualties this time, the compensation from the Changshengji family was a significant boon. After all, assisting in the Yingyang cave would merely grant entry. Any opportunities would depend solely on oneself, and one would still need to assist Ji Ruyu in acquiring the Yingyang cave's inheritance. The comparison made it abundantly clear which was the more advantageous path. Gu Changge's gaze followed the departing Shueihua sect, his eyes flickering with intent. He was already contemplating the assassination of Yi Chen. By applying sufficient pressure on Yi Chen, he could compel him to exhaust all known opportunities, then seize them for himself. What a delightful prospect! Even if he could not eliminate him, he certainly would not allow Yi Chen to frolic freely before him. "Brother Changge, that Yi Chen, I feel it would be prudent for us to maintain our distance from him. He seems to harbor some ulterior motives," Ji Ruyu remarked. Her gaze also fixed on the direction of Shueihua sect's departure. "During the battle, I overheard his communication with you. He likely has his sights set on you." Gu Changge withdrew his gaze and looked at Ji Ruyu, gently stroking her head. "It is no wonder. You are exceedingly beautiful, and, as a Yingyang divine body, a goddess of the Changsheng lineage, it is no surprise that Yi Chen would take an interest in you. I would never be attracted to such a person," Ji Ruyu replied, her cheeks reddening, glancing shyly at Gu Changge. "If I were to seek someone, it would be someone like Brother Changge." Gu Changge chuckled at her response. Meanwhile, Ji Dao turned his head away, pretending not to see the exchange. Nonetheless, Gu Changge approached Ji Dao, saying, "Senior Ji Dao, I may need your assistance in concealing my and Ruyu's presence for a while." "What is the matter?" Ji Dao inquired, puzzled. "We must conceal ourselves and follow the Yi Chen. Did he not claim to possess a remarkable treasure-finding technique? How could Shueihua sect have such an inheritance? This man surely harbors great secrets." Gu Changge explained, a serious tone in his voice. "Most importantly, I sensed a killing intent directed at me from him. Earlier, with the Ji family's subordinate forces present, it was unwise to act. Now, if we resolve this, no one will suspect the Ji family." Ji Dao laughed in anger. Such audacity! A mere disciple of Shueihua sect dares to covet the attention of the godson Changge? Not only that, but he also sets his sights on the young lady. This is unforgivable. "Very well, I shall escort the godson and Miss Ryu, and afterward, we shall proceed to the Yingyang cave. The token to enter resides with me, so a slight delay poses no issue." With that, a radiant beam shot into the sky. Meanwhile, after departing with the Lord of Shueihua and the other disciples, Yi Chen was consumed by a furious blaze within, nearly incinerating him entirely. Yet, the Lord of Shueihua continued to lecture him. "You must learn to be patient in your eagerness to display your talents. Those esteemed individuals are not easily swayed by others. Should we attract their attention, it would propel us to lofty heights and open many doors. There will be future opportunities. Let this one pass." "I understand, Master." Yi Chen feigned calmness as he nodded, yet internally he was filled with disdain. How dare this insignificant creature, not even a king, attempt to instruct him? The trials he had faced across 3 lifetimes far surpassed any treasures this man had encountered, yet he dared to preach. "Very well, just remember to cultivate your composure. The time for you to compete against the foremost talents of the Changsheng family and the immortal sacred grounds is drawing near." "I understand. Master, I would like to find a place to vent my frustrations for a moment. Rest assured, I will return after. Letting off some steam is indeed beneficial. Go ahead." The Lord of Shueihua permitted, nodding. Yi Chen acknowledged and turned to leave. Observers misinterpreted his departure as a sign of being cast out by the Lord of Shueihua, prompting their mockery. "Ha! Does he think he can curry favor with those 2 esteemed individuals? He doesn't even recognize his own insignificance. Indeed, he believes his modest talent makes him special. Compared to them, he is but a firefly next to the moon." Good riddance. May he never return. Yichen took note of the derisive remarks floating around him, mentally cataloging each speaker. One day, when he returned with the goddess of the Changshang family or the holy maiden of the immortal sacred grounds, he would relish witnessing their expressions. However, their scorn only fueled the flames of his fury further. In a secluded area, Yichen unleashed a torrent of powerful attacks, causing the ground to crumble and forests to ignite, his might rivaling that of an ordinary deity. Yet, he was merely at the fate will stage. The child of destiny indeed had his advantages, were it not for Gu Changge's incessant interference. Yichen might have leveraged Ji Ruyu's identity and the opportunities behind her to rapidly ascend, closing in on the foremost echelon of prodigies. Gu Changge, you shall pay dearly for this. I will slay you. Yichen roared, throwing his head back and releasing his pent-up fury into the heavens. Chapter 86. Whom do you wish to kill? A precious treasure, severely wounded and fleeing. With a fierce howl, Yichen's breath quickened, panting heavily. His gaze icy. Very well. Though I have failed this time, other opportunities await. As he spoke, Yichen began to reflect on the events that would transpire. Since Gu Changge was following Ji Ruyu, it would be prudent for me to target Gu Qingxiu. This girl possesses innate supreme bones and is likely to attempt a breakthrough at the Bronze Immortal Palace soon. It was only after her venture into the Bronze Immortal Palace that the world recognized her extraordinary abilities. If I recall correctly, the Bronze Immortal Palace is situated in Central Continent, and there is only a month left. In her previous life, she faced immense hardships, often at odds with the Changsheng Gu family. While I am unaware of the specifics regarding her relationship with the Changsheng Gu family this time, it is reasonable to assume that she will, as in her past life, enter the Bronze Immortal Palace to seize opportunities. I shall accompany her then. I refuse to believe that I cannot succeed even once. As Yichen organized his thoughts regarding the imminent events, in the sky above, Ji Dao, cloaked in the concealed presence of Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, was filled with a chilling murderous intent upon hearing Yichen's howl. This boy must die. He undoubtedly deserves it, Gu Changge affirmed. Ji Ruyu glared at Yichen below, her small face filled with fury. Is he insane? We have never provoked him. It has always been he who has sought us out. Now that we wish to ignore him, he dares to threaten my brother Changge. He is nothing but a malevolent cultivator. Ji Ruyu struggled to articulate her disdain, resorting to every derogatory term she could muster against Yichen. Observing this, Gu Changge smiled lightly and remarked, some individuals, upon encountering misfortune, will inevitably drag down those connected to them. It is no surprise. Yichen is evidently one of those who harbors a grudging spirit. Friends are discarded once they have served their purpose. Enemies are annihilated without mercy. Gu Changge embodied the latter philosophy. The former was unnecessary. Such selfishness leaves little to cherish upon reaching the pinnacle of power. It is merely an empty shell of invincible strength. He is utterly intolerable, Ji Ruyu scoffed. Gu Changge found amusement in the situation and turned to Ji Dao beside him, saying, Senior Ji Dao, I implore you to take action. This individual harbors great secrets and likely possesses extraordinary treasures. Please exert your full strength. Understood. Without needing further persuasion from Gu Changge, Ji Dao was already inclined to act. In the next moment, Ji Dao stepped forward, his overwhelming kingly aura enveloping Yichen below like an ancient divine mountain. His voice, as frigid as eternal ice, radiated a terrifying killing intent that seemed capable of freezing the very air. Whom do you wish to kill? Below, having resolved his intentions, Yichen prepared to seize the opportunity to quietly depart from Shui's sect in pursuit of other fortunes. He aimed to elevate his power to the divine realm by the time the Bronze Immortal Palace opened, thus gaining an esteemed position before Gu Qingxiu. However, in the next instant, a dreadful kingly aura enveloped him, rendering his body as though it had plunged into an abyss of ice. The voice sounded eerily familiar. Ji Dao of the Changsheng Ji family. Yichen abruptly looked skyward. As anticipated, hovering 100 feet above him was a figure of remarkable bearing and terrifying presence, resembling a specter fixated upon him. Behind him stood Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu, appearing like a pair of celestial lovers. Yi Chun's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this scene. You dare to strike from the shadows. With a swift motion, Ji Dao formed his fingers into a blade and unleashed a torrent of blade energy toward Yi Chun below. You accuse us of plotting in secrecy while you seek to kill the son of Changge. The terrifying blade energy, akin to cleaving through the void, radiated a menacing edge that made Yi Chun feel as if he were being severed in twain. His soul froze, his blood congealed. Break! In such dire circumstances, Yi Chun, albeit momentarily distracted, managed to escape Ji Dao's kingly blade intent. Although he freed himself from Ji Dao's influence, he remained but a mere life-wheel realm cultivator. Just as Yi Chun regained his composure, the blade energy descended upon them. With a sickening sound, an arm was severed and sent soaring. Ji Dao's brow furrowed in astonishment upon witnessing this. A mere disciple of a minor sect, capable of breaking free from my blade intent? You truly hold great secrets. Ji Dao declared, launching another thunderous attack that engulfed 100 meters, the light of his blade threatening to eclipse the very colors of heaven and earth. Old dog, I will remember you. Yi Chun seethed. Changshang Gu family, Changshang Ji family, Gu Changge. One day I shall breach the gates of your lineage, forcing you to kneel and lick the dust at my feet. The disparity between the life-wheel realm and kingly realm spanned 4 vast realms. Even with the soul of a sage and various means of preservation, ordinary methods would prove futile in such circumstances. Yet, the absence of typical means did not imply the lack of hidden capabilities. As Ji Dao's blade light threatened to reduce Yi Chun to mere dust, a white jade stone, imbued with terrifying Dao intent, erupted from Yi Chun's brow. The moment this jade stone manifested, the dreadful essence of reincarnation seemed to reverse the flow of existence itself. Even Ji Dao's kingly blade light, ensnared by this force of reincarnation, quickly exuded a decaying aura before dissipating into a shower of luminous particles with a soft sound. What is this? Ji Dao gasped, taken aback. Is this a technique available to the life-wheel realm? Before Ji Dao could fully comprehend the situation, the white jade stone had enveloped Yi Chun, vanishing into the void in an instant. Moreover, as the jade stone tore through the fabric of space, a fissure appeared upon its previously intact surface. Enveloped in the radiance of the jade stone, Yi Chun, upon hearing the sound of the crack, contorted his face in pain, casting a furious glance at Gu Changge before resolutely plunging into the void. The light of reincarnation surged skyward, expanding across thousands of miles. The terrifying commotion immediately attracted the attention of powerful beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, with kingly auras erupting and even quasi-saint energy stirring. Gu Changge gazed at the spot where Yi Chun had vanished, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Is that Yi Chun's ultimate trump card? Such an overwhelming essence of reincarnation must indeed be the foundation of his resurrection. Gu Changge confirmed that Yi Chun was, as he had surmised, a reincarnated being akin to Gu Changge. How fascinating, truly fascinating. This world of fantasy is remarkable. As a transmigrator awakened to ancient wisdom, I find myself encountering 2 reincarnated natives. However, neither Gu Changge nor Yi Chun poses any threat to me. In fact, Gu Changge has already been thoroughly subdued. As for Yi Chun, with my own talents, coupled with the Longsheng lineage and my understanding of his hidden cards, should I still fail to prevail, I might as well hang myself on the spot. Chapter 87. Only by applying pressure can one become a qualified treasure hunter. How could this happen? Ji Ruyu's cheeks flushed with anger as she witnessed the scene before her. The elders of the Ji Dao clan had exerted their utmost effort, and indeed, this Yi Chun was highly suspicious. The treasure that had appeared on that person's forehead was likely an extraordinary artifact, one that even the most revered sages could not hope to attain. However, using such a treasure at the life-wheel realm would undoubtedly come at an unimaginable cost. Furthermore, that individual was gravely injured. Ultimately, it was the inadequacy of my own intervention. Ji Dao turned to Gu Changge and expressed his apologies, Divine Son Changge. I sincerely regret that I could not assist in eliminating this adversary, allowing such a formidable foe to remain at large. Not at all, Gu Changge replied, shaking his head. He had not expected Ji Dao to vanquish Yi Chun, considering that Yi Chun was the son of fortune in this world. If he truly was a reincarnator, his destiny would be exceedingly formidable, making him difficult to defeat. The goal was merely to ensure that the opponent would pay a steep price. After all, each time one compelled the adversary to bear a cost, it served to weaken them. As previously stated, only by applying sufficient pressure could Yi Chun be molded into a competent treasure hunter under my guidance. Let us proceed, Elder Ji Dao. It is time for us to venture into the Yin Yang Cave. Thousands of miles away, with a crack, the space shattered. A bloodied and weakened Yi Chun fell through the rift. His right hand was severed, his clothing and face drenched in blood. The use of the rebirth stone, this treasure, had inflicted irreversible damage upon his sacred soul. To restore himself would require an unknown duration of nurturing his soul. This directly impacted his cultivation speed, as well as his ability to seize opportunities, and it might even hinder his subsequent plans. He had originally intended to break through to the divine connection realm and then enter the bronze immortal palace with Gu Changge, thereby encountering the invincible female sovereign from his past life. However, it now seemed that not only was a breakthrough to the divine connection realm improbable, but he might also struggle to heal his soul before Gu Changge entered the bronze immortal palace. Cough. Lying on the ground, Yi Chun coughed heavily, feeling the pain of his severed right hand and the severe injuries to his soul. His eyes reddened with rage as he gritted his teeth. Gu Changge, I vow to avenge this grudge. With those words, Yi Chun struggled to rise. Despite his severed hand, as long as he possessed sufficient extraordinary treasures, restoration was still possible. However, forcibly utilizing the power of his soul to activate the rebirth stone and escape through the shattered void had left his soul gravely injured. The most pressing matter at hand was to seek a soul treasure to heal his soul injuries. Otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate, and prolonged deterioration could lead to irreversible harm. With this thought, Yi Chun dragged his battered body, gritting his teeth as he leaned against a nearby tree, then took out a pill to begin healing his wounds. Yin Yang Cave. This location lay within the territory of the Qinglian clan, a place where extreme yin and yang intertwined. Originally under the jurisdiction of the Shui West sect, upon discovering the anomalies here, they summoned the Qinglian clan for investigation. Subsequently, the Qinglian clan took control and allowed various major sects nearby to obtain entry quotas for exploration. Yin Yang Pool. The water here was chillingly deep and unfathomable. Surprisingly, due to the terrifying fusion of yin and yang energies surrounding the pool, a heavy mist enveloped the area, preventing sunlight from penetrating. While at the center of the pool seemed to lie a great sun concealed within. This was the entrance to the Yin Yang Cave, as entry to the Yin Yang Cave was restricted to those below the divine connection realm. It would be up to the divine Sun Changge and the young lady from here on. However, Ji Dao reassured them, rest assured, aside from the place of Yin Yang inheritance that you cannot explore, all other areas have been nearly purged of danger. Just be cautious when entering the inheritance location. Understood. Gu Changge nodded. Do not worry. With my presence, we shall face no issues. Ji Ryu clenched her fist and responded earnestly to Ji Dao. Gu Changge chuckled at her words. You are the protagonist here. I am merely passing through. Indeed, it is you, Brother Changge, who is the main force, Ji Dao chuckled, stroking his beard. Upon entering the pool, they could see the entrance at the bottom. As Ji Dao spoke, a token flew into the air above the Yin Yang pool. In an instant, the sun and moon converged, and the energies of yin and yang intertwined. A beam of spiritual light shot up into the sky from the Yin Yang pool. Let us go, Gu Changge beckoned to Ji Ryu, leaping into the Yin Yang pool. Ji Ryu followed closely behind. Upon entering the Yin Yang pool, the anticipated chill did not manifest. Instead, it felt somewhat warm. Even more astonishingly, while the pool appeared unfathomably deep from the outside, once inside, they could see the bottom, where the spiritual light was dense and clear. The Yin Yang pool was not particularly deep. Gu Changge and Ji Ryu descended only for a brief moment before reaching the bottom. Gazing at the entrance of the Yin-Yang cave, pulsating with spiritual light, Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu exchanged glances before soaring into the cave. A sensation of teleportation enveloped them. As Gu Changge's vision slightly distorted, it swiftly returned to clarity. What greeted his eyes was a verdant forest, rich in spiritual energy. More astonishingly, the sky above was a breathtaking sight, with a bright moon and blazing sun coexisting, creating a celestial realm where both day and night stood together. Ji Ruyu also marveled at the wonders of this place. Is this truly the Yin-Yang cave? I feel somewhat at ease, she remarked, blinking as she sensed the active Yin-Yang divine energy within her. Do you sense anything else unusual? Gu Changge inquired. The Yin-Yang cave had always existed, and the inheritance site had yet to be explored, likely waiting for a fated individual. Ji Ruyu, with her Yin-Yang divine body, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Unusual feelings? I do seem to have one. It feels as if something familiar is calling to me, Ji Ruyu remarked, her surprise evident as she looked at Gu Changge. Brother Changge, how did you know? Do you sense the special call as well? Gu Changge shook his head, not quite. I merely feel that the inheritance of the Yin-Yang cave remains unopened, perhaps due to the absence of a suitable individual. And you, Ruyu, with your Yin-Yang divine body, are perfectly suited for it, are you not? While not entirely baseless, his words were not completely true either. Of course I jest, having read numerous novels. If I did not recognize such tropes, then my previous readings would have been in vain. Oh, Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Gu Changge, feeling that he bore little resemblance to a mere youth from a prestigious family who had never ventured out into the world before. His insights and experiences were nothing short of those of a seasoned expert. Chapter 88. The Forces of Water and Fire. The Water-Fire Spirit Python Brother Changge. You are truly remarkable. Ji Ruyu finally expressed her admiration. Which direction do you sense it coming from? Let us proceed directly, Gu Changge inquired. As for Ji Ruyu's praise, naturally, it brought him a hint of joy, but it was merely that. This direction. Ji Ruyu closed her eyes for a moment to sense again, and then pointed behind her. Let us go. Gu Changge waved his hand, enveloping Ji Ruyu in spiritual energy, lifting her into the air as they transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the direction she had indicated. In a Yin-Yang cave that had been explored by countless others, aside from the inheritance, nothing else captured Gu Changge's interest, and Ji Ruyu likely felt the same. The two of them headed straight for the place of inheritance, intent on acquiring it. After flying for just over 100 miles, they beheld a desolate expanse of crimson land, seemingly devoid of life. Gu Changge paused, realizing that the terrain here exhibited the duality of water and fire. Although water and fire are inherently incompatible, with a clever arrangement of formations, one could cultivate a great terror. Such a terrain was considered mid-tier in the Source Heavenly Book and was frequently employed by top-tier powers. It's just ahead, Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu urged, feeling a compelling pull that encouraged her to hasten forward. There's no rush. This place harbors a significant celestial force. After all these years, it has likely nurtured something extraordinary. I believe I understand why the disciples of the sect entering the Yin-Yang cave have been unable to obtain the inheritance, Gu Changge remarked with a slight smile. The celestial force? Ji Ruyu's eyes widened in realization. Gu Changge was not only immensely talented and powerful, but also well-versed in source techniques, which were nothing short of astonishing. With this thought, Ji Ruyu felt Gu Changge shine even brighter in her eyes, akin to a formidable figure radiating brilliance. Indeed, observe this place. The duality of yin and yang is remarkably distinct. Gu Changge pointed towards a barren area that resembled scorched earth, stating, that side represents yang, and beneath the surface lies profound mysteries. As he spoke, he pressed a finger down. Boom! The crimson earth nearby suddenly collapsed. To Ji Ruyu's surprise, instead of a simple indentation, it resembled an array of delicacies cascading down, revealing a network of fiery red magma channels beneath. These magma channels were numerous and aligned, becoming increasingly dense as they approached them. There are so many magma rivers beneath the ground, Ji Ruyu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, as this is where the extreme yang energy converges. And on our side, Gu Changge replicated the action, and sure enough, beneath their feet, streams of liquid flowed towards the point where it met the crimson earth, resembling the terrain across the way. Identical, Ji Ryu exclaimed in awe. Ultimately, we arrive at the confluence of the two lands. There, if I'm not mistaken, lies the place of inheritance, Gu Changge stated with confidence. As he spoke, he pointed again, directing his focus towards the intersection of the magma and ordinary rivers. Boom! The ground crumbled once more. In that instant, as the earth split open, a surge of terrifying divine light erupted, radiating outward in waves of awe-inspiring brilliance. The reason why the disciples of Shuiwei sect could not locate the inheritance lay here. Furthermore, simply finding it was not enough, they would also need to. Gu Changge's gaze was fixed on the place where the divine light shot into the sky. Ji Ryu's beautiful eyes were equally transfixed. As the divine light manifested, she sensed a palpable summons, and her yin-yang divine body felt a thrill akin to encountering a beloved figure. Moreover, she sensed an eerie presence, as though something was awakening within that divine light. This was likely what Brother Changge referred to as the extraordinary entity that had been nurtured here. A roar, reminiscent of a terrifying ancient beast, suddenly erupted from within the divine light. In an instant, the sound waves dispersed, extinguishing the spiraling spiritual light. Moments later, a colossal form began to rise from the explosion of divine light. With the body of a dragon and the head of a serpent, it bore a singular horn, infused with terrifying powers of water and fire, signifying its fearsome nature. A python, a creature revered as a spiritual entity of heaven and earth. Gu Changge, drawing from his knowledge of the source heavenly book, immediately recognized this being. The water-fire spirit python, a celestial entity birthed through the forces of water and fire, nurtured by formations. Such beings inherently possess a protective consciousness, making them the ideal guardians. Gu Changge elaborated, this water-fire spirit python exudes a terrifying aura, having reached the divine realm. Moreover, being a product of heaven and earth, its true combat prowess is likely far more formidable than that of an ordinary being at the same level. It seemed that this yin-yang cave tested not only one's aptitude, but also the strength of its inheritors. Should one fail in either aspect, even upon reaching this place, retreat would be their only option. As a divine maiden of the Changshang family, Ji Ryu undoubtedly possessed treasures to deal with such a divine entity. However, given the current circumstances, her intervention was unnecessary. Furthermore, they needed to secure the inheritance before considering Ji Ryu's involvement. What extraordinary artifact will be returned this time? Gu Changge pondered with anticipation. Brother Changge, may I? Ji Ryu eagerly suggested, a gem emanating a chilling aura appearing in her hand. Without doubt, this gem contained the power of a formidable strike from a terrifying being. No, using such a precious item against this entity would be a tremendous waste, Gu Changge asserted, stepping forward to confront the water-fire spirit python. Allow me to handle this. As he approached the magnificent creature, Gu Changge's long hair billowed, his demeanor akin to that of a celestial being. An ethereal light surrounded him, his voice resonating with a melodic cadence that left onlookers entranced. Ji Ryu, witnessing Gu Changge's bravery, felt her cheeks flush with admiration. Upon its emergence, the water-fire spirit python noticed the two intruders disturbing its slumber and unleashed a furious roar at Gu Changge. The water-fire spirit python charged at Gu Changge with a thunderous roar, its massive form twisting as it fully emerged from the divine light. Standing before Gu Changge was a python spanning over 10 zhang in length, exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the void. Any ordinary being at the divine realm would feel their skin crawl and instinctively turn to flee at the sight. Yet, Gu Changge maintained his composure, gazing calmly at the water-fire spirit python before smiling. Come at me. Chapter 89. Slaying the water and fire spirit python, the spiritual entities nurtured by the heavens possess a profound intelligence, far surpassing that of mere fledgling demons. Thus, the The water and fire spirit python keenly sensed Gu Changge's provocation. With a thunderous roar, the massive creature surged forward like a soaring dragon, hurtling towards Gu Changge with ferocity. Unfazed, Gu Changge retaliated with equal fervor, and in an instant, the two adversaries closed in on one another. As the water and fire spirit python approached, it lashed out with its serpentine tail, the strike accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom aimed directly at Gu Changge. In response, Gu Changge felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, billions of colossal particles within him manifesting as the image of a mighty elephant, all trumpeting in unison. With a tangible force of energy erupting from his being, Gu Changge grasped the air, conjuring a colossal handprint that seized the python's tail mid-attack. The impact of the violet ethereal handprint colliding with the water and fire spirit python's tail was cataclysmic. A shockwave of sound rippled outward, obliterating the terrain within a radius of several miles. Though the force of the python was formidable, Gu Changge withstood the blow, demonstrating that even without resorting to divine powers, he stood invincible within the realm of life cycles. The python, enraged at having its attack thwarted, roared even louder. As it opened its mouth, a fearsome fireball began to coalesce within, the temperature rising to an alarming degree. The air warped around it, waves of heat radiating outward. This was the python's divine ability, known as solar flame. The tome of celestial scriptures detailed the myriad effects of various spiritual entities, akin to a comprehensive encyclopedia on the subject. To perform such a divine act before my very eyes, is it not a grave affront? Gu Changge narrowed his eyes, and, in the next moment, he forcefully swung the ethereal handprint downward. Down you go. With a swift motion, the ethereal handprint yanked the water and fire spirit python downward. Just as it prepared to unleash its solar flame, the sudden force of descent caused the fireball to explode in its mouth, inflicting significant damage. Moments later, amidst Jiru Yu's astonished gaze, the ground trembled violently as a ferocious wave of energy erupted from the moment the python was pulled by Gu Changge. How magnificent, Brother Changge! You can do it! Jiru Yu cheered from behind him. Gu Changge smiled at her encouragement, replying, "For such spiritual entities, I require no additional motivation." Utilizing the Great Void technique, he maneuvered above the python, and with another wave of his hand, the ethereal handprint seized the python once more, capturing it by the vulnerable spot on its neck. With a mere thought, Gu Changge lifted the python into the air, a colossal violet hand towering in the sky, holding a serpentine creature of red and blue, adorned with a single horn that writhed and roared in futile resistance. The display was awe-inspiring. Yet even such immense power could not contain the python indefinitely. Observing the captive creature, Gu Changge's eyes gleamed with determination, and in an instant a longbow, resembling a fallen star imbued with a terrifying aura, materialized in his grasp. After acquiring the starfall bow, he had honed his archery skills, but had yet to find an opportunity to showcase them. Now, he had a perfect target, drawing the bowstring. An overwhelming force surged through him, infusing the starfall bow with golden spiritual energy. A golden arrow materialized upon the bow. Sunshot. Gu Changge invoked the technique, unleashing a dreadful aura that soared skyward, reminiscent of piercing the heavens. Sensing imminent peril, the water and fire spirit python descended in a madness upon being targeted by Gu Changge's arrow. Yet, resistance was futile. With a soft thud, the arrow flew forth, devoid of explosive sound or blinding light, merely rippling through the air. When combined with the Great Void technique, it was a guaranteed hit. A violet wormhole appeared at the python's vulnerable spot, and before it could react, a piercing sound echoed as the arrow penetrated its body. The water and fire spirit python felt its life force waning, letting out a final, reluctant roar as its form dissipated into countless red and blue particles. Gu Changge observed the slayed creature with a calm demeanor, nodding slightly, devoid of exuberance. The defeat of such a celestial entity paled in comparison to vanquishing the likes of Yi Chun and other fortunate heirs, or the immortal clans and pure-blooded progeny of alien races. While Gu Changge remained indifferent, Jiru Yu's reaction was quite the opposite. Witnessing Gu Changge's decisive victory, She blushed and exclaimed, "Brother Changge, you're so impressive." "Indeed," Gu Changge replied, retracting the starfall bow into his storage ring. He gazed towards the direction from which the water and fire spirit python had emerged, stating, "Let us proceed. There should be no further danger." "Yes," Jiruyu agreed. Together, they soared towards a place where the water and fire spirit python had appeared. Before them lay a mesmerizing world of intertwining red and blue hues, half engulfed in flames and half cloaked in azure. At the intersection of these vibrant colors stood an enormous black and white lotus, upon which a sizable palace was constructed. "How beautiful!" Jiruyu marveled at the vivid surroundings and the awe-inspiring lotus below. "Indeed, it is splendid. That must be the place of inheritance. Let us descend." With the water and fire spirit python no longer obstructing their path, Gu Changge and Jiruyu landed smoothly before the palace fashioned from the red and blue lotus. The plaque above the entrance read, "Yingyang Palace." As they touched down, Gu Changge and Jiruyu exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding before stepping inside. Chapter 90, The Yingyang Secret. A thousand-fold return of the great Qinglian Immortal Technique. With a soft sound, it felt as though they had passed through a transparent membrane. Outside, even Gu Changge and Jiruyu could sense alternating sensations of warmth and chill, but upon entering the Yingyang Hall, that feeling vanished entirely. The hall had presumably existed for an eternity, its interior pristine and immaculate. Surrounding it were few structures, the most striking features being the numerous white jade pillars that seemed priceless. However, to Gu Changge and Jiruyu, hailing from families of eternal life, these pillars were hardly awe-inspiring. This must be the final destination. Gu Changge assessed the surroundings. Jiruyu nodded. "Indeed, the calling seems to have faded upon our entry." "Oh, shouldn't a powerful being appear next to assess our qualifications and then bestow rewards?" Gu Changge jested. Jiruyu paused in surprise. "Is it truly like that?" To her astonishment, Gu Changge had indeed guessed correctly. In the shadows, a figure observing them was momentarily taken aback. Having intended to wait for them to marvel at the hall's splendor before making his presence known and locating the Yingyang heritage jade. Yet, they had already anticipated the process. Were all individuals in the future so quick-witted? As this individual internally lamented, he glanced at Jiruyu, noting her somewhat naive demeanor, and shook his head. It seemed Gu Changge was the exceptional one. This young girl appeared adorably simple-minded. Yet, regrettably, the Yingyang divine body belonged to her, not to this innocent child. He sighed inwardly, having witnessed the battle between Gu Changge and the firewater spirit python. He knew Gu Changge was the most suitable candidate for the inheritance. Alas, after countless years, the Yingyang jade could only pass its legacy to one, and it must be Jiruyu, the Yingyang divine body. Unexpectedly, even his faint thoughts had been perceived by the young friend. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. As Jiruyu contemplated, a figure like a gentle breeze suddenly appeared before Gu Changge and Jiruyu, dressed in a Tai Chi robe and adorned with a cosmic crown. The figure exuded an air of benevolence, resembling a celestial being. "Indeed, there is one." Jiruyu gasped in astonishment. Gu Changge, though surprised, maintained his composure. "Greetings, esteemed elder." He respectfully addressed the female Taoist before him. The ancient Yingyang sect had vanished for countless ages, yet here, in the realm of inheritance, the spirit of the ancient sect manifested. This individual must have been a formidable figure in life, possibly a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor. Behold, a visage like jade and an aura akin to an otherworldly being. What a young master! Had you graced the ancient world, you would have undoubtedly been the holy son of our ancient Yingyang sect, the Yingyang divine nun praised. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. Who does not appreciate flattery? Feel free to continue. Gu Changge responded with a smile. Such praise is but a statement of fact. I am aware of your purpose for coming here. The Yingyang divine nun waved her hand, revealing a black and white jade pendant that radiated a hazy glow. Take this. Channel your spiritual power into it, and you shall enter the Yingyang space for assessment. Upon finishing, she turned to Gu Changge. Countless years have passed, and the energy remaining in the Yingyang jade is only sufficient for a single inheritance. Thus, to ensure its success, it must be bestowed upon the yin-yang divine body. It is truly regrettable. Otherwise, I would have allowed you to attempt it as well. Perhaps our sect could have 2 heirs. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow at her words. Only one inheritance can be passed on? How intriguing. How then can I utilize this opportunity for a return? He contemplated taking the pendant and giving it to Ji Ruyu, thus considering it a gift that would confer upon her the chance. Ji Ruyu's eyes flickered at this notion. She was pondering whether Gu Changge should try first. After all, if he comprehended the ancient yin-yang sect's legacy, he could later impart it to her. After all, she had not contributed at all this time. It was all Gu Changge's effort. Just as Ji Ruyu was about to speak, Gu Changge had already accepted the yin-yang jade and handed it to her. Give it a try. There is no one here to disturb you. Ji Ruyu hesitated. The ancient yin-yang sect is renowned across the realms. Such legacies should be restricted to one individual. You are the yin-yang divine body. It is most fitting for you. In truth, Gu Changge was inwardly delighted, for upon receiving the yin-yang jade and passing it to Ji Ruyu, the return system's notification had already appeared. Ding! The host bestows the bound return target, Ji Ruyu, with the yin-yang inheritance jade, triggering 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the great yin-yang immortal technique. Indeed, he had successfully triggered the return. The system appeared to have determined this as something he had obtained. This hardly seemed like a bug. Moreover, it was another celestial technique, evidently superior to the ancient yin-yang sect's inheritance. Quite splendid. Unbeknownst to Ji Ruyu, the greatest advantage had already been secured by Gu Changge. At this moment, seeing Gu Changge's consideration for her already high regard for him surged past 90 points. Changge, Ji Ruyu gazed at him with profound gratitude. Feeling moved? Then hasten to give it a try. You may need my superior yin-yang energies to assist your cultivation in the future, Gu Changge jested lightly. All right, Ji Ruyu nodded, accepting the yin-yang jade. Now that the inheritance has found its master, my will can finally be released, the yin-yang divine nun remarked with a smile as she observed Ji Ruyu taking the jade. Esteemed elder, Gu Changge ventured to inquire what transpired in ancient times. The accounts of those events in later generations are sparse, only mentioning a great calamity that caused countless inheritances to vanish into oblivion. The yin-yang divine nun paused, taken aback by Gu Changge's knowledge of such secrets. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she realized he appeared to hail from a powerful lineage, perhaps one that rivaled their yin-yang sect's heritage. Having sensed earlier, the yin-yang divine nun noted Gu Changge's possession of upper realm celestial bones, alongside his divine eyes and formidable vitality, akin to a dragon. His potential was unfathomable. Such prodigies could only be nurtured by the most exalted of powers. Was the era of the ancient yin-yang sect already upon them? The yin-yang divine nun sighed softly. Otherworldly calamities await. When you reach the Emperor realm, you shall glimpse a fragment of the truth. Chapter 91. Cultivating the Yang Sutra. The legendary soul dual cultivation. Reaching the Emperor realm? Is the Emperor realm not the highest tier of this world? In the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, it seems no one has yet ascended to the rank of Emperor. Gu Changge inquired curiously of the yin-yang divine nun. In ancient times, there existed immortal deities standing high in the clouds. The Emperor realm was merely a stepping stone on the path of immortals. Has the passage of time rendered the outside world devoid of emperors? The yin-yang divine nun spoke with a tone full of lament. Regardless, it is perhaps better to remain ignorant of such matters if one's strength is insufficient. Upon finishing her words, her gaze suddenly turned to Ji Ruyu. Very well. The inheritance has concluded, and my time is up. As her voice faded, her form began to dissolve into mist in midair. Gu Changge observed in silence, his mind already forming speculations. It was unavoidable. Having read numerous novels in the past, he could often predict the ensuing developments from the slightest hint of a storyline. This could be considered a form of foresight, could it not? Yet, one should not rely solely on conjecture. Practical circumstances must be taken into account. For instance, the alternate realm and the calamity mentioned by the yin-yang divine nun had already begun to take shape in Gu Changge's mind. It resembled an invasion from another world. The ancient cultivation realm had erupted into unimaginable wars to resist this incursion, shattering the continent and giving rise to the current 3,000 domains. However, this remained mere speculation, for he lacked the confidence to assert that the 3,000 domains had once been a singular entity. Furthermore, the internal strife of the ancient cultivation realm had invited chaos from the otherworld, resulting in catastrophic upheavals that led to the obliteration of countless ancient lineages, ultimately benefiting the otherworldly invaders. All possibilities remained on the table. At that moment, Ji Ryu suddenly let out a soft sigh. Gu Changge suppressed his thoughts and turned his attention to her. Ji Ryu had opened her beautiful eyes, which, once clear and dark like exquisite jade, now contained an intricate yin-yang symbol. Indeed, her gaze held within it the essence of the yin-yang diagram. Simultaneously, an extraordinary aura emanated from her, a manifestation of the black and white energies of yin and yang, swirling around her form. Has she succeeded? Gu Changge regarded Ji Ryu with satisfaction. She had successfully inherited the teachings, thus he felt emboldened to claim the reward awaiting him. The Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra. He was immensely curious about the nature of this inheritance, whether it was a divine ability or a technique. System, claim the return reward. He commanded. As soon as his words fell, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Return reward. Initiating distribution of the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra. A torrent of information surged into Gu Changge's consciousness. In an instant, his mind became flooded with profound truths, the harmonious sounds echoing in his ears. As his comprehension of the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra accelerated at an unimaginable rate, from initiation to mastery, from minor accomplishments to great success, the entire process consumed no more than 10 breaths. At that moment, Gu Changge finally discerned the essence of the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra. Upon perceiving the contents of the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra within his mind, a smirk crept upon his lips. It was indeed a dual cultivation technique, extraordinarily compatible with the Yin-Yang Divine Body. The Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra was divided into the Yang Sutra and the Yin Sutra, which, when harmonized, could unleash the full potential of the Yin-Yang Divine Body. Furthermore, it granted access to the combined divine ability, Yin-Yang Dian Divine Light, capable of vanquishing foes in the same realm in an instant and inflicting grievous wounds upon those from other realms. Most importantly, under dual cultivation, if one were to practice with rare, celestial treasures, the speed of cultivation would experience an unimaginable surge. Very well, having obtained this inheritance, which perfectly aligns with Ji Ryu, if her own inheritance does not surpass the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra, it would be reasonable to bestow it upon her. Brother Changge? While Gu Changge was absorbed in processing the information regarding the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra and contemplating whether to pass it on to Ji Ryu, her voice unexpectedly broke through his thoughts. He turned to her. What is it? Nothing. Just pondering a few matters, she replied. Gu Changge smiled and asked Ryu, how do you feel about the ancient Yin-Yang sect's inheritance now? Wonderful. The Yin and Yang energies that were once so difficult to summon now flow effortlessly through me. Operating according to the technique gives me a sense of eternal vitality, making it easy to progress in my cultivation. Ji Ryu beamed, a joyful smile illuminating her delicate features. Is that so? Then that is excellent. Gu Changge nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to pass the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra to Ji Ryu, allowing her to assess its merits against the ancient Yin-Yang sect's teachings. By the way, Ryu, I have another, even more profound inheritance, he added. Originally, this was a gift I prepared for you. Now that you have received the ancient Yin-Yang sect's inheritance, you may also explore this one. Brother Changge. Ji Ryu's face flushed with emotion upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that her dear brother Changge had prepared a cultivation technique specifically for her. Focusing her mind, Gu Changge smiled gently and imparted the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra to Ji Ryu. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Ji Ryu's consciousness. This overwhelmed her. As the ancient Yin-Yang sect's teachings had already nearly depleted her mental energy, and now the vastness of the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra was almost too much to bear. As she bit her lip, striving to endure, Gu Changge's soothing voice reached her ears. "Open your mouth." At his command, Ji Ruyu instinctively parted her lips. In the next instant, a warm drop of liquid entered her being. Almost immediately, a wave of unimaginable warmth coursed through her, alleviating the discomfort in her soul, replacing it with an indescribable sense of comfort. Ji Ruyu could not help but let out a soft moan, her enchanting, watery gaze slowly opening, reflecting Gu Changge's figure. Feeling her unusual state, she shyly lowered her head. "Do not worry. The first time absorbing the condensing Dao divine water feels like this. Now, take a look at the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra I have passed to you." "Oh," Ji Ruyu nodded obediently, then began to explore the Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra in her mind, silently comparing it with the teachings of the ancient Yin-Yang sect. To her surprise, upon making the comparison, Ji Ruyu was utterly astonished. The Yin-Yang Dian Celestial Sutra that Gu Changge had imparted comprehensively overshadowed the Yin-Yang Sutra she had just received. The deeper she delved, the more amazed and touched she became, realizing that such a formidable inheritance must have cost Gu Changge an unimaginable price. "This is simply too good for me." Chapter 92, The Fusion of Souls. The breakthrough of the divine soul, preemptively realizing the anomaly long Gu. Ji Ruyu sensed that her heart was being endlessly filled by the figure before her. "How is it?" Gu Changge inquired curiously. "The Yin-Yang Dian Immortal technique that you passed on to me is profoundly superior to the Yin-Yang technique. It seems to have transcended even the imperial-level inheritances." "That's good to hear." Gu Changge nodded with satisfaction. The technique appeared to be a reliable dual cultivation method. Seeing Gu Changge's pleased expression, Ji Ruyu suddenly felt shy and said, "This Yin-Yang Dian Immortal technique is divided into Yin and Yang sections. The Yin section cultivates faster than the ancient Yin-Yang sect's technique. But it seems there is an even more accelerated method, pairing with someone who practices the Yang section." Ahem. Upon hearing Ji Ruyu's words, Gu Changge turned slightly away, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the one who imparted this technique to her. Did this not imply a hidden desire for her? Indeed it did. Gu Changge did not intend to conceal this thought. The Yin-Yang divine body is a coveted treasure among countless divine beings across the realms. Moreover, with the Yin-Yang Dian Immortal technique complemented by dual cultivation, and with the assistance of the condensing Dao divine water and immortal spring water, Gu Changge couldn't fathom how rapid his cultivation speed might soar. Long Gu, you do practice the Yang section, right?" Ji Ruyu inquired. Her delicate cheeks flushed as she cast a furtive glance at him. "Of course," Gu Changge replied confidently, having already taken the initiative this time. A true man of his word. After all, this would ensure the fastest cultivation speed for both him and Ruyu. Gu Changge nodded with assurance. Ji Ruyu's small face lit up with joy. Then it settled. "You practice the Yang section, and I'll practice the Yin section. If we have time, we can cultivate together more often. I've already comprehended the Yang section thoroughly. Ryu, you have just begun. I can guide you through the Yin section." Here, Ji Ruyu blushed fiercely at the suggestion, her voice stammering with nervousness. "It's best to have no interruptions here," Gu Changge said, settling down on the ground and gesturing for Ji Ruyu to sit before him. "Okay." Ji Ruyu, suppressing her embarrassment, obediently took her place. At this moment, her small hands fidgeted, akin to a bride aboard her wedding sedan. If they were to engage in dual cultivation, it wouldn't be inappropriate at all. For their first practice, they would attempt a soul dual cultivation. As for more profound dual cultivation, perhaps when Ryu has fully mastered the Yin section. That would be the time. All right. Ji Ruyu sighed in relief upon hearing this, though she couldn't shake a feeling of inexplicable disappointment. The thoughts swirling in her mind momentarily stunned her, leaving her feeling bashful. What on earth was she thinking? Let us circulate our techniques and allow our souls to exit our bodies. As Ji Ruyu appeared quite nervous, Gu Changge spoke gently, his voice soothing like a gentle breeze. Gradually, Ji Ruyu calmed under his presence. Their gazes locked. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped them, as if the very essence of the universe was manifesting around them. Gu Changge activated the yang section, and an incredibly intense energy surged from his soul. As he channeled the technique, a faintly glowing red soul began to rise slowly from the crown of his head. On the other side, Ji Ruyu, not as adept as Gu Changge, struggled somewhat to elevate her soul, at times faltering. However, with Gu Changge's guiding light, her soul eventually floated before him. "This is my soul. It feels so wondrous," Ji Ruyu exclaimed, glancing at her physical form and then at Gu Changge, her face lighting up with astonishment. The experience of the soul leaving the body was indeed filled with mysteries. Gu Changge smiled slightly, looking at Ji Ruyu across from him. As he circulated the yang section, Gu Changge's soul felt intensely warm. When Ji Ryu's soul approached, a refreshing aura emanated from her, drawing him closer involuntarily. Ji Ryu felt similarly. Upon activating the yin section, her soul felt icy, while Gu Changge's soul radiated warmth like a furnace. The closer she got, the more comforting the warmth felt. Their souls drew nearer, and in the next moment, their forms pressed together. Gu Changge gazed down at Ji Ryu's soul, gently wrapping his hand around her slender waist and leaning closer. In that instant of contact, Ji Ryu's soul became enchanted. Before long, a magnificent yin-yang diagram enveloped their souls, intertwining the dual energies in a chaotic display. Within it, dragons and phoenixes seemed to dance, auspicious beasts sprinted, and amidst this astonishing phenomenon, enchanting melodies echoed, enough to make anyone blush. After a considerable time, with a resounding boom, two beams of light descended from the yin-yang diagram. Gu Changge and Ji Ryu's souls returned to their bodies. The moment their souls re-entered, Gu Changge felt a seismic shift within him. His perception had multiplied several times over. Moreover, astonishingly, he could sense the nascent form of an anomaly beginning to brew within his soul. If he wished, he could likely start condensing this anomaly right now. In essence, through his first soul dual cultivation with Ji Ryu, he had transcended from the fate wheel realm to the divine communication realm. It is worth noting that cultivating the soul is extraordinarily arduous. Even with the lineage of eternal life, the process remains exceedingly challenging. Gu Changge had only reached the 9th layer of the fate wheel realm, still a considerable distance from the divine communication realm. Yet this time, Gu Changge marveled at his soul's state. The Qinglian Immortal technique is indeed formidable. His first soul dual cultivation had propelled him from the 9th layer of the fate wheel realm to the divine communication realm, and if he desired, he could even condense an anomaly within the fate wheel realm to use the anomaly domain of the divine communication realm while still in the fate wheel realm. Should Gu Changge truly achieve this feat, it would be unprecedented across the 3,000 realms. Meanwhile, Ji Ryu also reaped substantial benefits. Her soul felt exceptionally clear, and the sensation was utterly irresistible, simply divine. Chapter 93. No need to pretend as partners. A sudden change? As both individuals regained consciousness, their gazes met, and Ji Ryu shyly lowered her head. The events that had just transpired felt indistinguishable from the act itself. Ji Ryu sensed that Gu Changge had comprehended her entirely. "Ryu." Gu Changge was the first to rise, extending his hand with a smile. "Let us depart. We should leave now." Since Ji Ryu had acquired the inheritance of the Yin-Yang cave, it seemed to be slowly deteriorating, and it would likely vanish within a day. Hence, it was imperative to exit swiftly. Once outside, they could return to the Changshangji family to crystallize and awaken the extraordinary phenomenon. Ji Ryu was curious about the manifestations of her dual pupils, celestial bones, and the insights into divine powers she had attained ahead of time. All right. Upon seeing Gu Changge's outstretched hand, Ji Ryu grasped it. The moment their hands touched, both souls trembled slightly, as if returning to their previous state. Ji Ryu's delicate legs felt weak, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing this, Gu Changge instinctively offered support. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Ji Ryu responded, her heart fluttering. "Let me guide you back." Gu Changge, no longer feigning, gently wrapped his arm around Ji Ryu's waist. "MHM." Ji Ryu nodded with a sweet smile. Upon exiting the Yin-Yang cave, Ji Dao had been waiting for quite some time. When Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu emerged from the yin yang pool, Ji Dao was taken aback. But his seasoned eyes quickly discerned the evident progress in their relationship, perhaps having broken through an invisible barrier. This was indeed fortuitous news for both the Chongqing Ji and Gu families, and Ji Dao was pleased to witness it. Congratulations, young Master Changge and Miss Ruyu, on your splendid achievement, Ji Dao expressed warmly. Ji Dao, elder of the clan. Ji Ruyu's cheeks flushed at his words. Gu Changge smiled. Ruyu and I have successfully obtained the inheritance of the yin-yang cave. It will likely vanish soon, so I kindly request that you inform the nearby sects of this news. Understood. Ji Dao nodded, unfazed by the news of the cave's disappearance after the inheritance was claimed, as it was not an uncommon occurrence. Let's return, Gu Changge announced. Then we shall return to the Chongqing Ji family. Ji Dao concurred, and the Ji family warship soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. At the Chongqing Ji family, upon learning of Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu's safe return, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shui Dan, and Ji Haoyue had been waiting at the entrance. Ji Dao had already relayed the news back. Had they not confirmed the duo's safety, the three would have likely ventured into the yin-yang cave themselves to search for them. As the warship hovered in the air, Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu descended. Ji Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two safe and sound. He addressed them, "Thank goodness for your protection, Changge, otherwise Ruyu might have." At this point, Ji Hongyuan was filled with trepidation. He never anticipated that the Yaji clan would go to such extremes, attacking their goddess and his own daughter on the Chongqing Ji family's territory. Had he known the awakening of the yin-yang divine body would create such a stir, he would have summoned several ancestors to seal the phenomenon. Though the scope of the yin-yang divine body's awakening was limited, those who kept an eye on the Chongqing Ji family would likely have already caught wind of it. Furthermore, with the Yaji clan's failed assassination attempt and a quasi-saint severely injured, the news would likely spread. "Ruyu, I shall seek the protection of an ancestor for you," Ye Hongyuan remarked earnestly. "The yin-yang divine body is among the pinnacle of divine bodies. Your future achievements will not pale in comparison to your brothers." Ji Ruyu, however, felt indifferent and was rather grateful for the Yaji clan's attack, as it had led her and brother Changge to develop their relationship. Yi Shuidan, with a glint in her eye, suggested to Ji Hongyuan, given that the Yaji clan is unlikely to let this go, especially after Changge slayed their pure-blood offspring and wounded a quasi-saint, they may very well spread rumors about Ruyu being the yin-yang divine body. Therefore, before they can act, we should circulate the notion that Ruyu and Changge are partners, which would save us considerable trouble. Let us pretend to be partners. In time, perhaps it will become true. Ji Hongyuan's eyes lit up at this proposal. That sounds feasible, Ji Haoyue agreed, and together they turned their gazes toward Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu.